Chapter 1. Before the Catastrophe of Rebirth. Online Brain Storage. Text. In the year 2046, marking the 12th year of the Catastrophe era, the Chasu snowfield is one of the regions with the thinnest snow cover in the world. Layer upon layer of snow compresses the underlying layers into a solid mass akin to ice blocks, yet remains over 3 meters thick. From a bird's-eye view, the snowfield resembles a labyrinth of trenches, winding and intricate like an anthill. Countless soldiers cautiously traverse this maze, with the occasional sound of suppressed gunfire echoing through the air. General Su, our strength pales in comparison to that of the regular army. I fear the deputy commander ventured hesitantly. Continue the defense at all costs. Chun interrupted his subordinate. Upon hearing this, the deputy and several others exchanged glances, as if reaching a silent consensus. At that moment, an old-fashioned Nokia-like mobile phone on the table suddenly rang. Chun Smaid Kamli. He answered the call, and a woman's voice resonated. General Su, you are no match for the regular army. Had it not been for your unique abilities, we would have. Enough with the chatter. I maintain the same condition. I may join the regular army, but my unit must remain independent under my command, or else. Suddenly, Chun felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a bloodied blade protruding from his heart. A look of shock and confusion crossed Chun's face. He turned his head with great difficulty to look at his deputy. Jean Lei, have you lost your mind? It is you who has gone mad. Deputy Jean Lei shouted frantically. General Chun has contacted you 3 times to surrender. Why do you insist on being so stubborn? As he spoke, Jean Lei snatched the phone from Chun's hand and ingratiatingly addressed the caller. General Chun, I am now a general of the Chassa Snowfield Army. I will issue an order to cease hostilities immediately. What? The voice on the other end sounded flustered. What have you done to Chun? General Chun, Chun is obstinate and defiant. I have executed him on the spot. Damn it. Relay my orders. Launch a full-scale offensive. That was the last voice Chun heard from the phone. As life swiftly ebbed away, sorrow filled his eyes, and he glanced at his subordinates, realizing their expressions were indifferent, as if they had been prepared for this moment. With great effort, he grasped Jean Lei's collar, locking his gaze onto him. Do you think the official surrender is for the Chasu Snowfield Army? They are only after me, Chun. If you surrender now, you will only become cannon fodder for the regular army. Nonsense. The military has 3 spatial ability. Users, do not overestimate your own value. Jean Lei scoffed. At that instant, the sound of cannon fire erupted, and within half a minute, dozens of soldiers clad in white cold-weather combat gear stormed into the trenches. Leading them was a short-haired woman. General Chun, Jean Lei began as he approached, only to be met with the barrel of a gun pressed against his forehead. Bang! Chen Xiaoyu pulled the trigger without hesitation. Jean Lei's life extinguished even before Chun's. Quick, save him! This was the last command Chun heard. Then he abruptly awoke. Looking around in astonishment, he realized he was seated on a bed, wearing a light pink short-sleeved shirt. The warm, humid air seeped into Chun's body through his pores. How delightful! This was Chun's home, his abode before the disaster struck. He reached for the phone beside his pillow and, with a sense of unfamiliarity, opened it to check. November 11th, 2034. Chun remembered vividly that the heavy snowfall began on December 12th, 2034. The headline news caught his attention. Recently, global temperatures have risen unexpectedly, and we have finally received an analysis from experts at the Meteorological Research Institute. Following brief discussions with the astronomical department, we concluded that the temperature increase was caused by a solar plasma eruption, resulting in high-energy particle flows. However, there is no need for concern. Temperatures will reach up to 44 C only in certain equatorial regions, while other areas will not exceed 32 C. This phenomenon is expected to last until the beginning of spring, having minimal impact on our daily lives. Friends in the northern regions can enjoy a rare warm winter and may even attempt to cultivate. Chun's face was etched with disbelief. Even after 12 years, this news remained fresh in his memory. Could it be a dream? He suddenly turned and reached for an apple bitten into on the bedside table. The air around the apple distorted, and it was instantly drawn into an invisible vortex. The alternate space still exists. I am not dreaming. This means I have been reborn. Lost in thought, a rapid knocking on the door interrupted his reverie. Chun, hurry and drive me to the company. Chun got out of bed and opened the door. A pristine woman stood before him. Instinctively, Chun reached out, but quickly, he was met with a face he had no desire to see in this lifetime. Hoarding? She was his goddess, or at least she was still his goddess at this juncture. After enduring 12 years of survival in the aftermath of the catastrophe, one of his greatest regrets was not having personally dealt with this woman. Is there something you need? Chun's cold, indifferent gaze made Hoarding instinctively take a step back, but she soon regained her urgency. Enough with the nonsense, let's go to the company. I'm off today, why should I go to the company? Chun replied, suppressing the murderous intent swelling within him. A major client is visiting today, and I must personally attend to them, Hoarding stated matter-of-factly. And what does that have to do with me? Chun tortif. Hoarding seemed taken aback by Chun's response. Chun, it would be faster for me to take a taxi than for you to drive me. I merely wish to give you an opportunity to be alone with me, as a reward for picking me up from the hotel last night. Chun recalled his past self, a fool he wished to eliminate at once. But the time was not right, at least for the next month. The order of modern society would remain intact, and he had no desire to land in prison. He pushed her out the door. Thank you. Leave. Bang. Watching the door slam shut, Hoarding's face was filled with disbelief. Chun, have you lost your mind? If you get me to the company within 20 minutes, I will forgive you. Ha. The angry shouts and kicks from outside continued for less than 5 minutes before falling silent. Stepping outside, Chun stood in the courtyard of the village awaiting demolition, feeling the warmth of 23 degrees Celsius in the humid air, his eyes slightly reddening. I'm back. He opened his arms and shouted skyward. This time, I will live for myself. Why are you shouting? Suddenly, a sleepy yet charming face peeked out from the window of the main house. She was Yao Chun, Hoarding's close friend. The reason they resided in Chun's home was to avoid paying rent. Moreover, these two women had taken over the main house, leaving Chun to sleep in the side room. Chun cast a cold glance at her. Yao Chun, I am giving you and Hoarding one day to find a place and move out. What? Yao Chun looked as if she had heard something unbelievable. Chun, what's gotten into you? If you have the guts, go tell Hoarding this yourself, and see if she pays you any mind in the future. Chun could not be bothered to argue further. If I see both of you in my house tonight, do not blame me for taking action. Having said this, Chun turned and left the courtyard. As he walked out, Chun recalled the direction and pointed left, mumbling, I remember it's this way first. I need to get some money. Chapter 2, Demolition Compensation. Walking along the familiar yet strange paths of the village, Chun gazed at the trash heaps surrounded by flies, feeling an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Casually surveying the area, he quickly spotted several suspicious figures lurking around. A slight smile crossed his face as he purchased a few sausages from a nearby convenience store and walked towards a deadened alley. After walking a short distance, he tore open the sausages, the aroma instantly attracting several stray cats. Chun crouched down to share the sausages with them. At that moment, a derisive voice rang out from behind. This coward actually has a heart. The leader, a hefty bald man, looked at his lackey. He probably thinks he's of the same species as these garbage-eating beasts. Since he's so kind-hearted, why not let him help us? Ignoring the voices behind him, Chun continued to quietly feed the stray cats. The bald man, growing agitated, gritted his teeth and ordered his lackey. Huang Mao, show him some color. Huang Mao stepped forward, grabbing Chun by the shoulder, intending to lift him. I'm talking to you. But just as his hand landed on Chun's shoulder, Chun suddenly moved. It was not a grand gesture, he simply did not look, yet precisely seized Huang Mao's middle finger and bent it at a 90-degree angle. Hey, that hurts. Seeking death. The bald man and another lanky lackey charged forward. Chun paid them no mind instead. He clenched his right fist and struck the yellow-haired man's face. The yellow-haired man winced in pain, instinctively recoiling his head backward, only to collide with the bald man's face due to the narrow alley. Damn it! Before they could react, Chun casually grabbed a few stray cats and hurled them at the heads of the group. Startled, the stray cats leaped through the air, twisting and turning in astonishing ways. In the blink of an eye, their sharp claws had left dozens of scratches on the faces of the three men before they scampered away in panic. Seizing the moment, Chun picked up a brick from the corner of the wall and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the bald man. A little over 10 minutes later, in the calm room of the local police station, a stern-faced, middle-aged officer regarded the three bald men and inquired, "Now, tell me, why did you three assault him?" "Damn it, officer, can't you see we're the ones who got hurt? That little brat didn't sustain a single injury." The yellow-haired man protested, his eyes wide with indignation. The middle-aged officer turned his gaze towards Chun. Immediately, Chun presented a harmless demeanor, repeatedly waving his hands and saying, "Uncle Police, I was just feeding the stray cats when they approached me, threatening to teach me a lesson. Naturally, I had to pick the weakest among them to resist. As for why the cats scratched them, perhaps it was merely a matter of protecting their food." "Who are you calling weak?" The yellow-haired man, infuriated by Chun's remark, lunged at him, seizing his collar with the intent to strike. The bald man, enraged, yanked the yellow-haired man's hair and pulled him back, delivering a resounding slap. "Don't you dare tarnish my image. We are law-abiding citizens and have never resorted to violence." Yes, we are law-abiding citizens. We would never engage in such unlawful behavior." The yellow-haired man chuckled nervously, covering his face as he smiled ingratiatingly at the middle-aged officer. The officer shot them a disapproving glare before turning to Chun and asking, "Do you have any discomfort? If so, you should go to the hospital for an examination. If not, then this will be the end of it." "What do you mean, that's it? Well, the one's injured." The tall, thin man attempted to protest, but was swiftly silenced by the bald man, who slapped him on the back of the head. "Listen to Officer's son." Yes. Chun had no intention of causing trouble for the bald man, so he let the matter go. After signing the documents, Officer's son allowed the bald men to leave and turned to Chun, advising, "Young man, there are some matters I cannot elaborate on. You should look up online how many violent incidents in Shiha City have arisen from demolition in recent years. There have been fatalities more than once. I know those individuals, while they are not to be trifled with. I advise you, from a personal standpoint, to know when to withdraw." The unexpected counsel left Chun somewhat taken aback. On this very day in his previous life, he had been coerced by the bald men into signing a demolition contract for a mere $200,000 in cash and a low-priced immigrant residence. None of the villagers had signed, so why they sought out Chun first? It was primarily because he was perceived as an easy target. Chun, being an orphan, was notorious in the village for his meekness whenever there were benefits to be had. He was always the one to receive the least. For any misfortune that befell the village, Chun was the first to bear the brunt of it. No one would stand up for him, to put it bluntly. If Chun were to die one day, no one would mourn his passing. The villagers were accustomed to this dynamic, even mocking him behind his back for being a coward. He chuckled and assured Officer's son, "Rest assured, I know my limits." Upon exiting the police station, Chun glanced around. Before long, he spotted the three unruly figures at the nearby intersection. He strode directly toward them. Initially, he had thought they would flee upon his exit, but to his surprise, they came to confront him instead. "You little brat, you're rather clever, realizing you can't escape and coming to admit your mistake." "Admit my mistake?" Chun chuckled lightly and replied, "Let's discuss the demolition issue. Let's go to your office." The bald man was taken aback by Chun's boldness in bringing up the matter. "All right." The police station was not far from the demolition office. A brief walk brought them there. Along the way, the bald man glared at Chun, his eyes filled with malice, as though concocting some revenge plan in his mind. Once inside the office, the bald man closed the door and locked it behind him. Chun remained unperturbed, casually retrieving a bottle of cold beer from the refrigerator and plopping down on the sofa to drink. His nonchalant demeanor made it seem as if he were in his own home. "You little." The bald man was momentarily at a loss for words. "Let's talk about the demolition," Chun declared, finishing off a large green bottle and burping contentedly. "Speak, you bastard." The bald man interjected mid-sentence. What about these injuries on my face? If you don't break my legs today. Bang! Before he could finish, Chun smashed the empty beer bottle over the bald man's head. I despise being interrupted. No one anticipated that Chun, the meek orphan who had endured for over 20 years, would suddenly transform. Without a moment's hesitation, he retaliated with ferocity, sparing no words. However, the bald men were no innocents themselves. They had been unprepared during the earlier altercation in the alley. As the yellow-haired man and the tall, thin man prepared to strike back, Chun swiftly grabbed a glass ashtray from the coffee table, knocking both of them to the ground. Engaging in combat with such individuals required no special techniques. It was simply a matter of who dared to strike. Feeling the blood trickling down his head, the yellow-haired man and the tall, thin man cowered in fear. The bald man stood frozen in shock. Yet, Chun showed no signs of stopping. He pinned the bald man against the coffee table and struck him again with the ashtray. Why do you interrupt me? Bang! I absolutely loathe being interrupted. Bang! Say another word. Stop hitting me. If you do, we'll die. The bald man, feeling dizzy, collapsed over the coffee table and began to vomit. Bang! You interrupted me again. Damn you. The bald man, furious, pulled a dark object from his pocket, pointing it at Chun and shouting, "Try hitting me again." Chapter 3. The wealthy heir with a gun in hand. The bald man felt emboldened. Youngsters should not be overly brash. Do they truly believe that you, strong grandpa, are made of clay? Before the bald man could finish his sentence, in a flash, the handgun had found its way into Chun's grasp. He deftly toyed with the firearm, expertly chambering a round and aiming it at the bald M.N.I.S. Being brash, truly the hallmark of youth. The bald man, seasoned by experience, fell to his knees with a thud. Master Chun, I was wrong. He had possessed that handgun for 3 years without ever firing a shot, merely using it to intimidate others. Yet, it was indeed a real weapon, loaded with 7 bullets. Chun skillfully disassembled the handgun and tossed it before the bald man, declaring, a counterfeit from a black workshop. Be cautious of a burst chamber. Can we now have a proper discussion regarding the demolition? What are your demands? The bald man was quite decisive. My requirements are simple. I do not want a relocation house. Instead, give me $5 million in cash, and I will sign the contract immediately. In his previous life, Chun had received only $2 million in cash along with the relocation house, while villagers who signed later had secured at least $4 million and 2 houses. With some holding out for even more, Chun had no desire to engage in disputes. With a month left until disaster struck, he needed to prepare swiftly. I cannot make this decision. I must call the developer to seek approval. The bald man stated. Chun nodded in agreement. The bald man hastily retrieved his phone and began operating it, then spoke into the receiver. Manager Wong, we have a villager here who agrees to sign the contract, but he does not want a relocation house. He demands $5 million in cash. Can you assist me with this? What? The maximum we can offer is $3 million that I will have to negotiate with him. The bald man was cut off as Chun seized the phone. Glancing at the dark screen, Chun, with a smirk, said to the bald man, "You're holding the phone upside down. If I don't expose you. Would that make me look foolish?" I know you can make the decision. $5 million is not the developer's bottom line. I'll just say I received $2 million and a relocation house. How does that sound? Agreed. The bald man realized he could no longer deceive Chun and directly summoned his subordinate to bring the prepared contract. After filling the details, he handed it to Chun. Chun briefly reviewed it, then handwritten an additional clause, stating, I can only hand over the house to you in 1 month. During this period, I can undertake any activities in the yard without your interference. The bald man contemplated, knowing that large-scale demolitions would not commence for at least 3 months, and thus consented. Once the $5 million was transferred, Chun affixed his signature and departed from the demolition office. Brother, are we just going to let that kid leave? Huang Mao questioned, watching Chun's retreating figure with discontent. What else do you expect? The bald man glared at Huang Mao, wincing from a wound on his face inflicted by a cat. Keep an eye on that kid for the next few days. This pathetic fool has suddenly changed his demeanor. There must be something amiss. After a tiring morning, Chun felt a pang of hunger as he stepped outside. In his previous life, he would have settled for instant noodles or a simple meal. However, having experienced disaster, He now cherished the comforts of the present, refusing to compromise on any meal that he hailed a cab to the nearest five-star hotel. Ordering several of his favorite vegetarian dishes and relishing the experience that it had been a long time since he had savored such fresh vegetables that a nearby couple chuckled at the sight of the green dishes on Su Chun's table. But he paid them no mind. They could not fathom that in 2 months, such greens would not be accessible even to the wealthy. That Su Chun gathered his funds. With the recently received $5 million from the demolition, he now possessed $5.72 million in cash. Along with a vehicle worth around $100,000. After securing a modest online loan, he could barely scrape together $6.5 million to achieve a fleeting comfort in the face of impending disaster. This sum would suffice, but he needed to think long-term. Disaster was not merely an act of nature. Su Chun aspired to build a fortress capable of providing comfort for decades amidst calamity. And this amount appeared insufficient. While sustenance was easily managed, Su Chun had a solid plan for his living expenses. Acquiring the materials necessary for his fortress, however, would prove far more challenging. That he needed to seize the opportunity while modern equipment was still operational. Utilizing effective currency to procure what he required at that moment, a few familiar figures entered the establishment. Among them was Xie Yiding, flanked by Ding Hong, the general manager of Wan Hong Decoration Company, and a casually dressed young man whose demeanor exuded sycophancy. Wang Xiaoming. Su Chun was no stranger to the young man. In this era, he was a highly sought-after figure, the son of the chairman of Yida Group, and a wealthy heir with considerable notoriety. Suddenly, Su Chun recalled that before the disaster, their company had secured a high-end villa renovation project. Such projects were typically beyond the reach of their small firm, but when the city allocated land, it mandated that Yida Group support local enterprises, granting them the opportunity to undertake projects others deemed unworthy. Even so, due to design proposals failing to meet Yida Group's satisfaction, the project ultimately fell through. Wang Xiaoming was responsible for this villa project, and Su Chun had interacted with him for a time post-apocalypse, gaining some insight into his character. With a clever glint in his eye, Su Chun coughed lightly to draw Ding Hong and Xie Yiding's attention. Upon seeing Su Chun, Ding Hong furrowed his brow but chose to ignore him. Yet, Su Chun approached him uninvited. "Manager Ding, what a coincidence to see you dining here. It seems you have a significant client." Ding Hong's irritation flared at the sight of Su Chun, muttering, "I'll settle the score with you tomorrow at work," before continuing to guide Wang Xiaoming toward the private dining area. Ding Hong wished to avoid any complications at this crucial moment. But Su Chun was restless. "Waiter, bring me your finest red wine." He snapped his fingers, summoning a server. The waiter glanced at the green dishes on Su Chun's table, unable to resist saying, "Sir, our finest red wine is priced at 120,000. While I understand your eagerness to impress young Master Wang, I advise you to act within your means." Nearby, the young couple stifled their laughter. "Honey, why are some people so pretentious? They can't even afford a steak yet still want to show off." Su Chun disregarded the irrelevant remarks and replied to the waiter, "You are among the most polite of the many sycophants here. I will pay you now. Quickly fetch me that wine." He swiped his card for the 120,000 payment, leaving the young couple dumbfounded. The waiter, astonished, hurriedly retrieved the wine. Once inside the private room, Wang Xiaoming naturally took the seat of honor. Xie Yiding intended to sit beside him, but Su Chun rushed over, unceremoniously pushing her aside to claim the spot. Su Chun, is this where you belong?" Xie Yiding seethed. "Why can't I sit here?" Su Chun countered, "I have long admired young Master Wang. It is only fitting that I get closer on our first meeting." "What gives you the right to be close to young Master Wang?" Ding Hong stepped forward to remove Su Chun from his seat. However, Su Chun deftly blocked Ding Hong's hand, declaring, "Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to decide. That is for young Master Wang to determine." With that, Su Chun turned the highball glass on the table, deliberately showing the wine label to Wang Xiaoming while pouring. "Young Master Wang, I notice you seem troubled. Is there something weighing on your mind?" "Damn!" Ding Hong was taken aback. "That you're asking for trouble. Take your nonsense outside and fight with stray dogs for scraps." Ding Hong's admonition was abruptly interrupted as Wang Xiaoming raised his hand. "What have you discerned?" Wang Xiaoming asked, intrigued by Su Chun's insights. He suspected that Su Chun was an employee of Ding Hong's company, Yet the bottle of red wine valued at 120,000 was not something just anyone could afford. Even Ding Hong lacked such means. Woman, Su Chun smiled slightly. Young Master Wang, I presume you are troubled by matters of the heart. Chapter 4. A down payment of 20,000. Su Chun. Xie Yiting ground her teeth. How could young Master Wang be troubled by a woman? Do you believe he is as impoverished as you? Wang Xiaoming scrutinized Su Chun for a long moment before a smile broke across his face. What else can you see? Young master, I offer you this advice. Regardless of what your father says, discard that woman Wang Ruoxin. She is not the right choice. Instead, marry Lin Ke. Trust me, in 3 months. You will thank me. Su Chun, what nonsense are you spouting? Ding Hong retorted angrily. The choice of a wife is not yours to dictate. Wang Ruoxin is recognized as a good woman by many of our peers. While Lin Ke is merely a fling, she does not deserve you. Enough? Wang Xiaoming shattered the high-footed glass in his hand into a myriad of pieces. Whoever dares to utter a single word against Ke will learn the true meaning of regret for ever having been born. Ding Hong, feeling somewhat dazed, could only acquiesce. Wang Xiaoming steadied his emotions and turned to Su Chun, inquiring, You have something to discuss with me, I presume. Su Chun smiled faintly and then addressed Ding Hong and Xie Yiting, saying, What are you two doing just standing there? Aren't you going to serve the dishes? Ding Hong's face turned the color of a pig's liver. Having just been chastised, he dared not provoke Wang Xiaoming further and instructed the waiter to bring out the dishes before retreating to a corner. Xie Yiting also wore a grim expression. She had hoped to take advantage of the situation to draw closer to Wang Xiaoming, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away, with no interruptions. Su Chun smiled slightly and whispered, Is it true that you, Wang Xiao, are currently crafting an ark for the apocalypse? How do you know that? Wang Xiaoming furrowed his brow. Well, we're in the same line of work as Tianming Ark Company. If one pays attention, it is not difficult to catch wind of such matters. Su Chun replied, Yes, that's so. Wang Xiaoming's gaze returned to its original indifference. You claim to be in the same line of work as Tianming Ark? One who builds a canoe is akin to one who constructs an aircraft carrier. Is that what you were saying? Those who erect skyscrapers and those who build mud huts are also in the same business. Su Chun touched her nose and replied, Wang Xiao, your assertion is misguided. Does the first person to build an aircraft carrier necessarily excel beyond the first to craft a canoe? I believe the disparity between them is a culmination of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge and ideologies. An aircraft carrier may float upon water, yet its foundational principles still rely on that of the canoe. As the saying goes, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Without the 1, nothing would exist. Wang Xiaoming coldly regarded Su Chun's eyes, while she remained composed and met his gaze unflinchingly. Moments later, Wang Xiaoming suddenly smiled. Your words are rather intriguing, yet you still haven't disclosed how you came to know of this matter. Su Chun patted Wang Xiaoming's shoulder and said, Do not concern yourself with the details. I shall merely inform you that I possess a top-tier plan that can assist you in dismantling and reconstructing your partially built ark. I wonder if you would be interested? Haha. Wang Xiaoming smiled warmly, maintaining eye contact with Su Chun for 3 seconds before stating, I appreciate your audacity. Tomorrow, I shall visit your company to review the engineering proposal. At that time, I can grant you 10 minutes to present your top-tier plan. Excellent. Su Chun beamed, confident that given the opportunity, he could undoubtedly sway Wang Xiaoming. In the ensuing time, Su Chun and Wang Xiaoming engaged in delightful conversation, while Ding Hong, Xie Yiting, and the other company employees became mere background figures. Throughout the banquet, they found no chance to interject even a single word. Once the feast concluded and Wang Xiaoming departed, Ding Hong could no longer contain his simmering anger. Su Chun, you are fired? Oh, splendid. Su Chun clapped his hands and replied to Ding Hong, according to labor laws, should the company unilaterally terminate my employment, I am entitled to compensation of N1, amounting to 5 months' salary, totaling 30,000. Please ensure the finance department prepares this for me. I will require it when I process the paperwork tomorrow. Damn it. Ding Hong couldn't help but curse. But just as he was about to continue berating Su Chun, he noticed that Su Chun had already hailed a taxi and was departing as he rode back. The taxi's radio announced an advertisement. Good news! Good news! With a down payment of merely 20,000, you can move into a spacious 150 square meter home. Yes, you heard correctly. The first phase of Zhongya Century City is now available. With a down payment of only 20,000 to purchase a large unit of 150 square meters, don't hesitate. Zhongya Century City is not far from Rich Village, and the very developer preparing to demolish Rich Village is the same one behind this project. The relocation housing for Rich Village is also adjacent to Zhongya Century City. With a down payment of 20,000, Chun pondered, stroking his chin that a month later, the temperature plummeted, and within less than a week, an unexpected heavy snowfall blanketed the entire city. A month after the snow fell, sunlight could no longer reach anything below the 8th floor. Although hoarding sufficient supplies buried underground would not significantly impact Chun's daily life, being able to enjoy hot pot in a warm room while gazing out at a pristine, snow-blanketed world was a pleasure in itself. He instructed the driver, "Take me to the sales office of Zhongya Century City." "Young man, don't trust these developers. They are all deceivers. They lure you in with a down payment of 20,000, but the remainder must be repaid within 6 months. It's all a trap. 6 months?" Chun smiled slightly. Even if they survived that long, he could always offset the cost with a few packs of instant noodles. Upon arriving at the sales office, the sales staff eagerly began to introduce various housing types to Chun. However, his attention was not on the housing options. After discerning the layout from the model, he pointed to a window on the top floor of one building and declared, "I want this one." Huh. The salesperson, still rambling on about the features, was taken aback when Chun made a direct decision. After confirming that the unit was still available, the salesperson said, "Sir, you have an excellent eye. This is our most sought-after unit." Featuring an expansive space with an equally large private terrace of the same area, full-time lighting, and now available for just 1.32 million, we are currently running a promotional event, requiring only a 20,000 deposit. And upon signing the relevant paperwork and securing a loan, you could take the keys to... Chun smiled slightly. The salesperson was quite adept at flattery. This unit is indeed sought after. He thought that IT was situated near the street corner, adjacent to Rich Village, which was about to undergo construction. To the south lay a wide boulevard, providing a first-hand experience of the nightlife favored by thrill-seekers. That IT was also on the top floor. While advertised as a private terrace, the entrance was in the stairwell, and the fire exit could not be locked, allowing anyone access. Moreover, since it was labeled a private terrace, the property management would not take responsibility for any leaks on the roof. However, Chun chose not to expose the salesperson's tactics. He handed over the 20,000 deposit without a second glance, directly signing a hefty stack of contracts alongside a promissory note for 376,000. Due to the volume of business, the sales office facilitated the loan process directly in less than 3 hours. Chun had received the keys to his new home, with total expenses under 50,000. Upon returning home, the sky had darkened considerably. He powered on his computer, recalling the three-dimensional modeling and detailed blueprints for a post-apocalyptic fortress. During the 8th year of the disaster era, he had stumbled upon several scientists from the military who had fallen into obscurity. And these blueprints were the handiwork of theirs he had spent 3 years preparing. But unfortunately, before the construction could commence, the Chasu Snowfield Army was targeted by a regular military force. During those 3 years, he had perused the blueprints almost daily. While he could not achieve a complete replication, he could still recall the foundational structure and 80% of the core components. Just as he was about to begin, a gentle female voice called from outside, "Chun, it's Yiding. I have something I wish to discuss with you. May I come in?" "Absolutely not." Chapter 5. To dismantle or not to dismantle, Chun decisively rejected her, causing 3 seconds of silence outside the door before the suppressed, sultry voice rang out again. "Chun, I realize my attitude towards you today was unkind. I have come to apologize." Chun, uninterested in engaging in further conversation, remained silent and continued operating his computer. "Chun, I will only wait 3 seconds. If you do not open the door, I shall take my leave." Chun continued to ignore her. 3, 2, 1. "Chun, are you unable to open the door?" Listening to her incessant chatter outside, Chun felt puzzled. He initially thought it was because he had asked the 2 women to move out, and they were attempting to leverage that against him. However, considering the situation, it seemed there was something else that played a bit premature. Perhaps. Chun opened the door, and before he could fully process the situation, Xie slipped into the room like an eel and sat down on Chun's bed. She reached out to touch his blanket and, with a hint of concern, remarked, Chun, your blanket is a bit damp. That's not good. What nonsense. Chun rolled his eyes and replied, the main room is for you and Yao Chun. So naturally, the side room will be a bit musty. Weren't you two supposed to be moving? How far along are you? Upon hearing this, Xie expression stiffened momentarily, but quickly recovered. She grasped Chun's hand and said, actually, I originally wanted to stay in the side room, but little Chun insisted on the main room. And since you agreed, I didn't T-press the matter, so I'll have her move out shortly, and then you can occupy the main room. What do you think? As she spoke, Xie flashed a coy smile at Chun, conveying an unspoken understanding that, oh, then you should first send Yao Chun away. Chun replied, shrugging his shoulders. Xie assumed Chun would respond with eagerness. Readily agreeing to her every request, to her surprise, he was not following the script. Don't be hasty. I still need to hear what your plans are for our future, she said. Future? Plans? Chun let out a cold laugh. In his previous life, Xie had heard from some source that he had received compensation for demolition. Although it was merely 2 million in a relocated house, for an ordinary person, it constituted a considerable fortune. Would you forsake a soft loaf of bread readily available for an uncertain mountain of gold? Such dilemmas are for children. However, in Chun's recollection, Xie had only embraced him about a week prior to the impending disaster. It seemed that circumstances had shifted somewhat. So, you were preparing to marry me? Chun inquired. Xie smiled faintly. The fish is already on the hook, but one must not rush to reel it in. After observing you for such a long time, I believe you might be the one who can grant me happiness. However, if you wish to marry me, your performance will determine the outcome. Chun nodded and began to unbutton his shirt. You should first take a shower. Ah, Xie was taken aback by Chun's directness. If we were to talk about plans, having a child is of utmost importance. Hurry up and wash. I will wait for you. In the midst of their conversation, Chun was left in nothing but his underwear. As he placed his hands on the waistband, he heard Xie exclaim sharply, Chun, you big fool. I will no longer pay you any mind. With those words, she covered her face and dashed out. Chun felt a chill run down his spine. If his speculation was correct, within 30 seconds, Yao Chun would be knocking on his door. Upon entering, her first words would be, Chun, look at the mess you've made. It is rare for Yiding to take the initiative. If you don't seize this opportunity, you will regret it for a lifetime. A series of knocks echoed as Chun opened the door to find Yao Chun wearing a look of exasperation. Chun, look at what you've done. Yiding rarely offers you a chance like this. If you don't grasp it, you'll regret it forever. Why are you smiling? Chun did not respond to Yao Chun. Instead, he pushed her out of the room, stating, find a house and move. This is a piece of advice. If you disregard it, do not blame me for not warning you when you find yourself in a predicament. With that, Chun returned to his computer, hastily working on his blueprints. 7 military scientists had spent a year researching with existing technology to devise these plans, the complexity of which was difficult for an ordinary person to fathom. Although Chun was merely copying the work, it was no task that could be completed in a moment. After toiling throughout the night, he finally sketched the parts and assembly diagrams for the external framework. However, most of his time was dedicated to 2 conceptual drawings, detailing the fortress's various functions and characteristics. Many elements could not be meticulously illustrated, but this sufficed. Chun took a brief respite before rising and stepping outside. The main house still had its curtains drawn. It was Sunday, so Xie and Yao Chun were likely still enjoying their slumber. Chun took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Uncle Lee, are you free today? Perfect. Please come over and demolish my house. Including the courtyard wall, I have some matters to attend to and will transfer the money to you upon my return. Everything is packed up and there is no one home, so just proceed with the demolition. In truth, there was little to tidy up. The house was filled with old furniture and clothes, none of which warranted Chun's time for organization. It was simply a matter of packing up and discarding. After hanging up, Chun drove to the company. Upon entering, he spotted Wang Xiaoming exiting with Ding Hong following closely behind, drenched in sweat while attempting to explain something. Young Master Wang, please let me explain. We were pressed for time, so the proposal is somewhat rough. Please give us another chance. Our company will. Wang Xiaoming raised a hand to interrupt Ding's words, stating, Director Ding, for our Yida Group, your company's proposal can no longer be described as merely rough. Cooperation is a mutual choice. Even if it does not come to fruition, please maintain some dignity and refrain from being so subservient. What are you busy with, young master? Su Chun approached Wang Xiaoming and inquired. Su Chun, today is quite hectic. I still need to visit the next company. Let's drink another day. Wang Xiaoming tossed out as he prepared to leave. Young master, Su Chun quickly called out to Wang Xiaoming. You haven't forgotten something, have you? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoming slapped his forehead in embarrassment that if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have truly forgotten. Director Ding, may I borrow your conference room again? Feel free to use it. But I believe you need not waste these 10 minutes. Looking around the world, there are hardly any companies developing an arc for the apocalypse. What good proposal could Su Chun possibly present? Thank you for the reminder. Without further ado, Wang Xiaoming entered the conference room with Su Chun. Su Chun shooed everyone out and opened his laptop in front of Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming clearly did not harbor high hopes, casually flipping through a few conceptual drawings. Yet it was these very drawings that left him wide-eyed. Did you create this? Never mind that. Just tell me whether you are going to dismantle that half-built ark. Chapter 6. The girl beneath the bricks. Wang Xiaoming gazed at Su Chun thoughtfully for a moment before asking, May I have someone take a look at these blueprints? Of course. Wang Xiaoming sent the complete set of blueprints to an email and made a phone call. Hello, please evaluate the feasibility of this design proposal. In the quiet conference room, Su Chun could faintly hear the voice on the other end of the line. Young Master Wang, these blueprints are incomplete. I know. Wang Xiaoming was evidently already aware of this. Such materials constituted commercial secrets. Only a fool would send out the complete set of blueprints. I merely want to know about the feasibility of this. It is feasible, but many core technologies involved are exclusive to the military and are subject to stringent controls. The art company has not provided options of this caliber. After 3 seconds of silence, Wang Xiaoming stated, Settle the remaining payment with the art company according to the project ratio and dismantle all the parts that have already been constructed. What? Young master, did I hear you correctly? There is no need for so much chatter. Do as instructed. All right. After hanging up, Wang Xiaoming looked at Su Chun and said, Brother, let us discuss the price. Su Chun paused momentarily. Young master, you're terminating the contract with them before we've even negotiated the price. Are you not afraid I'll raise it? I believe you are a smart man. Fine, I will honor your trust. The design fee will be 20 million. Is that reasonable? Su Chun recalled that in his previous life, Wang Xiaoming had mentioned his arc for the apocalypse cost nearly $1 billion, so 20 million should fall well within his budget. Quite inexpensive. Wang Xiaoming mused for a moment before continuing. However, I have conditions. You will construct the external framework. It must be completed within a month. That I cannot provide you with the core blueprints. I will handle that myself. Additionally, I will also manage the assembly and debugging of the inner casing and external framework. You only need to pay, and you cannot interfere with anything. Understood. Wang Xiaoming nodded. However, I do not accept your price. All materials and components must be sourced from reputable manufacturers I designate, with Yida Group handling the payments directly. Su Chun nodded, knowing that Wang Xiaoming was not concerned about being cheated, but rather about ensuring quality. It was only sensible for Yida Group to oversee quality control. After signing the contract, Wang Xiaoming promptly transferred the funds to Su Chun, who promised to send the detailed blueprints for the external framework within 2 days. Following this, Wang Xiaoming insisted on taking Su Chun out for drinks. But Su Chun politely declined as he had matters to attend to. Thanks to Wang Xiaoming's connections, Su Chun easily secured 30,000 in compensation from the company and processed his resignation. With over 26 million in hand, Su Chun felt significantly more at ease. Upon returning to the wealthy village, he spotted a bulldozer parked in his yard from a distance. The back wall had been torn down, and a small portion of the main house had collapsed. 2 dirt-covered girls stood in the yard, shouting and cursing at the bulldozer. A large crowd of villagers had gathered around. You all demolished someone else's house without permission and nearly caused a tragedy. And you think a simple apology suffices? Yao Chun, hands on her hips, scolded the bulldozer driver. You see, young lady, Don't speak so seriously, I'm just doing my job. The homeowner said no one was inside. How was I to know you were sleeping in there? Uncle Lee, what is happening? Su Chun had approached the scene, squeezing through the crowd to ask the bulldozer driver, Su Chun, you've returned. Didn't you tell me there was no one home? I didn't even check and just pushed through from the back wall. Who would have thought two girls would suddenly crawl out from under the bricks, scaring me half to death? Seeing Su Chun, Yao Chun's frustration flared again. Su Chun, you didn't even discuss demolishing the house with us. Do you think this house belongs solely to you? Su Chun's expression froze. Isn't this house mine? Didn't I ask you to move out yesterday? Why are you still here? Ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Yao Chun exploded. Yitting and I came to your room last night. Don't play dumb. As soon as those words were uttered, a wave of murmurs instantly erupted around. Goodness, I told you, Su Chun is not just a sycophant. He is a true knight. Not merely a knight, but truly the embodiment of one. Upon hearing this, Yao Chun immediately realized her blunder and hurriedly explained. You all mustn't speak nonsense. Last night, as soon as he took off his pants, Ting left, and I arrived only afterward. Oh, the uproar grew louder. I left too. Yao Chun added, Su Chun, you truly lack the finesse to cherish delicate feelings. After attending to a lady, can you not spare her a night in your room? Is it too much to ask? Someone immediately began to defend her. Yao Chun, your words only make things worse, she said, exasperated, just as Xie Ting intervened beside her. Xie Ting approached Su Chun and inquired, Su Chun, were you genuinely unaware that we were at home? Not at all, Su Chun replied. Yesterday I told Yao Chun twice to have you all move out. Didn't she inform you? Perhaps little Chun forgot. This matter is on us. I shall go find a new place right now. By the way, you have nowhere to stay now, right? Once I secure a new home, you can move in with us. What does that sound? Su Chun was taken aback. What's the matter? We've known each other for so many years, and besides, we've been living at your place for quite a while. It's only proper. Xie Ting flashed Su Chun a gaze filled with affection. Su Chun regarded her with suspicion, feeling utterly perplexed. Something's off. There must be something. In his previous life, around early December, Xie Ting suddenly declared her desire to marry Su Chun, and they became intimate. However, calamity struck a month later. After the heavy snow ceased, residents from the affluent neighborhoods began migrating to the urban village for survival. The arrival of a wealthy heir caused Xie Ting to unhesitatingly abandon Su Chun and, along with Yao Chun and the heir, they took over his home, forcing him out to tea that time. Su Chun was left with nothing, and the villagers, preoccupied with entertaining the newly arrived affluent clientele, naturally refused to take him in. Su Chun had no choice but to venture out into the frigid cold of -68°C, nearly freezing to death on the way. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of spatial abilities, which led a spontaneously organized small team to accept him, he would never have survived until the 12th year of the disaster era. It must have been his actions, different from his past life post-rebirth, that brought about these changes. Yet, none of this mattered. Viewed from a divine perspective, everything was but a fleeting shadow for Su Chun. No need for that. You all should simply move your things out quickly and not delay my work, Su Chun said. Very well. Once we've moved into our new home, I shall invite you over for dinner, Xie Ting replied, pulling the reluctant Yao Chun from a yard. Little Chun, shall we continue with the demolition? Yes, let us reserve the main house for them until noon and first demolish the side rooms and the courtyard walls. Clearing away the debris, as Su Chun spoke, he suddenly heard a rough voice. Hey, Su Chun, didn't you say I couldn't have the house for another month? Why are you demolishing it yourself? Turning around, he saw the bald-headed Chong. With a glint in his eye, he smiled and said, I've got a lucrative deal lined up. I need this land. Did you think I would have signed the demolition contract so easily? Lucrative deal. Chong's interest peaked instantly. What kind of deal? Do share. Chapter 7. Sending money. Upon hearing Chong's curiosity, Su Chun feigned a troubled expression. Seeing him like this only heightened Chong's curiosity. Brother Su, therein lies your mistake, that we've been from the same village for so many years. How could you keep this from me? Besides, I'm just a simple man. I can handle some construction work, but wouldn't dare encroach on your business. Su Chun naturally didn't believe this. Chong looked every bit the thug, but his mind was calculating like no other. Brother Chong, It's not that I don't want to tell you. But fine, I'll share, just don't let it slip. All right. Chong nodded eagerly, perking up his ears to listen. Su Chun glanced around. The crowd that had just gathered had dispersed, leaving only Uncle Lee operating the excavator to demolish the house. In a low voice, he leaned closer to Chong and whispered, I recently signed a project contract with Yida Group. That Su Chun briefly recounted the situation, leaving Chong with a face full of confusion. End of the world fortress? Su Chun, don't fool me. Is the apocalypse upon us? Perhaps. Su Chun shrugged. ISNT, this all the rage among the wealthy circles these days. For the affluent, it's merely a toy, akin to buying dozens of multi-million sports cars to park in their garages. Are they truly used for commuting? Chong hesitated, realizing this was beyond his understanding. Observing his reaction, Su Chun adopted a boastful demeanor, unable to contain himself. Look at you. So Navi, let me show you something real. Su Chun retrieved the recently signed contract from his laptop bag, waving it in front of Chong, then opened it to reveal the last page, displaying Yida Group's official seal, inadvertently allowing Chong a glimpse of the project budget. The string of zeros and the capitalized characters declaring 1 billion yuan struck Chong's mind like a thunderbolt. Snap! Chong swiftly took a photo with his phone, capturing both the seal and the contract number. What are you doing? Su Chun quickly snatched the contract back, pretending to reach for Chong's phone. Don't be upset, brother. It's not that I've never seen such things, that I just wanted a photo to show off a bit. What's wrong? Is the great designer afraid I'll steal your business? Su Chun feigned distress, and Chong seized the opportunity. Brother, I've got some matters to attend to. Let us drink another time. Farewell. In less than 10 seconds, Chong and his entourage vanished from sight. Watching them disappear around the corner, Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Looks like someone is about to bring me some money. Although his current funds were barely sufficient, at this juncture, the purchasing power of modern currency remained robust. With money, he could exchange it for substantial resources, and thus, more was never unwelcome. After settling Uncle Lee, Su Chun headed to the nearest 5-star hotel. With the old house demolished and the newly purchased apartment yet to be renovated, he needed a temporary refuge to finalize the blueprints for the end-of-the-world fortress and send them to Wang Xiaoming. This task was urgent, as the forthcoming super fortress was crucial for his comfortable existence in the impending disaster. It had to be completed before the heavy snow fell. Otherwise, the future costs and construction difficulties would be 100-fold compared to now. After 2 days and nights, Su Chun managed to replicate over 80% of the fortress blueprints. The remaining less than 20% eluded him, but drawing on hazy memories and some specialized knowledge acquired post-apocalypse, he optimized the existing design to ensure a complete fortress could still be constructed. Before encountering regular troops, this fortress would be sufficient for him to be invincible for facing the regular army afterward. Relying solely on a so-called end-of-the-world fortress would be akin to an egg striking a stone. Any fortress built from materials available on Earth could be breached if someone deemed it worth the cost to do so. The best defense against regular troops would be a formidable offensive capability. However, crafting such power required immense resources and could not be achieved overnight, nor could it be accomplished solely by Su Chun, even with an infinitely large alternate space. After sending the external framework blueprints to Wang Xiaoming, Su Chun returned to the courtyard in the wealthy village. Last night, Uncle Lee had informed Su Chun over the phone that the house had been demolished, and all bricks, debris, and garbage from the yard had been cleared away. Each household in the wealthy village had a spacious yard, as each elder had once been a genuine farmer. Apart from the suburban arable land, they retained the habit of cultivating gardens in their yards. After the Central Asia Century City occupied the area, the village was replanned, and every household's yard was nearly identical, measuring 30 meters in length and 15 meters in width. Su Chun calculated against the blueprints. The yard was barely sufficient, but he had other plans. Renting a factory would be inconvenient due to the distance. Should he consider purchasing the 2 adjacent yards as well? Just as he pondered this, an arrogant voice interrupted. Little Chun. Su Chun turned around and smiled. Village chief. The newcomer was named Zhang Dashan, the village chief of the wealthy village, who held considerable sway in the area. Even Chong could only be considered his subordinate at that moment. Chong and a yellow-haired youth were following closely behind Zhang Dashan, hastily approaching Su Chun. You've made quite a name for yourself, landing a 10 billion project. Zhang Dashan immediately broached the subject upon meeting. How did you know? Of course. This was said by Guang Tuqiang, and such is the clarity of Su Chun. Nonetheless, he feigned panic and shot Guang Tuqiang a reproachful glance. Enough with the pretense. The village is quite small, and my father is the village chief. What matters could possibly escape his notice? The young man with yellow hair, who trailed behind Zhang Dashan, scratched his crotch and spoke up. His name was Zhang Xiaoshan, the son of Zhang Dashan. Xiaoshan? Zhang Dashan turned around and shot a glare at Zhang Xiaoshan, then grinned at Su Chun, saying, Su Chun, do not misunderstand, we have no ulterior motives. You mentioned you have taken on such a large project. Do you have sufficient funds? Would you require Uncle Zhang's assistance? While Su Chun remained calm internally, he still wore a troubled expression on his face. Village chief, this is a deal worth 10 billion. Perhaps you should reconsider. I have already secured a loan from the bank. What nonsense! Before Su Chun could finish, Zhang Xiaoshan interjected, Su Chun, do not think you are impressive just because you have read a couple of books. Do you think the Zhang family has never seen money before? Chapter 8. Lucrative job, that is not what I meant, Su Chun hurriedly explained. However, before he could elaborate, Zhang Xiaoshan approached him and said, Listen well, Su Chun, you are nothing but a pathetic coward. Do not let a contract with Yida Group go to your head. The land you stand upon is called Tuhua Village, and in this territory, my father can easily ruin your project with a single word. Yida Group will be of no help. Su Chun's face darkened at this. Observing this, Zhang Dashan smacked Zhang Xiaoshan on the back of the head. Scolding, Xiaoshan, how can you speak to Su Chun like that? Su Chun is a villager of Tuhua Village, and I am the village chief. His parents passed away early, and I consider myself a guardian of sorts. He is facing difficulties, and we must lend him a hand. Zhang Xiaoshan nodded repeatedly, but secretly shot Su Chun a threatening glance before retreating behind Zhang Dashan. Zhang Dashan approached Su Chun, patting him on the shoulder. Su Chun, I understand that large loans can be treacherous. The banks can be quite unscrupulous. You are merely undertaking a portion of the project, correct? Approximately what percentage? Roughly less than 3 billion. Su Chun contemplated before responding that, in that case, our family and friends can pool together to invest 1 billion for you. After 2 months, you can return 1,200 million to me. If you encounter any issues during the project, just tell Uncle Zhang, and I will handle it. Uncle Zhang, Su Chun attempted to say more, but Zhang Xiaoshan interrupted with irritation. What are you dragging your feet for? If you refuse, you won't be able to carry out this project in Tuhua Village. All right. Su Chun nodded reluctantly. Zhang Dashan handed Su Chun a contract that had been prepared in advance at Su Chun. We are all part of the same community. Contracts are merely formalities, but we still need to go through the motions since this money is not solely mine. Su Chun glanced over the contract and realized it was not an investment agreement, but a loan contract. The loan amount was 1,200 million, meaning the risks of the project bore no relation to Zhang Dashan. After 2 months, Zhang Dashan would directly profit 200 million. With a grimace. Su Chun signed the contract and reluctantly accepted the 1 billion transferred from Zhang Dashan. He then said, Village Chief, you mentioned you could help me with matters that I do have a request. I would like to purchase the 2 adjacent courtyards to build a factory. Could you help me negotiate? Build a factory? Zhang Dashan frowned slightly to Su Chun. The developers are scheduled to begin demolishing the buildings no later than 3 months from now. Won't building a factory now interfere with the demolition? It won't. Su Chun explained. It will be a simple steel structure factory. Renting a factory in the suburbs would be quite troublesome, and transporting parts would also be inconvenient. I need to complete the interior of the Apocalypse Fortress within a month and a half. After which I will dismantle the factory. In that case, let Xiaoshan take care of this for you. I assure you that by tomorrow morning, the 2 adjacent courtyards will be leveled. Also, let Xiaoqiang handle your factory. Very well. Su Chun quickly retrieved a stack of architectural blueprints from his computer bag and handed them to Zhang Dashan. These are the blueprints and material requirement for the factory, according to the specifications. A rectangular pit 12 meters deep must be excavated within the factory, which needs to be hardened and reinforced with concrete. The dimensional tolerance cannot exceed 3 centimeters, and it must be completed quickly, ideally within 2 days. Is that feasible? After reviewing the blueprints, a broader smile spread across Zhang Dashan's face. No problem. Here's the deal. I will cover the cost of purchasing the courtyards, but the funds for constructing the factory must come from your project budget. Chun smirked. The cost of purchasing the courtyards did not necessitate Zhang Dashan's contribution. He merely needed to persuade the two families to sign the demolition contract. However, Chun chose not to expose this fact. After all, Zhang Dashan had just generously provided him with a small goal, and what more could he find to criticize? Watching the retreating figures of Zhang Dashan and his companions, Chun smiled. At that moment, an email arrived from Yida Group. Chun had attached a list of required parts to the blueprints, and Yida Group sent him the names and contact details of manufacturers they had secured. Chun hurriedly contacted these manufacturers one by one, sending them the names and processing blueprints for the mechanical, electrical, and other components he needed in addition to the materials for constructing the inner shell of the Apocalypse Fortress. Chun also included some personal items, which could also be considered components of the fortress, though they were not destined for Tuhua Village, but rather for his new home in Central Asia's Century City. After completing these tasks, Chun sought out skilled technicians and electrical engineers from an arms factory. The work on the inner shell of the Apocalypse Fortress was not something Tukyang and his crew could handle. Many skilled technicians from military factories often took on side jobs during their downtime, and with the right compensation, it was easy to recruit them. The rest would not concern Chun. Payment was the responsibility of Yida Group, and he merely awaited the delivery. After all this, 2 days passed. Today was November 16, and there were still 26 days until the heavy snowfall. Tukyang's work efficiency was commendable. In just 2 days, the simple steel structure factory was completed. When Chun went to inspect it, he simultaneously called the machining factory to arrange for the first batch of external frame components to be delivered. Dozens of large trucks rolled into Tuhua Village, drawing the attention of the entire village populace. When they saw the thick, shiny steel plates measuring several meters in length and the intricate mechanical structures atop them, everyone displayed profound astonishment. Young villagers who had previously worked in machining factories became the center of attention, proudly explaining the processing methods behind these complex structures and their high costs, eliciting gasps of wonder from the crowd. These raw materials were not considered expensive for such projects. Large pieces might cost hundreds of thousands, while smaller ones could even be below 100,000. However, after precise processing, their value would multiply several dozen times, or even 100-fold. Just a few days prior, the villagers had learned of Chun securing a major project. Yet few had truly believed it. Zhang Dashan had only been able to invest confidently after verifying the contract number with Yida Group, but now no one harbored doubts, watching Chun direct the unloading of cargo. Several self-proclaimed shrewd villagers approached him to strike up a conversation. However, Chun was too preoccupied to entertain their prying questions. Just then, Tukyang rushed over, pointing at the villagers who had approached and shouted, "Are you all blind? Can't you see that President Su is busy? If you have business, talk to me. Otherwise, get lost." Tukyang held considerable sway in Tuhua Village, and the villagers who had attempted to engage quickly retreated. Disgruntled, "President Su, you could simply inform us about such matters without needing to personally oversee everything," Tukyang remarked, arranging for a few of his subordinates to assist Chun in directing the unloading. Chun smiled faintly. He could see through Tukyang's intentions. However, he still replied, "Brother Chong, if you have something to say, just say it." President Su, considering the magnitude of this project, the funds certainly cannot be solely provided by the village chief's family. "I would also like to contribute some capital," Tukyang said, rubbing his hands together with a grin. "Oh, so you're here to offer money." Chun thought to agree, but suddenly an idea struck him. He smirked mischievously and said, "Brother Chong, don't say I'm not looking out for you. There is a lucrative job opportunity here. If done well, it could double your returns. Interested?" Chapter 9. Enemies from the Past, What Kind of Lucrative Job? Tukyang's eyes brightened. Chun glanced around cautiously before whispering to Tukyang, "Brother Chong, I have a procurement deal for living supplies. The demand is substantial, and you should have the channels to procure them. Right?" "Living supplies?" Tukyang queried, slightly puzzled. Chun patted Tukyang's shoulder and explained, "Think about it. If the apocalypse truly arrives, a fortress without food or water is no different from a grave." Oh, Tukyang's eyes widened with realization. "How much do we need?" The more, the better, Su Chun asserted decisively. Procure as much as you can within your capacity, but if we gather so much food and water, won't it spoil over time? Guang Tuqiang scratched his head in confusion. Brother Chong, why do you still think like a poor person? Su Chun retorted that wealthy individuals truly feel compelled to consume every item they purchase, simply because it is within their reach. Should something become damaged, they discard it, replacing it annually. For a privileged youth like Wang Xiaoming, who can effortlessly exchange a few million, what does it matter? Indeed, Bald Chong has already begun to devise his own little schemes. Su Chun smiled faintly and continued. Purchase as much as you can. If funds are insufficient, you may pay only a deposit. When the time comes, bring me the order form for my signature, and you can directly approach Ida Group to transfer the funds. As for how much you can profit from this, that will depend on your own capabilities. It's all thanks to you, my dear brother. Rest assured, when I make a profit, I will not forget your contributions. Su Chun waved his hands dismissively. Brother Chong, there's no need for such formalities. You keep the profits. I, Su Chun, will take nothing, but if you find yourself short on the deposit, feel free to take from me first. Very well. Watching Bald Chong hastily depart, Su Chun smiled subtly, having resolved yet another significant matter. If he were to undertake this himself, it would be an immense waste of time and quite troublesome. Ordinary stalls and shops could never procure such a vast quantity of goods. He must seek out large processing factories and breeding farms. With Bald Chong, a seasoned player in this society, handling such affairs would be considerably easier. In the afternoon, the skilled technicians recruited from the military factory also arrived. Aside from those engaged in labor, Su Chun had also hired a chief engineer. Do not underestimate these individuals. Over 30 of them command a monthly salary of staggering $2 million. Given the right equipment and conditions, they could even design and manufacture fighter jets, tanks, and armored vehicles. However, they would not dare to take on private jobs. While the higher-ups turn a blind eye, any breach of confidentiality could cost them their heads. Once he had settled the blueprints and technical specifics with them, Su Chun departed from the rich village and made his way to Building 18 of Central Asia Century City. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was met by two familiar faces emerging from within. Su Chun, Xie Yiding, and Yao Chun. Su Chun was taken aback by their presence. Su Chun, how did you know that Xiao Chun and I were renting here? I was planning to invite you over for dinner tonight. Xie Yiding remarked so they are renting here. Su Chun had intended to inquire about their residence, which would facilitate his plans should disaster strike. He never anticipated they would become neighbors. I bought a property here, Su Chun replied. What? Yao Chun's face lit up with joy. Seeing her smile, Su Chun quickly understood the reason for her delight and helplessly explained. But it hasn't been renovated yet. I see, Yao Chun said, slightly disappointed. That is no problem. Xie Yiding quickly interjected. Su Chun, come over for dinner at my place tonight. I will cook myself. Yiding, suddenly a familiar male voice interrupted Xie Yiding's invitation. Su Chun looked up, his gaze momentarily freezing as his adversary appeared. Feng Chusheng, the wealthy second generation who had previously conspired with Xie Yiding and Yao Chun to expel him from their home in a past life, stood before him. It was quite the coincidence to encounter him here, suggesting that Xie Yiding's presence was not merely coincidental. Yiding, is this your friend? Feng Chusheng's gaze towards Su Chun was far from friendly. Xie Yiding's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily shook her head. Just a regular colleague. After uttering this, she averted her eyes from Feng Chusheng, discreetly casting Su Chun a shy glance. Su Chun. It felt as though their relationship ran deeper than mere colleagues, while Xie Yiding simply had a modest disposition and was reluctant to let others know. Had this been the Su Chun of his previous life, he might have reveled in such a notion, but the current Su Chun saw through it effortlessly. Just a colleague, huh? Feng Chusheng regarded Su Chun with a meaningful glance. I'm inviting Yiding and Xiao Chun to a Western restaurant for dinner. Would you like to join us? Just as Su Chun was about to respond, Feng Chusheng continued. Oh, never mind. You, as an ordinary person from a lower class, would likely feel out of place dining in such an upscale establishment, and you may not even enjoy the meal. Let us go to as he spoke. Feng Chusheng produced his car keys and unlocked a nearby Mercedes-Benz. Striding over to Su Chun rolled his eyes. This behavior was entirely consistent with his impression of Feng Chusheng. Su Chun, It's not what you think that. I'll explain later. I must leave now, Xie Yiding said with an apologetic smile. How could you explain that? Su Chun mused silently, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely nodding indifferently as he walked into the building. This was the only penthouse in Central Asia's Century City that offered a view of the entire rich village from the windows. After surveying the layout of the apartment, Su Chun summoned his hired chief engineer to convey his ideas. We need to demolish all the walls that can be torn down in the house. Apply for a rooftop solar panel permit and install a layer of photovoltaic panels on the roof. This is not merely for power generation. It is to covertly dismantle the rooftop. The height of the interior was too low. While it might suffice for a temporary safe house, he aimed to construct the control room of an apocalyptic fortress, which he intended to take with him. His plan was to remove the ceiling floor, using the existing floor as a foundation to build an independent, movable safe house that, as for the risk of being reported, he could simply promise to dismantle it within a month, pay any fines afterward, and take responsibility for any issues, delaying until disaster struck. Upon hearing Su Chun's requests and glancing at the stack of blueprints he provided, the chief engineer was left dumbfounded. Mr. Su, what exactly are you planning to do? Su Chun pondered for a moment before responding. The apocalypse is imminent. Wealthy individuals are constructing doomsday fortresses. I must have my own safe haven as well. You truly believe in the apocalypse? What wealthy individuals do is purely for amusement. The chief engineer replied with a look of disbelief. Su Chun shrugged, saying no more. Just follow my instructions. I will compensate you generously. Having finalized the renovation plans for the property, Su Chun exited. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted a small boy drawing on his car with a stone. What the hell? Su Chun exclaimed, swiftly pulling out his phone to record as he rushed over. What are you doing? His voice startled the boy, who quickly discarded the stone, made a face at Su Chun, and bolted away. How could I let this slide? Su Chun lunged forward, seizing the boy by the collar and lifting him up. Whose little rascal are you? Where are your parents? Is anyone supervising you? Chapter 10. Must maintain before long. An anxious and furious voice rang out. Put my son down. Su Chun turned to see a middle-aged woman in a short-sleeved shirt running towards him, waving her arms. What are you doing? Is there no law, in broad daylight, trying to abduct a child? Come and see. This kidnapper is too rampant. Su Chun was taken aback. That was quite the accusation. As people began gathering around. He calmly fixed his gaze on the woman and asked, Are you his mother? Yes, I'm Zhou Tsaixia, the director of Central Asia Sunshine Community. On what grounds are you bullying my Jin Bao? Bullying him? Su Chun chuckled bitterly, pointing to his car. Lady, take a look for yourself. This is the handiwork of your child. The middle-aged woman glanced at the scratches on Su Chun's car, which spanned the front and rear bumpers and 2 doors. It would cost at least $2,000 to repair. The onlookers quickly grasped the situation. How can you claim this was caused by our child? Zhou Tsaixia retorted defensively. Is there anyone here who can confirm it was Jin Bao who scratched your car? See for yourself, Su Chun said, directly opening the video he had just recorded. The gathered crowd quickly came to the conclusion. It was indeed Zhou Tsaixia's son who had damaged Su Chun's vehicle. After all, he had recorded evidence. If there were no proof, how could he be so confident? Zhou Tsaixia fell silent, stroking her son's head as she said, So what? He is still a child. You, as an adult, should not stoop to a child's level. Given that you just lifted my son, you are suspected of deliberately harming a minor. If we choose not to pursue your responsibility, let this matter end here. Are you all right, lady? Su Chun found himself at a loss for words. Everyone, please weigh in. He damaged my car and thinks he can just walk away. What kind of logic is that? Exactly. Several voices echoed in agreement with Su Chun's stance. You were in the wrong first, and now you dare to blame him? Truly absurd. Seeing the crowd rallying around Su Chun, Zhou Tsaixia grew frantic. Everyone, shut up. The piercing roar instantaneously silenced the surroundings, causing the onlookers to realize that the speaker was none other than the community director, Zhou Tsaixia. Although this position bore little actual authority, lacking even an official designation, it served as a bridge between community residents and the authorities, a service role that connected the two. Households with children or elderly residents often refrained from offending her, or rather, they saw no necessity to provoke her over others' matters. After all, A single word from her could potentially require one to make an additional trip or two for administrative tasks, which could be quite troublesome. Upon discovering Zhou Taixia's identity, Su Chun's tone softened somewhat. His renovation project had certain peculiarities, making it unavoidable to engage with Zhou Taixia. Offending her at this juncture would undoubtedly lead to complications. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd, one that Su Chun recognized all too well. "What is going on here?" It was Officer Sun. Su Chun was taken aback, as this was the very police officer who had mediated the conflict between him and the bald man. "Guang Tuqiang, a few days prior to that. It's you, young man. I hope Zheng Chong and his crew haven't troubled you too much. No, not at all. I must thank you, Officer Sun. It's all part of the job. There's no need for thanks." Officer Sun's tone shifted abruptly, and he inquired, "What seems to be the problem here?" Upon seeing Officer Sun, Zhou Taixia's expression turned somewhat grim. She could play the rogue with Su Chun, but her antics would not hold sway over the police. However, to everyone's astonishment, Su Chun suddenly addressed Officer Sun. "It's nothing serious, just a minor disagreement. We can resolve it ourselves without bothering you." "Very well." Since Su Chun did not require intervention, Officer Sun refrained from probing further. Su Chun turned to Zhou Taixia, who looked utterly astonished, and casually pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket, placing it into her son's hands. He then ruffled the boy's hair and remarked, "What a clever and spirited child, always curious and daring to take action. Make sure to keep that spirit alive. Use this money to buy some candy." The little chubby boy's eyes immediately brightened, and he quickly scampered away with the money. The surrounding crowd, suddenly filled with disdain, lost interest and began to disperse. Su Chun's actions rendered Zhou Taixia somewhat bashful. "How could I possibly accept such generosity from you?" she protested, reaching into her jacket pocket. Su Chun, initially thinking she intended to return the money and preparing to decline, was surprised to see her produce 2 shopping vouchers and hand them over, saying, Zhou Taixia, never take advantage of others. Ha. "What a generous value," he replied, eyeing the 2 vouchers, each offering a discount of 100 yuan on purchases over 3,000. Su Chun, maintaining his composure, pushed the vouchers back, lowering his voice to say, "Sister Zhou, I recently purchased a new house and am currently undergoing renovations. The design is somewhat intricate, and I may require the community's approval and signatures for submission." What Su Chun referred to was the installation of photovoltaic panels on the rooftop, a fully compliant project that had official backing. However, delays in obtaining signature from the community could extend the construction timeline, which was pressing for Su Chun. Understanding that urgency, Zhou Taixia quickly gained confidence that I see. You young folks love to try new things, as long as everything is legal and compliant, I assure you. I will facilitate the process. Great. After bidding farewell to Zhou Taixia, Su Chun suddenly noticed that Officer Sun had not yet departed. Standing beside him was a tall, slender, yet strikingly attractive woman, likely in her mid-20s. "Officer Sun, you live here as well?" "Yes, I reside in Building 18. I heard that the top floor, 2202, has been sold." "That must be you, right?" "Indeed, it seems we're now neighbors. That I look forward to your guidance." Officer Sunday guidance is a strong word. "Once you settle in, do come over for a meal." Sure, Su Chun replied, thinking it was merely a polite gesture, not expecting a genuine invitation. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Chun drove away. Watching the departing vehicle, Officer Sun suddenly turned to the beautiful woman beside him and asked, "Sinan, what do you think of this young man, Su Chun?" "What do you mean?" the girl replied, somewhat puzzled. "You're not getting any younger. It's about time you considered a boyfriend." "Stop joking, Dad. He's not my type." "What type do you prefer?" "A rich second generation. I warn you to stay far away from that scoundrel." "Feng Chusheng, that if I find out you two have any entanglements, don't expect me to answer when you call me Dad." With that, Officer Sun turned on his heel, entering the building, while Sun Xin and stomped her foot in pursuit. "Dad, wait for me." As Su Chun drove towards the hotel, he heard a looping advertisement on the radio. Walmart is hiring warehouse managers, movers, sorters, and delivery drivers. No education or experience required. Salary ranges from 8,000 to 20,000. Interested parties may interview at Walmart's Northwest headquarters. Su Chun paused, astonished by the high wages for movers. Could it be that competitive? He wondered. Suddenly, he recalled an incident from his previous life. It was around this time that a massive theft occurred at the Walmart warehouse. Reports indicated that billions worth of goods vanished overnight, and interestingly, all surveillance cameras had mysteriously failed at the time. Chun dismissed it as nonsense. However, after acquiring his spatial abilities, he realized the implications. Someone must have awakened their spatial powers before the disaster struck and completely emptied the Walmart store. Determined to secure an interview, Chun resolved that whether for warehouse management or as a mover, he needed to get inside. This would not only provide him access to a substantial and comprehensive supply of goods, but also allow him to discover the identity of the individual with spatial abilities. If the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Chapter 11. Cole Walmart's Northwest headquarters was located in Shia City, with the interview taking place at the warehouse, situated in a rather remote area. The distribution warehouse was expansive, necessitating the most cost-effective land. As Chun arrived early, it still found himself behind over 100 applicants. This was hardly surprising. With such a lucrative salary range, even the lowest tier would be considered attractive. After receiving a number, he casually found a spot to light a cigarette while waiting. "Let us go. We have no chance," he heard a nearby construction worker in camouflage attire lamenting to another. His expression conveyed a sense of defeat, clearly lacking hope for the interview. However, the shorter laborer seemed unwilling to concede, replying, "Why not give it a shot? Working here is far more comfortable than on a construction site. And they want to delay your wages. What kind of nonsense is that?" The taller worker scoffed at your ancestors' graves burn. "Most of the people ahead are university graduates. I even heard there are 2 with master's degrees. They all came with resumes. You even know what a resume is. You don't even have a local household registration. Do you think you stand a chance? Since we're here, we spent 68 yuan on a taxi to get to this godforsaken place. Might as well give it a try, right?" Fair enough, Chun thought, feeling no anxiety. His education was respectable. He possessed a local household registration, and having grown up independently, he was strong enough. His qualifications were well-rounded, and he anticipated no issues. The interview proceeded swiftly. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the first 30 applicants had completed their interviews, some jubilant, others crestfallen. A short while later, the 2 construction workers emerged from the interview room, their faces radiating excitement, clearly having been hired. Seeing this, Chun confidently stepped into the interview room. Upon exiting, he observed the 2 laborers beaming with joy, prompting him to reflect on where he may have faltered. The interviewer merely glanced at his resume, asked no questions, and simply delivered a standard response. "I'm sorry, you're not a suitable fit for our position. Thank you, that if it weren't for the fact that this was Walmart's warehouse and that they reimbursed him the 100 yuan taxi fare." Chun would have suspected they were merely collecting resumes to sell as scrap paper. Upon exiting the Walmart warehouse, Chun watched the flow of trucks and pondered for a moment before driving away. He was determined to infiltrate this warehouse, albeit through some rather unconventional means. That on his way to the city center, Chun suddenly noticed a line of over a dozen coal trucks parked by the roadside. Traffic officers were busy recording something, while several drivers, displaying a variety of emotions, wept openly. "What is happening here?" Chun parked his car and approached. While he had little interest in the incident, the sight of the coal trucks sparked his curiosity. In the face of extreme cold and heavy snowfall, food and heating became the most precious commodities. The traffic officer glanced at Chun, displaying impatience. "It's none of your business. Don't interfere with my duties." Chun frowned slightly. The officer's attitude irked him, yet societal order still prevailed, and he refrained from further comment. Recognizing that the officer was under no obligation to explain anything to him, he approached the distraught truck drivers, asking, "What is going on, gentlemen?" Upon hearing Chun's inquiry, over a dozen drivers seemed to have found an outlet for their pent-up emotions, recounting their grievances in a torrent of words. It turned out they had come to Shia City to deliver coal. A week prior, the local heating companies had placed an order for a substantial quantity of coal, directly through the transportation fleet. The fleet arranged payment with the mine, loaded the trucks, and transported the coal here to earn the freight and price differential. A convoy of 14 large semi-trailers, overloaded with 1,500 tons of coal, journeyed day and night to Shia City, only to discover that the heating companies had breached their contracts. Everyone was aware of the underlying reason for the situation. The temperature inexplicably soared, and in the northern regions, where winter coats were typically essential, the lowest temperature reached a staggering 23°C. Heating companies usually procure coal ahead of time, but with the current lack of need for heating, their warehouses must still be stocked with considerable reserves, rendering the additional coal unnecessary. These were private heating companies. They had previously engaged in coal transactions, often merely requiring a phone call to place a deposit of several tens of thousands, with contracts finalized afterward. The absence of a contract meant there was no question of penalties for breach. Now, several major local private heating companies had united to target these coal-hauling drivers, offering two choices: either return the coal or sell it to the heating companies at a mere 30% of the original price. The drivers found themselves in a precarious position. They were certain to incur losses, yet they could not swallow their pride. Consequently, they resolved that even if they had to return the coal, they would not sell it to the heating companies. As they prepared for their return journey, they were unexpectedly reported by well-meaning citizens for overloading and were promptly detained by the traffic police early in the morning. After listening to their plight, Chun pondered for a moment and remarked, "Masters, if you return the coal untouched, you will incur significant losses, won't you?" Though they were ultimately required to return, the difference between an empty return trip and one laden with over 100 tons of coal was stark. Moreover, with global temperatures rising, coal prices were dropping everywhere, making a sale to the heating companies at 30 a seemingly better option. "Who could disagree?" grumbled a middle-aged man with a hunched back, his face a mask of frustration. "We just cannot accept this humiliation. After years of transporting coal, this is the first time we have been subjected to such indignity." At that moment, the traffic officer approached with a stack of fines, handing them to the hunched man. "Regardless of the reasons, overloading is illegal. If an accident occurs, you will regret it." The man glanced at the fine, and his eyes reddened instantly. "2,000. Our losses on this coal are already catastrophic. And your fine is 2,000. How are we supposed to survive?" The officer paused, clicking his tongue. "Master, you must understand that the fine is not the objective. It is for your safety, to emphasize the seriousness of the matter. According to regulations, an overload of 30 incurs a fine of 2,000. You can calculate your own overage." The drivers exchanged glances, and the officer continued, "I have not submitted this yet. I only issued the fines based on the minimum standard. If I report it, each vehicle will incur an additional 3,000. That the drivers felt a knot tighten in their chests, and one asked, "If we pay the fine, can we leave?" "You may depart, but you cannot take to the road while overloaded." "What? We pay the fine and still can't leave?" The drivers' faces flushed with anger. "You can find another vehicle to help transport some of the load, or leave the truck here and figure out how to offload part of it." The officer considered briefly before adding, "How to offload? In this winter heat, with temperatures soaring, where can we offload coal? That is not my concern. First, pay the fine, leave the keys, and the vehicle cannot move until the overload issue is resolved." Just then, a phone rang, and the hunched man checked the caller ID. It was the heating company. He answered on speakerphone, and a triumphant voice immediately resonated. "Old Yao, have you left Shia City? How about considering selling the coal? But the price is no longer 30. It's now 20. To hell with you." The hunched man cursed and hung up the phone, while his companions attempted to intervene but were too late. "Old Yao, do we have any other options now?" "Yes, let us just sell it. It's like feeding it to the dogs. Otherwise we won't even be able to drive away." Alas, the hunched man sat on the curb, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. "If it comes to that, then we have no choice." Beside him, Chun's eyes sparkled with an idea as he sat down next to the hunched man. "Brother, what is the cost of transporting this coal here?" The hunched man, still holding the cigarette, calculated silently for a moment. "The price from the mine is 130 per ton, and with transportation doubling that. Excluding labor, the cost to bring it here is at least 260 to 300. Chun nodded slightly. When winter began this year, the villagers from the wealthy village bought coal. It was priced at less than 700 per ton. The heating companies, purchasing in bulk, would naturally pay a lower price, but should be less than 500. This means the private heating companies are attempting to acquire the coal at just 100 per ton. Quite exploitative, indeed. However, this was of little concern to Chun, as his goal was to procure the coal regardless. Even if he had not encountered these coal trucks, he would have made a trip to the mine for a bulk purchase. But now a more convenient option seemed to have emerged. After all, for Su Chun, money was not the issue. Time was the most precious commodity. Brother, we'll buy your coal. I can offer you. Su Chun initially held up 2 fingers, but then reconsidered and raised 3. 300 per ton. The moment these words left Su Chun's lips, all the drivers were taken aback. What? You don't want to sell? Su Chun inquired with a smile. Sell, sell, sell. The hunchman quickly pulled out a pack of soft cigarettes from another pocket, offered one to Su Chun, lit it, and asked, Little brother, do you really want to buy the coal? Is there any doubt? I will take all 1,500 tons for 450,000. This, how can we accept this? Don T listened to his nonsense. At that moment, the traffic officer interjected. Does he really have the capacity to handle 1,500 tons of coal? Brother, who do you look down upon? Su Chun retorted, raising an eyebrow. A mere 450,000 is still within my means. Indeed, 450,000 was not a significant amount, but procuring storage for the numerous trucks of coal would pose a challenge. Coincidentally, I am not lacking in space. Don T mentioned 1,500 tons. Even if it were 1,500 million tons, I have plenty of room to store it. Daha. You all should pay the fines first, the officer remarked dismissively. I don't care whether he buys your coal or not. Resolve the overloading issue, call me for the keys, and you cannot hit the road until after midnight. Understood? Got it. Go about your business. Su Chun waved dismissively and then disregarded the officer entirely, dialing another number. Hello, Changge. Send some trucks to the East Ring Road to help me transport 1,500 tons of coal. 1. 500 gene of coal. Guangdo Chang responded, puzzled. Xiao Su, why are you buying so much coal in this sweltering heat? No, it's 1,500 tons. Get all the available trucks you can find, and ideally have them all bring it back to the factory in the wealthy village today. What? Guangdo Chang was taken aback. Xiao Su. Are you crazy? The heating companies aren't even buying coal now. Why are you acquiring so much? Why all this chatter? Su Chun snapped, growing impatient. That I'll explain later. Just get the trucks here to transport the coal. My time is extremely valuable. All right. After hanging up, within half an hour, dozens of trucks of varying sizes sped toward them, led by Guangdo Chang's old Land Rover. Guangdo Chang, fanning himself with a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War, grinned as he directed workers to unload coal from the semi-trailers. Once everything was arranged, he approached Su Chun and said, Xiao Su, I must advise you that coal prices have plummeted. Purchasing coal at this time is not a wise decision. When is it a good time to buy? Su Chun inquired. At Tino time, is it a good time to buy coal? Guangdo Chang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Brother Chang, Su Chun said, placing a hand on Guangdo Chang's shoulder. We must think long-term, that if tomorrow the temperature suddenly drops to -40°C, will it be too late to buy coal then? How could that be possible? Guangdo Chang pointed at the sun above, which appeared larger than usual. Look at the sun. It's much bigger than normal. How could there be a temperature drop? Experts say the heat will persist until the beginning of spring. Su Chun scoffed at the experts, but upon glancing upward, he was suddenly taken aback. He had not previously noticed that the sun indeed appeared significantly larger, particularly in comparison to the aftermath of the disaster. After the calamity, for approximately 2 years following the cessation of snow, people could see sunlight, yet the temperatures remained frigid. Otherwise, by the 12th year of the disaster era, there would be no signs of melting ice or snow globally. During that time, the sun appeared about 1/5 smaller than it does now. At least it seemed so. And now, the sun appeared about 1/10 larger than it usually did. Could this be the cause of the calamity? Old brother, what are you staring at? Guangdo Chang suddenly asked. Nothing, Su Chun replied, shaking off his thoughts. Have the masters put in some effort? If we can finish today, I'll offer a bonus. There's more work tomorrow. Very well, replied Guangdo Qiang, suddenly shifting the topic. Su Laudi. Our fellow villagers have pooled together a sum of money for you. Once you receive it, you won't need to take a loan from the bank anymore. Su Chun looked at Guangdo Qiang with a puzzled expression. How much? 120 million, Guangdo Qiang said proudly, as if he were the one investing the money. However, Su Chun merely nodded calmly and replied, then have them transfer the money to my account first. I will provide them with a contract later. All right, Guangdo Qiang thought to himself, amazed by Su Chun's composed demeanor. This person is indeed different once they gain some ability. After settling the coal transportation matters and transferring 450,000 yuan to the truck driver, Su Chun hurried back to the factory in the rich village. The factory was primarily used to create the inner structure of the apocalyptic fortress, occupying a significant portion of the space. Although there was still ample room, it could barely accommodate the 1,500 tons of coal. The issue of unsold coal, however, was not confined to Shia City. If Su Chun's intuition was correct, word of today's events would spread. And by tomorrow, drivers from other cities would contact him to sell coal. Su Chun was prepared to accept all offers, which was also the reason he had decided to raise the price from 200 yuan per ton to 300 yuan. With such a vast quantity of coal, even renting a factory would not suffice, nor was it necessary to possess a unique space, one that was infinitely expansive. Upon returning to the factory, the workers were on their lunch break. Su Chun ordered a feast for them at a nearby restaurant, sending them off. The coal trucks arrived one after another, and Su Chun opened the entrance to his unique space at the bottom of the framework. He could open this entrance at any location within a 10-meter radius. He then directed the drivers to unload the coal inside. Once the 1,500 tons of coal were unloaded, the interior remained eerily empty. As the coal had already entered Su Chun's unique space, the drivers continued unloading without noticing anything amiss. When Guang Tuqiang arrived, Su Chun directly blocked him outside, ensuring that he remained oblivious to the oddities. In the afternoon, while contemplating methods to access the Walmart warehouse, Su Chun awaited a call, as expected. Before nightfall, he received a call from a coal transportation team. "Hello, is this President Su? I heard that you have procured a considerable amount of coal. Do you still have a demand for it? The price is negotiable." Su Chun smiled slightly. In the early hours of that day, over 100 large semi-trailers queued to enter Shia City, depositing nearly 30,000 tons of coal into Su Chun's unique space. If this coal were solely for Su Chun's use, it would last him several lifetimes. As for future demand, Su Chun had his own considerations. After the catastrophe, the mineral resources on Blue Star became ownerless. As long as one had the capability, coal, a resource with abundant reserves, was in limitless supply. Thus, there was no need to continue purchasing coal afterward. After a night of activity, Su Chun slept until noon the following day. Upon waking, he savored the delicacies of a 5-star hotel while browsing his phone. Suddenly, a video caught his attention, titled "The Most Magical Life Cheat." After watching it, an idea struck him, prompting him to rush to the building materials market to buy a retractable ladder. He then took a taxi to the Walmart warehouse. It is said that possessing a ladder grants one access to any location. For the sake of success, Su Chun even changed into a gray work uniform. Although uncertain of the plan's feasibility, he felt no anxiety. Such was the psychological resilience cultivated during the 12 years of the disaster era. Using the same entrance as yesterday, he found that there were no job applicants today. 2 security guards in the security room were slacking off. Upon seeing Su Chun, they quickly donned their hats and approached him. "Master, what brings you here?" "Routine maintenance for the surveillance system." The security guard paused, then smiled. "Well, go on in. Your colleague has been here for a while?" Su Chun was taken aback. He had merely concocted a reason, but unexpectedly encountered someone who played along. Seizing the opportunity, he nodded and entered. As soon as he stepped through the warehouse door, he spotted a worker in a blue uniform, also carrying a ladder. The two exchanged brief glances but did not linger. However, a security guard suddenly chimed in. "Chun Shifu, why didn't you mention you were coming with someone?" The worker paused, and Su Chun felt a jolt of surprise. But he remained composed. He quickly approached the man, shaking his hand and saying, "Master, I'm new here. The supervisor mentioned there was some work today and asked me to lend a hand. Didn't he tell you?" Oh, okay, then come with me." Su Chun exhaled in relief, casting a smile at the security guard as he followed Chun Shifu into the warehouse. Inside, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Many were newly hired movers, while others were recording data. Suddenly, Chun Shifu slowed his pace and scrutinized Su Chun. "Did the supervisor not inform you of my name?" "No, he only said that an experienced worker had arrived early and that I should find you directly." Su Chun fabricated a response. Yet he sensed a subtle shift in Chun Shifu's gaze, a fleeting ripple that, while not overt, was perceptible to Su Chun. He found this reaction surprising. Such a look would be entirely reasonable on his own face. As he was an imposter, But for the other party, initially intending to find an opportunity to slip away, Chun Shifu suddenly changed his mind. That if you need anything, just let me know that I'm here to assist. Good. As they spoke, the two moved to a location directly under the surveillance camera. Chun Shifu pointed to the camera and instructed Su Chun, Xiao Su, please take this camera down. I need to use the restroom. Take down the camera. Use the restroom. Su Chun thought to himself, realizing that Chun Shifu had intended to escape with this excuse, but had inadvertently been preempted. Moreover, what was the purpose of dismantling the camera? Although Su Chun had never maintained surveillance systems, he assumed it was merely to check if the cameras were functioning correctly and inspect the wiring for wear. How high is this? Dismantling it and reinstalling it. Su Chun inquired that's required by the supermarket. They've ordered a batch of new cameras expected to arrive this afternoon that we need to dismantle all the cameras first so we can install the new ones directly when they arrive, saving us some time. While this explanation sounded reasonable at first glance, upon closer inspection, it was riddled with flaws. Normally, one would wait for the new equipment to arrive before dismantling the old. This would prevent any issues in the warehouse during the interim without surveillance. Su Chun refrained from exposing the inconsistency, instead feigning difficulty. Chun Shifu, I can't go up there alone. You'll need to hold the ladder for me. All right, just wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, Su Chun nodded, then sat down, following Chun Shifu's retreating figure with his gaze. Once the man turned the corner, Su Chun swiftly rose and followed closely behind. The restroom was empty, and Su Chun discovered that Chun Shifu was not using the facilities, but rather had opened a window to make a phone call. From his position, Su Chun could not discern the contents of the conversation that he stealthily approached, but as soon as his toes touched the restroom floor, Chun Shifu noticed his presence. What are you doing here? Chun Shifu quickly hung up the phone and fixed his gaze on Su Chun. Oh, nothing. I just needed to use the restroom. Su Chun replied hastily, moving to a urinal to wash his hands. His words were casual, yet the coldness in his eyes spoke volumes. After forming the Chun army, he underwent special training. Even on freshly fallen snow, he could tread soundlessly, though this body had diminished physical capabilities. It was still challenging for an ordinary person to hear his footsteps, given the considerable noise in the warehouse. It was remarkable that Chun Shifu could easily perceive the sound of his footfall from at least 7 or 8 meters away. This spoke volumes about the situation that Su Chun was nearly certain that the man before him, Chun Shifu, was the very individual who had obtained spatial powers and cleaned out the Walmart warehouse overnight. This was a serendipitous turn of events. All Su Chun needed to do was follow Chun Shifu's lead in dismantling the cameras, then find an opportunity to eliminate him, hiding in some corner of the warehouse until nightfall when fewer people were around, allowing him to execute his plan. With everything meticulously planned, Su Chun felt a sense of assurance. After leaving the restroom, the two began dismantling all the surveillance cameras in the warehouse. Once they confirmed there were no blind spots, Chun Shifu glanced at Su Chun and dialed a number. Hello, Zheng Zong. We've dismantled all the cameras in the warehouse. When will the new ones be delivered? Su Chun silently chuckled to himself, amused by the theatrics of the man. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed in, apologizing to Chun Shifu. I'm very sorry, Chun Shifu. Originally, the logistics said they would deliver today, but due to some issues on the road, they will need you to make another trip tomorrow morning. Well, that's fine. You all need to be cautious tonight. Without surveillance, any incident could lead to complications. All right, rest assured, should any issues arise, they will bear no relation to your company. Su Chun furrowed his brow. The middle-aged man's badge read supervisor, clearly indicating he was the person in charge of the warehouse. This meant that the request to dismantle the surveillance cameras indeed came from him, leaving Su Chun somewhat incredulous. Could it be that this supervisor was the one who had awakened spatial abilities ahead of time? Chapter 14. Breaking out exiting the warehouse alongside Master Chun. Su Chun still sensed something amiss. While the dismantling of the surveillance could be explained, the fact that the other party could hear his footsteps in the restroom was quite peculiar. He turned his eyes and suddenly whispered to Master Chun, Have you noticed any strange occurrences lately? Master Chun was taken aback by Su Chun's question. What strange occurrences? Recently, I feel as though I've acquired a special ability. Su Chun said mysteriously that I can open up a vast space that can hold numerous items, and whenever I wish to use something, I can simply retrieve it. While he spoke, Su Chun's gaze remained fixed on Master Chun. Yet he did not discern anything out of the ordinary. Master Chun first appeared dazed, then skeptical, and ultimately burst into laughter. "You young folks just love to joke around. I'm serious." "Then show me," Master Chun replied. Pulling a screwdriver from his toolbox, "Put this screwdriver into your so-called space. If you can, I'll treat you to skewers tonight." Su Chun accepted the screwdriver, keeping his eyes on Master Chun. The latter lit a cigarette, grinning as he seemed to await Su Chun's embarrassment. After a prolonged silence, Su Chun suddenly laughed. "Just kidding. Huh. Did you really think I could perform magic? How dull." Master Chun took out his car keys and unlocked a nearby vehicle. Asking, "How did you get here?" "By taxi." "Then let me give you a ride back to the city." "That works. Thank you, Master Chun." "Not a problem." As they drove back to the city in Master Chun's car, Su Chun nearly dismissed his suspicions. Thus, only one possibility remained. The warehouse supervisor was indeed the one who had awakened spatial abilities ahead of time. He had used the pretext of changing the surveillance to dismantle all cameras in the warehouse, seizing nearly 10 billion worth of goods into his space under the cover of night. "Where do you live? Let me drop you off," Master Chun inquired. "And oh need, just let me off at that entrance ahead. I can take a taxi from there." "All right, take care on your way." After alighting from the car, Su Chun quickly hailed a taxi. Once inside, he closed the window and instructed the driver to the eastern suburbs. To the Walmart supermarket warehouse. As the taxi drove away, an unremarkable-looking man emerged from the shadows and entered Master Chen's vehicle. "Captain Chun, our people have been blocking the roads all afternoon, but haven't seen anyone repairing the surveillance of the Walmart warehouse." "Strange," Master Chen murmured, then added, "That's not important now. Just take me back to the Walmart supermarket warehouse. Tonight, when the Walmart convoy crosses the border, contact our superiors to coordinate. Do not obstruct them." "What superiors?" "Walmart has already made their own arrangements. Once they cross, it will be smooth sailing." "Good. Once the convoy crosses the border, apprehend those individuals. While I'm away, keep an eye on things in the team, and also take care of your sister-in-law and Xiao Yu." Rest assured, by the time Su Chun arrived at the warehouse, the sky had darkened. He approached the entrance with composure, greeted by the same two security guards. "Hey, little master, back again? I left my tools on the shelf. Just came back to get the..." Su Chun fabricated a story while pulling out 2 cigarettes to offer the guards. The guard chuckled, taking the cigarettes and tucking them behind his ear. "And oh, smoking during duty. You better go in and grab your stuff quickly. We're about to switch shifts." "All right." Su Chun hurried inside the warehouse. The countless shelves transformed the warehouse into a vast labyrinth that IT was just as busy as it had been during the day, with various handling equipment tirelessly at work and many individuals packing and boxing items. Everyone appeared exceptionally occupied. Su Chun thought little of it, finding a secluded small storeroom to hide in. He had observed earlier that these small storerooms were typically unvisited. Checking the time, he noted it was already 7:30, yet there were still no signs of work ceasing outside. Evidently, they were working overtime for some reason. IT was likely they would not settle down until at least 10 o'clock. Just as he pondered this, the doorknob of the storeroom turned unexpectedly. What a coincidence! Su Chun quickly concealed himself in an empty plastic box. Outside, he heard a flurry of footsteps and a woman's half-persistent, half-reluctant moans. "Supervisor, no, I'm not that kind of woman." "Enough nonsense. After midnight tonight, we will take all the goods and set off. Once we reach M Country, I'll be the executive director, and at that point, I can easily secure you a secretarial position, earning 300,000 to 400,000 a year, like it's a game. Scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Su Chun in the plastic box couldn't help but curse silently. But suddenly, he grasped something significant. "Set off? Take all the goods to M Country? What on earth? Are you serious?" The woman exclaimed in surprise. "There's no doubt about it. Hurry up and let me see your business acumen." "Supervisor, slow down. Her voice was abruptly cut off, followed by her questioning tone. "Supervisor, I'm feeling a surge of warmth." "You wouldn't TB. I'm just not in the right mood today." "What the hell?" Su Chun, hiding in the box, was utterly astonished. "Among those I know, I would gladly call you the fastest, but it's better to hasten and leave quickly so as not to delay Su Chun's affairs." However, to Su Chun's dismay, even after they were finished, the two did not leave. Outside, the sounds of giggles and whispers persisted, leaving him baffled. Half an hour passed. What on earth are you two doing? Chun was nearly driven to madness. The rustling and slurping sounds showed no signs of stopping. Finally, around 11 o'clock, they finished dressing and departed. Chun crawled out of the box and cracked the door open slightly to peer outside. It was nearing midnight, yet everyone was still busy. Hundreds of forklifts wove in and out of the warehouse, continuously transporting goods outside. Damn! Chun slapped his thigh, instantly understanding the situation. There was no one who had awakened spatial abilities ahead of time. It was clear that Walmart was engaging in internal theft while pretending to catch a thief. Suddenly, the warehouse manager approached with several workers, prompting him to quickly return to the box he had just occupied. Move all these boxes out of here and place them on the top layer of vehicle number 3. These boxes can't be compressed. Understood. The workers appeared somewhat anxious, not bothering to open or check the boxes as they swiftly carried them outside. Shortly, Chun felt a slight chill. They must have reached the outside. The workers placed the boxes onto a forklift and then onto an oversized semi-dash trailer. Chun gently opened the box lid to take a glance. As far as his eyes could see, dozens, even hundreds of trucks formed a long line. The front trucks were already loaded with goods, appearing to be overloaded by at least double, while several trucks behind remained empty. Were they planning to transport all the goods away to return to M country? What on earth was their purpose? Just then, a forklift lifted another box to a height greater than Chun's. He quickly closed the lid. Sitting inside the box, Chun fell into deep thought. The situation at Walmart was entirely different from what he had learned in his previous life. Yet, it was peculiar that such an event occurred. Under normal circumstances, a global chain supermarket wouldn't suddenly redirect its resources without reason. Unless Chun's eyes sparkled with insight in the darkness. The higher-ups at Walmart or the officials of M country had likely anticipated the arrival of this snowstorm. Things were becoming interesting. Since it was a resource redirection, it could not possibly be limited to just this warehouse. Likely, Walmart's chain stores worldwide were engaging in similar activities if the news had originated from M country's officials. Perhaps all chain supermarkets in M country were redirecting resources that, if all these resources could be seized, how exhilarating that would be. Chapter 15. Contradiction. The truck swayed uneasily, causing Chun a great deal of annoyance. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he suddenly realized the vehicle had come to a halt. He reached out to push the box cover, only to find it utterly immovable. After retrieving his phone to check the location, he discovered they had reached the border of Outer Mongolia. After pondering for a moment, he opened a portal to the alternate space above the box cover, allowing several crates filled with vacuum-sealed food to drop into the void. He then attempted to push the box cover again and, to his surprise, managed to create a small gap. Peering through the opening, he beheld an endless expanse of wilderness, which appeared remarkably desolate under the moonlight. Positioned towards the front of the cargo truck, Chun quickly noticed the leader of the convoy, seemingly engaged in negotiations with border soldiers. Surely, we won't be held up, he muttered to himself. With such a vast consignment of goods crossing the border, everything must have been arranged well in advance. Shortly thereafter, he observed a leader from Walmart handing a piece of paper to a border soldier, who inspected it meticulously before granting them passage. Indeed, they were crossing into the M country. After contemplating for a moment, Chun decided to retreat back into the crate. He had genuinely considered making a trip to the M country, primarily to procure a substantial cache of firearms. Such items were unattainable domestically, and even if they could be acquired on the black market, they would invariably be substandard products from unregulated workshops. Firearms require exceptionally high performance standards in low-temperature environments, and many finely crafted weapons fail to withstand a severe cold of -40°C. Should any issues arise, the consequences could range from minor malfunctions to catastrophic failures. Even if everything functioned correctly, the lifespan of such weapons would be significantly diminished. Chun intended to order a batch of firearms capable of operating reliably in frigid conditions, as this would ensure he would not become someone else's pawn in the future. Furthermore, if his calculations were correct, upon reaching his destination, he would likely acquire resources far exceeding his expectations. Given the differing market conditions across nations, this shipment would undoubtedly encompass a diverse array of goods. Thus, Chun decisively resolved to accompany the convoy to the M country. After what felt like another 7 or 8 hours, the convoy came to a stop once more, and Chun heard the distinct sounds of planes taking off and landing. Transporting a vast quantity of goods from the Hua country to the M country via sea freight could take as long as 2 weeks. Based on his deductions, the M country had likely anticipated certain events, prompting them to hastily summon an abundance of survival supplies. Consequently, maritime transport would be too slow. Peeking through a narrow opening in the cover, Chun confirmed that they had indeed arrived at an airport, a makeshift one at that. The number of large cargo trucks stationed at the airport was nearly 5 or 6 times greater than those in the previous convoy. It was evident that not only were supplies from the northwest headquarters of Hua country present, but also those from other warehouses and even other nations. This unexpected bounty filled Chun with excitement. Upon arrival in the M country, he would surely be in for a delightful surprise. He retreated back into the crate, reasoning that with such a massive amount of cargo being transferred, there would be little time for thorough security checks. As long as he remained motionless, he would be safe. Indeed, as Chun had anticipated, the process of loading the cargo onto the aircraft was even simpler and more direct than he had imagined. The truck drove directly beneath a gantry crane, which hoisted the entire truck bed and placed it onto a conveyor belt, subsequently leading it into the aircraft's cargo hold. Having flown on a plane before, this was Chun's first experience in a cargo hold. Fortunately, there were some ready-to-eat meals and high-end red wine available, making the 20-plus hour journey somewhat bearable. Once the plane landed, Chun hurriedly concealed himself back inside the crate, soon feeling the truck bed being transported elsewhere. Cautiously, he opened a small gap in the box cover to peer outside. Suspended in midair, he had a clear view of the surroundings. The open-air warehouse had been hastily established in an area overgrown with tall grasses, some reaching a person's height. Thousands of truck beds were haphazardly arranged in a chaotic manner, while temporary structures dotted the periphery. Scattered throughout were a few armed soldiers and 2 armored vehicles patrolling the area. As Chun contemplated how to abscond with the supplies and escape safely, the crane abruptly came to a halt, interrupting his thoughts with a cacophony of voices. Looking down, he noticed a heated argument between several workers and a supervisor. To his astonishment, these workers were the same individuals who had interviewed alongside him just days prior. Those damned foreigners, serving meals without any food and only giving us 10 minutes to eat. I'm here to earn money, not to be your slave. One worker shouted. We were promised 6-hour workdays, meals and lodging included, a monthly salary of $20,000, and a round-trip flight home once a year. We haven't even had a proper meal since landing. And you're demanding we start working? This is fraud. An estimated 200 Chinese workers accompanied the convoy, most of whom stood on the outskirts observing. Only a dozen or so confronted the supervisor, raising their voices in protest. The supervisor, a bespectacled Chinese man, shouted at the workers in fluent English, "You bunch of Chinese pigs, shut your mouths. Do you want me to call on people to kill you?" His voice was loud, but the workers remained oblivious, continuing their outcries. Growing impatient, the bespectacled man shouted in English, "Where's the supervisor of the Northwest Headquarters Distribution Center?" At once, a portly middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, standing before the bespectacled individual. This man was the same supervisor Chun had seen a couple of days ago, the one who had instructed Master Chun to dismantle all the surveillance cameras in the warehouse. Chun had initially thought him to be the one who had awakened spatial abilities early, but it was now evident that was not the case. The middle-aged supervisor bowed and scraped before the bespectacled man, saying, "Zhao, they are all uneducated. How could they understand English? You can just speak to them in Chinese." The bespectacled man looked at the supervisor incredulously. "You want me to accommodate these lowly pigs?" The supervisor appeared somewhat at a loss for words, and then replied, "I can be your translator. Okay. Tell these Chinese pigs that once they are here, they must obey every command. If they utter another word of nonsense, they die." Turning to the agitated workers, the middle-aged supervisor shouted, "The leader has spoken. Now is a busy time for the company. We should all work together and contribute. Once this busy period is over, the company will not mistreat anyone." Before the workers could react, the bespectacled man struck the supervisor on the back of the head. "Translate my exact words." The supervisor had no choice but to relay the bespectacled man's words to the workers. As soon as he did, the workers erupted in anger, with one educated individual pointing at the bespectacled man, exclaiming, "You are violating labor laws. You could be charged with human trafficking. I demand you send us back to our country immediately." "Yes, send us back, send us back," echoed the chorus of demands from the group, drawing in those who had been observing nearby. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the bespectacled man spoke into his radio. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The first worker to demand their return had his head exploded, blood spraying everywhere. The scene fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the heavy footsteps of a figure approaching, a black man clad in country military attire. "You dare to defy us?" All present turned pale, some even beginning to vomit. As the bespectacled man observed the scene stabilizing, he produced a handkerchief from his pocket, covering his nose, and stepped forward, stating, "Anyone who does not wish to die, kneel and listen to me." Chapter 16. Emptying the supplies out of over 200 workers, apart from the dozen standing defiantly in the center. The rest chose to kneel. They had never encountered the raw terror of death. And now, faced with its imminent reality, they were utterly unprepared. "And you?" the bespectacled man inquired. Glancing at the remaining defiant workers, 4 or 5 chose to yield, while the remaining 7 or 8 met the same gruesome fate as their predecessor. Observing from his hiding spot, Chun retreated back into the crate, grappling with an indescribable sensation. He did not feel pity for these individuals, nor did he intend to save them, the impending snow disaster. Nearly 80% of humanity in Blue Star would perish. The lives of these few meant little in the grand scheme of things. The laborers lowered their heads and commenced their tasks. While Chun was swiftly lowered to the ground along with the cargo container, he did not rush to exit. It was the afternoon, with the sun blazing overhead, making any movement outside too conspicuous. It was only deep into the night that Chun cautiously climbed out of the container, concealing himself behind it to peer outside. Thanks to the illumination, he could see the workers engrossed in their labor. Seemingly accustomed to the routine, that a few who excelled had been promoted to overseers, adopting a lofty demeanor as they scrutinized their fellow laborers with piercing gazes. Should they catch anyone slacking, they would not hesitate to deliver a harsh reprimand. This was a scenario Chun had anticipated, diverting grievances downward. In truth, the soldiers guarding this area were few, barely numbering 100. The combined workforce from various nations amounted to at least 2,000. If they united in a desperate struggle, it would not be impossible to vanquish these soldiers. Unfortunately, those brave enough to instigate change had already met their demise during the day, leaving only this rabble behind. Resistance demands bloodshed, ultimately necessitating sacrifice, yet no one wishes to lay down their life for the sake of others' happiness. Thus, these individuals prefer to be treated like cattle rather than dare to rebel. Such occurrences had become commonplace since the onset of the snow disaster. Those who could carve out a niche in this apocalyptic world were hardly benevolent. However, Chun had no time to ponder these matters. He needed to bide his time and begin his looting. Suddenly, the sound of bells rang in the distance, prompting all to abandon their tasks and rush toward the scant food supplies. During the scramble, they exhibited extraordinary ferocity, yet none dared to show their fangs to the soldiers distributing the provisions. After their meal, the workers did not resume their labor, but were instead directed to rest within some containers. According to the time in country, it was nearing dawn, and the workers were indeed exhausted. Several attractive women were pulled into various containers by some soldiers, and soon strange sounds emanated from within. The other soldiers could not resist joining the queue. Chun estimated that nearly 90 of the soldiers had flocked here to relieve their tension. It was an opportune moment. He hastily commenced his operation. With a mere gesture, he opened an entrance to an alternate space within the container, causing its contents to plummet into the void in less than 10 seconds. All the supplies from a heavy truck container had been claimed by Chun. Naturally, the container itself remained intact, supported by its skeletal framework and covered by waterproof tarpaulin. In the darkness, a shadow flitted through the labyrinth formed by the containers, leaving only the containers themselves in its wake. In less than half an hour, Chun had emptied over 100 containers. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the stillness of the night. Someone's escaping. Following the sound, Chun saw a figure darting from the workers' sleeping quarters toward the nearest patch of wasteland. The escape route appeared meticulously planned, skillfully avoiding the beams of all searchlights. If he could plunge into the tall grass, there would be hope for escape. Tragically, he was reported by none other than a fellow worker from the same container. This worker, frantic, stomped his feet as he watched the shadow almost reach the grass. "Help! Someone's escaping!" At that moment, several soldiers who had just entered the container to relieve themselves finally reacted and grabbed their weapons to pursue. Bang, bang, bang! The series of gunshots shattered the night's tranquility. Yet the fugitive managed to evade capture. The throng of soldiers stormed back, summoning all the sleeping workers from the container to gather in the open area. Who shouted just now? A soldier's translator relayed that "It was me." A middle-aged man raised his hand, stepping forward to claim credit. "I noticed he was acting suspiciously during the day, when everyone was asleep at night. I feigned sleep to keep an eye on him, and to my surprise, he truly dared to escape." "Good." The black soldier turned and requested a piece of meat from his subordinate, tossing it to the ground. "This is your reward." "Thank you. Thank you." The man gleefully knelt to eat. However, just as he swallowed the morsel, a cold bullet ended his life. The black soldier shouted at the crowd, "This is a punishment for his failure to report in time. From now on, we will count heads by container daily. Each container holds 40 people. If one is missing, all will be executed." Chun did not linger to witness the spectacle. During this time, he had emptied over 100 more containers. Yet this amounted to barely a fraction of the total supplies. The workers returned to their containers to sleep, while the soldiers continued their revelry. Within, as dawn began to break, Chun finally cleared the site of all its resources. He did not bother to tally the exact quantities or types. His utmost priority was to leave this place and find a weapons dealer in M country to procure a substantial amount of military supplies before hastily returning home. Cautiously, Chun approached the door of a temporary structure. If his memory served him right, the English-speaking man with glasses had been here yesterday. He retrieved a watermelon knife from his alternate space and entered. He tapped the cool blade against the glasses man's face, rousing him abruptly. "Who are you?" the glasses man demanded, his voice filled with anger. "Who the hell are you?" Chun retorted, plunging the knife into the man's shoulder. "Ah!" the glasses man screamed. Yet before he could utter another sound, the blade pressed against his throat as he opened his mouth. "Oh, you speak Chinese?" Chun inquired. The glasses man nodded fervently. "Where is this place?" Chun withdrew the knife slightly. "It's a wasteland near Texas." The glasses man replied hastily. "Which direction leads to the city?" "This way. Keep going and you'll see a road. Head south along that road, and you'll reach the city in half an hour." "Brother, we're both Chinese. Let us speak civilly," the glasses man pleaded. Yet in the next instant, the knife pierced through his throat. "Being Chinese and still speaking gibberish, do you think you're worthy?" Chun sheathed the knife and exited the temporary structure, diving headfirst into the tall grass. Before leaving, he also swiped a motorcycle. After navigating through the grass for a considerable distance, ensuring he was far from the open warehouse, he retrieved the motorcycle from his alternate space and sped away. With a full tank, he traversed for over 20 minutes before catching sight of a road. That moment, Chun suddenly noticed a figure crawling through the grass ahead. "What the hell?" A crouching devil. Chun hastily slammed on the brakes, but it was clearly too late. A scream echoed from behind him. Chun quickly stopped to look back. Master Chun. On the ground lay the very person who had dismantled the Walmart surveillance system with Chun. Master Chun. Chun was somewhat surprised, but not overly astonished. He had sensed something was amiss with Master Chun all along, but he just hadn't expected him to end up here. It appeared that the individual who had attempted to escape last night was indeed Master Chun. The man had already passed out. Chun conducted a brief examination, discovering a gunshot wound to his waist, likely from stray bullet during his escape, and a recent fracture in his right leg. Presumably caused by being struck by the motorcycle, he was clutching a photograph tightly in his hand. Chun pried it free and gazed at the image. Chun Xiaoyu. The photograph depicted a woman with a child. Astonishingly, the woman resembled Chun Xiaoyu, who had led troops to assault the Chasu snowfield in a previous life. But something was off. The woman appeared much more mature than the Chun Xiaoyu from his memories, who was merely in her 20s at that time. Now, 12 years had passed, suggesting that the girl beside her must be Chun Xiaoyu. Thus, Master Chun was likely her father in the wake of the apocalypse. Those who held significant positions within the regular military were not merely exceptional individuals. They typically had established connections within the official channels. This implied that Master Chun was very likely affiliated with the military of Huagua. Su Chun hastily searched Master Chen's person, uncovering an old-fashioned phone shattered by a bullet, a military knife, a Type 92 pistol, and an identification document. He pocketed the phone and pistol, then opened the document. Name: Chun Yufeng Department. Huagua's Special Intelligence Department position. Team leader: a spy, is it? Su Chun's eyes darted as he assisted Chun Yufeng in the back seat, then mounted his motorcycle and sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. It wasn't out of kindness that Su Chun acted. Someone like him, who had managed to slip into the ranks of Walmart warehouse workers in M country, surely harbored undisclosed motives, as Su Chun intended to gather information, perhaps gleaning something of value from the situation. Following the route provided by the bespectacled man, Su Chun swiftly arrived in the downtown area of Texas. This region, situated at the border of M country, had been embroiled in independence movements in recent years, leading to a chaotic governance often at odds with official M country authorities. The city appeared deceptively tranquil. Yet beneath the surface lay a lang of individuals. Before entering the city, Su Chun concealed his motorcycle within a spatial anomaly. It was his first venture abroad, and he needed to tread carefully until he grasped the local laws and customs. Supporting Chun Yufeng, he sought out a bank to exchange some currency for U.S. dollars. Then a quaint-looking inn. Upon learning that check-in required identification, they reluctantly retreated, as neither possessed any acceptable form of documentation. Consequently, Su Chun inquired among the locals for an inexpensive red light district and casually summoned a female technician named Mary to his room. Upon entering, Mary, noticing the presence of two men, expressed her dissatisfaction, stating, "For two, you must pay for three." Su Chun rolled his eyes. He found it difficult to justify the expense for a technician charging $3 an hour. He casually produced several $100 bills and handed them to Mary, saying, "Do me a favor." At the sight of such a sum, Mary's demeanor shifted, her every cell seemingly sending flirtatious signals towards Su Chun. Okay. Noble master, don't mention two. I can accommodate 10. You need to treat me as human. Without further ado, Su Chun pretended to rummage through his pocket, theatrically retrieving some gauze, a sharp knife, scissors, and common pain relief and anti-inflammatory medications from the spatial anomaly. As a world-renowned chain supermarket, Walmart had an extensive range of products. Mary appeared momentarily bewildered by the items. "What are you dawdling for? If you're not interested in making money, I can bring someone else." Su Chun feigned an intention to reclaim the cash in Mary's grasp. She recoiled, stuffing the money into her cleavage, then crouched beside Su Chun, asking, "How can I assist you? I will inform you when the time comes." After uttering this, Su Chun began to tend to Chun Yufeng's gunshot wound. The exterior had scabbed over, yet internal infection had set in due to the lack of timely care. While not a professional doctor, Su Chun had survived in a post-apocalyptic world for 12 years and could manage basic emergency procedures. He incised the wound, extracted the bullet, removed necrotic tissue, applied the anti-inflammatory medication, and bandaged the area. After completing the task, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his mouth felt parched. "Bring me a glass of warm water," Su Chun instructed Mary. However, upon turning around, he was startled to see Mary disrobing, coyly teasing, fresh and ready. "Would you like to try?" "Get lost," Su Chun exclaimed, cursing as he shouted, "Warm water! Water! Okay. Mary quickly dressed and went outside to fetch a glass of warm water. After quenching his thirst, Su Chun proceeded to realign Chun Yufeng's leg bone and affix a splint. This was the extent of Su Chun's capabilities. Whether Chun Yufeng would survive now rested with fate. He instructed Mary to take good care of Chun Yufeng and then turned to leave the room. Approaching the front desk, he asked the receptionist who had assisted them in selecting a technician, "Where is your boss?" Startled, the receptionist swiftly emerged from behind the counter, wrapping her arms around Su Chun's, her chest brushing against him as she said, "Sir, did our technician fail to meet your expectations? I can arrange another, or I could serve you personally." Su Chun, maintaining his composure, withdrew his arm and replied, The technician was satisfactory. I wish to discuss a significant transaction with your boss. Please help me get in touch. With that, he produced $20 from his pocket and handed it to the receptionist. She eagerly accepted the cash, tucking it into her bosom, then smiled. Please wait a moment. I will call the boss right away. Soon, a towering figure, approximately 6 feet tall and covered in hair, descended from upstairs. He strode directly to the receptionist, poking her with his middle finger and inquiring, "Where's the one discussing the big deal?" The receptionist, breathless from his touch, pointed at Chun, saying, "It's him." The large man whispered something to the receptionist, then seated himself on the sofa opposite Chun. "Hello, Chinese man. You can call me Sam." "Jean Lei," Chun replied. "Jean, shall we discuss your grand transaction?" At that moment, the receptionist returned with a tray bearing 2 cigars, which she handed to both Sam and Chun. She then picked up 2 10-centimeter-long matches. Igniting them with a swift motion, Sam took a match and, smiling, offered it to Chun. Not inclined to engage in conversation, Chun felt an unsettling atmosphere and accepted the match to light the cigar. Though he didn't inhale. Instead, he continued, "Sam, I'd like you to introduce me to a major arms dealer." "A major arms dealer?" Sam scrutinized Chun with skepticism, then asked, "How much are you looking to purchase?" "I have a preliminary budget of $40 million. All for arms," Chun stated matter-of-factly. Sam paused, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "You mean to say you want to buy $40 million in arms?" "That's merely an initial estimate," Chun affirmed with a nod. Sam's expression shifted to one of understanding. "I can offer you $100,000 as a referral fee." "Only $100,000? Chun's gaze sharpened. "That if you're not interested, I can seek another." Deal. Sam signaled to the receptionist. Leaning forward, he asked, "May I inquire whether you are purchasing as an individual or for an organization?" "No offense, but that is a standard question." After a moment's contemplation, Chun fixed Sam with a steady gaze. "An organization purchase. Could you share the name of your organization?" "I cannot," Chun replied firmly. "However, I can provide a clue. A large arms dealer should recognize it." Chun gestured for Sam to extend his hand, tracing a simple flame shape in his palm. "Remember this?" Sam's eyes were clouded with confusion. He didn't seem to comprehend the symbol's meaning. Yet he nodded. "All right, I will get back to you this afternoon." At that moment, the receptionist returned with 2 glasses of red wine, offering one to each man. Sam raised his glass towards Chun, who clinked his glass against Sam's, but did not drink, instead placing it down and returning to his room. Upon reaching the doorway, he was startled by strange noises emanating from within. What on earth is happening? Chun hastily pushed the door open to reveal Mary, embodying a galloping knight, performing an elaborate display of horsemanship. "Hold on." Chun quickly intervened, but it was too late. "Are you this dedicated?" Mary, somewhat embarrassed, hastily dressed while explaining. "He woke shortly after you left. We didn't use anesthetics for the surgery. And in his pain, he called out for his mother that I could only use my own method to alleviate his suffering." "All right, that's enough pain relief. If you keep this up, he'll truly be beyond saving. Help him in his pants, then you can take a rest." After dismissing Mary, Chun regarded Chun Yufeng, who appeared even paler. "Brother, this was your own choice. It has nothing to do with me. In the afternoon." The receptionist knocked on Chun's door, announcing that the boss wished to see him, following her to the 3rd-floor office. He was greeted with a warm embrace. "Jean, how will you thank me? I've connected you with the largest arms manufacturer in Texas. He will surely meet all your needs. When can we meet?" Chun inquired, pushing Sam aside. "Tomorrow morning, I will escort you to the Houston military factory to meet him." "Very well." Chun nodded, choosing not to engage in further conversation. Upon returning to his room, he was alarmed to find the bed empty. Instinctively, he leaped aside just as Chun Yufeng lunged at him, brandishing a sharp wooden stake of unknown origin. Had Chun not evaded in time, his heart would have surely been pierced. However, Chun Yufeng, already injured, fell to the ground, curling up in pain. "Am I suffering from persecution paranoia?" Chun gently assisted Chun Yufeng in sitting on the bed and reassured him. "Do not worry, I will not harm you, little Su. How could it be you?" Chun Yufeng finally discerned Chun's features. Let us not dwell on that," Chun replied. That day, I left a diamond ring I purchased for my girlfriend in a Walmart warehouse. So I took a cab back to retrieve it. Oh, my surprise. I happened upon their supervisor engaging in inappropriate conduct with a female secretary. I hid in a box, too frightened to emerge, and ended up falling asleep inside. When I awoke, I had crossed the national border. Was it you who rescued me? Chun Yufeng inquired. Su Chun nodded, then hesitantly asked, Master Chun, do you remember what transpired before you lost consciousness? I only recall being shot, groggily crawling through the grass, and then something struck my leg, causing me to faint. He recounted, his gaze falling upon his fractured calf. Little Sue, do you have any idea what happened? I do not know. Su Chun replied decisively. When I found you, you were already like this. Where are we now? Chun Yufeng asked. In Texas. We have arrived in Texas. Chun Yufeng's face lit up with joy as he began rummaging through his belongings. Little Sue, have you seen my phone? This one. Su Chun produced a sealed bag containing a shattered old phone. It's broken. Chun Yufeng exclaimed, snatching the phone and breaking off a piece of the plastic casing, revealing an intact micro USB drive inside, which brought him some relief. Little Sue, could you do me a favor? Please specify the nature of the favor. If it poses no danger, we can discuss it. Su Chun nodded. In truth, I am an operative of the Special Intelligence Department of Huagua. He spoke. Chun Yufeng retrieved his credentials and presented them to Su Chun. Su Chun took the documents, feigning examination, then remarked, So you are a spy? One might say that. Chun Yufeng replied, nodding as he continued, My purpose for coming to M country is to investigate the sudden rise in global temperatures. Are you suggesting that this global warming is linked to M country? Have they developed the technology to manipulate global temperatures? Su Chun mused, genuinely taken aback. It cannot be firmly established yet, but our intelligence indicates that M country placed substantial orders for the same type of large military equipment from several major arms manufacturers 6 months ago. The specifics remain unknown. I am here to uncover this matter. You do not expect me to assist you in this investigation, do you? I understand this sounds perilous, yet it is not as complicated as you might think. Chun Yufeng clarified. Before my arrival, I contacted a major arms dealer in Houston under a different identity, arranging to order a significant quantity of arms and requesting a factory tour. All you need to do is pose as me to purchase the arms and access the factory. Just a visit, certainly not a casual visit. You must pay close attention to the parts they are mass-producing. If possible, take photographs. If not, memorize their shapes and provide me with rough sketches. Our team can deduce what kind of equipment they are producing based on these components. I see. Su Chun fell into contemplation. Believing Su Chun was hesitating, Chun Yufeng pressed on. Little Su, the fate of our nation rests on the shoulders of every citizen. Though you may be an ordinary individual, can a nest thrive without a complete egg? If national interests are threatened, the common people will suffer as well. The safety of 1.4 billion lives lies in your hands. I sincerely hope you can shoulder this heavy burden on behalf of our country. After an extended discourse, Su Chun still had not reached a decision. Chun Yufeng shifted his approach, saying, For you personally, this is also an opportunity. Should this mission succeed, upon your return, I can recruit you into the Special Intelligence Department of Huagua, where the privileges and salary will far exceed your expectations. Su Chun waved his hand, saying, Master Chun, let us set aside the salary for now. You just mentioned ordering a significant quantity of arms. Surely you aren't expecting me to do this without any compensation? Of course not. Chun Yufeng interjected, waving the USB drive in front of Su Chun. This item is estimated to be worth 300 million US dollars. Su Chun frowned as he took the micro USB drive, chuckling, This doesn't contain any state secrets, does it? It's a classified technical document concerning space stations. Good heavens, my friend, which side are you truly on? Can such a thing be casually exchanged for arms? Su Chun was taken aback. Calm down, Chun Yufeng urged, placing a hand on Su Chun's shoulder to settle him. This is a version from 20 years ago, and many core technologies have been redacted. However, it still holds research value for ordinary arms dealers. If we can uncover what M country is up to, this minor loss is negligible. I see. Su Chun's eyes sparkled as he smiled. Leader, regarding the job arrangement you mentioned, it would be wise to expedite that process. Absolutely. Chun Yufeng returned the smile. In truth, arranging a job was of little consequence to Su Chun. What he truly valued was this classified document worth 300 million US dollars. Firstly, if this technology held research value for arms dealers, it certainly held value for him as well. Secondly, 300 million US dollars could procure him considerable resources. Moreover, since Chun Yufeng indicated that the arms dealer was located in Houston, it was highly likely he was the largest arms dealer in Texas, the very person Su Chun was scheduled to meet the following day. It was a fortuitous opportunity that would yield significant benefits. So why not seize it? Soon after, Chun Yufeng and Su Chun discussed various details, with Chun Yufeng speaking earnestly while Su Chun pretended to listen. An hour later, Su Chun requested the boss to arrange another room for him to sleep. The following morning, Su Chun rode in Sam's car to Houston. The vehicle bypassed the city center, heading straight for a large processing plant in the southern suburbs. The factory appeared unremarkable, yet behind it lay a vast expanse of wasteland, showcasing countless large military devices. However, due to the tarpaulin coverings, Su Chun could not discern their nature. Before long, Sam's car halted in front of a villa. Guided by the butler, the two entered the living room, where they were immediately surrounded by a dozen individuals clad in black. Instinctively, Su Chun took 2 steps back, positioning himself to make a quick exit if necessary. Then he heard Sam say, "Do not be alarmed. Brother, this is merely a security check. If you possess any weapons, now is the time to declare them." As he spoke, Sam produced a handgun from his coat and placed it on the tray held by the butler. "Oh," Su Chun nodded, realizing that aside from some common knives, the only weapon he had was Chun Yufeng's 92-style handgun. However, since the gun was in another dimension, it would naturally evade detection. After searching them, the group used metal detectors to thoroughly inspect both individuals several times before the butler led Su Chun and Sam upstairs in an opulent reception room. A white man clad in pajamas and holding a glass of red wine approached them. "My friend, you have finally arrived. Please, take a seat." Sam hurried over, shaking the man's hand with exaggerated deference, bending slightly as he said, "Mr. Jason, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Sam." Clearly, this was Sam's first encounter with Texas's largest arms dealer. He introduced the two men. "Jason is the principal shareholder of this arms manufacturing plant and one of the top 10 arms magnates in M country." As Su Chun and Sam settled onto the sofa, a beautiful blonde maid promptly brought over 2 glasses of red wine. Su Chun's spirits lifted. The oppressive atmosphere of the past few days faded away upon encountering a woman who captured his interest. "My apologies, Jean. My subordinates may have been overly zealous, but it was all in pursuit of ensuring our collaboration is smooth and enjoyable." "I extend my apologies," Jason stated, his tone lacking any genuine contrition. Su Chun glanced at Jason and replied, "Are you familiar with my organization? Inhua, one of the most enigmatic mercenary organizations in the world. I have merely heard whispers of it. I did not expect to have the opportunity to collaborate." Jason spoke confidently. Su Chun smiled subtly, realizing the old man had indeed not exaggerated. Zhang Manin, an ordinary name, belonged to an ordinary elderly man residing in a common neighborhood in Huagua. Yet no one could have imagined he was the leader of Inhua, the most clandestine mercenary organization recognized across Blue Star nations, as well as the founder of the Chasu Snowfield Army. Unfortunately, he passed away peacefully on the very day the Chasu Snowfield Army was formally established. Reaching the age of 96 in his past life, Su Chun had often listened to the old man recount tales of his youth. Initially, he believed those stories to be embellished, but now it appeared that most of them were indeed true. "Since you're aware of my organization, you should know that I can bring arms in here unimpeded." Su Chun locked eyes with Jason, asserting his stance. "Haha." Jason chuckled. "Jean, I will be delighted to witness your performance." "Very well." Su Chun reached behind his waist, and when he withdrew his hand once more, he held a Type 92 pistol, its surface as black as ink. Upon seeing the firearm in Su Chun's grasp, the previously mocking expression on Jason's face instantly froze. "Fuck, what a bunch of useless fools." "Jason, even if it's the White House, I have every confidence in bringing a firearm inside. It's only natural that your subordinates couldn't detect it." "Truly impressive, Silver Fire. I am duly impressed." That Jason's tone had become markedly more humble. "Now, let us discuss our business," Su Chun stated. Okay. Sam, startled by Su Chun's earlier display, hastily bid farewell to Jason as Su Chun instructed him to wait outside. Only the two of them remained in the reception room, where Su Chun began to articulate his demands that I wish to order a batch of firearms that can function normally in low-temperature environments, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -50 to -70 degrees Celsius. Additionally, I require a selection of cold-weather combat gear, which must be bulletproof, with as high a thermal insulation rating as possible. The array of military supplies Su Chun sought was extensive. As he spoke, the maid diligently recorded his request. It took a full half-hour for Su Chun to convey everything he intended to purchase, ranging from tactical bows and compound crossbows to AKs, Gatling guns, mortars, anti-tank weapons, heavy sniper rifles, grenades, and even several snow vehicles. Essentially, a comprehensive list. Moreover, Su Chun had custom-ordered a batch of plush toy-like surveillance devices, equipped with low-power heating elements. At first, Jason wore a smile, but as the list progressed, his expression grew increasingly tense. Gold, I roughly calculated that the value of the military supplies you just ordered far exceeds your budget. How much are we talking? Su Chun inquired. Conservatively estimated, at least 400 million US dollars, Jason replied, his gaze piercing into Su Chun. Does Silverfire not have any concept of money? Su Chun smiled slightly, retrieving a miniature USB drive from his pocket and placing on the table. Tell me, how much do you think this is worth? Chapter 20. Whether Ken and Jason summoned the maid to bring a computer and open the files contained within, after merely reading a page. His expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to call on the factory's technical research personnel. After a prolonged examination, the researcher addressed Jason. It's genuine, while it's merely old technology from a few years back. It does hold substantial research value for us. However, the later sections regarding the technology are encrypted. Very well. You may leave, Jason said. Once the researcher departed, he turned to Su Chun. What price do you wish to negotiate? 500 million. Su Chun extended 5 fingers. Impossible. Jason replied decisively. Although this technology document on the space station holds some value for us, it is not that high. I can only offer you an equivalent of 200 million US dollars. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Chun swiftly unplugged the USB from Jason's computer, rising to his feet. Then I shall seek other arms dealers. Wait. Seeing Su Chun's intention to leave, Jason hurriedly stood up. In your country, there's a saying about bargaining. Why not make a counteroffer? Jason, your words sound quite assertive, yet I doubt you would accept my offer. Therefore, I shall refrain from making one. Why not give it a try? You never know. It might work. Then it's 400 million US dollars. Su Chun retorted with a smirk. If it's any less, I won't be giving you this document. If you disagree, I shall take my leave now. With that, he made to depart, but Jason interjected. Fine. For 100 million it is. Do we have an agreement? Su Chun asked in astonishment. Indeed. Can you take a seat so we may discuss the details? Very well. Su Chun resumed his place on the sofa. Jason, this is merely our preliminary proposal. I must first review your qualifications and determine if you can handle this order, as my time is exceedingly precious. And I cannot afford to wait too long. That is not a problem. The factory is right beneath your feet. I can show you the capabilities of Jason's team right now. Su Chun nodded, appreciating the foreigner's straightforwardness. Following Jason, he toured the factory, observing each processing workshop. Jason excitedly explained to Su Chun while he meticulously scrutinized the substantial components on the production line. Su Chun possessed a certain discernment regarding firearm components. Yet he noticed many parts on the line were not related to weaponry. Jason, are you not in the arms business? These seem rather unrelated. Su Chun queried it. Oh, this is a batch of specialized equipment ordered by the official M country. While not offensive weaponry, they still fall under the category of military supplies. Though non-offensive, they could be speculated to be related to the impending natural disaster. The recent urgency in recalling supplies from world-renowned chain supermarkets suggested that M country's government had likely foreseen the calamity. Could it be related to weather? Upon hearing this, Jason's eyes widened in shock. How do you know? His question confirmed Su Chun's suspicions. With a slight smile, he replied, the M government began stockpiling such items half a year ago. How does that T encountered the physical goods before? Truly impressive, Silverfire. Do you have spies within the M government? Jason exclaimed in astonishment. Su Chun, however, did not respond but instead asked, "Could you show me the finished product?" We've signed a confidentiality agreement with the government. So, then I shall seek other manufacturers. I'm certain someone will be willing to show me, oh my friend. I only meant we've signed a confidentiality agreement. It doesn't mean we must strictly enforce it. Follow me. Jason gestured for Chun to follow him outside to an open area. Indeed, the items covered with waterproof tarps that Chun had noticed upon entering were the so-called weather weapons. Jason commanded the workers to unveil one of the weather cannons, revealing its true form. The device resembled a large cannon, albeit with an exceptionally wide caliber. They call this a weather cannon. It's already in its third generation. Jason explained that this meant to disperse cloud cover. Chun asked, astonished. Sounds foolish, doesn't it? Jason remarked. However, do not underestimate these weather cannons. They are equipped with an array of technologies: compressed air projectiles, ultrasound, infrasound, and hyperfrequency electromagnetic waves, along with laser radar calibration. Moreover, each 10,000 weather cannons are controlled by a master computer. Should all the cannons manufactured over the past 6 months fire simultaneously, they could instantly clear the skies over the entire country. Is it truly that formidable? Indeed, but I genuinely fail to comprehend why those imbeciles in the government would allocate such vast sums to create these devices. What do you mean by that? Chun inquired. Jason shrugged. Why disperse rain clouds? Sometimes we even need to spray silver iodide or dry ice into the clouds to induce rain. Once these weather cannons are operational, we might lose our rain sources entirely. What will happen to my farm? Chun nodded, realizing that the government's awareness of the impending disaster had not been made public. That, in truth, he held little faith in the efficacy of these devices. Under normal circumstances, they could indeed achieve the results Jason described. However, the prolonged high temperatures had already transformed a significant proportion of water on Blue Planet into vapor, suspended in the atmosphere. Should temperatures suddenly drop, this vapor could condense into thick clouds, enveloping the planet. Dispersion? That would require space. Without it, clouds would fill any voids just like air. Yet, these were merely Chun's personal thoughts. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and decided to inform Chun Yufeng. While Chun was not particularly altruistic, he found it worthwhile to assist his country when it did not impede his own interests. Moreover, he currently lacked proper credentials and hoped to rely on Chun Yufeng as connections to return to his homeland. All right, Jason, we can discuss the arms deal now. I will pay you a deposit of 40 million US dollars, and upon delivery, I can provide you with the decryption of this document. Excellent, Jason exclaimed with delight. I am curious where you plan to use this batch of arms. Would you like us to deliver it? No need. Chun waved his hand. After the goods are dispatched, I will first come to your factory for inspection. If all is in order, have it delivered directly to your dock, and then withdraw all personnel. The organization will send someone to retrieve this batch of arms. Very well. Here's to a successful collaboration. Jason extended his hand, and Chun and Duo Fong exchanged a handshake before Chun transferred 40 million US dollars to Jason in exchange for soft currency. Upon returning to his residence, Chun promptly transferred a referral fee of 100,000 US dollars to Sam as agreed. After all, once disaster strikes, money becomes mere scraps of paper. Back in the room, Chun Yufeng eagerly inquired about Chun's progress for the day. With a troubled expression, Chun replied, I met Jason, but he said I can only visit his factory when the delivery occurs. A significant figure is present these days, making it challenging to maneuver. Chapter 21. Conflict. Chun concealed the truth. It was an unavoidable circumstance. Chun Yufeng's objective was to gather intelligence. As for the arms, even if they were ordered, they could not be taken back. So it was highly likely they would return to their home country. However, Chun could not leave just yet. Due to the lack of stock for many items Chun ordered, the manufacturing cycle would be relatively long. Even though Chun had emphasized the urgency, 5 days passed before Jason finally contacted Chun for acceptance. Once again, Sam accompanied Chun to the military factory, as Chun's payment of 100,000 US dollars in referral fees was sufficient for Sam to offer some subsequent services without charge. Upon arriving at the factory, Jason led Chun to an open area where weather cannons were stored. There was an additional stack of wooden crates, guarded by a dozen burly men. As Chun arrived, A black man approached and said, "Mr. Jean, I am Beg, the second shareholder of this factory. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chun cast a puzzled glance at Jason, who quickly explained, "Jean, I apologize. Beg means no harm. He merely wished to meet you upon hearing that you are a member of Inho." Chun politely shook Beg's hand and said, "Let us get down to business." "Certainly. Please follow me." Suddenly, Beg called the two to a halt and said, "I heard Mr. Jean claims he can bring weapons into the White House, and I would like to witness this. May I have the honor?" Chun furrowed his brow, glanced at the stack of wooden crates, and then smiled, his expression nonchalant. "How would you like to observe? Where shall we look?" Beg pointed to another side, stating, "I expedited an order for an X-ray scanner yesterday. Did I wonder if Mr. Jean dares to let me check it out?" "Beg." Before Chun could respond, Jason interjected, "You are being quite rude." "Jason, I merely wish to witness Mr. Jin's prowess, that if he cannot even pass this test, then he shouldn't speak of bringing weapons into the White House. Enough. Mr. Jean is under no obligation to indulge in your trivial games." Unexpectedly, Chun agreed to Beg's request, strolling over to the X-ray scanner and saying, "How do you wish to conduct the inspection?" "Turn it on." Beg commanded his subordinates to power up the machine, positioning Chun in the scanner center and pressing the detection button. The machine's screen immediately displayed Chun's bodily structure. Beg and several subordinates scrutinized the display multiple times, but found no trace of weapons. "Mr. Jean, you haven't brought any weapons today, have you?" Beg inquired. Guess Chun did not answer Beg's question and instead stated, "Can I proceed to inspect the goods now?" "Jean, this way, please," Jason interrupted Beg, then turned to Chun, saying, "You need not pay attention to that tedious fellow." Chun approached the stack of wooden crates. "Jean, this crate contains the rifles you requested, suitable for low-temperature environments, AK-521, that you can test it with ammunition shortly." Jason ordered his men to pry open the wooden crate, revealing moisture-resistant and shockproof cork material. Chun reached inside to feel around, but his smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling dread that America's top 10 arms dealers. "Jason, is this how you conduct business?" Utterly impolite. "What?" Jason looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Jason, was born into an arms family. Generations have dealt in arms, collaborating with certain warlords and mercenary organizations in Africa. My family's integrity is well known. What are you implying? Chun pulled out an AK and aimed it directly at Jason. Jason was initially startled, but quickly sensed something was amiss. The burly men around them hastily drew their weapons, but Jason swiftly halted them, saying, "Do not be disrespectful to Mr. Jean." The men reluctantly sheathed their weapons. Jason seized the AK from Chun, and his expression changed dramatically. It was a plastic toy gun, although crafted with some finesse. It could not disguise its true nature as a toy. "Mr. Jean, this is problematic. Please hold on a moment. I will provide you with a reasonable explanation." Beg rushed over, having inspected the toy gun, and suddenly drew his own weapon, pointing it at Chun, exclaiming, "You're behind this." As soon as he spoke, Jason and Beg found themselves staring into a pair of emotionless eyes. There was no malice, no fluctuation, just a chilling indifference to life itself that made both men break out in a cold sweat. "No one can aim a gun at a member of Inhua. Beg." Jason quickly disarmed Beg, then bowed repeatedly to Chun, saying, "Mr. Jean, please wait." Jason hastily instructed his men to open dozens of wooden crates, and without exception, they all contained high-end children's toys. "Beg, I require a reasonable explanation." Jason fixed his gaze on Beg, speaking each word with emphasis. "Explanation for what?" Beg could no longer contain himself, once more pointing his gun at Chun, shouting, "I personally witnessed these guns being packed. How could they possibly transform into this? It must be your doing. I've stated, no one can aim a gun at a member of Inhua." "Prepare yourself." Chun coldly glared at Beg. "Stop pretending. You are the one behind this. I will end you now." Bang! A gunshot rang out. Jason assumed Beg had fired and rushed over to investigate, only to see Chun's .92 style pistol smoking at the muzzle, while a bloodied hole appeared in Beg's forehead. Witnessing this scene, Jason, as Beg's partner, surprisingly smiled. "Jean, I am truly glad you are unharmed. If I were you, I wouldn't be so pleased. You should consider how to explain these toy guns to me." "It's Beg." Jason swiftly shifted the blame, insisting that Beg was responsible for the packing, asserting that he had deceived him as well. Your internal matters are none of my concern, Su Chun declared. Now refund my deposit and issue me a certificate. I must leave America immediately. The mention of the deposit made Jason wince. Jean, please grant me a few more days. I can prepare another batch for you. Time is of the essence. I must depart America within 3 days at the latest. Do you have any other needs? I don't only sell arms. At this point, Su Chun pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, can you procure large quantities of fuel? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Jason realized he need not refund the deposit, and his excitement surged. What type of fuel do you require? That depends on what you can obtain. Aviation fuel, gasoline, and -50 diesel. I want them all. If you can secure them in sufficient quantities, I can trade you that confidential document. Chapter 22. Passport. In the past, life was hard. One often spoke of splitting a penny in two to spend. It was only now that Su Chun realized that splitting a penny could indeed be treated as 2 cents to spend. The vanished arms had naturally fallen into Su Chun's alternate space, encompassing not only firearms but also an array of cutting-edge military equipment. As a victim, Jason, with an expression of regret, escorted Su Chun out of the military factory, promising that he would procure a substantial amount of fuel for Su Chun within 3 days. After Su Chun departed, Jason examined all the crates except for the guns, finding them filled with random items he had casually acquired from a Walmart store, with no exceptions. However, Jason did not suspect Su Chun, as this all transpired on his territory. On the way back, Su Chun reflected on the day's events, assured that he had not revealed any flaws, and returned to his residence with a clear conscience. How did it go? Chen Yufeng eagerly asked. Su Chun scratched his head and replied, there was a bit of a problem during the inspection. Their partners had a falling out and things got messy. Jason promised he would take me to visit the factory next time, but I'll need to bring the password for that technical document. After speaking, Su Chun smiled at Chen Yufeng. Really? Chen Yufeng's gaze towards Su Chun shifted subtly. After a long pause, he finally said, Xiao Su, I actually know you are not an ordinary person, but one thing is certain. You are a Huagua person. So, let us be frank. If you provide me with the detailed information of the equipment ordered from America, I will give you the password for that confidential document right now. Having been exposed, Su Chun saw no further need to maintain his facade. After a moment's contemplation, he stated directly, assist me in procuring a document that will allow me to return home. Not an issue. Chen Yufeng replied, I contacted our informant here yesterday. He is currently in the process of arranging the documentation for US. IT should arrive today. While they were conversing, a young woman at the front desk knocked on the door and announced, Mr. Jean, there's a gentleman from Huagua outside claiming to be your friend. Let him in, Su Chun instructed. Shortly thereafter, a seemingly honest-looking man in a suit entered. Once the door was closed, the affable demeanor vanished, replaced by a shrewd, businesslike expression. Captain Chun, I have the documents you requested ready. Would you like me to take you to the hospital to have your wounds readdressed? The suited man handed Chen Yufeng 2 passports and a phone. Chen Yufeng nodded. Please wait outside for me. I have a few matters to discuss with Xiao Su. Understood. After the suited man exited, Chen Yufeng handed one of the passports to Su Chun, saying, Xiao Su, although I am unaware of your true identity, you are nonetheless a citizen of Huagua. Regardless of whether you can assist me, I will find a way to bring you back home. As he gazed at the passport in his hand, Su Chun fell silent. Caring for the people as one's own children, he found it hard to believe such individuals still existed in the world. However, he had initially intended to inform Chen Yufeng about the weather cannon. Now, it had transformed into a fair exchange, and Su Chun was pleased with the arrangement. He shared all he knew about the weather cannon with Chen Yufeng. After listening to Su Chun's account, Chen Yufeng fell into deep thought, but quickly regained his composure. All right, Xiao Su, on behalf of the nation and the 1.4 billion citizens of Huagua, I thank you for your candor. By the way, what is your full name? Upon our return, if you require it, I can arrange for you to join the intelligence department. Forget it, Captain Chun. I prefer not to be constrained, and I would rather remain a free man. Very well, I respect your choice. Once you have resolved your matters here, give me a call, and we shall return home together. Okay. Chen Yufeng then provided Su Chun with his new contact number. Su Chun borrowed a computer from the boss and asked Chen Yufeng to decrypt the confidential document on it. To mitigate the risk of his own knowledge gaps, Chun took photographs of each page with his phone, ensuring that Chun Yufeng could not use any unknown methods to re-encrypt the document. Chun Yufeng left the red light district with the suited man, claiming he needed to go to the hospital to tend to his injuries. However, Chun knew it was highly likely that Chun Yufeng was preparing to return home. He did not rush to leave the red light district. First, he had become quite familiar with Sam, allowing for convenient assistance when needed. Secondly, Chun was not entirely convinced he could trust Chun Yufeng, and the usability of the passport remained uncertain. As night fell, Chun wrapped himself tightly, leaving only his eyes exposed, and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he witnessed two black men violently smashing an old car with a trash bin. Laughing maniacally as they did so, in a dim alley, a group of men surrounded a drunken woman, shouting loudly, "Disrobe! Disrobe! Disrobe!" An unkempt old man with a scruffy beard rummaged through a trash bin in search of edible scraps. A newly purchased bottle of rum tucked in his pocket. The night in M Country was a realm dominated by the homeless and criminals. Sparse stars twinkled, hinting at the existence of the sky, while flickering streetlights struggled to tear away the veil of darkness, exposing the absurdities of the streets. Their actions challenged the moral, ethical, and legal constructs that humanity had evolved over millennia, along with all the rules that constrained thought and action. Clad in human guise, they possessed souls as primal as those of lions and tigers. In truth, Chun felt no animosity towards them. They simply deviated from the lifestyle prescribed by philosophers for humanity. Chun arrived at a 5-star hotel that a few doors down. He had previously retrieved a motorcycle from an alternate space and placed it in a convenient location before entering. "Hello, I would like to book a presidential suite," Chun said, handing his passport to the receptionist. The passport bore Chun's photograph, but the identity details belonged to a man named Zhang Chong. "Please hold on a moment." The receptionist entered his information into the computer, and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she pressed enter. "What's wrong?" Chun inquired. "I apologize, sir, but there seems to be an issue with the system. It may require maintenance. If you would like, you can wait in the VIP area, where we will provide complimentary drinks and snacks." Chun furrowed his brow. Suddenly seizing the monitor, he saw his photo emblazoned with the words "Wanted" and a reward of 1,000,000. Damn it, Chun Yufeng, there's something sinister afoot. Chun drew an AK and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the receptionist and the computer monitor, then turned and fled. Just as the front desk's emergency call was connected, Chun had already sped away on his motorcycle. Returning to the red light district, Chun lay on his bed and dialed Chun Yufeng's number. Initially, he had little hope, but to his surprise, the call connected. "Hello, Xiao Su. What brings you to call at this late hour?" "Chun Yufeng, I curse you and your family. If I ever encounter your wife and children, I shall not hesitate to betray you." Chapter 23. Crude Oil. Chun unleashed a torrent of curses upon Chun Yufeng and his ancestors until Chun Yufeng finally hung up. When he attempted to call back, the line was dead. It appeared he would have to rely on Jason. Unfazed, Chun recognized that he still had connections here. With their interests, their friends. 2 days later, Jason contacted Chun to inform him that the fuel was ready. Once again accompanied by Sam, Chun arrived at the dock of Jason's military factory for the shipment. "I sincerely apologize, Gene. Due to recent stringent regulations on fuel in M Country, I could only procure fuel totaling over 300 million. Chun nodded, accepting the shipping order Jason handed him. The shipment included approximately 150,000 tons of regular gasoline, 80,000 tons of -50 diesel, 80,000 tons of aviation kerosene, and 90,000 tons of aviation gasoline, totaling about 320 million. Gene, time is of the essence, and this is all I managed to secure. However, if you're willing, I can supplement the order with crude oil at a 40% discount off the market price. Crude oil cannot be used directly. It requires complex refining processes. However, in terms of cost-effectiveness, crude oil is superior to finished fuels. Not only can various grades of fuel be refined from crude oil, but it can also yield lubricants, high polymer materials, and other industrial raw materials. Following the snow disaster, oil extraction on Blue Star came to a complete halt, and even by the 12th year of the disaster era, Recovery capabilities were non-existent at this juncture. Possessing a substantial amount of crude oil could potentially resolve numerous issues. Furthermore, considering the timeline, the snow disaster's onset was not far off. Money that could not be spent is merely worthless paper. How much crude oil can you procure? Crude oil is currently available in unlimited quantities. Your remaining budget can accommodate approximately 2.3 million barrels. If you wish, we can have it all at the dock before midnight tonight. Agreed. Chun nodded, then shifted the conversation. Jason, I need your assistance with something. Please go ahead, my friend, Jason replied with a smile. Our people in M country have encountered some issues and are currently unreachable. I would like you to arrange a passport for returning to Huagua and a ticket for tomorrow morning. Certainly, that is a simple task for me. I can have it ready by this afternoon. However, regarding that technical document, I will ensure you receive it before returning home. Chun instructed Jason to withdraw all personnel from the dock by 3 a.m. That hour, Chun arrived alone at the dock, utilizing the thermal imaging device he had obtained from Jason to survey the area. Indeed, he soon spotted two figures lurking in a nearby, secluded corner. He promptly called Jason, saying, Jason, if those two nuisances at the dock are your men, have them leave within 3 minutes. What? Jason's voice became frantic. Gene, are you at the dock? I'm not there. It's a message from the organization. If they do not depart within 3 minutes, they will face lethal consequences that I hope we can avoid any unnecessary conflict. All right? I'll verify. Jason hung up, and in under 20 seconds, Chun observed the two suspicious figures making their exit. He then resumed his indiscriminate looting. Before sunrise, Chun had successfully stowed all the fuel and crude oil into the alternate space and quietly slipped away. After Chun departed, Jason arrived at the dock with his men. Observing the eerily calm dock, Jason inquired of his two subordinates, Did you not see any vessels docking last night? Indeed, it is inconceivable. We have been vigilantly observing the area, and it is impossible for even a small motorboat to go unnoticed, let alone a colossal cargo ship. Jason led his team to the vicinity of the vast array of containers at the dock and commanded, Open. His subordinates immediately proceeded to unlock several adjacent containers. Upon witnessing the scene within, Jason's face was filled with astonishment. Empty? He ordered his men to open a dozen more containers, only to find them all devoid of contents. Boss, what is happening? After a moment of contemplation, Jason dialed Chun's number and inquired, Gene, what about the fuel of the dock? The organization dispatched personnel to transport it last night. Let us meet. I shall provide you with the confidential documents. And you will hand over your passport? Very well. They agreed to rendezvous at a bar in Houston in the private room. Chun handed Jason a USB drive and then entered the password on the computer to access the files. Upon reviewing the technical documents, Jason nodded in satisfaction and exchanged his passport and flight ticket with Chun. Jason, I look forward to our next collaboration, although I hope we do not encounter such issues again. Rest assured, my friend, it was merely an accident that I eagerly anticipate our future partnership. Chun successfully boarded a plane back to Huagua. Days passed, and soon it was December 6, with only 6 days remaining until the impending snow disaster. After returning to his homeland, Chun promptly checked the progress of 2 projects. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the workers, the buildings in Central Asia Century City were completed, and the assembly of the inner structure of the wealthy village's fortress was nearing its conclusion. Expected to be finalized within a day or two, Yuxing also contacted Wang Xiaoming to inquire about the progress of the external framework, which was nearly 80% complete. Furthermore, Chun was pleasantly surprised by another matter. Balchong had procured a substantial amount of supplies for him: rice, flour, cooking oil, fresh meat, and even a significant quantity of frozen seafood, filling an entire warehouse, totaling 120 million soft sister coins. However, Balchong had only paid a deposit of 12 million. Awaiting Chun's signature to proceed with the transaction at Yida Group. Brother Chong, Yida Group is currently balancing their accounts. It is likely to take another half-month. And oh rush, no rush, Bald Chong chuckled. After all, Yida Group is such a large company. They won't miss this little amount. Taking the warehouse keys, Chun seized the opportunity when it was dark and less crowded to transport the entire stock of supplies. It could be said that everything was almost in place. However, Su Chun still had some tasks to attend to. He retrieved a camp vehicle from the alternate space and placed the hidden plush toy monitors he had ordered from Jason inside. Then drove into the Central Asia Century City community. As he entered the community gate, he encountered Zhou Tsaixia, who was leading her son, Jin Bao. Isn't this little Su? Sister Zhou, what happened to Jin Bao? Su Chun observed that Zhou Tsaixia son Jin Bao was bruised and his arm appeared to have a fracture, suspended in a sling around his neck. Don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Zhou Tsaixia face was filled with indignation that a few days ago, an ill-mannered scoundrel beat him up. Jin Bao merely drew an Ultraman on his car, a splendid artwork for which he didn't even ask for payment. But that ungrateful wretch assaulted him nonetheless. Su Chun stifled a chuckle. Did you report to the police? Of course, but that scoundrel is as obstinate as a dead duck. Even while in prison, he shamelessly demanded compensation for his car, forcing us to pay him 80,000. Indeed, utterly shameless, Su Chun remarked as he looked at Zhou Tsaixia. By the way, little Su, what on earth are you hauling in that vehicle? Oh, I'm in the midst of renovations, and I thought it might have caused some inconvenience to the neighbors, so I prepared some small gifts to share. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tsaixia eyes brightened. What gifts? Let me help you distribute them. I have a list. Chapter 24. The storm. Hearing this, Su Chun instantly comprehended Zhou Tsaixia intention that if the community were to distribute the gifts, it would create a favor owed to Zhou Tsaixia. However, this arrangement would also benefit Su Chun, as many individuals in society harbor an unwarranted caution toward complimentary items. Yet if these monitors were distributed by the community, there would be little suspicion. They're merely some warmers, and I have labeled them with the apartment numbers for you to distribute accordingly. Additionally, I prepared 10 extra ones for community and property staff. Warmers. Zhou Tsaixia enthusiasm waned considerably. Little Su, you ought to be more generous in expressing your apologies. Everyone knows the temperature has suddenly risen. These are likely factory surplus being sold off at low prices. Su Chun rolled his eyes, thinking how ridiculous it was to be picky about something given for free. These are valued at 5,000 soft sister coins each, yet I still said, Sister Zhou, renovations are a bottomless pit. They have nearly drained my finances. All right, personally, I don't mind, but I'm concerned that others may not appreciate your gesture. You could end up spending money but receiving no goodwill in return. Wouldn't that be awkward? As they spoke, Zhou Tsaixia took hold of the camp vehicle's handle and departed with the monitors. Su Chun watched a retreating figure and couldn't help but mutter, You really are looking out for me. Huh. In the afternoon, Su Chun saw Zhou Tsaixia message in the community group. To all residents of Building 18 in Central Asia Century City. We welcome resident Su Chun of Unit 2202 AS of today. Building 18 is fully occupied. We hope everyone will extend kindness to our new neighbor and coexist harmoniously, and we sincerely apologize for any disturbance caused by Mr. Su's renovations and invite all residents to visit the community office to register their apartment numbers and collect small gifts. Su Chun found this message rather awkward, as it seemed to imply he had merely offered an apology while the gifts were a community initiative. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. It would help many to lower their defenses that Su Chun devoted an entire day to sorting and categorizing the items within the alternate space. The manipulation of items in this space was conducted through mental focus. The organization process was swift. A preliminary estimate revealed that the supplies in the alternate space could comfortably sustain at least 10,000 individuals for a life of luxury, without concern for food spoilage. As time within the alternate space was effectively halted, the concept of suspended time was something Chun Xiaoyu had conveyed to Su Chun, who had initially believed that the alternate space merely lacked conditions for food decay. The reason for the time freeze remained a mystery to him. With approximately 5 million soft sister coins remaining, Su Chun resolved to spend some of it over the next few days. Having ensured that basic survival supplies were complete, he ordered a selection of high-end banquet cuisine from a 5-star hotel, paying only a deposit, as a purchasing power of 5 million was still quite substantial. On the evening of December 10, Su Chun visited a high-end supermarket to procure some exquisite fruits. Upon exiting, he suddenly sensed a drop in temperature. Su Chun frowned slightly. Earlier that day, the temperature had soared to 38 C. Yet now it felt no higher than 25 C. He recalled that in his previous life, there had been no temperature drop before the onset of the snow disaster. The temperature was supposed to peak on December 11th, reaching a staggering 46 degrees Celsius, hot enough to fry an egg on a metal pan, causing many to faint on the streets, with some plastic car components melting in the heat. So what was this sudden drop in temperature? Abruptly, a strong, earthy odor interrupted his thoughts as Chun looked up to see a cloud of yellow sand filling the air, rapidly obscuring visibility. The wind intensified, knocking him off balance. What on earth is happening? He strained to open his eyes and discern direction, preparing to locate his vehicle. However, as he took a step forward, he stumbled and fell, scattering the fruits he had been carrying. This is nothing like my previous life. In a flurry, Chun grasped a lamppost to steady himself. Not far off, a woman was attempting to enter an SUV while holding her child, but as she loosened her grip, the little girl was swept away by the wind, colliding with Chun and clinging to him like an octopus. "Sir, please help me catch my daughter," the woman shouted as she ran against the wind. Clearly, she underestimated its force, and like her daughter, she too was lifted off the ground, clinging to Chun. "Sister, could you not get in the car first? Has your brain turned to soup?" The wind and sand grew increasingly fierce, visibility diminishing further, and Chun could barely make out the glowing brake lights ahead. Glancing around, he noticed that there were no other people nearby, and the mother and daughter clinging to him could hardly open their eyes. Gritting his teeth, he opened an entrance to the alternate space beneath the SUV, instantly drawing the vehicle into the alternate realm. He then opened an exit beside him, trapping the SUV within, gripping the handle. Chun pulled open the car door, ushering the mother and daughter inside. After shutting the door, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Huh, how do we get up here?" The woman appeared somewhat taken aback as she ascended the vehicle. Chun replied nonchalantly, and only after regaining her composure did the woman express her gratitude, saying, "Sir, I cannot thank you enough. It's nothing, but I must take your car to find Chun," he began, only to suddenly recognize the woman as face. "You are... What a twist of fate. You are Chun Yufeng's wife and child." Chun quickly rephrased, "I shall drive your car home, and then you can return your vehicle, if that is agreeable." "That works for me." If it weren't for Chun, it was improbable that the mother and daughter would have boarded the vehicle under such extreme conditions. Hence, she did not decline his request. "Sir, where is your home? If it is far, you could first drop us off, then drive my car back home, and once the winds have calmed, return it to me." "Very well, my home is in Central Asia Century City, just past the Yellow River Bridge." "Central Asia Century City? We reside not far from there." The woman responded that, "I live in Jinglan Community." Chun inwardly scoffed, thinking that Chun Yufeng must be quite the greedy individual. Jinglan Community was notorious in Shihe City as a wealthy enclave, with the most affordable apartments starting at over 2.7 million. Nevertheless, Jinglan Community was indeed quite close to Central Asia Century City. One could even see Jinglan Community from Chun's home. "Let us proceed over the bridge," Chun declared, pressing the accelerator. The sudden gusts of wind made the roads congested. Shihe City was divided by the Yellow River into the east and west districts. And while the distance was not great, less than 10 kilometers, crossing the bridge was exceedingly slow. After a long wait, they finally reached the center of the bridge, only to confront a foolish individual driving a large bull vehicle in reverse, obstructing the road entirely. Now, with one lane of the two-lane Yellow River Bridge blocked, vehicles vied for the right lane, resulting in a stalemate. Chun found himself directly opposite the reckless driver. The wealthy heir inside was animatedly pointing at Chun, shouting something, though the words were inaudible. Chun was certain they were not complimentary. Just then, the bridge suddenly swayed, causing Chun's heart to race with apprehension. "Madam, secure your child's seatbelt." "What?" Chen Xiaoyu's mother was momentarily stunned by the urgency of the situation when she heard the roar of her SUV as it surged over the top of the large bull vehicle. Chapter 25. Thrills. The high-clearance SUV crushed the bull vehicle beneath it. Seizing the moment, Chun sharply turned the steering wheel, the wheels gliding over 2 rows of wedge cars as he sped forward. The air seemed to resonate with the enraged roars of the bull vehicle's owner that you'll never afford a Lamborghini in this lifetime. The Yellow River Bridge began to tilt ominously, leaving the mother and daughter in the back seat utterly stunned. Once they had crossed the bridge, Chun made a timely landing, just as the Yellow River Bridge collapsed behind them. sending all vehicles plummeting into the raging waters below. After halting the car, Su Chun exhaled in relief and leisurely directed the vehicle towards Jinglan community. In truth, the two households were not far apart. Su Chun could have easily returned home first, allowing the mother and daughter to drive back to Jinglan community on their own. However, a rather immature thought flickered in Su Chun's mind, prompting him to be curious about where they lived. Sir, we truly owe you our gratitude today. Otherwise, Xiaoyu and I would have been at a loss for what to do. Su Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Please, refrain from calling me sir. My name is Su Chun. I am yet to learn your name. I am Li Binglan, and this is my daughter, Chun Xiaoyu. Let us become friends. Once the winds have died down, I shall return your car to you. Very well. After adding Li Binglan as a friend, Su Chun drove her car back to Central Asia's Century City. The road was congested, yet the community was unusually quiet. Those who could return were remaining indoors, while others were still stuck on the roads. Upon reaching home, Su Chun checked his phone to find the homeowner group chat buzzing with over 99 messages. Most discussions revolve around the sandstorm point 18-1602 Shaoqing. This wind is utterly outrageous. It nearly toppled my car on the way back. 3-0204. I could see nothing outside. Has anyone else felt the house grow colder? My weather app still shows 34. 7-0702. It has indeed turned chilly. The heating company ISNT even supplying heat 6-1003 Asian. I just called the heating company. They claim the temperature dropped too suddenly and they are working to warm it up. But it will take at least 24 to 72 hours for the heat to reach us 0.5-1101. Goodness, 72 hours of freezing is unbearable. What are they doing? They collect heating fees but do nothing. For 1802. Let us game. Let us game. The company announced the day off tomorrow. S grind all night. As Su Chun changed his clothes, he perused the messages in the group chat. The unexpected sandstorm and drop in temperature had taken everyone by surprise. While the mood in the group was somewhat irritable, there was no palpable panic. In fact, some appeared rather pleased. Typically consumed by work, even when weary, they wouldn't dream of taking a day off for a measly paycheck. Yet this sudden inclement weather allowed everyone to stay home guilt-free, despite its impact on their income. After changing, Su Chun sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the swirling yellow sand, lost in contemplation. What could have caused such a drastic change? Before December 12th in his previous life, the temperatures had been steadily rising. Not only was a sandstorm inconceivable, but even a slight breeze was a luxury to be savored. Why then was there a sandstorm now? The weather app on his phone still indicated clear skies and 34. While the thermometer in the room had plummeted to 18, the rate of temperature decline was akin to the onset of a snow disaster in his past life. Su Chun retrieved a small amount of coal from the alternate space, igniting the boiler in the room, and soon the temperature rose to 23. He was now thoroughly prepared, no matter what circumstances arose. He felt unperturbed. Heaven truly is unpredictable. He mused before turning on the 120-inch laser projector in the living room. He extracted a tablet from the alternate space and powered it on. This was the master control computer for the batch of surveillance cameras Su Chun had customized. Most of the cameras should have already been dispatched, and he intended to test the device. Upon opening the built-in program, a monitoring interface resembling a folder appeared, capable of displaying 8 windows at a time. However, at the top of the program's interface, a number read 62. This indicated that 62 surveillance cameras had been unboxed. This was pre-configured so that once unpackaged, the monitoring function would activate automatically and could be controlled via the master computer. He had previously instructed Zhou Caixia to distribute them according to the designated numbers to prevent anyone from taking more than their share, but in truth, it was for Su Chun's convenience when reviewing the footage later. After browsing for a while, Su Chun was suddenly captivated by a tantalizing scene. Yao Chun? He beheld Yao Chun lounging on a living room sofa, positioned provocatively before the camera, as Yu Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is this project doing with a round eggplant? He projected Yao Chun's feed onto the screen, but after a moment, a troubling thought struck him. Where is Xie Yiding? Logically, these two women should be living together, though the cameras could not capture everything within the room. Surely Yao Chun wouldn't engage in such behavior in front of her friend if Xie Yiding were present. Just then, Su Chun's phone rang. Xie Yiding? Hello. Su Chun answered the call, simultaneously sifting through the surveillance footage. Su Chun, I haven't seen you in days. Have you returned? Su Chun frowned slightly, sensing that Xie Yiting seemed distracted. Her voice trembling and breathless. Where are you? Is something wrong? Su Chun inquired. I'm at home. Xie Yiting replied. I'm with Xiao Chun, just thinking of inviting you over for dinner. Do you have time? Time was not an issue. But were they truly together? Su Chun glanced at the screen where Yao Chun was engaged in a rather stimulating activity. Perplexed out of course, Xie Yiting affirmed. Then let Yao Chun answer the phone so I can hear her. Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun. Su Chun, she is in the restroom. Su Chun was rendered speechless. He had already seen Xie Yiting's figure in another person's home. At that moment, she was in Feng Chuxing's residence, contorting in various positions, doing everything she could to please him, all while holding her phone and conversing with Su Chun. This a thrill-seeking endeavor. Before long, the two concluded what could have been a deadly competition. Xie Yiting tidied up after Feng Chuxing, donned her clothing, and while heading home, suggested, come over for dinner. No need, Su Chun replied, harboring some reservations about Feng Chuxing's involvement in this thrill-seeking escapade. Su Chun, we've been living together for over 3 years now. You've always treated me kindly, and I've noticed, however, it's unfair to continue this way. That barrier must be broken eventually, and I hope you can take the initiative, Xie Yiting said with a hint of reproach. Very well then. Su Chun nodded slightly, gazing at the screen where Xie Yiting had returned to her rented apartment. Upon opening the door, she encountered Yao Chun, who was working on a project. Xiao Chun. This is for Su Chun's cooking. Yao Chun exclaimed, tossing a round eggplant aside, that it's not like it can't be used. But I must say, Yiting, now that you're involved with Feng Xiao, why do you still bother with that useless Su Chun? You don't understand, Xie Yiting replied. Someone like Feng Chuxing could never develop genuine feelings for a girl from our class. I never intended to marry into the Feng family. Then why are you still sending him those fiery advances? Yao Chun asked, wide-eyed. Xiao Chun, I have something to tell you, but you must not breathe a word of it. Go on. I'm pregnant. What? Chapter 26. Honey-glazed eggplant. Puffed. Xie Yiting dropped a bombshell, shocking not only Yao Chun but also Su Chun, who was monitoring the situation. You're pregnant. By whom? Yao Chun probed, her eyes wide. Feng Chuxing, Xie Yiting declared. You know he would never marry you. Why not terminate the pregnancy instead? At this point, Yao Chun suddenly grasped the situation. Yiting, you're not suggesting that you intend to. Exactly. Once the child is born, I will hold a significant advantage. Even if Feng Chuxing doesn't marry me, the Feng family will have to offer me a hefty sum for my silence. And I'll receive a substantial monthly allowance. Then what's your game with Su Chun? Carrying a child for 10 months without anyone to care for me is hardly feasible. Su Chun quickly pieced together the events of his past life. Though some things had shifted upon his rebirth, he was now entirely certain that, during this time in his previous life, Xie Yiting had also discovered her pregnancy. It was likely within these few days that she had invited Su Chun to dinner, leading to their intimate encounter. Originally, he had taken the opportunity to purchase a box of 0.01 during a restroom break, only for Xie Yiting to express her desire for their relationship to remain unimpeded. The Su Chun of that era had foolishly reveled in this, unaware that he had been thoroughly manipulated. Xie Yiting, don't rush. In this lifetime, I have ample time to play with you. With that thought, Su Chun dressed and exited. Upon arriving at Xie Yiting's home, he found the two girls preparing a meal, exuding an air of domesticity. Before long, they had prepared 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. And Xie Yiting had thoughtfully set aside 2 packs of beer for Su Chun. Su Chun, where can you find a girl as wonderful as Yiting? She's beautiful, skilled in the kitchen, and so considerate. I envy you. Su Chun could not deny this. In his past life, he had been naive yet not foolish. If Xie Yiting had been unattractive, lazy, and inept, he would have been foolish to pursue her. However, recalling the recent conversation between the 2 women sent a chill down his spine, and he chuckled coldly. Indeed, it's a buy one, get one free deal. Xie Yiting trembled slightly as she served the dishes. But Yao Chun remained oblivious to Su Chun's implication, instead scoffing, what a wishful thought. With a beauty like Yiting, what more could you want? Trying to get both of us, are you? Su Chun rolled his eyes. He had no interest in the round eggplant. What are you talking about, Xiao Chun? Xie Yiting shot Yao Chun a glare, then turned to Su Chun. Su Chun, Xiao Chun has always been a bit oblivious. Please don't take offense. Let us enjoy our meal. With that, Xie Yiting pulled out a chair at the dining table, and Su Chun sat down without hesitation. As soon as he settled, Su Chun served 2 pieces of honey-glazed eggplant to both Yao Chun and Xie Yiting. Thank you for your hard work, ladies. Here, enjoy some honey-glazed eggplant. Watching the eggplant in the bowl, he noticed the peculiar expressions on Yao Chun and Xie Yiting's faces. Why aren't you eating? Su Chun inquired. I am just not in the mood for eggplant today. Yao Chun replied that if you're not in the mood for eggplant, why did you make it? Su Chun served them each another piece of eggplant. Come on, try it. Xie Yiting, already feeling guilty about the situation, reluctantly ate the eggplant as she and Yao Chun exchanged looks of resistance. Su Chun nearly burst into laughter as he observed them. After finishing, Yao Chun, gritting her teeth, placed a piece of eggplant into Su Chun's bowl, smiling sweetly. Su Chun, you should eat too. Su Chun pushed the bowl away, saying, I've already eaten at home. You've eaten. And yet you still came? Yao Chun protested. Yiting invited me. Can't I come by to chat without eating? While speaking, Su Chun served each of the women 2 more pieces of eggplant, then feigned curiosity. Why do you both seem to treat eating eggplant like it's poison? Is there something wrong? There's nothing wrong. Xie Yiting quickly denied, then began to devour her food. Su Chun kept serving them. And once they had finished the dish, he smiled and said, Thank you for the hospitality. Yiting's culinary skills are impressive. This eggplant is delightful, clearly marinated beforehand. The day is getting late. I should take my leave. As Su Chun rose to leave, Xie Yiting quickly called out, Su Chun, why not stay the night? Stay the night. Su Chun turned back, a quizzical expression on his face. 2 women and 1 man. Doesn't tea seem quite appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Given our current relationship, I could even stay at your place. With that, Yao Chun moved closer, her vibrant lips nearing him. Su Chun hastily stepped back. In truth, he was indifferent to the possibility of an encounter with Xie Yiting. However, the recent images from his surveillance made him wary. Her lips might still carry traces of Feng Chushen. What's wrong, Su Chun? Xie Yiting asked, puzzled. Nothing, I just have a slight cleanliness obsession. I can't eat anything that feels unclean. With that, Su Chun exited the door. After Su Chun left, Xie Yiting turned to Yao Chun and asked Xiao Chun, I didn't quite understand. Was he implying what I think he was? Yiting, it seems he indeed meant that. Xie Yiting's expression darkened immediately, her previously innocent and gentle demeanor replaced by a fierce glare, her makeup seemingly melting away. Su Chun, you scoundrel. I lower my stance to be friendly with you. And you dare say I'm unclean? Come back and clarify your words. With that, Xie Yiting started to chase after him, but Yao Chun quickly held her back. Yiting, calm down. In this situation, we must maintain our composure. It is not wise to confront Su Chun right now. I can endure this, but how long can I keep it up? If I let him get away with it now, he just ride roughshod over me later? Yiting, listen to me. Perhaps we misunderstood him. Su Chun has been pining after you for years. How could he suddenly come to his senses? We must have misheard. With Yao Chun's reassurance, Xie Yiting began to settle down. That's a possibility, don't worry. Yiting, a devoted admirer, is destined to serve. From the moment he made a silent vow in his heart, he was bound to carry your mark for life. When the time comes, all you need to do is beckon, and he will come running to fulfill your every whim. Once I've got him under control, I'll make him work like a mule. Su Chun, having missed the conversation behind him, encountered Sun Weizheng and his daughter as he stepped outside. Xiao Su. Sun Weizheng glanced at Su Chun. Then at the door he had just closed, "Oh, you know those 2 girls next door?" Realizing that Sun Weizheng lived next to Xie Yiting and her friend, Su Chun replied, "Yes, we work at the same company, but I've already resigned. Oh, come over for dinner tomorrow. I just received a task and need to go out on duty tonight." Sun Weizheng said, as Su Chun was taken aback. This was the second time Sun Weizheng had invited him to dinner. If it were merely a polite gesture, it would not happen again, nor would he specify time. However, they were merely acquaintances. Why would he invite him to dinner? Sure, officer son, be careful on duty tonight. The wind outside is fierce enough to blow people away. All right. After Sun Weizheng left, Su Chun smiled at Sun Sinan and prepared to head upstairs. But suddenly, she reached out and grabbed his arm. "You'd better not show up at my house tomorrow. It's impossible between us." Chapter 27. A chill. Huh. Chun looked at Sun Sinan, bewildered. "Are you rejecting me? Is that not permissible?" Sun Sinan retorted coldly, as Chun was taken aback. "Rejecting someone is your prerogative, but the key point is that I never confessed to you." "What are you rejecting?" After being countered by Chun, Sun Sinan maintained her icy demeanor. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just giving you a heads dash up. And why father has always hoped I would marry someone from an ordinary family, and he holds you in high regard. However, you are not my type. If my father brings it up, you'd better clarify things to avoid wasting our time." "What type do you prefer?" Chun asked, bewildered. "I prefer refined men." Having spoken, Sun Sinan returned to his abode and shut the door behind him. "The delicate man?" Chun scoffed derisively in the face of disaster. Survival itself is the epitome of refinement. Otherwise, the most exquisite fate is merely to meet a complete demise. Once home, Chun indulged in a rejuvenating slumber. The relentless busyness of recent days had left her utterly exhausted, and she slept soundly until 10 o'clock the following morning. In truth, Chun could have rested for several more hours. However, an unexpected chill compelled her to rise and stoke the fire. Upon glancing at the indoor thermometer, she discovered that the temperature had plummeted to 12°C, that although 12°C still hovered above freezing, it felt quite frigid. Yesterday, Chun had not anticipated such a drastic drop in temperature. Thus, only a small amount of coal had been burned. This was, after all, the central control room of her post-apocalyptic fortress, a structure she had invested heavily in to ensure its thermal retention capabilities. With an internal-external temperature differential not exceeding 20 degrees Celsius, it could slow the heat loss by 80. Thus, had the temperature remained as it was yesterday, burning merely 2 kilograms of coal would have maintained a temperature of 23°C to 25°C for at least 48 hours. After reigniting the boiler, the temperature inside the house swiftly climbed to 23°C. Chun promptly activated the intelligent temperature control system, which could be considered a minor marvel of technology within this dystopian stronghold. Typically, boilers prevent the heating water from boiling over by opening the lid for heat dissipation. However, the boiler in Chun's residence could intelligently adjust the oxygen supply within the furnace, thereby prolonging the combustion process. This not only alleviated concerns, but also conserved resources. Once the temperature was adjusted, Chun opened her phone to assess the situation outside. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, she could see that the sandstorm had diminished considerably, with the wind now blowing at about 6 to 7 degrees. Upon checking the headlines of the day, she found them almost entirely focused on the recent sandstorm, particularly the incident involving the collapse of the Yellow River Bridge last night, which had nearly taken over social media. The sandstorm had not only enveloped Shia City, but had also shrouded nearly all northern cities surrounding the capital in yellow dust. Someone had even posted a video captured by a drone, showcasing the sandstorm before it engulfed the city. The fierce winds had whipped the yellow sand into a towering sphere hundreds of meters high, making the bustling city appear as a solitary boat adrift on an endless sea. In an instant, the city was swallowed whole, and the sand sphere transformed into a vast ocean. Each time Chun beheld such scenes, she marveled at the terrifying power of nature. A glance at the messages in the homeowner group revealed that there was still little panic among the residents. Though they expressed dissatisfaction regarding the heating company's service, it seemed that everyone was officially on holiday. Not only businesses, but even civil servants and public institution employees had been granted leave. Zhou Zaixiao posted an announcement in the group, addressing all residents of the Central Asia Sunshine Community. The official notice stated that the sandstorm would subside within 3 days and urged everyone to prepare for wind protection and warmth. During this period, to ensure personal safety, residents were advised to minimize outings and refrain from hoarding supplies. This was a directive issued by the city leaders, and residents were urged to comply strictly to avoid causing trouble for the community. Otherwise, they would report the true situation to higher authorities once the storm had passed. Immediately after Zhou Zaixiao's announcement, questions arose. 6-1504. It's only the second day, and my family is nearly freezing to death. The heating isn't warm, and the weather app still shows 36°C. I can't even take off my down jacket at home. 3-0402. Community Director Zhou Tsaixia. Is this notice officially sanctioned or just drafted by the community? 18 to 1604 Community Director Zhou Tsaixia. Of course, it is an official directive. We are merely conveying the official stance. Point 3-0402. But my friends in other communities received notices stating that the severe weather would not end anytime soon and advised everyone to stock up on supplies. 18 to 1604 Community Director Zhou Tsaixia. The weather has been quite erratic lately, and rumors have circulated that I am responsible for my community. Please adhere to my notice. Point 18-0602. Is there a mistake in the announcement? You say not to hoard supplies, yet you ignore those who are out hoarding. I've seen over 30 families returning with loads of supplies today. 19-0201. Exactly. Look at these people. Some have gone out 2 or 3 times, returning each time with a full trunk of food. 19-1802. My food supply just ran out. Even if the storm ends in 3 days, I'll still go hungry for 3 days that I must go out to buy food. Can I not survive? 19-1802. 18 to 1604 Community Director Zhou Tsaixia. What is going on? Confusion abounds. 7-0401. 18 to 1604 Zhou Tsaixia. Director Zhou, I sent you a private message but received no reply. Can you please communicate the heating issue to the upper authorities? I am freezing, and the citizen hotline is unreachable. Smile since the mood in the group escalated. Zhou Tsaixia had not replied to a single message. Point 18-1301 Zhou Shang. Enough with the trivialities. There's sand everywhere now. Can we be a little more understanding of Director Zhou's busy schedule? 18-1301 Zhou Shang. 7-0401. Why do you always come to the community for everything? ISNT that what we're here for. 19 to 1802. 18-1301. Am I asking you? If you want to stay home, then stay home. I'm going out to buy food. 7-0401. 18 to 1301 Zhou Shang. Is the community director your mother? What followed was a prolonged barrage of insults. Turning off her phone, Chun gazed at the swirling yellow dust outside. Lost in contemplation, in her previous life, the temperature began to drop only after midnight on December 11th, plummeting to below zero within an hour. By the time people awoke the next morning, the houses in the wealthy village were entirely buried in snow. Chun speculated that even the high-rise apartments would have at least 2 floors covered. Thus, those without supplies had no chance to venture out and purchase necessities. Now, however, people were afforded a brief respite, a chance to seize the moment and potentially survive the impending snow disaster a little longer. Curious about Zhou Tsaixia current activities amidst the sandstorm, Chun located a surveillance view of Zhou Tsaixia home, where someone was seen pacing about the living room. The room was cluttered with food and drink, and a man was categorizing the supplies, presumably Zhou Tsaixia husband. Shortly after, Chun overheard Zhou Tsaixia voice filled with frustration. These beggars act as if I caused this sandstorm. On a day off, I'm here issuing notifications and I don't get any gratitude. Just then, someone in the group sent a message. 6-1202. If you can purchase supplies, stock up a bit. This natural disaster won TB over quickly, and the officials might be reluctant to disclose the truth. Chapter 28. A heap of debt. 18 to 1001. Don't be ridiculous. It's just a sandstorm. When has City not had a month or 2 of dust storms in spring? 3-0502. Exactly. The officials have stated it will end in 3 days. Why are you spreading alarmist rhetoric? 6-1202. What purpose would I have? I'm merely sharing my speculation for free. Am I asking for your money? If you paid more attention to the news, you wouldn't be waiting for official announcements every time something happens. 6-1202. In a few days, the officials will be too preoccupied to care about our survival. This individual caught Chun's attention. Typically, she didn't concern herself much with significant news, but in her previous life, a number of people had indeed predicted the impending disaster, such as Zhang Manin. In addition to Zhang Manin, others had foreseen the calamity, though they hadn't anticipated that freezing would become the new normal. Thus, even with ample supplies, few managed to survive through the second year of the disaster era. At that moment, Zhou Tsaixia, who had remained silent, suddenly sent a message in the group. 18-1604 Community Director Zhou Tsaixia. 6-1202, I forbid you from spreading rumors or inappropriate statements in the homeowner group. Withdraw it immediately, or I will report you. 6-1202. What is wrong with this world? Is it not permissible to speak the truth? Soon, the group chat displayed a message. 6-1202 has been removed from the group. 18-1604 Community Director Zhou Tsaixia. I shall reiterate. Refraining from spreading rumors and believing in them is a fundamental quality expected of every community resident. Some may claim to be concerned about international affairs and national matters, but in reality, they are merely neglecting their responsibilities. Is this something you can manage? I have documented this individual's actions and will refer them to the public security authorities once the storm has passed. 4-0404. Understood. Thumbs up 15-1303. Such individuals ought to be executed. They start spreading rumors at the slightest disturbance, creating a climate of fear among the populace. At least 20 to 30 residents have given a thumbs up to Zhou Tsaixia in the group. 18-1604 Community Director Zhou Tsaixia. Additionally, concerned residents have reported that some individuals are venturing out to hoard supplies, which has already led to a significant increase in prices. Let me reiterate, such behavior is not only a blatant disregard for authority, but also tarnishes our community's reputation, further exacerbating price hikes and harming the interests of law-abiding residents. That we have preserved the surveillance footage from the property management, and once the storm subsides, we will submit it for review and aim for a collective reckoning. 15-1004. 18-1604 Community Director Zhou Tsaixia. What does this mean? We have no rice at home. Even without a sandstorm, we would still need to go to the supermarket. 4-1103. Exactly. We originally intended to go shopping today. We can't just let ourselves starve, can we? 12-0802. The supermarket is crowded. I refuse to believe that all of them are from our community. Everyone is purchasing supplies. On what grounds are we being denied the same? If we end up starving, will the community provide us with food? Those speaking are primarily individuals who have already gone out to procure supplies, desperately justifying their actions, fearing potential repercussions. Yet Zhou Tsaixia has adopted a deafening silence, letting them speak while she remains unresponsive. 18-1203. 18-1604 Community Director Zhou Tsaixia. I suggest confiscating the supplies from those individuals and selling them at a fair price to those in need. 12-0802. 18-1203. Are you out of your mind? 18-1203. What's the matter? Getting anxious? If you had known it would come to this, why didn't you adhere to the rules when going out to shop? 12-0802. Did I use your money to buy supplies? I'm spending my own money. I have the right to purchase what I wish whenever I wish. Even the authorities have no right to interfere with my personal actions. 18-1203. That may be true ordinarily, but given the current situation, everyone desires to stock up. You all are buying in large quantities, which has led to consecutive price increases. A single carrot is selling for 12 yuan. It's outrageous. 12-0802. How do you know? Did you go to the supermarket too? 18-1203. I merely visited the supermarket, but didn't team make any purchases. Ha ha ha. How infuriating for you. 12-0802. The community group chat, typically quiet, has seen more messages in these past few days than in the entire previous year. Some of the content even made Chun chuckle. However, the messages shared in the group are merely the tip of the iceberg. The truly intriguing matters lie hidden beneath the surface. Through surveillance, Chun discovered that Zhou Tsaixia had hoarded an entire room full of supplies. While forbidding others from stockpiling, she herself had gathered an impressive array. Chun couldn't help but mock her. Judging by the quantity of supplies, it appeared that Zhou Tsaixia was already aware that the calamity would not cease anytime soon, in the previous life. Even the wealthy village chief Zhang Dashan had not received such information. Logically, the village chief of an urban village should have access to the same information channels as a community director. Chun speculated that there must have been a shift in this lifetime. Yet as the community director, knowing that the disaster would persist, what was Zhou Tsaixia objective in preventing residents from procuring supplies? Chun firmly believed that no one would rise early without a motive. Zhou Tsaixia was undoubtedly plotting something, that he had been watching her family's surveillance footage for over an hour. It was solely Zhou Tsaisha's husband organizing supplies while she lounged on the sofa, messaging on her phone, her face alight with excitement. Due to the blind spots of the camera, Chun could not see the content of the messages. But it hardly affected him. He was merely slightly curious. That moment, Chun received a call from Guang Tukying. "Hello, Chun. I am currently in a meeting at the village office. You should come over." Guang Tukying's tone had taken a complete turn. Previously, he had been polite, relying on Chun for profit. Now his words dripped with command. "What business do you have calling me to the village office?" Chun frowned and inquired, "It's none of your concern. I am merely relaying the village chief's orders. Whether you come or not is up to you, Then I won't be going." With that, Chun hung up the phone. Less than 3 seconds later, Guang Tukying called back. "Hello. Is there something else?" Chun answered, Chun, "Are you seeking death? How dare you not comply with the village chief's summons? Did you not say it was up to me to decide?" Upon hearing this, Guang Tukying was instantly enraged. "Get it straight. When I said to decide for yourself, I meant you should come. Is there a difference?" Chun rolled his eyes and replied, "What exactly is the matter that necessitates my presence at the village office? I am currently at the Central Asia Century City and cannot conveniently step out. If there is something, let us discuss it over the phone. Why are you being so indecisive? Don't forget, you still owe a mountain of debt in the village, over 2 billion yuan. When I call for you, just come." "Oh," Chun sighed deeply. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I owe you all 2 billion yuan. How dare you ask me to brave the sandstorm to find you?" "What do you mean by that?" Guang Tukying felt a sense of foreboding. "It means making you understand who's truly in charge now. For any matters, please schedule an appointment with my secretary. If there is nothing, refrain from contacting me again." Chapter 29. The Arrival of Ice and Snow Secretary. After hanging up the phone, Guang Tukying seethed with anger. "You little bastard, you've truly overstepped. What's wrong?" Zhang Dashan inquired. "Village chief. This kid is unyielding. No matter how I phrase it, he refuses to come. Xiaoqiang, you're still too inexperienced. Don't resort to threats." "What should I do then?" Guang Tukying asked. "Watch me." Zhang Dashan directly dialed Chun's number. "Xiaochun, just now Xiaoqiang's tone was a bit harsh. He didn't clarify the matter. Let me explain it to you now. Go ahead." Chun replied. Hearing this, Zhang Dashan glanced smugly at Guang Tukying and continued. "I have heard that you have stockpiled a substantial amount of rice, flour, cooking oil, frozen goods, and dozens of trucks of coal. The authorities have issued an order, given the current calamity, to requisition these supplies from you." "Requisition?" Chun scoffed. "Village chief, let us recite it together. It's outright theft. What are you saying? I am the village chief of the wealthy village, a public servant. How can it be theft? Then explain to me what requisitioning entails." Chun replied. "Requisitioning means temporarily borrowing your supplies. Once the disaster is over, the authorities will commend you." "Oh, then I don't need any commendation." Seeing that he could not outsmart Chun, Zhang Dashan changed his approach. "Xiaochun, don't forget, you still owe over 2 billion yuan to the villagers of the wealthy village. Consider the coal and supplies as our purchase from you if necessary. Once the disaster passes, I will replenish you with an equivalent amount of supplies." "How does that sound?" "Not appealing at all," Chun replied. Zhang Dashan and his cohort were clearly aware that the calamity would not end soon. Based on past experiences, prices would skyrocket to an unimaginable level during disasters. With no upper limit, as long as one possesses sufficient supplies, they can reap considerable profits during the calamity. Once the situation normalizes, returning the same quantity of supplies would only be a drop in the bucket. However, Zhang Dashan could not fathom that this calamity could persist for 12 years, with no signs of improvement. "Village chief, let us be clear about the accounts. The supplies are mine personally, and your investments were directed towards the project. When Yida Group settles the accounts with me, I will naturally distribute the funds to you.as for my supplies. You can forget about them at that moment." A domineering voice echoed from the other end of the line. "Chun, you coward. Are you taking my kindness for granted? Do you believe I want to bring people to deal with you?" "Xiaoshan," Zhang Dashan admonished. "Xiaochun has helped the village stockpile so many supplies. He is a benefactor. If you continue to threaten him with those underhanded tactics, I will no longer acknowledge you as my son. Xiao Chun, you should come to the village office for a meeting. I'm doing this for the safety of all the villagers in a wealthy village. You can't just stand by and watch hundreds of households starve, can you? I can't, Su Chun declared. In his previous life, he had been driven out of his home by Feng, Chu Sheng, and Xie Yiding. Had anyone extended a helping hand, he would have nearly frozen to death, as Su Chun understood that others had no obligation to assist him, just as he had no obligation to help others. Village chief, moral coercion is ineffective against me. I will not yield my supplies to you. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Xiaoshan, his arrogant voice resounded once more. Su Chun, do you believe I want to come and chop off your hands right now? Don't give face to those who don't deserve it. What's wrong with giving face? Su Chun tore off the facade and said, Zhang Xiaoshan, listen well, you are nothing but a blind fool. Zhongya Century City, Block 18, Unit 2202. If you dare, come over. If not, your father is my grandson. Having finished speaking, Su Chun promptly ended the call. Before long, Zhang Dashan's phone rang once more, but Su Chun chose not to answer, instead blocking him. After their conversation, Su Chun suddenly had an epiphany. He hastily opened the surveillance window for Zhou Caishiao's home and discovered several unfamiliar faces. Both male and female, who seemed somewhat familiar, likely residents of the same building. Zhou Jia, is your information truly reliable? I have my cousin in the countryside who has collected over 300,000 in grains, oils, vegetables, and livestock that I hope he can sell them. Rest assured, Zhou Caishiao replied confidently. The information is infallible, that we will certainly be able to procure a substantial sum from those scavengers in the community. 300,000? We could multiply that by 20 at the very least. All right, my cousin should be able to enter Shia's city in about 5 hours, as Su Chun glanced at the time. It was now 5:30 in the afternoon. If it truly took 5 hours to reach Shia's city, it seemed improbable that he would arrive in time to deliver the produce alive. Outside, the dust storm was gradually settling, revealing the heavy dark clouds above. From a viewpoint of the 22nd floor, it appeared as if the clouds were pressing down, ominously threatening to descend. It seemed that the snow disaster was indeed on its way. That moment. A knock echoed through the A.I.R. Su Chun checked the electronic monitor and was surprised to see Sun Sinan at the door. Yes, there's something you need. Su Chun inquired as he opened the door. Sun Sinan wore a reluctant expression, raising her eyes to meet his. Why father asked me to see if you wanted to join us in procuring some supplies. Su Chun responded, puzzled. Didn't the community say we shouldn't be buying supplies? My father has gathered some insider information. It seems this storm won't be ending anytime soon, so he wants to stockpile some essentials. Your dad is a civil servant. Isn't he worried about Zhou Caishiao reporting him? Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Sun Sinan rolled her eyes, visibly annoyed. Just tell me whether you're going or not. If it weren't for my dad asking me to invite you, I wouldn't bother talking to you. In that case, you should go. I still have plenty of food at home. Su Chun felt a lingering unease about the dust storm that had struck the day before. Had he not acted decisively, he likely would have been swept away by the Yellow River by now. Thus, he had no intention of venturing out for the time being. Humph. Sun Sinan huffed, scrunching her nose before turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Su Chun couldn't help but smile. He had to admit that Sun Sinan was a rare beauty. In his previous life, after gaining considerable power during the apocalypse, he had become quite the seasoned veteran. However, the women of that era were mostly survivors, worn thin and caked in grime, their eyes filled with an insatiable hunger for food during intimate moments, often leaving him devoid of interest, strangely enough. The days spent with Xie Yiding as a married couple became his fondest memories of intimacy. In this life, Su Chun certainly did not intend to deprive himself of such pleasures, yet he remained a virgin physically. Determined to guide his younger brother properly to 8 o'clock, a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky, effectively suppressing the dust that had settled. Observing the clearer scenery outside, people felt a bit more uplifted, though some still harbored worries. After all, improving weather signaled the return of a busy life the following day. The weather forecast on his phone finally changed, with temperatures plummeting from a range of 19-36 to -5-8. The heating remained icy cold, and the indoor temperature hovered at a mere 5 by 10 o'clock. Under normal circumstances, The nightlife would just be beginning, but the frigid air silenced the vibrancy of the people. Nearly everyone had succumbed to slumber. Chun sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching as the gentle rain transformed into snowflakes. Regardless of the changes occurring, this snow had ultimately arrived as anticipated, gripping his erguo tightly. Chun murmured to himself, "The disaster is upon us." Chapter 30. The world of ice and snow in the past, people often exaggerated the snowfall, likening it to goose feathers. Yet now, this phrase seemed rather understated. Snowflakes struck the ground, producing a resounding thud. As temperatures continued to drop, the boiler emitted an alert for low coal reserves as Chun hurriedly filled the coal storage tank, ensuring that even in -40 temperatures, he could maintain a stable environment for about a week. After completing this task, he retired for the night. The next morning, Chun awoke naturally, stretching lazily as he gazed outside. Although the snowfall wasn't as heavy as the previous night, it could still be deemed significant. Peering through the floor-to-ceiling window, he noticed that the snow had completely buried the lower floors of neighboring buildings. In truth, the snow wasn't particularly deep. The wind had merely caused it to accumulate more densely beside the structures than in open areas. The community chat was abuzz with activity .16-0302. "What is going on? My home is buried in snow. It's 10 meters high." 7-0501. "The snow hasn't stopped. At this rate, my house will be next." 4-1306. "I'm freezing. This is outrageous. It's -8, and the heating is frigid. Can't we get some warmth?" 7-1105. For -1306. "What are you thinking? The heating pipes are probably frozen. You really expect warmth." For -1306. "But it's so cold. And with this heavy snow, how can we survive without heat?" 5-0606. Zhou Tsaixia, the community director, "The citizen hotline has been unreachable these past few days. Can the community assist us in reporting the situation? Are we meant to just endure this?" 12-0504. Zhou Tsaixia, "Didn't you say the severe weather would end in 3 days? With this thick layer of snow, even if it stops, we won't be able to leave for at least 10 days or 2 weeks. UNT let us procure supplies yesterday, and now I have nothing to eat." Initially, only a small portion of people recognized the gravity of the situation, but as discussions unfolded in the group, more individuals began to grasp what such heavy snowfall entailed. In northern regions, winter snowfall was commonplace. Yet this magnitude of snow, even if it ceased now, would take an extended period to clear. Those with food supplies remained calm. Elderly individuals, most married couples, and seasoned homebodies typically had a habit of stockpiling provisions. Even a modest stock of half a bag of rice, half a bag of flour, 2 pounds of pork, 2 pounds of eggs, or some frozen dumplings, instant noodles, and sausages could be salvaged out of course. A small number of single, working individuals also maintained a stash of supplies at home. Though they were in the minority, at least 1/3 of the residents in the community lacked the habit of stockpiling food. Some were simply too busy with work to cook at home, while others were just plain lazy. A few astute individuals had sensed something amiss the day before and had ventured out to gather supplies before the snowstorm hit. Later, others wished to follow suit, but were deterred by Zhou Tsaixia's official warnings. Now, many found themselves regretting their inaction. Numerous messages flooded the group directed at Zhou Tsaixia, yet she remained silent as a tomb. Not responding to a single query. Chun, uninterested in cooking, retrieved a gourmet breakfast set from his supplies, which included simple sandwiches, organic milk, and a fruit salad flown in from elsewhere. The television broadcast morning news, featuring a curly-haired female anchor in a suit discussing the unfolding situation. Today, a strong snowfall has erupted worldwide. Meteorologists and astronomers have analyzed the event, attributing it to gamma rays released by a distant supernova explosion affecting the climate of our planet. This intense snowfall is expected to persist for 3 to 7 days. The highest government authorities have issued 3 directives to localities to promptly address the snow disaster, to ensure food supplies for citizens, and to maintain order to prevent severe social incidents. All directives must prioritize human life and safety above all else. As Chun watched, he rolled his eyes. Reduce outings and await official rescue? Just as that chubby uncle who got kicked out of the group said yesterday, officials might already be overwhelmed and unable to provide rescue. Waiting for rescue is tantamount to waiting for death. Following the broadcast, A small group of those without food supplies quickly grasped the seriousness of the situation and began calling for help in the group chat. 12-0706. Neighbors, who has an abundance of supplies and can sell some to me? The moment such messages appeared, they sparked a chain reaction in the chat that, in an instant, dozens of requests for supplies pushed the original message back several pages. However, while buyers emerged, sellers were scarce. After all, those who had braved the dust storm and risked official repercussions to stockpile supplies were unlikely to part with them easily. Many individuals are acutely aware of a certain truth. In the current circumstances, acquiring supplies at reasonable prices has become an impossibility. The necessity of purchasing at inflated prices is inevitable. However, no one wishes to take the initiative in this regard. It is disheartening to witness others profiting handsomely, multiplying their gains by several times, or even a dozen, while they themselves had the opportunity to procure goods at lower prices just yesterday. This sense of dissatisfaction is palpable at that moment. Zhou Tsaixia finally made her presence felt in the group chat. Zhou Tsaixia, the director of the 18-1604 community, addressed all residents of the Central Asia Sunshine Community. I have just received an official decree stating that the natural disaster will not conclude in the short term. For the safety of our citizens' lives and property, internal closed-loop management will be organized by each community. The community is provisionally designated as the smallest unit of the highest executing authority. Public servants and staff members within the community must cooperate with community management, and residents are also required to respond actively to the community's call. For the safety of all citizens, compliance with management is imperative. Disasters are merciless, yet humanity remains unconquerable. Let us join hands and stand united to weather this snow disaster. Chun was momentarily taken aback. This was not how things unfolded in her previous life. In that instance, within 3 days of the snow disaster's onset, Zhang Dashan had failed to issue such a notification. 3 days later, the power was cut off, and with transportation being severely hindered, there was no way to receive further instruction from higher authorities. 12-0504. Zhou Tsaixia, the 18-1604 community. I have no food at home. What should I do? 18-1301. What does your lack of food have to do with the community? The community staff are already working tirelessly to help us withstand the snow disaster. Must they also manage your meals and needs? 12-0504. Zhou Sheng, have you not had enough of being scolded? Are you accustomed to kneeling or what? Is the community director your mother? Su Chun couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the community director was not Zhou Sheng's mother, but rather his cousin. She had not anticipated encountering Zhou Sheng here. He was also an employee of Wanhong Decoration Company, similarly infatuated with Xie Yiding in her previous life. Before the disaster struck, they were rivals competing for the position of design department supervisor, vying for the affection of a woman with a budding relationship. After the snow disaster, they had not crossed paths again, only to find that he was Zhou Tsaixia cousin. Yesterday, 3 men had been present at Zhou Tsaixia home. In addition to Ding Qing from the 6th floor and Zhou Tsaixia husband, Xie Dong, the 3rd man was Zhou Sheng. The quarrel within the group chat was rather tedious, as Yu Chun suddenly recalled her vehicle, which had been scratched by Xie Jinbao. It was time to stir up some trouble for her. She opened the group chat and casually sent a message. 18-2202 Su Chun. In truth, you all have misunderstood Director Zhou. She has prepared a substantial amount of supplies at her home. Neighbors in need of provisions may visit her residence to collect them. 18-1604 Community Director Zhou Tsaixia. 18-2202 Su Chun. You are spreading nonsense, Zhou Tsaixia hastily retorted, but her message was soon overshadowed by a flurry of flattery. 12-1102. Zhou Tsaixia, the 18-1604 Community. Is this true? 18-1004. I have long said you all misunderstood. Recall the sweltering 36C days a few days ago. What did Director Zhou provide for us residents of Building 18? Hand warmers. 18-2201. Indeed, I found it odd when I collected a gift. Why hand out warmers in such heat? It turns out Director Zhou was simply preparing for the future. 16-0803. What on earth are hand warmers? Why did we not receive them? Before long, someone unearthed a previous message from Zhou Tsaixia in the group chat. 4-0301. Zhou Tsaixia the 18 to 1604 community. Why were hand warmers only distributed to Building 18? We are cold too. 13-0502. Aren't the supplies the same? All the building entrances are blocked by snow. We cannot leave, and only the residents of Building 18 can receive provisions. Upon learning that Zhou Tsaishia's home was stocked with supplies, reactions range from flattery to skepticism, from questioning to complaints. The messages in the community group surged rapidly, only slowing down after several minutes. Zhou Tsaixia grew anxious and sent Su Chun a private message. Su, are you out of your mind? Why did you claim I have supplies at home in the group? Director, I am merely safeguarding your reputation. And do you not have supplies at home? Su Chun countered. Faced with Su Chun's inquiry, Zhou Tsaixia felt a twinge of guilt and quickly replied, regardless of your intentions, clarify this matter in the group immediately. Otherwise, once the snow disaster concludes, I will report the truth. Fine. If you genuinely lack supplies, then you can clarify it in the group yourself. What does it have to do with me? All right, just wait for it. In the surveillance footage, Zhou Tsaixia was seen stamping her feet in frustration. What is going on? Inquired Xie Dong, Zhou Tsaishia's husband, while Ding Qing looked on curiously. That little brat who just moved to the 22nd floor is spreading rumors that we have supplies at home. And now this bunch of beggars in the group are glaring at me, demanding them. Zhou Tsaishia's face contorted with anger. What? Damn it, does the community have his details? Let's find his vulnerability, Xie Dong seethed. He is a bachelor from the rich village, unmarried, and his parents passed away long ago. Recently, he received a sum from the demolition compensation and bought a house here. Rich village? Xie Dong glanced at Ding Qing and asked, Old Ding, I recall you have some connection with Zhang Dashan, the village head of Rich Village. Yes, Ding Qing nodded. I'll reach out to Zhang Dashan and find a way to drag this little brat into the dark. Keeping him locked up for 3 days should teach him a lesson. Upon hearing Ding Qing's plan, Zhou Tsaishia's expression softened somewhat, and she quickly replied in the group. 18 to 1604 Community Director Zhou Tsaixia. 18 to 2202 Su Chun. You are spreading rumors. I have documented this incident and will report it after the snow disaster concludes for a unified settlement. Moreover, let me clarify again, I do not have a large stock of supplies at home. Only what I usually buy, rice, flour, and I LDAS for the prohibition on everyone going out to procure supplies yesterday. That was also an official notice. I was merely conveying the official directive. What does your lack of food at home have to do with me? If you don't cook and only rely on takeout and do not stockpile food, why should you reach out to me for help now, at this critical juncture? The moment these words were uttered, the group erupted once more. 12-0504. 08-2201. Did you even think this through before speaking? Not cooking is my choice. I wanted to go out yesterday to buy food, yet you used official orders to restrain everyone from going out. Now that trouble has arisen, you shift the blame. What kind of director are you? The cacophony of insults ensued, but Zhou Tsaixia clung to her usual approach, ignoring the barrage of criticism without responding. Suddenly, someone revived a previous message that had been drowned out. 18 to 2201 Little Ancestor. 18 to 1604 Community Director Zhou Tsaixia. Message record. Are you serious, Director? Zhou Tsaixia clicked on it, and her expression instantly changed. Someone had posted a video, followed by a commentary. 6-0302. I actually saw yesterday that Director Zhou's home procured a van full of supplies. Although she was masked, I recognized her gentle demeanor immediately. She's indeed a good leader for the people. The video displayed a van with its back seat removed, filled to the brim, and as the tailgate was opened, supplies spilled out in abundance. Once this video was shared, praise for Zhou Tsaixia flooded the group, only to be abruptly halted by her subsequent clarification, which incited a wave of curses instead. Now, Zhou Tsaixia found herself at a loss for words. The evidence of her household's abundant supplies had become indisputable. Seated in the climate-controlled room, Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't anticipated such a perfect opportunity to strike. Watching Zhou Tsaishia's furious outburst on the surveillance video, he fell into contemplation. He remained unaware of the nature of the information Zhou Tsaixia and Zhang Dashan had received from official sources. However, given their attempt to exploit the disaster for personal gain, it seemed likely that they had been informed that the snow disaster would soon subside. Therefore, Zhou Caixia likely dared not completely sever ties with her neighbors. After all, as someone granted authority by the officials, if she were to be found guilty of corruption, even without formal employment, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions in the name of public outrage. Yet at this moment, convincing Zhou Caixia to distribute supplies to the community might be more painful for her than inflicting a wound upon herself. What would she do? Chun sat comfortably on the soft, duck-down sofa in the living room, chin in hand, observing the surveillance footage of Zhou Caixia, eagerly awaiting her reaction. Ding Xing had already spoken with Zhang Dashan on the phone, but his brow was furrowed, indicating that the conversation had not yielded favorable results. What did Zhang Dashan say? Zhou Caixia inquired. Ding Xing shook his head and replied, according to Zhang Dashan, he seems to have some enmity with this brat as well, but now the houses in Rich Village are nearly buried in snow. And they're trying to clear it. They are at a loss regarding Su Chun. Damn, that scoundrel! Siet Dong seethed in growing anger, heading to the kitchen to retrieve a bone-cutting axe. I'll go teach him a lesson. Witnessing this scene, Su Chun silently retrieved an AK-521 from his space. However, before Siet Dong could step out, Zhou Caixia stopped him, saying, let us not concern ourselves with that brat for now. We have more pressing matters to attend to. That brat is fortunate. He can enjoy a few more days of life. Siet Dong begrudgingly returned the axe, his frustration palpable as Su Chun holstered his firearm and remarked, while Zhou Caixia and her companions deliberated for a moment. Picking up their phones to compose messages in their group chat. At that juncture, Su Chun unexpectedly received a message from Xie Yiting. Su Chun, do you still have any food at home? I heard from the people in the wealthy village that you stocked up on plenty of pork and rice. You must have some at home, right? Su Chun smiled faintly, stepped aside, and opened the portal to his alternate space, revealing a vast array of high-end ingredients from Walmart and banquet dishes ordered from five-star hotels. Stacked high, he then picked up his phone to respond. Those items are indeed not at home. All I have are these insufficient morsels to stave off hunger. Chapter 32. Volunteers. Su Chun generously snapped photos of the food filling his living room and sent them to Xie Yiting. His intent was clear, to showcase his wealth and comfort to her, leaving her yearning for what she could not have. Xie Yiting, however, seemed oblivious to Su Chun's intentions upon seeing the mountain of food. Both women were left wide. Su Chun, why do you have so much food at home? Xie Yiting inquired. Didn't someone mention in the group that the disaster wouldn't be over anytime soon? I went to the warehouse to bring back some supplies to avoid going hungry later. Was it that guy called Fat Uncle? The residents in the neighborhood don't believe him. You, on the other hand, are wise and discerning. I truly have great taste. Xie Yiting hinted at her admiration for Su Chun. Yet, Su Chun feigned ignorance. You have good taste? Did you really believe Fat Uncle and went out to hoard supplies? His comment left Xie Yiting momentarily speechless. Sitting on the sofa, Su Chun watched the surveillance footage, unable to suppress his laughter at the sight of Xie Yiting's exasperated expression. Su Chun, to be honest, I wanted to go out to procure supplies yesterday, but with such a fierce sandstorm as a delicate girl, I simply couldn't venture out that day. When you treated me to dinner, I had to use up all the vegetables at home. So, not to worry, Su Chun replied. Then I'll just eat at home today. No need for you to treat me, as these items are barely enough to satisfy my hunger. However, Xie Yiting suppressed her inner turmoil, exclaiming, myself and Xiao Chun are planning to make some instant noodles for dinner. All we have at home are these. Would you like to join us? Is it the old tan pickled cabbage flavor? Su Chun asked. It's the old hen soup noodles. Xie Yiting instinctively replied that, oh, then never mind. If it's not old tan, I want to eat it. Remember to soak in hot water, and don't forget to add the seasoning. Or at one tea tastes good, I'm off to eat some lobsters. Those things are hardly filling. I do need at least 4 or 5 to be satisfied. My phone needs charging, so I'll talk to you after dinner. After sending this message, Su Chun closed the chat window and resumed watching the surveillance. He witnessed Xie Yiting furiously throw her phone onto the sofa, cursing vehemently. Bastard. Dog thing. Can't even understand a simple sentence. Only an idiot would marry you in the future. Yiting, calm down. How can I calm down? That guy used to be sharp as a tack, but what happened now? Yiting, I think I've figured it out. Yao Chun interjected thoughtfully. What is going on? Xie Yiting leaned in. Intrigued, Su Chun has become arrogant. Yao Chun declared. Arrogant? He dares to act arrogant in front of me. Last time, when I was with Feng Chuxing at the hotel. I called him at 3 in the morning to pick me up, and he didn't dare to utter a word. When we got home, he even made me detox soup and stay by my side while I slept without daring to touch me. Does he think he could be arrogant with me? Xie Yiting said, her face brimming with pride. That Su Chun sighed. It was indeed something he had done. Yao Chun patted Xie Yiting's hand. Yiting, men are all proud creatures. Even the simps that used to think he wasn't worthy of you, and every moment spent with you felt like a blessing. But now it's different. I've heard Su Chun received $5 million in relocation funds and has taken on a major project that could earn him tens of millions. He has transformed into a single aristocrat, naturally giving him the confidence to be arrogant. What should I do then? Xie Yiting inquired, to be proactive. Proactive? What is your ultimate goal? Yao Chun asked. After contemplating, Xie Yiting replied, to transfer his money and house into my name. Wait until I safely give birth, and then seize Feng's family fortune. By then, he will no longer be of use to me, if he serves me well. I might keep him around for another decade or so, and when I grow older, I'll just kick him to the curb and find someone younger. Then it's simple, Yao Chun stated. After 3 years of simping for you, letting go isn't something that can be done overnight. Right now, he is just clinging to his pride. As long as you take the initiative, clarify your intentions, and cater to his vanity, he'll surely come running back to you. Let me think. Su Chun observed the two women scheming with a cold gaze. Since his rebirth, Xie Yiting had repeatedly reshaped his perception of her. After a long while, Su Chun chuckled to himself. No rush. We have all the time to play. Suddenly, a message from Zhou Caixia appeared in the group chat, prompting Su Chun to click on it eagerly. Curious about how she would manipulate the others, Community Director Zhou Caixia. I will be straightforward. The authorities did indeed notify us yesterday not to hoard supplies, and I can only relay their instructions. However, I fear that the disaster may not end shortly, so I took it upon myself to stockpile some supplies for everyone. Why personal capacity is limited, and thus the quantity is minimal, intended solely for basic security. The reason for concealing this information was to prevent those with ample resources from claiming what they do not need, ensuring that supplies reach those who genuinely require them. Today, an unexpected heavy snowfall has caught us off guard, and we're currently discussing how to distribute supplies to neighbors in other buildings, but someone has disrupted our plans. Now, the homeowner from 2202, Su Chun, has thrown my entire plan into disarray, so supplies will not be distributed for the time being. We, the community, are deliberating a more prudent solution. I ask for everyone's patience. Upon sending this message, a chorus of sycophantic responses erupted in the group. 18-0506. I knew Director Zhou would never hoard supplies secretly and disregard the residents' well-being. I've always believed that. 14-0802. In such circumstances, Director Zhou still thinks of those in other buildings. Truly a public servant. 18-1301. I've been telling you all along, Director Zhou is overwhelmed with work. And you all keep causing trouble. How shameless. 16-0802. Isn't this all Su Chun's fault from Building 18? If NT suddenly spouted those words, how could we have misunderstood Director Zhou? 6-1504. 6-0302. Are you still secretly filming videos of people moving supplies? Now that you see it's Director Zhou, why don't you lend a hand? If she gets exhausted, it's a loss for all of us. As the conversation progressed, the crowd shifted their ire towards Su Chun and the individual filming the video. That Su Chun shook his head with a bitter smile, but could understand the situation. A group of individuals who had lost their primal instincts and identities, always seeking an organization or support during times of crisis. That's all right. Disasters will gradually awaken the primal instincts within people. I await that day. Su Chun lifted a chilled can of Brave the World and raised a toast to the stream of messages in the group, downing it in one go. Community Director Zhou Caixia. To all, I have been entrusted in a time of crisis to serve as the highest executive for our community's residents during this disaster. To ensure work efficiency, I am now recruiting volunteers from among all community residents, limited to 5 per building. Interested parties may message me privately, and we will select suitable volunteers to be announced in the group. I hope everyone will enthusiastically sign up to contribute their strength to the community's disaster relief efforts. 14-1103. Will volunteers receive any stipends? Chapter 33. Inspecting Supplies Community Director Zhou Saixia. Currently, there are no stipends, but I must emphasize that disaster relief concerns the safety of all community residents' lives and property. Everyone has a duty to contribute. Furthermore, simply signing up does not guarantee competency. Our community will hold a meeting to discuss and select the 5 most capable volunteers, which is indeed a significant honor. ISNT it. Zhou Saishia's message immediately elicited a flurry of praise and adulation. Many began to condemn the individual who dared to inquire about stipends, even resorting to personal attacks. From his omniscient perspective, Chun discerned that Zhou Saishia's endeavor to recruit volunteers harbored ulterior motives, the establishment of influence. Although Zhou Saixia held the title of community director and had been granted authority by the authorities, she lacked sufficient strength to impose control. This so-called highest executive role resembled a precarious edifice, liable to be undermined and toppled at any moment. Thus, the recruitment of volunteers was undoubtedly a brilliant move. Was this initiative conceived by Zhou Saixia herself? Chun murmured to herself as she opened the surveillance footage from Zhou Saixia's home. After watching for a while, she suddenly realized that it was Ding Qing's idea. It seems that Ding Qing possesses a certain level of intellect. However, this revelation had little impact on Chun. That night, the snow continued to fall, with temperatures plummeting to between -15 and -8. The indoor temperature was nearing zero. In such frigid conditions, the complaints within the group lessened significantly, as people had completely lost hope in the heating company. With no target for their grievances, silence ensued. There exists a common misconception that people from the north are more resilient to the cold than those from the south, which is not entirely accurate. In truth, many southerners have a greater tolerance for cold. It is merely that northern dwellers are better equipped against it. Additionally, due to the presence of heating, summers in the north are not as oppressively humid as in the south, leading many northern households to forego air conditioning altogether. In the entire Central Asia century city, the number of households with air conditioning is likely fewer than 20 to 80. This juncture, the importance of air conditioning became evident. Those fortunate enough to have it turned on their units for warmth, while those without resorted to portable heaters like small suns, hot water bags, and hand warmers, which became indispensable. Of course, the residents of Building 18 also had the warmers distributed by Chun. Though they were blissfully unaware that these warmers contained hidden surveillance devices, Chun's surprise, she discovered that some women stuffed the warmers inside their clothing, and the angles of some of the hidden cameras allowed for an unobstructed view of mundane happenings. If households lacked even these rudimentary means of warmth, they could only rely on physical insulation to stave off the cold, burrowing under down comforters while refusing to emerge. Meanwhile, Zhou Saixia was bustling about with great enthusiasm. Early the next morning, she issued a list of volunteers, 5 from each building, totaling 20 in Central Asia Century City. In addition to the 100 volunteers, the list included 62 designated personnel from state-owned enterprises, hospitals, and other institutions residing within the community who were ordered to assist in disaster management. Thus, they were not considered volunteers. Following the recruitment of volunteers, Zhou Saixia's first directive was to inspect the stock and population status of every household. As soon as this order was announced, immediate objections arose. The reasoning was sound. Even the authorities must respect individuals' privacy, a fundamental right. Yet, Zhou Saixia insisted that those volunteers enter residents' homes to search for supplies, a demand many found intolerable. In response, Zhou Saixia provided an explanation. Residents, please be aware of the current disaster situation. As the officially designated executor, I must be constantly informed of the supplies in every household to ensure that resources are allocated to those in true need. At that moment, while few were going hungry, there were even fewer who had stocked up on supplies. Only a handful of residents in Central Asia Century City had prepared in advance, and in Building 18, where Zhou Saixia also resided, even fewer ventured out to gather provisions. Therefore, most households had scant supplies. Zhou Saixia's statement immediately garnered a wave of support, as those with nothing to lose joined the chorus. The volunteers began to go door to door, checking supplies. Upon hearing the knocks, Chun frowned slightly. Although he could store all supplies in his alternate space, Allowing these so-called volunteers entry was out of the question. Hello, I am a community volunteer. We're now conducting checks on the supplies in each household. Please open the door, came the voice from outside, that I do not require any supplies from the community. So there's no need for you to come in and check, Chun replied through the intercom. The volunteers outside were evidently taken aback by Chun's response, yet they did not relent. Cut the nonsense. Director Zhou is the officially appointed first executor of disaster response in this community. All residents of Central Asia's Sunshine Community are obligated to comply with her directives or else face severe penalties when the disaster concludes. Knock, 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 open the door. Hearing this, Chun chuckled. Truly, the higher-up set the tone. Zhou Tsaixia was domineering, and these volunteers were no less so. Do you not understand human language? Chun retorted, discarding any notions of decorum or politeness. I do not want any supplies from the community, so what are you checking for? However, the volunteer outside grew even more brazen. You're Chun, right? Let me tell you, this is an order from Director Zhou. If you do not cooperate with the inspection, next time, it won't just be one person coming up. What is that? A pig. Chun shot back. This remark immediately infuriated the volunteer outside. Without hesitation, the volunteer pulled out a baton from his pocket and struck Chun's door with it twice. Though the impact left his arm numb, he defiantly warned, I advise you to open the door quickly. Or when I burst in, our conversation will not be so civil. Just a quick question. Are you threatening me? Indeed, I am threatening you. What do you think you are? In this situation, Director Zhou could order your execution without facing imprisonment. As soon as the volunteer finished speaking, the door swung open. A smile crept onto his face, and he raised his baton, preparing to teach Chun a lesson. Yet, before he could see Chun's figure clearly, a baseball bat came crashing down upon his head. You dare strike a public official. Zhou Tsaixia doesn't even count as a public official. Who do you think you are to make such threats here? Chun exclaimed as he swung the bat again, striking the volunteer's head. The volunteer staggered, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head and cursing Chun. You're finished. You're done for. Chapter 34. You're done for. Just wait. Assaulting a public official carries a heavier penalty. I'm going to tell Director Zhou and have her take care of this. The volunteer, clutching his bleeding head, ran toward the elevator as Chun did not pursue him. There was no need. He simply wanted the other party to realize he was not to be trifled with. Upon returning home, Chun opened the group chat and discovered he was not the only one refusing to allow the volunteer inspection. Households with substantial stockpiles of supplies naturally would not permit anyone to enter for inspection. I end Building 18 alone, for households had not opened their doors to the volunteers and had even exchanged harsh words, earning them a mention from Zhou Tsaixia in the group. Just then, a video appeared in the chat. It was shared by a girl, featuring a volunteer clad in black with a red armband, holding a pink cloth strip, the other end in the hands of the video's creator. Everyone look! The volunteer came into my home to check on the population and supplies. I cooperated and opened the door. But he actually stole a pair of my unwashed panties from my bathroom. As the girl spoke, the volunteer let go of the pink cloth strip and lunged for her phone. You little brat. Hand over that phone. Look, everyone. This volunteer not only stole my underwear, but is also trying to rob my phone. I said this was just a misunderstanding. The underwear just happened to fall from the clothesline when I walked by and landed in my pocket. The volunteer desperately defended himself. Don't think you can justify it just because you're filming. As he spoke, the volunteer pulled out his own phone and began recording the girl. The video ended at that moment. But soon another video surfaced, this time from a middle-aged woman. I end this clip. Another volunteer, also wearing a red armband, stood amidst a disheveled bedroom, pointing at the video creator and shouting, "What do you mean by filming? We volunteers are tirelessly serving the people here. Is it polite to film with your phone? Is it polite?" The middle-aged woman retorted angrily. "Look at this. These sycophants rummaged through my wardrobe, shoe cabinet, and kitchen cabinets. In this freezing weather, do you think I have the energy to tidy up?" Once someone spoke up, others followed suit. Many began posting videos, most recounting instances of volunteers engaging in inappropriate behavior after entering their homes. These two incidents were relatively mild. Others reported volunteers attempting to take supplies from their homes or brazenly demanding money, threatening to report them for having ample supplies if they refused. some situations escalated into outright conflicts, with volunteers disregarding the filming and aggressively confronting those recording. As a series of videos circulated, many began to question the conduct of the volunteers, and Zhou Sixia, I could see that moment. The volunteer who had just suffered a setback at Su Chun's hands returned to Zhou Saixia's home, nursing his head and tearfully recounting the incident. Upon hearing this, Xie Dong's temper flared, and I've said all along that we need to teach that kid a lesson. Otherwise, he'll never know who's in charge of this neighborhood. As he spoke, Xie Dong summoned 2 volunteers to accompany him outside. Su Chun silently retrieved an AK-521, but after a moment's contemplation, he set it aside. I end this life. Events following the calamity had undergone a transformation, and Su Chun speculated that the change might be attributed to Chen Yufeng. Given the circumstances at that time, had he not rescued Chen Yufeng, it was highly likely that the latter would have perished in the wilderness. Thus, in the previous life, Chen Yufeng had failed to bring back any intelligence regarding the meteorological cannons. This time, however, things were different. The authorities must have received word from Chen Yufeng in advance, prompting them to make preparations ahead of time. He could not ascertain whether the authorities still retained their pre-disaster capabilities, so it was prudent to remain low-key. Consequently, he retrieved a crossbow from the alternate space, an instrument that would emit no sound upon discharge, and cold weapons would likely fall within the authorities' tolerance range. After all, under the current circumstances, even if the authorities possessed offensive capabilities, any attempt to sanction Su Chun would require considerable resources that a mere crossbow evidently posed little threat to the official powers. Bang! 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 Xie Dong approached with an axe in hand as Su Chun unlocked the physical door and stepped back to a suitable distance, using the remote control to open the entrance. Upon seeing Su Chun open the door, Xie Dong and the 2 volunteers instantly became animated. This fellow wasn't as tough as he appeared. Before he could finish his thought, the 3 men beheld Su Chun, poised with the crossbow aimed at them. Before they could flee, Su Chun pulled the trigger. A triangular arrow, accompanied by a cutting rush of wind, hurtled towards Xie Dong's lower body. Xie Dong hastily retreated, but the narrowness of the staircase allowed little room. After 2 steps, he found himself trapped. A scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig erupted at Su Chun's doorstep. Murder! Murder! Despite Xie Dong's bravado with the axe. He was merely a factory section chief, authoritative during work hours, but cowardly in the face of real danger. He desired to flee, but the moment he attempted to take a step, a sharp pain elicited a piercing scream. Looking down, he discovered his second brother pinned to the wall by the arrow, utterly immobilized. Where is everyone? Someone, he cried, scanning the area, but finding no sign of assistance. The 2 volunteers who had accompanied him, upon witnessing such a gruesome scene, dared not linger, retreating to the stairwell to cower in a corner. Su Chun let out a cold laugh and closed the door, observing the situation in the corridor through the surveillance camera. Approximately 5 minutes after he shut the door, the 2 volunteers cautiously emerged from the stairwell. Xie Dong stood there, dazed, his legs quaking with weakness. The arrow had inadvertently provided him support as he straddled it. Upon seeing his companions arrive, he immediately began to curse. You useless fools, hurry and help me. All right. The 2 volunteers rushed over, taking a brief glance at Xie Dong's injury, and with a hint of sympathy, suggested, Brother Dong, perhaps we should cut it out. Cut what? Xie Dong slapped the speaker, then insisted, just help me pull the arrow out first. The 2 volunteers quickly grasped the arrow and tugged, but this seemingly minor action sent shockwaves through Xie Dong's wound. Damn it, be gentle. Brother Dong, why don't you take a step forward and pull it out from behind? Are you illiterate? Haven't you seen television? They say if you get shot, you can't pull it out immediately. Or you might bleed out or get infected. What should we do then? Another volunteer inquired. You 2 help me lift it, and we'll find a doctor. That I recall there's a female physician in our building. Let her treat my wound. The 2 volunteers hoisted the arrow embedded in Xie Dong's second brother, and the trio shuffled toward the elevator like a makeshift palanquin. Observing this scene, Su Chun scoffed. Some individuals truly were both incompetent and foolish. He stowed the crossbow and prepared 2 cuts of prime wagyu beef and a bottle of red wine for lunch. Just then, the laser projector displaying the scene in Zhou Saixia's home suddenly dimmed. Su Chun paused, muttering to himself, why so soon? In his memory, Power outages following the snow disaster had lasted 3 days. After 3 days, the global maximum temperature plummeted to -40, a chilling reality compounded by the effects of heavy snowfall, which crippled water, electricity, and wind power. With roads blocked by snow, coal transportation ceased, rendering most thermal power generation inoperative. These three methods accounted for the majority of energy production in Hawaii. Their cessation meant at least 70% of power supply was cut off. Additionally, the frigid weather rendered the northern regions unable to heat their homes, prompting reliance on electric devices for warmth, further exacerbating power consumption. Thus, within 3 days, while Chun was uncertain about conditions elsewhere, the areas surrounding the affluent village had all succumbed to darkness. Yet now, the authorities had evidently anticipated the situation. It was merely the second morning following the snow calamity, and how could they have already faltered? However, Chun quickly discerned that it was not a blackout, but rather an unstable voltage. The laser projector had not extinguished entirely, but flickered erratically. The power had been reduced, Chun realized. Hastily retrieving a barrel of diesel from the alternate space and pouring it into the diesel generator in the control room, initiating power supply for the entire house. Once the generator was engaged, the electrical system within the residence stabilized immediately. It seemed the authorities had foreseen the impending power shortage, preemptively modifying the power limitation devices that Chun used. The output power on the main line has been reduced, naturally leading to less electricity available for individual households. This can be regarded as an effective emergency measure. The conserved power can be utilized for more essential tasks that I wonder, however, if the authorities will continue to provide such low-power electricity to ordinary citizens. In the group chat, Zhou Tsaixia also disseminated an official notice. Community Director Zhou Tsaixia of 18 to 1604. I have just received notification from higher-ups that due to widespread failures in the power system, there is an insufficiency in output capacity. Starting today, a power limitation will be enforced for residential electricity usage. That I urge everyone to conserve electricity. During this extraordinary period, please turn off water heaters, air conditioners, and other high-power appliances, and refrain from using lights at night, unless necessary. A rather formal announcement. Yet a few residents expressed their agreement in the chat. However, the majority remained ambivalent. Subsequently, Zhou Tsaixia condemned those who did not cooperate with the volunteers in checking population and resource numbers, directly naming Chun among them, assigning blame. The essence of her message was that the volunteers had not acted excessively. The conflict arose solely due to some residents' lack of cooperation during inspections. It was evident to anyone with discernment that Zhou Tsaixia was clearly biased in favor of the volunteers, yet a subsequent statement from her compelled many to concur with her sentiments. Neighbors, I do not wish to elaborate on the reasons behind some residents' lack of cooperation during inspections. I believe everyone is aware. However, if even one household fails to register for the population and resource count, it will hinder the distribution of supplies to all. When it comes to personal interests, the majority of residents will become proactive. The atmosphere in the group chat swiftly shifted, with voices that had initially condemned the volunteers' excessive actions diminishing significantly. Instead, the focus shifted to reprimanding those who recorded videos of the proceedings. Initially, the justifications for this were somewhat flimsy, but as the conversation progressed, they began to take on a semblance of reason. Why was it that among so many young women in the community, only one girl's underwear was stolen? Was it not because she regularly sought to entice men? The aunt whose home was ransacked, had she not hidden her supplies prior to the volunteers' inspection, leading to their discovery? Otherwise, why would they rummage through her wardrobe? Those who had been attacked, or who had assaulted the volunteers, were clearly unwilling to cooperate, leading to the ensuing conflicts if those justifications were not sufficiently compelling. A phrase soon emerged in the chat. A fly does not alight on a seamless egg. Perhaps a few volunteers had issues of their own, but how could a single hand make a sound? In a community of several hundred households, why did these incidents only arise in a handful of homes? Was it not due to their own shortcomings? Those who had not completed the population and resource checks found themselves the targets of online harassment within the Zhongya Century City Community Group, including Chun. Zhou Tsaixia directly shared a heap of bloodied bandages in the chat, accompanied by a furious message. Just now, our building 18 witnessed a shocking incident where a resident injured a volunteer. Chun, a new tenant of 2202, actually shot a volunteer with a bow and arrow. Even in the absence of a disaster, this is undoubtedly a criminal act that warrants sentencing. I have documented this incident. But until a verdict is reached, he remains a resident of this community and is still obliged to cooperate with the volunteers in checking resource quantities. Please be advised, Chun and all community residents. After sending these messages, Zhou Tsaixia remained in the group, while Chun, feeling that his personal interests were at stake, found himself the target of relentless online harassment and condemnation from many in the group who sided with Zhou Tsaixia. In truth, Chun was indifferent to their vitriol. In such circumstances, it posed no substantial harm to him. However, the sheer audacity of these individuals was intolerable. He shouted in the group, "Zhou Tsaixia, stop pretending to wield authority with your trifling resources. I have no interest in your supplies. You can carry on as you please, but do not include me in your schemes. If you have the guts, tell your husband to come and smash down my door with an axe. This time, I merely incapacitated him. Next time, I'll ensure he becomes paralyzed." After confronting Zhou Tsaixia, Chun turned his ire towards the other residents that all members, and you lot as well, disorganized rabble lacking independent thought in the face of disaster, merely seeking reliance on others. You will inevitably become stepping stones on someone else's path to survival. His words ignited a wave of outrage. 18-1301 Zhousheng. What are you so proud of? Aren't you just a displaced resident? A bit of money has gone to your head. You don't even regard the authorities. Once the snow disaster passes, just wait for your imprisonment. 16-0504. Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you're to dictate how I conduct myself? 17-1502. Director Zhou, I suggest we blacklist this scoundrel. Such a criminal does not deserve the supplies you have prepared for us. As Chun observed the torrent of insults, he chuckled to himself and turned off his phone. The dying cries of these individuals were insufficient to disturb his composure. People had yet to grasp the severity of this catastrophe. When the day arrived that survival became untenable, he would almost prefer that some among them dared to howl at him. Feeling somewhat bored during dinner, Chun began watching surveillance footage from Zhou Tsaixia home. The bloodstains on Xiedong's pants had begun to dry, yet the arrow lodged in his leg remained unremoved. Has the doctor not yet arrived? Xiedong grimaced, baring his teeth in pain. He has been gone for a while. He should be back soon. Just hang in there. Zhou Tsaixia reassured him, holding his hand. Before long, two volunteers arrived at Zhou Tsaixia home, accompanied by Sun Sinan, who was bundled in 2 layers of down jackets. The room was filled with a noxious haze, causing Sun Sinan to frown slightly. She approached to examine the arrow embedded in Xiedong's leg, her brow furrowing. The injury is rather complex. If this were in a hospital, I could tend to his wounds and likely preserve the organ. But under the current circumstances, it would be best to remove it as soon as possible. Chapter 36. The operation. As Chun watched the surveillance, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of red wine. How intriguing. I wonder if Xiedong will abandon his vehicle to save himself or choose to share his fate with his brother. Chun continued to watch with keen interest upon hearing Sun Sinan's words. Strange expressions appeared on everyone's faces, except for Zhou Tsaixia and her husband, who were filled with anxiety. Dr. Sun, please do not jest like that, Zhou Tsaixia implored, gripping Sun Sinan's hand tightly. Is there truly no way to help him? Well, there is a possibility, Sun Sinan replied, her expression turning troubled. If you can procure a scalpel, sutures, atropine injection, and penicillin, ideally some anesthetic as well, I could attempt something here. Zhou Tsaixia was taken aback. Not only were these items difficult to obtain, but some she had never even heard of. Who among ordinary households would possess such things? Yet, glancing at the moaning man lying there, she steeled herself and sent out a message to the group listing the items Sun Sinan had mentioned. 18-1604 Zhou Tsaixia. Neighbors, my husband, Xiedong, was injured by resident Chun with a bow and arrow while supporting our disaster relief efforts. He requires these medical instruments and medications for surgery. If anyone can provide them, the community will record your contribution, and additional supplies will be rewarded during future distributions. Upon seeing this message, many were tempted to help, yet the unfamiliar names of the medications left them feeling helpless. Some shared what medical supplies they could find, mostly bandages, while others offered small household scissors and sewing needles. stating that Director Zhou was welcome to take them without return. Zhou Caixia, observing the mishmash of items flooding the group chat, felt an urge to curse, but found no words. Sun Sinan also noted the messages in the group, and after a long pause said, Director Zhou, none of those items will suffice, that a skilled cook cannot create a meal without ingredients. Under these circumstances, I am afraid I cannot assist. At that moment, someone shared a photo in the group and tagged Zhou Caixia and Sun Sinan. Zhou Caixia barely had a moment to comprehend the contents of the image when Sun Sinan exclaimed in delight. Director Zhou, this is precisely all the medications and instruments I need. Quickly, borrow them, and we can proceed with the surgery. What? Zhou Caixia hurriedly clicked on the profile of the person who had sent the image, only to realize it was Su Chun. In truth, Su Chun was equally perplexed by the presence of surgical medications in his supermarket warehouse. To be precise, his anomalous space contained thousands of medicines and medical instruments, many of which he had never encountered before. These were acquired from a makeshift outdoor warehouse in Texas, USA. Therefore, upon hearing Sun Sinan mention these items, he remembered to check his anomalous space and, to his surprise, found exactly what was needed. Without hesitation, Su Chun snapped a photo and sent it to the group. Zhou Caixia was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, she had been condemning Su Chun in the group, threatening to hold him accountable once the snow disaster ended, and now she found herself in need of his help. What are you doing? Xie Dong, having overheard Sun Sinan mention that someone could provide the necessary instruments and medications, became agitated, causing more blood to seep from his wound. Whoever has surgical supplies, hurry and send them over. If they don't arrive soon, I may have to resort to amputation. Zhou Caixia found it difficult to swallow her pride. But recalling her current predicament, she regained her confidence and sent a private message to Su Chun. Xiao Su, thank you for bravely stepping up to take responsibility when it matters most. How about this? You bring the medications and instruments to my home, and we can negotiate the illegal matters at hand. After sending the message, Zhou Caixia smirked with satisfaction, convinced that Su Chun was intimidated by her previous words and would now present the medications to curry favor with her. Seeking leniency. Yet how could she possibly let Su Chun off the hook? Her intention was merely to secure the supplies for Xie Dong's surgery. Once that was accomplished, Su Chun would become expendable. At that point, she would have the volunteers restrain him, and they could conduct a joint trial, subjecting him to the most severe punishment to alleviate her resentment. However, she was blindsided when Su Chun replied, I prefer to speak in a group. Zhou Caixia was momentarily taken aback. Was there truly a difference? But then she considered that he might want her to speak favorably of him in the group. Thus, she sent another message, 18 to 1604 Zhou Caixia. Su Chun, if you can promptly recognize your mistakes and provide the necessary instruments and medications for my husband's surgery, I will certainly advocate for leniency on your behalf. Forgiveness is not out of the question. Just send the medications over. Watching Zhou Caixia's message in the group, Su Chun couldn't help but smile, replying directly, Send your sister. Your husband's leg was shot by me. And you still have the audacity to ask me for supplies. Use your pig brain to think about whether that is even possible. Upon reading Su Chun's response, Zhou Caixia felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly causing her to faint. 18-1604 Zhou Caixia, 18 to 2202 Su Chun. What do you mean by that? 18-2202 Su Chun. What do I mean? I merely discovered some medications at home and decided to show off in the group. Did I say I would give them to you? 18-1604 Zhou Caixia. Su Chun, I hope you understand the gravity of your actions. If you do not rectify this immediately, I will report everything truthfully during the reckoning. It could very well lead to a death sentence. 18-2202 Su Chun. I await that day. With that, Su Chun proceeded to take individual photos of each instrument and medication and posted them in the group. Zhou Caixia felt as though a weight had been placed upon her chest, suffocating her with discomfort. She realized that obtaining medications from Su Chun's household was now impossible, although she had considered breaking into Su Chun's home. The urgency of the situation left no time for such measures. She then turned her gaze towards Sun Sinan, pulling out a stack of 100 yuan bills and handing them to her. Dr. Sun, I know you are a renowned Ritterny doctor from Shihe City People's Hospital. Surely you have a way to save my husband, don't you? Sun Sinan quietly pushed the money back to her, saying, "Director Zhou, it's not that I don't want to help the doctor. I too wish for my patients to recover to the best of their abilities. However, attempting to preserve the organ during surgery carries a very high risk of failure. If infection occurs, given the current circumstances, it could even pose a threat to life." Wait, Zhou Caixia seemed to grasp something significant. "You mentioned that direct treatment could be retained, albeit with a higher risk of failure. It's not merely a matter of failure rates. It's about the likelihood of infection and complications. However, the ramifications are akin to failure. If such issues arise, the consequences can be far more dire than a failed surgery, with a significantly elevated mortality risk," Sun Sinan remarked. Zhou Caixia turned to glance at her nearly unconscious husband and then looked back at Sun Sinan, saying, "Proceed with the surgery. We shall retain the organ for treatment." Chapter 37. The End Times. Zhou Caixia's voice was barely audible amidst the clamor of the room. Only she and Sun Sinan could hear her words. Aside from them, only Su Chun caught wind of this exchange. What does this mean? Everyone knows that retaining the organ for treatment carries a substantial risk of infection and life-threatening complications, yet she insists on this course of action. Is it not tantamount to saying either they endure together or perish together? This woman is rather ruthless. Su Chun could not help but scoff. The calamity has only just begun, and the temperature remains bearable. It is not yet the time for humanity to fade away. However, upon reflection, it is true that the disaster has only extinguished the humanity in most, while some have never possessed it at all. Sun Sinan's gaze appeared somewhat vacant. "Director Sun, I merely indicated that direct suturing entails a significant risk of infection. I did not assert that I could perform the suturing at this moment. Firstly, I lack the necessary instruments, and secondly, my education has taught me that one must not operate on a patient without thorough preparation." Zhou Caixia sighed. "While we cannot allow him to remain in this state indefinitely," Sun Sinan sighed in response. "Then there is but one option: procure medication and instruments from Su Chun. Otherwise, you will have to devise your own solutions." Sun Sinan cast a glance at Xie Dong before turning and exiting the room. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Xie Dong exclaimed, glaring at Sun Sinan as she departed. "Wife, why did you let her leave?" "I still need treatment." Zhou Caixia frowned at Xie Dong, her expression tinged with impatience. Yet, abandoning the situation was not a viable option. She could only exert further efforts towards Su Chun as Su Chun observed Sun Sinan's resolute departure. Falling into contemplation. This girl possesses some intriguing qualities. Su Chun had anticipated that as a doctor, Sun Sinan would at least endeavor to try, considering that prolonging the situation with Xie Dong was hardly different from surgical failure. The notion of treating a dead horse as if it were alive, though born of desperation, could still be a prudent choice. Yet, Sun Sinan had chosen to leave, clearly unwilling to assume that risk. He activated the surveillance system in Sun Sinan's home, and the projector momentarily plunged into darkness as it switched to infrared night vision mode. Soon, a black and white image appeared. Upon viewing the footage, Su Chun paused for a moment before exclaiming, "Why does everyone seem to prefer placing heating pads against their clothes? And that must be at least AG." The surveillance footage did not reveal the interior of Sun Sinan's home, but the audio remained audible as Su Chun listened to the conversation between Sun Weizheng and his daughter. He observed the rising and falling figures on the screen, his expression grave. Through their dialogue, Su Chun realized that Sun Sinan had a method to preserve Xie Dong's organs, albeit with considerable risk. Sun Weizheng had cautioned her against meddling without certain. Su Chun nodded inwardly, recognizing that this officer had become aware of the gravity of the situation. In the ensuing 2 days, Zhou Caixia sent several messages to Su Chun, appealing to reason and emotion, even resorting to threats and inducements. However, Su Chun found himself too apathetic to respond. Ultimately, it was Ding Qing who intervened, decisively severing the arrow and extracting it from Xie Dong's younger brother. Ding Qing's actions led Su Chun to realize that this individual was not to be underestimated. His previous strategies for Zhou Caixia were similarly astute. Nevertheless, being formidable does not equate to possessing the specialized medical skills required, which cannot be conjured from thin air. Xie Dong's wound remained unstitched, merely treated with a generous dose of Yunnan Baiyao to staunch the bleeding temporarily. After managing to move about, Xie Dong grew emboldened, proclaiming in the group chat that he would not go easy on Su Chun. On the fifth day of the heavy snow, the snowfall had softened. Yet temperatures plummeted to a terrifying -45, with heating systems inoperable and a low-power electrical grid insufficient to support air conditioning and water heaters. Indoor temperatures fell to -24, that the water supply had begun to freeze in every household. Some had foreseen the consequences of prolonged cold and had filled all available containers with water. However, they never anticipated that the stored water would freeze as well. Just days earlier, people could still rely on gas for warmth and cooking. But today, the gas supply had also ceased. This series of events posed a severe threat to life, and everyone became acutely aware of the disaster's severity. Zhou Caixia had been relatively subdued over the past few days. After volunteers conducted a survey of households to assess their populations and supplies, Zhou Caixia had refrained from further actions as Su Chun understood the underlying reasons. Zhou Caixia initially intended to capitalize on supplies and the vegetables brought in by Ding Qing's cousin from the countryside for substantial profit during the disaster. However, Ding Qing's cousin had been stranded by the snowstorm en route and was now unreachable, with his fate uncertain. Although Zhou Caixia had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies, the information had become public, making it impossible to sell them, and given the current conditions, she was too apprehensive to attempt sales. Thus, the small group led by Zhou Caixia and Ding Qing had temporarily disbanded but a few days prior. Someone in the group had inquired about the distribution of supplies, but Zhou Caixia maintained her strategy of feigning ignorance. As inquiries increased, it became evident to others what was occurring, and the group gradually fell silent. The disaster imparted a crucial lesson. In the face of life and death, only oneself can be relied upon in 5 days. Most households had not exhausted their food supplies, even without instant meals. Staples such as rice and flour remained. The primary challenges people faced were the cold and the lack of water. Fire represented humanity's most primal means of warmth. Paper books and wooden furniture, which people would have hesitated to burn just days before, were now considered expendable in the face of freezing temperatures. Burn them. At night, flickering flames could be seen through the windows of every home. Some individuals struggled to create a fire, failing to warm their homes and instead filling them with smoke, necessitating the opening of windows for ventilation. Yet with persistent attempts, success would eventually be attained as Su Chun sat on the sofa, warming himself by the fire while enjoying a popsicle as a television series played on the laser projector. Yet his eyes remained fixated on his phone, engrossed in a casual game like tea. That moment, he received a message from Xie Yiting. Su Chun, are you doing well? Am I doing well? Su Chun scoffed in response. Why would you ask that? A few days ago, you incurred Director Zhou's wrath and even shot her husband. I was merely concerned about whether they might retaliate against you. Su Chun let out a cold laugh. Just days prior, he had become a pariah of Zhou Caixia and the entire neighborhood. In his leisure moments, he had reviewed the surveillance footage from Xie Yiting's home. Yao Chun and Xie Yiting had swiftly decided to distance themselves from him, resulting in no communication during those days. Now, suddenly reaching out to him surely had ulterior motives. If you have something to say, just say it. Su Chun replied. Su Chun, I primarily wanted to check on your situation, and by the way, see if I could borrow some food. My home is completely devoid of provisions. Su Chun contemplated for a moment before snapping a selfie and sending it to Xie Yiting, stating, I don't have much food either. I can only consume a bit of lobster, abalone, and ginseng chicken soup daily. I'm feeling a bit overheated, currently enjoying a popsicle to cool down. Chapter 38, The Exquisite Girl. Upon seeing the photo Su Chun sent, Xie Yiting and Yao Chun were taken aback. This must be from a fortnight ago. Who eats popsicles in this kind of weather? Yao Chun remarked, her teeth clenching. Yiting, this guy is definitely teasing you. Why not be more proactive and straightforward, considering you're already planning on making him your backup? But being too direct could jeopardize future control over him. Xie Yiting replied, somewhat reluctant. What control? The priority now is to secure food. He has so much that one person couldn't finish it in 2 months. As long as we acquire it, we can surely survive until the snowstorm passes. Despite Xie Yiting's hesitance, Yao Chun was growing increasingly impatient. While Xie Yiting had numerous desires, Yao Chun's intentions were more singular. She simply wished to obtain Su Chun's high-quality ingredients and pre-prepared meals. thus avoiding the monotony of instant noodles and burnt bread. Seizing the moment when Xie Yiting was distracted, Yao Chun pulled out her phone and texted Su Chun that Su Chun, "You're such a dense guy. Yiting has been subtly hinting at you for quite some time. Didn't you notice?" "Hinting at what?" Su Chun replied. "Hinting that you could date her. Last time she invited you to stay at my place." "What do you think that meant?" "Oh, and then what?" Yao Chun was on the verge of madness. Where had the fervor he once displayed in pursuing Yi Ting vanished? Could he not see that Yi Ting was currently troubled by her concerns regarding food? Just a few days prior, Zhou Shang had delivered some provisions to Yi Ting, yet she still held a preference for him. Even with her stomach growling, she had refused to accept his offerings. And now, he remained in this despondent state. Did he truly feel deserving of Yi Ting's affection? Su Chun chuckled. Indeed, Zhou Shang had recently brought food to Xie Yi Ting, all sourced from Zhoukai Xia. Yao Chun claimed Xie Yi Ting had declined the items, but the truth was that the two of them had been consuming the very provisions Zhou Shang had delivered, merely some instant noodles, puff snacks, and frozen bread with ham. Xie Yi Ting was a refined girl who held high standards for her quality of life, whereas Yao Chun was simply a glutton. Back in school, she had flirted with 4 or 5 boys simultaneously and was seldom seen in the cafeteria. Although these foods could satiate their hunger, the flavors were nothing short of a nightmare for the two girls. Had everyone been in the same predicament, it might have been bearable, but just days ago, they had witnessed the mountain of exquisite delicacies piled high in Su Chun's home, which felt like an unbearable torment for them that a few days prior, Su Chun had offended Zhou Kai Xia, making them hesitant to contact her for fear of repercussions. Only now that Zhou Kai Xia had calmed down could they no longer resist reaching out to Su Chun. However, this opportunistic behavior was entirely in line with Su Chun's perception of the two of them. The memory of how they had united with Feng Chu Shang to force him out of his home in a past life remained a scar in Su Chun's heart. In this lifetime, he was determined to settle this grudge. Contemplating this, he replied to Yao Chun, "You make a valid point. I shall message Yi Ting right away." Su Chun promptly opened the chat with Xie Yi Ting and composed a message. "Yi Ting, I apologize for my foolishness during this period. Please come to my home. But it must be just you. No one else will be permitted entry. The supplies in my house are sufficient to sustain us until the disaster passes." After sending this message, Su Chun observed Xie Yi Ting's reaction on the screen. Initially, her face brightened with joy, but in the next moment, she trembled and quickly turned her phone screen to an angle that Yao Chun could not see. "What's wrong, Yi Ting?" Yao Chun inquired. "Did Su Chun reply to you?" Yes, he has agreed to lend us food, but I must go to retrieve it. I'm leaving now." With that, Xie Yi Ting wrapped her down jacket tightly around her and stood up, preparing to head out. But just as she took a couple of steps, Yao Chun spoke up. "How much can you carry alone? I'll go with you." "Oh, that's unnecessary. You stay here and tend to the fire. If it goes out, you'll need to ask Grandpa Wong next door for help." "All right then." At the mention of Grandpa Wong, Yao Chun's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Xie Yi Ting exited swiftly, making her way upstairs. Due to power restrictions, the elevator was out of service, forcing her to climb the stairs. By the time she reached Su Chun's door, she was breathless, yet the thought of soon indulging in sumptuous food brought a smile to her face. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on Su Chun's door to open quickly, and a wave of warmth enveloped her. There stood Su Chun, licking an ice pop, which made Xie Yi Ting feel as if she had stepped into a dream. "What is the situation? How can it be so warm in here?" "Come in. It's far too cold outside," Su Chun said. As Xie Yi Ting entered Su Chun's home, he closed the door with an odd grin and turned to her. Recalling his previous life of adoration for her, Yi Ting, "I'm truly delighted that you could visit my home." "Su Chun, how is your home so warm?" Xie Yi Ting was still in shock from the warmth. "I installed a boiler, so we have heating from burning coal." Su Chun pointed to a coal inlet in the corner. "An apartment has a boiler." Xie Yi Ting gaped at Su Chun. "You must have known about the snow disaster in advance." "Well, sort of. I did receive some information," he replied. "Then why didn't you tell me?" Xie Yi Ting asked, somewhat reproachfully. "Who would believe such a statement?" "You're not blaming me, are you?" Su Chun countered that no. Upon witnessing the state of Su Chun's home, its comfortable temperature and the abundance of exquisite food, Xie Yi Ting felt momentarily unworthy of him. Yet she quickly adjusted her mindset, weighing the pros and cons, and decided to take the initiative. After all, this was part of her plan, and since she had entered such a cozy abode, she had no intention of leaving. Chun, she draped her arms over his shoulders. Though devoid of makeup, she remained strikingly beautiful. The cool sensation of her proximity stirred memories of the wonderful moments they had shared in a past life. Yet the more beautiful the memories, the more painful it became when they were shattered. Thank you for your initiative and your affection. I would be honored to be your girlfriend, Xie Ting declared, leaning in to kiss him. However, Chun suddenly recoiled, pointing toward the bathroom. Hold on. You should take a hot shower first. A hot shower. It had been days since she'd washed, for Xie Ting, a girl who prized a refined lifestyle. This was sheer torment. She nodded, shedding her heavy outerwear as she made her way to the bathroom. Chun had designed a water recycling system in the bathroom, allowing the shower water to filter and recycle itself, eliminating waste disposal issues and conserving a significant amount of water as for the toilet. It had its own separate pipe that expelled waste using high-pressure air. After a shower, Xie Ting emerged to find Chun had prepared a lavish dinner spread, and he beckoned her over from the sofa. Come here. Xie Ting hesitated briefly, but approached him, asking, what do you want? Without a word, Chun reached out and gently lowered her head. Don't you need to wash up? Xie Ting protested. Struggling slightly, Chun flashed a mischievous smile and retorted, do I really need to? Chapter 39. Chun's wicked humor puffed in the soundproof room, with only the two of them present. Even the slightest breath could be distinctly heard. Chun, my face feels a bit sore. Shall we change positions? Xie Ting urged, eager to consummate their relationship so that any future child could be attributed to him. This way, he would be more inclined to care for her, and she could rightfully reside in this resource-rich sanctuary during the calamity. However, if they continued in this manner, it would be absurd for anyone to believe the child was his. Chun nodded. Let us eat first. Xie Ting blinked in surprise, but then turned to the sumptuous dinner spread, her mouth watering. That sounds fine. While dining, although Xie Ting relished the food, her mind wandered. Her gaze flitted around the room, feigning nonchalance as it settled on the mound of food in the living room and the pile of coal in the corner. What are you looking at? Chun asked. Nothing. Caught by Chun, Xie Ting quickly diverted her gaze and inquired, Chun, have you considered that the two of us wouldn't finish all this in 2 months? What if we sold some of it? Sell? Chun smiled slightly. After his rebirth, many things had changed, yet a person's character remained constant. A significant portion of the villagers in the affluent village were genuine farmers, accustomed to stockpiling food and coal. Thus, whether in his past life or this one, the villagers would thrive for a month. That on the day the snow ceased, Zhang Dashan and a few others would mobilize the village's excavators and road rollers to compact or clear the snow. They would then promote the abundant resources of the affluent village to nearby upscale neighborhoods, enticing them to visit. They would rent out warm accommodations and sell food in exchange for valuable items. When this plan was initially implemented, Xie Ting had proposed it to him, subsequently inviting Feng Chu Sheng into their home. Now, Xie Ting's suggestion was entirely within Chun's expectations that he had allowed her stay. Hoping to recreate the events of their past lives, expose the truth, and then ruthlessly expel them, in a sense, the unknown is a form of happiness. Knowing yet being unable to attain is a form of suffering. But having once possessed something is the hardest to accept in the face of this apocalypse. Let us prioritize securing our own survival. Chun replied dismissively. Apocalypse? Xie Ting laughed. Chun, are you being overly dramatic? It's merely a snow disaster. Look, the snow is already tapering off. Even if we can't clear it all, it will melt away once the weather warms. Let us hope so. Chun offered no further explanation. Think about it. Once the snow disaster passes, our lives must go on, mustn't they? At that moment, Xie Ting had more to say, but her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Chun smiled faintly. Certain it was a message from Yao Chun. Calculating the time, Xie Ting had already been out for 2.5 hours. Yao Chun was likely waiting for her to return with food. Who texted you? Chun feigned ignorance. Oh, no one. Xie Ting quickly turned off her phone screen. I'm just going to the restroom. With that, she dashed into the bathroom. Going to the restroom? Su Chun pulled out her phone and activated the internal surveillance camera. Indeed, Xie Yiding was not in the restroom, but engaged in a phone call. Xiao Chun, tonight Su Chun is keeping me at his house, so I might not come back, Xie Yiding said. Initially, she had planned to return home, but upon arriving at Su Chun's residence, that thought had evaporated. It was a joke. Compared to the outside, this place was paradise. Why would she want to leave? Yiding, you're not joking, are you? Didn't you say you were just going to get food? Yao Chun sensed something amiss. Xiao Chun, Su Chun said that for now, I can only stay at his house alone, that I'm working on him, and once I manage to persuade him, you can join me. Just hang in there for a couple of days. Stay at his house? Yao Chun's tone was tinged with confusion. That I want the food. Just give me the food. I have no interest in staying at his house. What if one day, Xie Dong and his people break into his place and take him out? If we're staying at his house, we might get caught up in it too. Right. Xie Yiding had spoken from her perspective, but forgotten that Yao Chun had no idea that Su Chun's house had heating. Thus, she quickly backpedaled, saying, yes, Su Chun mentioned that the food here is only for the two of us. He won't let me take any out. So, we must plan this carefully. I'll stay at his house, and as soon as there is an opportunity, I'll bring back food. Just wait for me at home. Yiding, you're not hiding anything from me, are you? Yao Chun seemed to sense something was off. No, Xiao Chun, we've been sisters for so many years. How could I hide anything from you? In truth, Xie Yiding's greatest regret was revealing her pregnancy to Yao Chun. Initially, she felt stifled keeping it to herself, especially with so few friends to confide in, which led her to spill her secret. Had it not been for that, she wouldn't have feared a falling out with Yao Chun. Before she could finish her thought, Yao Chun abruptly hung up the call and initiated a video call. Xie Yiding's heart raced, but she quickly composed herself, covering the camera with one hand while answering the call with the other, pressing the power button as she said, Xiao Chun, my phone is about to die. Why did you suddenly call me on video? Before she could finish, her phone shut down. What? She took a moment to steady her breathing and then stepped out of the bathroom. The moment she exited, the tension and awkwardness on Xie Yiding's face vanished, replaced by a gentle and graceful smile. Perhaps it's been too long since I've had these foods. My stomach is a bit unsettled, she said, blushing as she addressed Su Chun. That's so. Su Chun pointed to the phone on the table. Yao Chun just called me on video. Should I answer it or not? Chun. Upon seeing the call window on Su Chun's phone, Xie Yiding's heart skipped a beat. She hurried over, sitting on Su Chun's lap, her arms draping over his shoulders as she softly suggested, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Let us seize the time to indulge in what we love to do. Yao Chun had attempted to call Su Chun several times via video, but he never answered, crouched by the fire. Yao Chun's eyes gleamed with suspicion. There must be something wrong. Xie Yiding, you wretched girl, if you dare to abandon me, I'll ensure that we both suffer the consequences. Muttering to herself, Yao Chun suddenly dialed Feng Chuxing's number. Hello. Feng Xiao. It's Xiao Chun. Su Chun lay on the bed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he took a deep drag, gazing at the sleeping Xie Yiding beside him, his eyes gleaming with a wicked amusement. I wonder what sort of head that child will have if born. Checking his phone, he suddenly noticed a message from Zhou Caixia in the group chat. How peculiar, he thought, quickly opening the chat to read. Indeed, Zhou Caixia is rallying everyone to go out and shovel snow tomorrow. Chapter 40. Clearing the path 18 to 1604 Zhou Caixia. Everyone, thanks to the relentless efforts of the authorities in our community. The disaster has been well managed, and the snowfall has been decreasing. Considering many residents have not stocked up on supplies, I, as the primary executor of disaster relief, urge everyone to go out tomorrow at 9 to shovel snow and clear the path so we can find more supplies. Seeing this message, Su Chun was taken aback. What do you mean the snowfall has decreased due to the efforts of the authorities and the community? The snow was already decreasing on its own. As soon as Zhou Caixia made her appearance, numerous residents flooded the group with complaints about the supply situation. 6-1504. Director Zhou, didn't you tally the number of people and supplies in our households a few days ago? We've run out of supplies. Shouldn't they be distributed now? 8-0503. Exactly, we cooperated with your supply checks. Just look at the registration form. There wasn't much, and now it's all gone. 18 to 1604 Saishia. Our community staff has been tallying the population and supplies over these few days and found that the limited supplies I have are entirely insufficient for distribution. Thus, we need to seek external resources to meet our survival needs. Therefore, I'm taking the lead. Starting tomorrow, each household must send at least one person to shovel snow and clear the path. While our community staff and volunteers will venture out to find supplies, Chun turned to look outside. While the snowfall had indeed diminished compared to the previous days, the accumulation could still rise by 20 centimeters over a day and night. He typed in the group chat, "The snow height has reached the 5th floor. Clearing the path is akin to digging a grave. 5-0502. Exactly, my window is completely buried, which means the snow outside is at least 15 meters high. Where do we dispose of the snow we dig up?" 18-1604 Saishia. Chun, are you doing this on purpose? Every time I try to address something in the group, you disrupt me. I haven't even settled the score for your previous misdeeds. 18-2202 Chun. On purpose. What you're saying makes no sense. 15 meters of snow. Clearing the path. How many people in this group actually have a shovel at home? People began to realize a critical issue. Very few residents living in apartment buildings had shovels at home. 18-1604 Saishia. I don't care. This is the situation. Supplies are limited, but the demand is high. Those who genuinely need supplies want to mind putting in some effort at AS for those with excess rations. Cooperating with community disaster relief efforts is your civic duty. Tomorrow, I will record the list of those shoveling snow and publicly announce it in the group. Families that do not participate in shoveling will be reported to the authorities. And as for the consequences, I cannot guarantee anything. After saying this, Saishia fell silent again. Chun scoffed, glancing outside and muttering, "What trick is this old hag playing again?" Opening the surveillance feed from Saishia's home, he noticed it was only her family of 3 that Dong lay on the sofa, pale as a ghost. "Wife, I have more pus flowing again. Please go plead with Dr. Sun for treatment. I'm okay with surgery. I just don't want to die." Before Saishia could respond, Jinbao, hanging with one arm, suddenly interjected. "Mom said, if a man loses that thing, what's the point of living? Just die." "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking?" Saishia quickly covered Jinbao's mouth. "What?" Dong shot up from the sofa. "Did your mother say that to you?" "No. Don't listen to what the child says. He doesn't understand anything." Saishia quickly defended herself. Saishia. Dong's previously pale face turned red with anger. "Yes, can a child understand such things? If you hadn't said that, how could he have repeated it?" "I never said such a thing." Saishia folded her arms, turning her head away. "Jinbao, did your mother say such things?" Dong asked his son intently. "No, my mom said on the phone to someone else." Jinbao quickly explained. Saishia. Dong limped toward her, raising his hand to strike, but Saishia was not easily intimidated. She pushed back with both hands, sending the already weak Dong sprawling to the ground. "Oh, what if I said it? You brainless waste, scaring people 1T get you castrated. Why not just shoot you dead instead? Whether you're a man or not, once the disaster passes, we'll get a divorce." Upon finishing her words, Saishia turned and returned to her room, leaving Jinbao, who was sitting on the floor weeping uncontrollably, and Dong, languishing on the sofa in a state of despair. Of course, this had nothing to do with Chun. He merely observed the unfolding drama. After rummaging through the video recordings on his hard drive, he found no useful information, only witnessing Saishia suddenly displaying joy while scrolling through her phone, then calling Ding Qing to organize a team to supervise the snow removal the following day. Claiming there was a significant business opportunity. Since it was indeed a business, there would certainly be profits involved, though the exact nature of those profits remained a mystery. Pondering without resolution, Chun eventually succumbed to slumber. The next morning, while reveled in the tender ministrations of Yiding, Chun sat at the dining table, indulging in a gourmet breakfast of stir-fried beef with broccoli, banana milkshake, and honey lemon tea. All customized by a 5-star hotel that he scrolled through the news on his phone about Saishia organizing people for snow shoveling. Despite the frigid weather, many were reluctant to venture out. However, the uncertainty of when the snow disaster would end, along with the implications for the distribution of supplies, compelled them to reluctantly descend from their apartments. The organizers of the snow removal efforts were Zhou Tsaixia and Ding Qing, assisted by volunteers from various buildings. The labor was primarily carried out by ordinary residents. They stood in the lobby on the ground floor, wielding an assortment of tools. While folding army shovels were considered relatively standard, the majority of the tools could only be described as bizarre: ladles, kitchen knives, and ping-pong paddles. Zhou Tsaixia first instructed the volunteers to register the residents who had gathered, sending the lists of each building to the group chat, and then issued a message. Currently, the number of families participating in the snow removal was less than 60 of the total occupancy. Were the remaining individuals merely still asleep? If so, she would wait 5 more minutes. Should they fail to appear after that, she would report the matter to the authorities as it stood. As soon as these words were spoken, responses flooded in. Director Zhou, my spouse, and I are practically on our last legs. Every time we go out and come back in, it feels like we've lost half our lives. Director Zhou, as a single mother with a 5-year-old child, if I go out to shovel snow, who will be responsible if something happens to my child? Zhou Tsaixia retorted, stop hiding behind age or making excuses. You can ask neighbors with extra hands at home to help watch your child. There are always solutions to challenges. Everyone has their reasons. But can we afford to abandon our disaster relief efforts? Her words prompted several residents to reluctantly head downstairs. Seeing that sufficient numbers had gathered, Zhou Tsaixia divided the residents of each building into 5 small teams, each led by a volunteer to clear the paths. She sent the coordinates of several target locations to the group chat, instructing everyone to head to these points for snow clearing. However, before they could begin, dissent arose in the chat. Win-Win Supermarket. Director Zhou, if I'm not mistaken, ISNT, that second location, my supermarket. Fresh fruits and vegetables. Now that you mention it, I believe that 4th location resembles our fruit and vegetable store. Northwest Cooperative. Director Zhou, what do you mean by digging out our supply store? Upon seeing these claims, Chun glanced at the location information Zhou Tsaixia had shared. Indeed, out of 8 coordinate points, 7 belonged to various buildings or local shops. At that moment, the owners of 7 stores in the chat claimed their establishments. There were fruit and vegetable shops, delicatessens, a general supermarket, and a pharmacy. Yet the last coordinate puzzled Chun, the center of Jinglan community. Moreover, the simulated map indicated that there were no shops there, not even residential buildings, resembling an open space akin to a soccer field. If the goal was to clear paths to stores, that made perfect sense. And Chun could surmise what Zhou Tsaixia meant by business. But what business could be conducted on a soccer field? Were they to harvest grass for consumption? Surely, such an idea was far-fetched. They might as well dig up the lawns in the community gardens. The chat had erupted into chaos. Zhou Tsaixia sent a clarifying message regarding the target locations for snow clearing. This is a special period. The official notification clearly states that all actions must prioritize the safety of citizens' lives. Whether it's me or everyone else, we should adhere to the directives and policies issued by the authorities to ensure that we all weather this snow disaster safely. Exactly. Director Zhou is exhibiting great compassion. Can't you all show a bit of selflessness? How can you still be so petty at a time like this? This snow disaster could stretch on indefinitely. Your supplies will expire if left unused, so why not distribute them to everyone? Indeed, while you contributed supplies, you've also reaped immense honor. As a few shop owners spoke up, a large group of residents immediately began to resort to moral coercion. But whose goods are not precious to them? That's nonsense. If you don't take my supplies, I want to mind. I can also be magnanimous. Exactly, are other people's lives the only priority while our property is disregarded? Apologies, but the medicines in our pharmacy are newly stocked, and the majority have a shelf life of 1 to 3 years. If the medications expire before the snow disaster ends, we're all doomed. What kind of talk is this? They say adversity reveals true feelings. You've profited from us before. Can't you show a bit of kindness now? We've earned every penny through hard work. Are you suggesting this is charity? Everyone, quiet down. We must follow Director Zhou's lead. Whatever she says, we shall do. If Director Zhou instructs you to hand over your supplies, will you comply? Of course, as long as Director Zhou speaks. I am willing to donate the last 2 sausages and 4 eggs from my home to the community for centralized distribution. The shop owners fervently wrote their rebuttals, while nearly the entire community engaged in heated exchanges. Yet, ultimately, the strength of the many overwhelmed the few. Those unencumbered by shoes felt no fear, and each time they uttered a word, they were instantly pushed back 3 paces after hundreds of rounds of verbal sparring. Zhou Caixia finally interjected, "Everyone, please calm down. While this matter should primarily reflect the majority's opinion, the concerns of the shop owners are also understandable. Our community has reached the following decisions after discussion. 1. Upon receiving supplies at the designated locations, everyone must pay the corresponding amount to acquire them. 2. Shop owners have the right of first purchase, but to ensure the survival needs of all residents. There will be limits on quantities. 3. After the distribution of supplies, shop owners can present their business licenses and tax receipts to the community to claim economic compensation." With these words, the shop owners felt a sense of balance restored. Now, that's more like it. Exactly. What we desired was just a bit of acknowledgement. It's unreasonable to have our shops emptied without so much as a word. Agreed. They understood the extraordinary circumstances of the present and recognized the futility of opposing the entire community. Even as shop owners, they could not alter the ultimate outcome and thus prepared to concede. Yet, another voice rose in opposition. On what grounds? This is a special period. Those supplies belong to all of us. Why should we pay them? Is that so? What do you mean by shared? Those are goods we purchased. They are our private property. But this is a snow disaster. Can you really profit at a time like this? Taking advantage of national calamity, profiting from disaster, making money without a conscience. Even without the snow disaster, do you not have to pay for food? Exactly. During the snow disaster, we're all struggling. Why should we hand over the goods we paid for without compensation? In this situation, if you can buy supplies with money, you should count yourself fortunate. Let me be clear. If you don't want to pay, don't use the supplies from my supermarket. Zhou Caixia. All right, let us proceed with this matter under my guidance. Present. What we are most in need of is supplies that it is already commendable that the shop owners are willing to allow us to utilize the materials first. We must not impose any losses upon them, and I hope everyone can understand the situation and expedite the opening of the road. Otherwise, all our discussions would amount to mere empty words. The task of clearing the snow has, in fact, already commenced, yet progress is far from smooth. The entrance is quite narrow, barely allowing 2 individuals to work side by side, thus accommodating only 1 person at a time. A building has gathered a noisy crowd of 40 to 50 people, leading to a rotation system for the work, resulting in each person's labor time not exceeding 20 minutes throughout the day. Moreover, prior to the snowfall, a sandstorm had swept through, followed by a heavy downpour and hail, leaving at least a meter of ice mixed with sand at the lower levels. With their limited kitchenware and toys, they barely managed to dig out less than a meter by nightfall. Chun spent the day observing Zhou Caixia, eager to understand her motive for clearing the path to the football field in Jinglan community. During dinner, a thought suddenly struck him. He remembered he had an acquaintance in Jinglan community, Li Binglan. Analyzing based on past experiences, he deduced that nothing untoward had likely befallen the mother and daughter duo. He promptly pushed aside Xie Yiding and dialed Li Binglan's number. Before long, the call connected. "Hello," came a somewhat puzzled voice on the other end. "Sister Lan, it's me, Su Chun. I know, what is it?" Li Binglan replied, as she and Su Chun were not particularly close, only having interacted when he borrowed her car. Clearly, under the current circumstances, he was not calling merely to return it. "Sister Lan, here's the situation." Su Chun briefly explained the matter regarding the path clearance to Jinglan community and then inquired, "I sense something amiss. Do you have any news from your side?" Chapter 42. Li Binglan's information, none at all. Li Binglan vehemently denied, though her tone was somewhat hesitant. "Sister Lan, do you know something?" Su Chun keenly sensed her unease. Su Chun. She hesitated. "Ordinarily, I shouldn't be disclosing this to you, but since you have saved me, I will share it. I have indeed received some internal news, and the source should be reliable." Do tell." Su Chun nodded. It was likely that Li Binglan's source was Chun Yufeng, which he deemed credible. Word has it that in 3 days, the government will distribute a batch of essential survival supplies to various communities. And the distribution point for several nearby communities will be at the football field in our neighborhood. What? Su Chun was taken aback. The government was actually distributing supplies to civilians? In his previous life, such an occurrence had never transpired. With a population of 1.4 billion in Huagua, even if the government had reserves, How long could they sustain them under such a disaster? Moreover, Chun did not believe the authorities had overlooked the severity of this calamity. The entire globe lay enveloped in ice and snow, deprived of sunlight, with temperatures plummeting abnormally low. Even in the south, or in greenhouses, food production had come to a halt. Under such dire circumstances, how long could the government feasibly continue to supply resources? Chun, Li Binglan continued. This information will eventually become public knowledge, but our community has not been informed accurately. I suspect the heads of several nearby communities have reached a consensus to utilize these supplies for a particular purpose. Indeed, Chun concurred. While the other community heads might be unaware, Zhou Caixia certainly had an agenda in mind. They did not articulate their thoughts explicitly, yet both understood the underlying truth. Money. Even now. Nearly 90% of people still believe that the snow disaster would soon come to an end, and life would revert to normalcy. Hence, they sought to capitalize on this calamity as a means to achieve wealth. Viewing it as a potential springboard for their lives, if the snow disaster were truly conclude one day, they would emerge as affluent individuals. Unfortunately, Chun instinctively inquired, Sister Lan, how have you and see how you been faring lately? Chen Yufeng should have forewarned them about the disaster, so the mother and daughter likely had sufficient supplies. Yet Li Binglan's hesitant speech suggested something was amiss. That it was evident she wanted to disclose something, but found it difficult to express directly. Sister Lan, please, feel free to say what's on your mind. Actually, it's nothing major. There's been a murderer in our building who killed a neighbor for supplies, causing widespread panic, Li Binglan said, her voice trembling with fear. A murderer who killed a neighbor for supplies. Chun was taken aback. Despite the government not showing signs of surrender, it was surprising to learn such incidents had already begun to occur. Chun, is your side safe? I don't have many acquaintances in Xia's city. Once the road is cleared, may I stay at your place for a while? At my house? Chun chuckled. Chen Yufeng. It appears your wife has come calling. Sister Lan, we are merely acquaintances. Are you not worried that I might be a ruthless villain? I have a knack for reading people, and you, at the very least. Do not strike me as a bad person, Li Binglan replied. Let us discuss it further once the road is cleared. If you have any internal news, please do keep me informed, Chun urged. Among those he could reach, Li Binglan's information source was comparatively higher. No problem, she affirmed. After hanging up, Chun lifted his gaze to meet Xie Yiting's inquisitive expression. Chun, who is Sister Lan? She asked. Frowning. Just a big sister I met before, he replied. Oh, Xie Yiting pressed her lips together, then suddenly leaned closer to Chun, stating, Spring, there is something we haven't fully discussed yet. What is it? Chun inquired. It's about profiting from the supplies, Xie Yiting exclaimed. You know that many are already engaging in clandestine trading. A bag of dry noodles is going for $50. This is a profit margin of 50 times. As she spoke, Xie Yiting pointed to the supplies in the living room. Look at all this. Once exchanged, it will be worth its weight in gold. Once the disaster concludes, we could live without working. You could take me around the world, and I could bear you a child, securing our future for life. Chun regarded Xie Yiting with a calm expression, her words echoing those of his past life. Though this time they were merely prematured, I'll take you around the world, and you expect me to have someone else's child. How bold of you to utter such words. So, what do you propose we do? Chun asked. You know Feng Chusheng? Xie Yiting queried, her eyes glinting. Of course, he is the rich second-generation guy who took you all to that upscale restaurant. Chun replied. Chun. Xie Yiting's face was filled with reproach. It's not about him treating us. What's important is his identity. He is the son of the wealthiest man in Xia's city, with family assets worth 300 billion in this situation. If you let him stay here and take good care of him, asking him for 200 million afterward wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? You want me to serve him? Chun glared coldly at Xie Yiting. No, I mean in a business sense. We can charge him daily. If a pack of dry noodles costs $50, charging him 20,000 for a lobster isn't excessive, right? For such a warm place. Asking 30,000 in rent per day isn't too much. Why that calculation? We wouldn't need long. Within a month, we'd be rolling in wealth. Have you not considered what happens if we run out of supplies and the snow disaster persists? That won't happen, Xie Yiting replied, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. I've calculated that if 4 of us use these supplies without extravagance, we should be fine for 2 months. Fine then. You contact Feng Chusheng, and I'll be awaiting my monetary reward, Su Chun declared. This day would inevitably arrive, and he wished to provide a resolution to his former self. All right. Hearing this, Xie Yiding beamed with delight and took out her phone to call Feng Chusheng. Su Chun turned on the television. All local stations had ceased broadcasting, with only the official media continuing to report live news. Due to the heavy snowfall, the official media had no insight into the conditions in other areas. Focusing solely on events in Kyoto and intelligence relayed back to the highest authorities, as of now, no reports of fatalities due to the snow disaster have emerged from our country, while the United Nations has recorded over 7 million deaths globally due to the snow disaster. A figure that continues to rise. Our soldiers remain on the front lines of disaster relief, risking their lives to clear paths and rescue numerous affected individuals, that we can observe that snowfall in the northern regions is gradually diminishing, with a halt possible at any moment. Experts from the Technology Institute have developed a new type of meteorological weapon in response to this snow disaster, which will enter the experimental phase tomorrow. If the tests prove successful, it will be mass-produced and deployed immediately. We kindly ask everyone to remain patient. Developing a new type of meteorological weapon. Su Chun chuckled incredulously. The experts truly knew how to embellish their achievements. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Su Chun. It must be Feng Chusheng. Su Chun closed his eyes and smiled briefly before retrieving 2 small circular objects from his otherworldly space and standing up. What is meant to come will always arrive. Chapter 43. Inviting the wolf into the house. Xie Yiding's attention was entirely fixated on the entrance, oblivious to the 2 metallic wristbands that Su Chun held in his hand. He unlocked the physical lock and verified his iris on a scanning device, causing the heavy blast-proof door to automatically swing open. Naturally, Xie Yiding could not have imagined that this door had an iris verification feature. She merely felt that Su Chun had cast a glance at the door mirror. As the door opened, it revealed the astonished faces of Feng Chusheng and Yao Chun. A sudden rush of warm air surged out, making the 2 almost believe they were dreaming. In such extreme weather, how could a home feel so comfortable? Yao Chun and Feng Chusheng immediately attempted to rush inside to experience the warmth of the room. But Su Chun raised a hand to block their entry to Su Chun. I came here with Feng Xiao as a favor. What do you mean by blocking the door? After years of interaction, Yao Chun had grown accustomed to speaking to Su Chun in such a commanding manner. Favor. Su Chun scoffed derisively, waving the 2 wristbands in front of them and saying, Have you misunderstood something? My home is not a place that anyone can simply enter. Wear this. What is this? Feng Chusheng frowned as he took the wristband from Su Chun. Consumption voucher. Su Chun fabricated an excuse on the spot. Consumption voucher? Is that really necessary? Feng Chusheng replied skeptically to, Do you think I, Feng Chusheng, can't afford to pay? Just give me your account number. I will transfer you 200,000 right now. 200,000? Su Chun laughed contemptuously. Put this on. If you wish to enter my home, first transfer me 10 million as a reserve fund for consumption. When your balance falls below 1 million, transfer me another 10 million. Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing Su Chun's figure, Feng Chusheng was taken aback. At this point, money had lost its significance for Su Chun. He was merely toying with the fools. 10 million. Even if I were to buy this shabby house, I wouldn't need 10 million. As he spoke, Feng Chusheng attempted to push his way in, but in the next moment he felt a sharp object pressed against his chest. Looking down, he realized that Su Chun had somehow produced a hunting crossbow, with the arrow's tip aimed at his heart. Let us clarify the situation, shall we? This house is worth 30 billion, and I still stand by my words. To enter. It has 10 million that you wouldn't dare. Feng Chusheng sneered, exuding an air of arrogance, seemingly certain that Su Chun would not shoot. Are you not afraid of being arrested by the police after the snow disaster passes? Am I afraid of going to jail? Su Chun laughed scornfully. You must have forgotten about Xie Dong. For me, killing is a matter of 0 and countless. Instinctively, Feng Chusheng took 2 steps back, recalling the bloody gauze that Zhou Caixia had shared in the group chat a few days prior. Although he didn't know the extent of Xie Dong's injuries, it was evident that Su Chun was indeed capable of shooting. Give me your account number. I will transfer you the money right now. Feng Chusheng said, Su Chun provided his account number, and upon seeing the 10 million credited, he handed over the wristband, instructing, "Put it on." Feng Chusheng weighed the wristband in his hand. Its exterior was leather, while the interior was metal, featuring a display screen showing the number 100 hesitant. He felt the continuous flow of warmth emanating from Su Chun's home and decided to put on. Seeing this, Yao Chun reached for the other wristband, but Su Chun withdrew his hand and asked, "Do you also have 10 million? I, Su Chun, find it meaningless to talk about money in our relationship." Yao Chun retorted with a scoff. "What kind of relationship do we have?" Su Chun teased. Yao Chun shrugged her shoulders, stating matter-of-factly, "We've lived together for 3 years. Isn't that bond strong enough? Indeed, you've lived in my house for 3 years without paying rent. That's already generous of me. And now you still want to enter? What about your face?" Yao Chun glanced at Feng Chusheng, suggesting, "Feng Xiao, how about?" "Don't." Feng Chusheng waved his hands repeatedly, stating, "You are not worth that price." If it were a few tens of thousands, Feng Chusheng might have considered playing along with Yao Chun, but spending 10 million on her was utterly absurd. Seeing that Feng Chusheng was unwilling to part with the money, Yao Chun gritted her teeth and threw her arms around Su Chun's, saying, "Brother Chun, please." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chun pushed her away. "Spare me the useless flattery. I have no interest in round eggplants." Yao Chun's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly silenced herself. "I must have misunderstood," she told herself inwardly, then turned her gaze to Xie Yiting. "Yiting, you will help me speak up for myself, right?" As she spoke, there was a hint of threat in Yao Chun's eyes. A flicker of anger crossed Xie Yiting's gaze. But after glancing at Su Chun and the hunting crossbow in his hand, she quickly said, "Su Chun, I have been friends with Xiao Chun for over a decade. Could you please consider my request?" "Fine, come in." Su Chun thought to himself that for her sake, he would let Yao Chun share in their hardships. After handing the wristband to Yao Chun, Su Chun allowed Feng Chusheng and Yao Chun to enter. "You seem quite well informed. Even the son of the wealthiest man in Xia City has received such news." Feng Chusheng said as he plopped down on his Su Chun's sofa, taking off his clothes. However, as he spoke, Su Chun pointed the hunting crossbow at him again. "I asked this sofa yours. Get off." "Su Chun, I just transferred you 10 million. Is it too much to sit on the sofa?" Feng Chusheng protested that I'm sitting. "All right, sitting on the sofa costs 1 million. You must be out of your mind." Feng Chusheng stood up in disbelief. "This shabby sofa could be bought for 100 sets. Why would I pay 1 million to sit down? Why don't you just rob someone? What do you think I'm doing?" Su Chun raised the hunting crossbow, aiming the arrow at Feng Chusheng. "Fine, 1 million it is. I, Feng Chusheng, can afford it. Today for 1 million, bring me lobster, abalone, foie gras, and red wine." As he spoke, Feng Chusheng sat back down on the sofa. Looking smugly at Su Chun, Su Chun smiled slightly. "Insufficient balance. You need to recharge. Don't go too far, Su Chun." Feng Chusheng yelled, glaring at him. "I've only sat on the sofa since I entered. I haven't touched anything else." "Indeed." Su Chun laughed derisively. "Sitting on the sofa costs 1 million, and you just sat down 9 times. That's 9 million already charged out if you want to eat. You need to recharge another 10 million. Don't push it. You broke fool." Feng Chusheng stood up and marched towards Su Chun, but in the next moment, the arrow tip of the crossbow was pressed against his chest. "Su Chun, if you're a man, put down the crossbow and let us settle this one-on-one." "All right." Su Chun set the crossbow aside on the coffee table and beckoned Feng Chusheng with his hand. "Come on." Feng Chusheng hadn't expected Su Chun to truly set down his weapon and engage him in hand-to-hand combat, but he laughed, thinking, as the saying goes, the poor are cultured while the rich are martial. Feng Chusheng had learned various combat techniques since childhood and had even won a silver medal in an amateur karate competition. Thus, he was confident in his physical abilities that he clenched his fist with one hand and swung it towards Su Chun's face. However, before he could reach Su Chun, the latter pressed a button on a remote control. In an instant, the wristband on Feng Chusheng's wrist flashed with silver light and crackled. Da-da. Chapter 44. Closing the door and hitting the wolf with a single scream. Feng Chusheng could utter no further sounds, collapsing to the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Yao Chun, standing nearby, was stunned, but quickly regained her composure and rushed to unfasten the wristband. However, after circling her left hand around the wristband on her right wrist 3 times, she found no clasp to undo. It was stuck. With a quick thought, she dashed toward the hunting crossbow on the coffee table. Chun had anticipated this, redirecting the remote control toward Yao Chun and pressing a button. Her wristband also emitted a burst of silver light. Both collapsed to the ground, convulsing, their eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, and even losing control of their bladders. Meanwhile, Su Chun continued to press the remote control, causing Yao Chun and Feng Chusheng to convulse with each press, their wrists beginning to turn. Su Chun, you must stop. This could lead to a fatality, Xie Yiding urgently called out to him. But when she looked up, she met Su Chun's indifferent gaze, which made her heart tremble, instinctively taking 3 steps back. After 5 minutes, Su Chun ceased, sitting on the sofa and addressing the now dazed Xie Yiding. Pour me a glass of red wine. Oh. Xie Yiding, trembling, walked over to the dining table and poured a glass of red wine for Su Chun. This a bit excessive, Xie Yiding remarked. Glancing at the two sprawled on the ground with a tinge of sympathy, Su Chun shot her a cold look, thinking to himself that during his previous life, when you and those two had chased him out of the house, you certainly didn't wear such a sympathetic expression. He directly poured the red wine in his hand over the faces of Feng Chusheng and Yao Chun. The two, drenched in the wine, were abruptly awakened. Su Chun, you bastard. Feng Chusheng attempted to rise and strike Su Chun, but his body was still recovering from the 5-minute electric shock he had just endured, causing his muscles to twitch uncontrollably, making even standing a considerable effort. Yao Chun, less defiant than Feng Chusheng, sank to his knees, grasping Su Chun's ankles in desperation. Su Chun, what have I done to offend you? Just tell me, and I will find a way to make it up to you. Please, spare me. Su Chun looked down at Yao Chun and pointed to the foul liquid that had escaped him due to incontinence. Lick it clean. What? Su Chun, I don't want to. You think you can choose not to do it? Do you believe this is some kind of place where your whims matter? Su Chun aimed the remote control at Yao Chun. Before Yao Chun could react, his body involuntarily convulsed twice. I'll do it. I'll do it, Yao Chun exclaimed. Then Su Chun turned his gaze to Feng Chusheng. She's gone. Can't you be a little more obedient? Su Chun, I need to know what I did to wrong you. Feng Chusheng was beginning to regain his composure. You wronged me, Su Chun replied. Then why are you treating me this way? Simply because I find you intolerable. Is that so hard to understand? Just look at your face. It's the perfect material for a sweeping robot. Go on. Feng Chusheng was on the brink of madness, but upon seeing Su Chun pointing the remote at him, he instantly shivered and crawled over to Yao Chun's side. Just as he extended his tongue, he began to gag, relieved that he hadn't eaten much recently, or else he would have vomited. He endured the nausea while licking, furtively glancing at the wristband on his arm. However, after a long while, he could find no way to remove it. Su Chun smiled faintly. From his angle, he could see any small movements from Feng Chusheng and Yao Chun with perfect clarity. However, this was the latest product developed by an arms dealer from M country, the death row inmate handcuffs. Despite its small and thin size, it could hold a charge of up to 300,000 mAh. Besides delivering high-voltage shocks, it had a one-time function that could perfectly restrain the wearer for releasing it. That was an impossibility. Once the clasp locked, it concealed itself entirely. After searching for quite some time, Feng Chusheng still couldn't discover a way to unlock the wristband. Suddenly, he noticed the display screen, which had originally shown 100, now displayed 17. Logically, this should indicate the remaining charge 0.17% left. Feng Chusheng's heart leaped with joy. If it was an electric shock, then once this device ran out of power, wouldn't it become utterly ineffective? Just as he contemplated this, he suddenly heard Su Chun say, "Are you thinking that once this thing runs out of power, I won't be able to do anything to you anymore?" No. Feng Chusheng quickly denied. Su Chun, don't you have your crossbow? I wasn't thinking that at all. Whether I have one or not is inconsequential. Su Chun said, reaching behind him to produce another wristband. Let me show you some cutting-edge technology. Go fetch the rolling pin. He instructed Xie Yiding. Xie Yiding hurried to the kitchen and returned with a rolling pin as thick as an arm, handing it to Su Chun. What are you going to do? We aren't resisting. Yao Chun quivered in fear at Su Chun's menacing demeanor. Don't be nervous. This thing is still too thin for you. Saying this, he inserted the rolling pin into the wristband and secured the clasp. Su Chun then took the remote control and pressed it against the wristband on the rolling pin, immediately causing a shower of sparks and electricity to erupt. Even Yao Chun and Feng Chusheng, who were not directly affected, involuntarily twitched. They had developed a conditioned reflex at the sight of Su Chun pressing the remote. Just seeing him do it made them instinctively tighten their legs. Soon, the wristband on the rolling pin displayed a remaining charge of 1. Su Chun grinned mysteriously and declared, "Watch closely. The moment of witnessing a miracle is at hand." Feng Chusheng and Yao Chun swallowed hard, their eyes wide with anticipation. They witnessed the number 1 on the wristband turn red and begin to flash. The next moment, with a brilliant flash of silver light, the rolling pin was severed into 2 smooth pieces as if finely polished. "Oh!" Xie Yiding gasped, covering her mouth in shock. However, Feng Chusheng and Yao Chun were rendered speechless, their minds reeling. This Feng Chusheng stared at the 17 on the wristband, feeling as though his life was on a countdown. "Su Chun, hurry and recharge us, or else our hands will be gone soon." Su Chun smiled slightly, reaching into his pocket to retrieve 2 chargers, the charging cables measuring a mere 5 centimeters. He pointed to a spot 2 meters above the toilet, saying, "The charging port for this wristband is of European standard, and the only 2 outlets in my home are up there. However, you must clean the floor first before you can charge it." In truth, Su Chun's home was wired in a modular fashion. If he wanted, there were 1,500 points throughout the house where he could attach a wall panel and install specialized outlets. Those 2 outlets had been prepared by Su Chun specifically for Yao Chun and Feng Chusheng. Instantly, the 2 transformed into whirlwinds, hastily licking the floor clean before seizing the chargers from Su Chun and rushing toward the bathroom 0.2 meters high, a 5-centimeter long charging cable. Even Feng Chusheng had to hold his arm aloft at all times. Yet, he didn't care for that now. Holding it up was the only way to ensure his survival. He hurriedly plugged in the wristband. However, the outlet suddenly emitted a voice. "Device detected. To proceed with charging. Please deposit funds." "Not again. A deposit." Feng Chusheng was on the verge of madness. "Su Chun, how much to charge?" "Not much, $1,000 per ma, and this wristband has a capacity of 300,000 ma. That's not expensive?" Feng Chusheng protested incredulously. "A kilowatt-hour costs less than 50 cents. Theoretically, it can charge 100,000 ma. At 1 ma, that is $1,000. 1 kilowatt-hour would cost $1 billion. This pathetic thing needs 300 million for a full charge. How could you possibly think that's reasonable?" "Feng Dasha, that's not how you calculate," Su Chun retorted. "Consider this. You spend $1 million for a single sofa session, and 300 million can save your hand. Would you say that's a worthy trade?" Feng Chusheng quickly pulled out his phone and, after checking his balance, replied with a pained expression, "Su Chun, I only have 7 million left. Can you make an exception? Once the snowstorm passes, I promise I'll pay you back. Forget it." Su Chun snapped. "If I believe you, I'd be a fool. Figure out yourself. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to erase your remaining charge." "Please don't." Feng Chusheng quickly dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. He spoke urgently into the phone. "Dad, transfer me 300 million. It's urgent." 300 million? The voice on the other end gasped. "Chusheng, this is a special situation. You need to conserve your resources for yourself and your brother. We can't afford to waste money, or we'll end up like those lower classes once the snowstorm passes." "Dad," Feng Chusheng was on the verge of tears. "Stop talking nonsense and send the money now. I need it urgently." The charge on the wristband dropped another notch, now at 16 dong. "Chusheng, are you being coerced?" "No, I'm perfectly fine, well-fed and warm," Su Chun observed from the side, and Feng Chusheng dared not reveal the truth that a wise voice echoed from the phone. "In this weather, how could you possibly be well-fed and warm? Your insistence on emphasizing this only proves you're in a difficult situation." "Really, I'm not." "Ah, as expected from my son. Your sarcasm is apparent. Now, just answer me with a yes or no." Feng Chusheng was nearing insanity. Cursing into the phone, "Damn it, I warn you, stop guessing. The initial of damn, it is WC. Chusheng, are you being held captive in a bathroom?" The voice on the other end grew increasingly astute. "Old man, stop being so clever." Feng Chusheng urged. Just send the money. 300 million. Money. 3S money. Chusheng, are you being bound and trained? Damn it. Feng Chusheng exclaimed. Old dang. Can you stop with the useless chatter? Your constant emphasis on old suggests that your captor is an elderly person. A familiar acquaintance, or an old flame. The elderly can be ruled out. You've studied martial arts and have won awards, so it's likely you fell for a woman. Furthermore, the possibility that you've been bound and trained by an old flame cannot be dismissed. Is it that woman you used to play with and her partner's scheme to kidnap you? Feng Chusheng looked up to meet Su Chun's emotionless gaze, feeling utterly defeated. He said, "Thank you for understanding me so well. Who else could it be but your father?" The voice on the other end of the line carried a hint of arrogance. Su Chun coldly scoffed as she seized the phone, saying, "Feng Duyu. Is it? Your son is currently in grave danger. He requires my electricity to survive. Will you send money to Feng Chusheng so he can pay for it himself? Or shall I send you the QR code for you to make the payment?" "Who are you? I warn you. The top official of Shihe City is my neighbor. I advise you to reconsider your actions, or you will regret it." Enough with the idle chatter. Su Chun interrupted Feng Duyu. "Your son is charging in my place. That if you continue to waste time, be prepared to collect his remains. And you'd better send a substantial sum as a backup, if he fails to reach you. I want to provide him with power for free." With that, Su Chun abruptly hung up the phone. Before long, Feng Chusheng's account received a staggering 10 billion that upon seeing the funds. Feng Chusheng hastily transferred 3 billion to Su Chun, who promptly activated the charging, allowing only 3 kilowatt-hours. Su Chun, this charging cable is far too short. Could you possibly provide me with a longer one? Feng Chusheng pleaded, standing against the wall with his hand raised. Careful not to let it drop, lest he yank the charging cable out. I in such an awkward position. It was too long before his arm felt numb from fatigue. Such demands are unwarranted. A longer cable costs 1 billion. Ah, then I shall stick with the short one. Su Chun nodded and turned to leave, but suddenly, Yao Chun lunged forward, collapsing at Su Chun's feet and clutching her leg. Pleading, "Su Chun, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? I need a charge too." The power level of her wristband was slightly higher than Feng Chusheng's, at 26, yet, at such a time, any charge below 100 felt inadequate. Figure it out yourself. The price is the same as Feng Chusheng's. Don't look to Xie Yiting for help. Her words hold no weight. Yao Chun had initially intended to seek assistance from Xie Yiting, but Su Chun's remarks silenced her. Thus, she turned her gaze toward Feng Chusheng. "Feng Xiao, shut it." Feng Chusheng cut her off, kicking her aside. However, as he moved, he inadvertently pulled out the charging cable. He quickly reinserted it to continue charging. Witnessing this, Yao Chun seemed to have an epiphany. She grabbed a plunger from nearby and jabbed it toward Feng Chusheng. The plunger struck him painfully in the groin, causing him to stagger back. Once again disconnecting the charger. "You wretched fool. If you won't charge me, neither will you have it easy." Sounds of a scuffle erupted from the bathroom. Before long, Feng Chusheng surrendered, transferring another 2 billion to Su Chun for Yao Chun's charging. Su Chun adjusted the power of the 2 sockets, allowing for a mere 0.1 charge per hour. Before sleeping, Su Chun locked the bathroom door. Lying in bed, Xie Yiting, exhausted, rested her head on Su Chun's chest and inquired, "Su Chun, once that wristband is on, is it impossible to remove?" "Of course," Su Chun replied with a slight smile, producing a special key. "This key is essential for unlocking it. You must keep that key hidden." "Ah, both of them are locked in the bathroom. Who would come to steal the key? Could it possibly be you?" No. Xie Yiting hurriedly shook her head. With a playful gesture, Su Chun brushed his fingers across Xie Yiting's lips before lying down to sleep. The keys to the bathroom and wristband tucked beneath his pillow. In the stillness of the night, Su Chun's steady breathing filled the room. A figure stealthily rose from the bed, quietly exiting the bedroom and approaching the bathroom door. "Knock, knock, knock." Xie Yiting softly tapped on the bathroom door, asking, "Xiao Chun, Feng Xiao, how are you?" "Yiting, are you here to rescue us?" Yao Chun burst into tears. Feng Chusheng, however, remained composed. "Yiting, I knew you wouldn't intentionally harm me. You must know how to remove this device, right?" "Yes, there's a special key with Su Chun. Once we acquire it, we can unlock the wristband." "Then hurry and get it, but I'm afraid of waking him," Xie Yiting replied. "Then just stab him." Feng Chusheng gritted his teeth. Chapter 46. Enough fun. Now leave you want me to commit murder? Xie Yiting exclaimed in shock. Not murder. Feng Chusheng tried to maintain his composure. Consider what Su Chun has done in recent days, shooting people with arrows, unlawfully imprisoning you, and mistreating both me and Yao Chun. Each of these offenses alone could sentence him to death, that you're merely saving lives by eliminating a criminal. But he has shown me affection. Asking me to kill him so easily is too much, Xie Yiting objected. After a moment of silence in the bathroom, Feng Chusheng's voice emerged, low and contemplative. Kill Su Chun, and I'll ensure your release. I'll give you 5 billion. All right. Xie Yiting promptly provided Feng Chusheng with a bank account, adding, it's not merely a matter of money. Su Chun's actions are far too extreme. I aim to prevent him from straying further down the path of crime. Indeed, finally making sense. Xie Yiting, Feng Chusheng is certainly accommodating her now. Soon, Xie Yiting's account received a transfer, and upon checking, she found 3 billion. The moment she saw the figure, her entire being rejoiced, but she quickly detached herself from the euphoria, questioning, wasn't it 5 billion? Don't tell me you're out of funds. Your father gave you 10 billion. After deducting the money for you and Xiao Chun, you should still have over 5 billion remaining. Yiting, I mistakenly pressed the wrong button. I can't make any transactions for a while. Just go ahead and kill Su Chun. And once we're free, I'll transfer the rest. Fine. Xie Yiting agreed that I'll still get that remote control, and you'll be free afterward. Yes, Yiting, it all rests on you now. Xie Yiting made her way to the kitchen. Retrieving a kitchen knife from the rack, and quietly entered the bedroom. In the pitch-black room, she could barely make out Su Chun's position. Holding the knife with both hands, her face contorted with fierce determination in the darkness. Su Chun, you once vowed to sacrifice anything for me. Now, the time has come for you to pay that price. Don't blame me. After muttering to herself, the sharp blade plunged down, piercing through Su Chun's comforter. It was Xie Yiting's first time committing such an act, and in her extreme anxiety, she hardly registered anything amiss. With a knife gripped tightly, she struck again and again at various spots. Is he dead? A raspy voice suddenly floated from behind her. He should be dead, Xie Yiting replied, her gaze blank, instinctively responding. But she quickly realized something was off and turned to see a flashlight illuminating a grinning face, which was rather unsettling. Xie Yiting shrieked, stumbling backward, the knife flailing in her hand. Yet, with a mere gesture, Su Chun disarmed her. How are you not lying in bed waiting for your demise? He mocked, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Xie Yiting, you're no fool. Stop treating others as if they are. With that, Su Chun stepped forward, swiftly cuffing Xie Yiting's wrist with a pair of handcuffs and securing the lock. What are you doing? She demanded. Taking precautions, Su Chun replied, pulling out the remote and pointing it at her in the darkened room. The bedroom flickered with silvery light, crackling ominously. Su Chun, stop. I'm pregnant. If this continues, my baby will be in danger. Xie Yiting cried out, struggling against the restraints. Su Chun halted, stepping closer and placing his foot on Xie Yiting's chest. Feng Chusheng's offspring has nothing to do with me. If he dies, he can only blame his misfortune for having such parents. Stretching languidly, Su Chun glanced at the clock. It was already 11 at night, and he felt quite fatigued. You all truly lack patience. I was hoping to prolong our little game, but this is dull. Now, get out. Grasping Xie Yiting by the hair, he dragged her to the bathroom door and swung it open. Inside, Feng Chusheng and Yao Chun, upon seeing Su Chun, immediately understood that something had gone awry with Xie Yiting's actions. Yao Chun fell to her knees, pleading, Su Chun, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was solely an agreement between Feng Chusheng and Xie Yiting. One pays, the other kills you. Shut your mouth. Feng Chusheng kicked Yao Chun in the stomach. Su Chun, this situation is indeed our fault. I'm willing to pay the price. Just tell me how much you want, and I'll ask my father. Money? Su Chun leaned down, gazing at Feng Chusheng. You genuinely believe money still holds value? I have no interest in your family as hundreds of billions that I simply wanted to play with you. Now that I'm done, you may leave. What? Feng Chusheng could hardly believe his ears. He had indeed contemplated leaving this place. However, upon reflecting on the frigid, inhospitable conditions outside, he found himself beset by doubts once more. Here, as long as he complied, avoided provoking Su Chun, and spent a little money, he could live quite comfortably. Although Su Chun hadn't treated them to lobsters or abalones that evening, he had at least spent 500,000 on a warm and delightful hot pot. The fact that Su Chun had brought this up made Feng Chusheng hesitate. Su Chun, perhaps we should discuss this further. I still have some money left, if you allow me to stay here until the snow disaster concludes. I am willing to pay you 10 million daily. Do you not understand human speech? Su Chun retorted, brandishing a crossbow at Feng Chusheng. It won't be long before money becomes worthless. Oh no, it won't even be worth a scrap of paper in a bank. Merely a string of numbers. You think I, Su Chun, covet your meager funds? Get out of here at once. Seeing the crossbow and the remote control in Su Chun's hands, Feng Chusheng realized there was no room for negotiation. He unplugged the charger and extended his hand towards Su Chun. Then please release me from this. Leave first. Feng Chusheng had no further words to say, and Xie Yiding fell silent as well. Yao Chun seemed poised to speak, but thought better of it, and the three of them, heads bowed, were escorted out of the room by Su Chun and the door. Feng Chusheng turned around and extended his hand towards Su Chun, ready to speak, but before he could, he saw Su Chun aiming a water hose at them, exclaiming, "No need for that." A stream of warm water doused the three of them, in temperatures plummeting below -40 degrees Celsius. The sensation of warm water cascading over them was nothing short of suffocating. Su Chun, what have I done to deserve this? Feng Chusheng nearly broke down. This vengeance for a father-s murder. Or perhaps for a cuckold-s betrayal. Must you go to such extremes? When you're on the brink of death, reflect on your actions while lying in bed. With that, Su Chun shut the door firmly, disregarding their plight. The following morning, the group was still organizing efforts to clear the snow. Su Chun silenced his phone and continued to indulge in sleep. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms jolted him awake. What on earth is happening? Su Chun approached the window and looked outside, only to be left utterly speechless. Chapter 47. Weather weapons. The clouds in the sky were no longer the ominous black they had been in previous days, though they still obscured the sunlight, casting a gray pall over the heavens. After a series of drum-like thuds, the sky unveiled hundreds of different epicenters, from which concentric ripples radiated outward. It resembled a tranquil lake disturbed by the fall of countless pebbles. The waves expanding unconsciously, colliding and intertwining to form an array of irregular shapes. This the effect of weather weapons? Su Chun mused, sipping his milk while observing the extraordinary sight outside that moment. The snowfall had significantly diminished, and by pre-disaster standards, it could be described as moderate. The ripples spread across the sky. The once white snowflakes transformed into rain-like droplets. Su Chun opened the window slightly, extending his hand to confirm that it was indeed rain. This was peculiar, at temperatures exceeding -40 degrees. Even if the snowflakes melted, they should have recongealed into hail. However, debating the principles of the phenomenon was futile. The reality was that droplets were falling to the ground. The ground instantly became riddled with holes, akin to a sheet of white paper perforated by a barrage of bullets, shredded into pieces. The once mound of snow, nearly 6 stories high, rapidly sank under the onslaught of the raindrops. Yet soon, the gaps in the snow began to absorb the rain, forming patches of ice in certain areas. By midday, the snow had reduced to approximately 4 stories in height. Halting its descent, a thick layer of ice formed atop the snow, causing subsequent raindrops to merely drip onto the surface, solidifying into ice. Not only was the upper layer of snow affected, but droplets also clung to buildings that remained above the snow, quickly encasing them in thick, icy. Su Chun furrowed his brow. The efficacy of this weather weapon seemed less than impressive. He retrieved some pre-prepared dishes from storage, switched on the television, and began watching the midday news. A curly-haired female anchor was reporting live on the disaster relief efforts across the nation this morning. Military-industrial regions in the north conducted experiments with weather weapons. Major military enterprises in cities, such as Shihe and Chuanjiang, launched superpowered weather cannons into the sky, proclaiming humanity's resilience against nature. According to the feedback received thus far, the weather weapons have proven remarkably effective, significantly alleviating local disaster conditions and accelerating the descent of cumulus clouds, ensuring that the snowfall, which would have otherwise persisted for at least another month, may conclude in no more than half a month. This was indeed exhilarating news. However, as the newly developed equipment required further adjustments, it could not be implemented nationwide in the short term. Yet, I believe that as long as we maintain a heart full of gratitude, we shall one day receive official assistance. Watching this news left Chun even more bewildered. Gazing at the ice-encased glass, it appeared anything but a positive sign. Just then his phone rang. It was a call from Hoarding. "Are you still alive?" He had thought that after drenching them in warm water the previous day, the three of them would soon be frozen like ice sculptures. "Hello." Chun answered. "What is it?" "Chun, Xiao Chun and I have caught colds. Could you lend us some medicine?" Hoarding's voice was thick with nasal congestion, clearly indicating her illness. "Why should I care if you and Yao Chun have colds?" "Chun, I acknowledge my faults, but who among us is without sin? Moreover, I am pregnant. Can't you find it in your heart to forgive me just this once?" "Huh. If your knife had been plunged into me yesterday, would you have granted me another chance at life?" "Of course I would. Chun, I had no intention of harming you. Believe me, I still love you. I cannot afford to entertain such half-hearted affection." Chun replied, then took a swig from a can of chilled beer. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up." "Fine. If you refuse to lend us the medicine, at least you didn't provide us with the charger for the wristband yesterday. So we can't charge it now. Then figure out yourselves. Chargers are precious commodities. If you want one from me, it will cost 10 billion. Is it amusing to toy with us like this?" "Quite amusing indeed. However, I am currently enjoying a meal. Foie gras, filet mignon, pasta, and chilled beer. So I have no time for these matters. Goodbye." Chun hung up without hesitation. On the other end, Hoarding, Yao Chun, and Chun were huddled in the same room, with a fire crackling in the center, fueled by a pile of firewood. "Damn it," Hoarding exclaimed, throwing her phone to the ground in frustration. "What did he say?" Chun asked eagerly. "He said he won't give us cold medicine. And if we want the charger, it'll be 10 billion. Damn it." Chun, whose head was pounding from the fever, cursed, a stream of mucus running from his nose. "Is this fool sick? I've only met him twice. Why treat me like this? His behavior towards you two may be understandable, but it becomes excessive when it affects me." Yao Chun interjected. "What do you mean?" Chun frowned at Yao Chun. That Chun used to be Hoarding's devoted admirer. "He must have learned about your affair. And with Hoarding pregnant with your child, he is transformed from a loyal dog into a vicious wolf, targeting both of you." Upon hearing Yao Chun's explanation, Chun found it plausible. He cast a fierce glance at Hoarding's abdomen. After their encounters, he had always ensured she took medication to prevent pregnancy. Yet, after a night of drunken driving, it was inevitable that he had occasionally forgotten. Upon discovering Hoarding's pregnancy the previous night, he had instantly suspected her intentions. That he had contemplated eliminating both her and the child amidst the snow disaster, as certain matters could easily be concealed. However, realizing she might still hold some value with Chun, he decided to keep her around and negotiate for supplies. Now, it was clear that hope was futile. Clenching his teeth, Chun prepared to kick something when he suddenly heard Yao Chun say, "Hoarding, why not call Zhou Sheng again? Zhou Caixia has stockpiled plenty of supplies. She should have cold medicine, but I'll give it a try." Hoarding's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as she dialed Zhou Sheng's number. After exchanging a few brief words, Zhou Sheng hurriedly arrived, carrying a small first aid kit and a bag of food. Upon entering, he was taken aback to see a man with Hoarding and Yao Chun, and suspiciously inquired, "Who is this?" "This is Xiao Chun's boyfriend," Hoarding replied. Yes. Yao Chun quickly hugged Chun's arm and added, "This is my boyfriend Chun. Hoarding and I couldn't start a fire, so we asked him to help." Seeing the ibuprofen in Zhou Sheng's hand, Chun chose to remain silent. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Sheng's eyes sparkled with J-O-Y. In this room, there were 2 men and 2 women. Yao Chun and Chun were a couple. Now that Hoarding had summoned him, could it not be an implicit suggestion? Zhou Sheng hurriedly handed the medication to Hoarding and retrieved a bottle of room-temperature mineral water from his backpack. In such weather, room-temperature mineral water was indeed a rare find. Watching the 3 of them take the medicine, Zhou Sheng suddenly inquired, "How come all of you caught a cold? And judging by your appearances, it seems as if you were drenched and then dried off. Did you get caught in the rain? You were the one who got drenched. Yao Chun shot Zhou Sheng a glare, but then suddenly thought of something and quickly adopted a pitiful expression, saying, "Yesterday, we went to Su Chun's house to borrow supplies. Not only did he refuse to let us in, but he also drenched us with water. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would have turned into ice sculptures by now." "What?" Zhou Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Xie Yiding and asked, "Yiding, did Su Chun splash water on you too?" Seeing Zhou Sheng so agitated, Xie Yiding quickly put on a demure and innocent facade, saying, "Indeed, he refused to lend us supplies and insisted on giving me a packet of instant noodles, wanted me to go in and keep him company for some inappropriate activities. When I refused, he forcibly tried to pull me inside. If it weren't for Xiao Chun and Chu Xing being there, that man is a beast." Zhou Sheng cursed vehemently. "Who are you cursing?" Feng Chusheng felt uncomfortable at the mention of those words. "I'm talking about Su Chun." Zhou Sheng quickly grasped Feng Chusheng's hand and exclaimed, "Brother, I truly owe you for being here. Otherwise, Yiding would have suffered greatly last night. It's nothing. Xiao Chun and Yiding are best friends. Naturally, I wouldn't stand idly by." Feng Chusheng withdrew his hand. Yao Chun, noticing Zhou Sheng's rising anger, seized the moment and urged, "Zhou Sheng, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Otherwise, he might think Yiding has no support here and bully her even more in the future." Indeed, Zhou Sheng's eyes immediately brightened. Was this not the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his resolve? "Yes," Xie Yiding quickly added. "Moreover, it seems Su Chun was aware of the impending snow disaster and has installed a boiler at his place, hoarding a large quantity of food and coal." "What?" Zhou Sheng's eyes widened in shock. "How can such a selfish and self-serving scoundrel reside in such a fine house?" "Exactly," Xie Yiding affirmed. "Zhou Sheng, you have extensive connections here. See if there's a way to break into his place. We could all live there together." Zhou Sheng's previously pale face flushed with color at the thought. "Rest assured, Yiding, from now on, within this building, I shall be your support. I'm going to confront him right now." With that, Zhou Sheng turned to leave. Xie Yiding sighed, covering her face, and then called out towards the door, "Come back." Zhou Sheng jogged back and squatted before Xie Yiding, inquiring, "Yiding, do you have any further instructions? Are you really going to confront Su Chun empty-handed? He has a crossbow. You must be aware of that." Although Xie Yiding looked down on Zhou Sheng, he was the only person she could fully trust in this building. Moreover, she wanted Zhou Sheng to help her take revenge while also looking for an opportunity to break into Su Chun's home. "What should we do then?" Zhou Sheng frowned, asking that you're asking me. Xie Yiding shot back at Zhou Sheng that I certainly have a plan to deal with Su Chun," Zhou Sheng declared defiantly. "Let us hear it." Feng Chusheng urged, "That I've got it. Ding Qing, I have a gun. I'm going back to get it now that I refuse to believe a gun can't outmatch primitive weaponry." "What?" Xie Yiding and the others stared at Zhou Sheng in disbelief. "How do you even have a gun?" "Well, I'm a man. Who doesn't like guns?" Zhou Sheng cleared his throat and explained that I have a wide social circle. My friends are mostly in the military that I enjoy these masculine toys. So, I had someone procure one for me. However, I usually don't flaunt it, so I don't always carry it around. "Then hurry and get it," Feng Chusheng urged, but Zhou Sheng shot him a glare, as if to say, "Who are you to give me orders?" Xie Yiding rolled her eyes at Zhou Sheng and then said, "Zhou Sheng, could you show it to me?" "Sure thing." With a cheerful exclamation, Zhou Sheng dashed out. When he returned, he held a sleek black handgun. "Is this real?" Yao Chun couldn't help but ask that. "Of course it's real." Zhou Sheng proudly glanced at Xie Yiding and said, "Yiding, from now on, I will use this to protect you, to show you what kind of man is truly dependable." "Zhou Sheng, can you fire a shot for me to see?" Receiving Feng Chusheng's gaze, Xie Yiding quickly added, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The neighbors are all at home. If they find out we have a gun, it might scare them." Zhou Sheng hesitated, "But if you don't shoot, how can we ascertain that your gun is genuine? Can this black handgun possibly be fake? Just look at its weight and craftsmanship." "Let me see." Feng Chusheng suddenly interrupted Zhou Sheng. "You?" Zhou Sheng was somewhat reluctant. "I used a frequent shooting ranges abroad. I should be able to discern it." "Oh, just be careful. Don't fire it accidentally." Zhou Sheng reluctantly handed the handgun to Feng Chusheng. Feng Chusheng promptly removed the magazine, shook it a few times, listened to the sounds inside, and then told Xie Yiding and Yao Chun, "It's real. But it's definitely not military grade. The craftsmanship is mediocre. What nonsense! Zhou Sheng quickly snatched the handgun back, carefully wiped it down, and reloaded the magazine, saying perhaps military guns vary in quality, and this one just happens to be subpar. There's nothing to be done about it. After all, none of us are professional firearms appraisers, and regardless of its quality, do you have one? Zhou Sheng looked at Feng Chusheng disdainfully. The latter couldn't help but chuckle. All right. You make a valid point. Oh, how do you plan to use this gun against Su Chun? Just aim at the door lock and fire. I can open it with one shot, Zhou Sheng stated confidently. That won't work. Feng Chusheng sighed, explaining to Zhou Sheng, doing that will only destroy the lock and may cause the lock hole to malfunction, rendering it impossible to open. Nonsense. I've seen it on television. Handcuffs, door locks, chains can all be opened with a gun. All right, go ahead. Use your gun to open Su Chun's door lock. We'll wait for your triumphant return and award you the title of Best Marksman. Forget the award. I'm just concerned for Yiding. Anything I do for her is worth it. Feng Chusheng chose to remain silent. However, Xie Yiding addressed Zhou Sheng. Zhou Sheng, although you possess a gun, Su Chun's crossbow is quite fast as well. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. We should devise a prudent plan. Yiding, then you speak. I'm all ears. Here is the plan. Xie Yiding gestured for everyone to gather around. Zhou Sheng, we need to ensure we don't go hungry or freeze before the snow disaster passes. I could see all depends on you. She then outlined a plan she deemed relatively secure. Every word of this so-called plan fell directly into Su Chun's ears. With your intellect, you dare to challenge me. I can't even be bothered to converse with you. After consuming some of the food Zhou Sheng had brought, the three of them took a brief respite, only feeling at ease to set out once the fever had completely subsided. In truth, Xie Yiding's method was quite simple. She would feign apologizing to Su Chun to trick him into opening the door. The moment the door opened, Zhou Sheng, who was crouched at the other end of the hallway, would shoot him down. Upon reaching the 22nd floor, the four of them were gasping for breath. After resting for a moment, Xie Yiding slowly approached Su Chun's door and gently knocked, calling out, Su Chun, I know I was wrong. Would you let me in? It's too cold out here. Chapter 49. Frogclaw Buckle Su Chun had already gleaned every aspect of their plan through surveillance footage. The handgun belonged to Ding Qing. Su Chun found it unsurprising that Ding Qing possessed a firearm. After all, even the village bully subordinate, Bald Chong, had one. Zhou Sheng had inadvertently spotted Ding Qing with a gun and, leveraging his connection with Zhou Caixia, borrowed the weapon from him. Ding Qing was aware of Zhou Caixia's fondness for her cousin and, needing to exploit Zhou Caixia's identity for profit, found it difficult to refuse Zhou Sheng. However, he cautioned him not to fire the weapon unless absolutely necessary, only providing him with a single bullet. Even if he had not overheard their scheme, Su Chun would never open the door for Xie Yiding again. Until yesterday, the mindset of Xie Yiding, Feng Chusheng, and Zhou Sheng still rested on the belief that societal order could function normally. However, after the events of the previous day, they must have undergone a transformation. The vestiges of humanity had entirely vanished. Now, their primal instincts held sway. In such circumstances, Su Chun would certainly not allow them entry. You need not apologize to me. Everyone makes their own choices, and once such choices are made, one must be prepared to face the consequences, as Su Chun's words were directed not only at Xie Yiding, but also at his former self. But Su Chun, I truly love you. I want to be with you now. If you still harbor resentment towards me, you may punish me as you wish. A barrage of emotionally charged words left Zhou Sheng, hidden behind the fire door, with tear-filled eyes, though he recognized the insincerity of these sentiments. Designed to manipulate Su Chun into opening the door, they still pained him deeply. He inwardly vowed, damn you, Su Chun. Once you open that door, I'll make you pay, crippling you so you can no longer be a man. And then I'll torment you properly. Zhou Sheng had concocted an entire plan, yet despite his efforts, Xie Yiding spent several tense minutes pleading with Su Chun to open the door, but he remained resolute. Growing impatient, Zhou Sheng rushed to the doorway, shouting angrily, Su Chun, you worthless fool, stop cowering inside like a turtle. With your pathetic self, do you think you can compete with me for the position of design department manager, or for Xie Yiding? Do you even have the capability? Seeing Zhou Sheng's sudden outburst, Xie Yiding was infuriated, stamping her feet in frustration. I could tease such a moment. even if she could not persuade Su Chun to open the door today. She could not reveal their intentions, as long as she withheld her true motives from Su Chun. There might still be a chance in the future. But now, with Zhou Sheng brandishing a handgun at the doorway and yelling at Su Chun, they had not only exposed their intentions but also their methods. Only a fool would open the door. Meanwhile, Yao Chun and Feng Chusheng, also hiding behind the fire door, were caught off guard as Zhou Sheng approached Su Chun's door. Just then, Su Chun's voice echoed through the intercom. Zhou Sheng, you're still so impatient. Let me tell you, even if I give up on Xie Yiting, it is not your place to take her. You wouldn't even be worthy to lick her shoes. Shut up. Zhou Sheng was incensed by Su Chun's taunts. What do you think you are? Xie Yiting came to me to deal with you. We're the ones in cahoots now. As Zhou Sheng fumed, Xie Yiting wished she could snatch the gun from him and put an end to his existence from just a layer of door away. Su Chun continued to mock Zhou Sheng. Look at you, you're panicking. Deep down, you know you're just a fool, which is why you feel inferior. You're the one who is inferior. At 26. I own a house worth over $1 million and a car worth over 200,000. With savings in the hundreds of thousands that in the whole of Xia City, I can be considered an elite. Zhou Sheng retorted defiantly. You are the one who feels inferior. Su Chun's tone dripped with disdain. Otherwise, after years of fawning over Xie Yiting, why haven't you dare to act on it? It's because of your inferiority. No. It's because I love her. I want our relationship to be pure. Zhou Sheng protested. Nonsense. Is there such a thing as a purely platonic relationship between a man and a woman? Zhou Sheng. You can't possibly be that naive. You're talking nonsense. Su Chun, if you have the guts, come out and I'll show you what it means to be a man. Look at you. Getting flustered again. Being flustered means you're feeling guilty. You wouldn't actually be incapable, would you? Have you ever watched any adult films to see for yourself? I've never watched that stuff. Really? A man who doesn't watch adult films? I can't believe it. You must be incapable. You are the incapable one. You are incapable. You are incapable. You are incapable. Su Chun relentlessly berated Zhou Sheng, who, unable to counter the verbal onslaught, aimed the handgun at the door, shouting, if you have the guts, come out. If you have the guts, step inside. Do you believe I'll blow the door apart with one shot? Then go ahead and shoot. If you don't, it's because you can't. The gun on your body is useless, and your courage has withered. You bastard, I'll show you what it means to be a man. Zhou Sheng declared, loading the handgun and firing at the door lock. Bang! The brass bullet struck the lock but inflicted no damage. Instead, it ricocheted off the ground and hit Zhou Sheng's thigh. Watching the scene unfold on the monitor, Su Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, that shot was truly unexpected. Zhou Sheng, how are you? Xie Yiting mentally cursed Zhou Sheng's lineage. How could such a fool think he could pursue her? To her, it was nothing short of an insult. Nevertheless, she reached out to help Zhou Sheng up, asking with concern, are you all right? I'm fine. Damn that Su Chun. It's all his fault. Once we return, I'll have my cousin document this incident, and we'll settle the score after the snow disaster is over. What the hell? Su Chun was astonished. It was clearly Zhou Sheng who had fired the gun. Yet he somehow blamed Su Chun. In light of this, Su Chun unlocked the physical lock of the door, stepped back, and pressed the button for the electronic lock. The heavy blast door swung open immediately. Xie Yiting assumed Su Chun had softened upon seeing Zhou Sheng injured, or perhaps was frightened, prompting him to open the door. Without a moment's hesitation, she called back to those behind her, the door is open. Feng Chusheng and Yao Chun, who had been hiding behind the fire door, immediately rushed out. They believed Su Chun was unaware of their presence, and if they could subdue him while he was off guard, they would gain complete control. However, to their astonishment, before the door was fully opened, Su Chun had already pressed the remote control. Feng Chusheng, Yao Chun, and Xie Yiting's wristbands crackled with electricity, and they all collapsed to the floor. Convulsing, Zhou Sheng, still trying to comprehend what was happening, saw Su Chun inside, aiming a crossbow at him. Please no. Without hesitation, Su Chun pulled the trigger, the three-pronged arrow slicing through Zhou Sheng's other leg with a rush of wind. You bunch of fools. After completing this swift action, Su Chun promptly closed the blast door, the entire sequence taking less than 30 seconds. With Su Chun no longer in control, the electric shocks from the wristband ceased. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, the three began to regain their mobility. Zhou Sheng, dragging his immobile legs, managed to crawl to the stairwell door, but lacked the strength to continue. They shamefully dragged Zhou Sheng back home. Zhou Sheng never imagined he would end up in such a miserable state. He had borrowed a gun and had the advantage of numbers. How could Su Chun have turned the tables on him like this? Having not seen Zhou Sheng for an entire afternoon, and with no response to her calls, Zhou Caixia grew increasingly anxious. She was already irritated by the difficulties of snow removal, and now, with her cousin missing, she was even more frantic. Just then, a message in the group chat caught Zhou Caixia's attention. 18 to 2,202 little ancestor, who just set off firecrackers on the 22nd floor. That was such a loud noise. It nearly scared me to death. Soon after, Su Chun received a private message from Zhou Caixia. Su Chun, what have you done to my cousin? Chapter 50. Tragic at such a time, who would have the inclination to set off firecrackers on someone else's floor? Ding Qing quickly realized that the loud noise might have been caused by Zhou Sheng firing the gun, and he promptly informed Zhou Caixia of this possibility. The 22nd floor had only 2 households, and since the resident of 2202 was clueless about the situation, it was evident that Zhou Sheng's disappearance was closely tied to Su Chun. This is why Zhou Caixia had messaged Su Chun with her inquiry. Upon reading Zhou Caixia's message, Su Chun glanced up at the surveillance footage. Xie Yiding and the others were dragging Zhou Sheng back to their place, without informing Zhou Caixia of what had transpired. Zhou Sheng lay abandoned aside, unconscious from either intense pain or excessive blood loss. Feng Chusheng paced anxiously, watching the dwindling battery life on his wristband. Last night, Su Chun had limited their charging speed and had kicked them out in the middle of the night. With hardly any power charged, he was now down to 2. If the battery dropped to 1, it would trigger self-destruction, using the remaining power to slice through his wrist with a steel wire. Yao Chun and Xie Yiding were in better shape, with 11 and 62 battery life respectively. T. O. Feng Chusheng. The numbers displayed on the wristband felt like a countdown to dismemberment, and he had no idea how much time he had left. Xie Yiding was also facing a problem. The recent electric shock seemed to have adversely affected her pregnancy, causing her to bleed. She and Feng Chusheng frantically typed messages on their phones, unaware of whom they were trying to contact. Su Chun replied to Zhou Caixia's message. Just now, Zhou Sheng along with Xie Yiding, Feng Chusheng, and Yao Chun were at my door shouting, and I shot an arrow to send them away. You might want to check at Xie Yiding's place. What? Upon hearing Su Chun mention archery, Zhou Caixia felt a pang of anxiety. That Su Chun, who have you shot this time? It wouldn't be Xiao Sheng. Would it? Congratulations, you are correct. You are rewarded with an electric massager. You scoundrel, Su Chun. If anything happens to Xiao Sheng, I will not spare you. There's no need for alarm, unless we rush him to the hospital. He may only have 3 short breaths left. Zhou Caixia chose not to respond further, but instead, accompanied by Ding Qing and several others, headed to Xie Yiding's residence. In her heart, Zhou Caixia had already condemned Su Chun. But saving a life took precedence. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Caixia rapped on Xie Yiding's door. Inside, there were 2 additional individuals. The neighbor's son Sinan, a doctor, and a male electrician who was examining the charging port of Feng Chusheng's bracelet. Upon discovering the alarming situation, Xie Yiding immediately contacted son Sinan when she noticed blood staining her skirt. Although a surgeon, she possessed a broad spectrum of medical knowledge. As the door swung open, Yao Chun was taken aback to see Zhou Caixia storming in, flanked by a menacing entourage. What are you doing? He began, only to receive a resounding slap that left half of his face swollen like a pig's head. Xiao Sheng. After striking Yao Chun, Zhou Caixia rushed to the corner where Zhou Sheng lay, lifeless and unresponsive, and gathered him into her arms. Like a tea that moment. Sun Sinan had completed her examination of Xie Yiding. Lacking professional equipment, she could only make educated guesses based on her experience. Glancing back at the group that had just barged in, she furrowed her brow slightly, but addressed Xie Yiding nonetheless. It seems to be a case of threatened miscarriage due to severe stress. We cannot go to the hospital, nor do we have any medications to preserve the pregnancy. You must rest as much as possible. Can the child still be saved? Xie Yiding asked anxiously. I cannot say for certain. But based on my personal experience, as long as you get sufficient rest and nutrition, there's a fair chance of preservation. Oh, Xie Yiding sighed in relief. But before she could savor the moment, a shadow suddenly lunged at her, delivering a brutal kick to her abdomen. The pain rendered her voiceless as she curled up. Clutching her belly, dark red blood and a viscous, transparent fluid poured forth, leaving her pale face etched with helplessness and despair. "Wretched woman, why don't you just die?" Feng Chusheng, witnessing the paltry two-battery life, wished he could obliterate her and the child in one fell swoop. Startled, Sun Sinan instinctively stepped in front of Xie Yiting, glaring at Feng Chusheng. "Are you out of your mind? Sinan, let me explain. Yao Chun and I are in mortal danger, and Zhou Sheng's condition is entirely her doing. She even intends to use her unborn child to blackmail me. Tell me, should such a woman live?" The word struck Sun Sinan like a thunderbolt. "You mean the child in her womb is yours?" "No." Feng Chusheng quickly refuted. "Sinan, I broke up with her long ago. Who knows whose bastard child it is? Trust me, I'm not that kind of man." A cold laugh escaped Sun Sinan's lips. "That my father warned me you were no good, and I never believed it. How foolish I was, Sinan. It is not what you think. Shut the hell up." Feng Chusheng attempted to clarify, but Zhou Taixia's interruption silenced him. "Dr. Sun, my brother has sustained severe injuries. Can you tend to him first?" Sun Sinan glanced at Xie Yiting and replied, "Find someone to watch over her." Ding Qing promptly arranged for a volunteer to stay by Xie Yiting's side. Feng Chusheng saw no need to intervene further. The child's fate was sealed, and whether this woman lived or died was no longer his concern. Sun Sinan sighed. She recognized that she was overstepping her bounds. Yet, as a fellow woman, she empathized with Xie Yiting's plight. For over 6 months, Feng Chusheng had pursued her, even purchasing an apartment in Central Asia just to win her over. Flowers and gifts were never in short supply, and there were occasional delightful surprises. Once upon a time, she had experienced many moments of infatuation, all of which had been thwarted by her father, Sun Weizheng. Considering Xie Yiting's pregnancy, it appeared that Feng Chusheng had still been with her at least a month prior. If Sun Sinan had acquiesced to his advances at some point, might she not have found herself in Xie Yiting's position? The thought was unbearable. Turning to Zhou Sheng's side to assess his injuries, Sun Sinan's expression morphed into one of shock. Another arrow wound, and is that a gunshot wound on the other leg? "Forget how he was injured," Zhou Tsaixia urged. "Quickly, bandage him." As a doctor, Sun Sinan wanted to help, but recalling her father's warnings, she replied, "I'm sorry, but without specialized tools and medication, I cannot treat him." With that, she began to turn toward the door, only to have Ding Qing signal to 2 volunteers, who promptly blocked her path. "What are you doing?" she demanded. Ding Qing approached her slowly, stating, "Dr. Sun, a violent assault has occurred in our building. I have contacted your father to handle the situation. Please wait here for a moment." Chapter 51. The overbearing Zhou Tsaixia Sun Sinan sensed a hint of intimidation in the eyes of the 2 volunteers and Ding Qing. Had this been any other time, she would have argued fiercely, leveraging her knowledge to uphold her dignity and rights. However, a few days prior, Sun Weizheng had warned her that the world had changed, and her safety must take precedence. Sun Sinan bit her tongue and retreated to a corner where she could observe everyone. Living next door, it wasn't long before Sun Weizheng arrived at Xie Yiting's home. "What is going on?" He noticed his daughter standing in the corner, refraining from small talk. "Officer Sun, resident Su Chun on the 22nd floor, is refusing to cooperate with the disaster response efforts and has repeatedly used a crossbow to injure others. You should intervene." Zhou Taixia's gaze was piercing as she fixed her eyes on Sun Weizheng. Meanwhile, Su Chun at home observed the surveillance footage of Zhou Tsaixia, noting the burgeoning aura of an emerging authority about her. Her assertive demeanor and composed tone conveyed this shift in power dynamics to those around her. The erosion of rules and decentralization of authority had subtly altered the mindset of many. Sun Weizheng appeared to grasp this change. "Director Sun, could you elaborate on the details of the incident?" "What more is there to say? My brother lies here, his life hanging in the balance. Does that not speak for itself?" Sun Weizheng scrutinized the scene within the apartment. Yao Chun, with a face swollen like a pig's, curled up in agony, and Xie Yiting, lying in a pool of congealed blood, alongside Zhou Sheng, who bore wound from both an arrow and a gunshot. Even though Sun Weizheng had anticipated some distressing developments, he still found it hard to believe the situation had escalated so dramatically within just 12 days of the snowstorm's onset. This matter involves criminal activity, which exceeds my jurisdiction, he stated, his eyes drifting toward the handgun that lay discarded beside Zhou Sheng. Ding Qing cleared his throat and swiftly approached, casually picking up the handgun, wiping it down, and pocketing it, deliberately averting his gaze from Sun Weizheng. Zhou Caixia, too, seemed to intentionally overlook this detail, her voice steady as she declared, "Do not speak to me of jurisdiction. I am the chief executor of our community's disaster response. The frequent violent incidents are a direct result of public officials like you failing to act. If you do not provide me with an explanation for today's events, consider yourself an accomplice to the perpetrator. Then allow my daughter to return home." "Absolutely not," Zhou Caixia resolutely rejected. "Dr. Sun is a medical professional. We have multiple injured individuals here, and, as the child of a public servant, she is duty-bound to assist. From this day forth, she will be under community jurisdiction." Sun Weizheng remained composed. Although the circumstances had taken an unexpected turn, he had mentally prepared for this moment. Exchanging a knowing glance with his daughter, he made his way toward the 22nd floor. After his departure, Zhou Caixia commanded the volunteers to escort Xie Yiding, Zhou Sheng, and Sun Sinan to her home. Zhou Caixia's residence was spacious, featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. Zhou Sheng remained unconscious, and Zhou Caixia settled him into the bedroom before summoning Sun Sinan. "Dr. Sun, you will save my brother, won't you? I will do my best, not just your best. But you must succeed. If anything happens to my brother, I will hold you accountable." With that, Zhou Caixia gestured to the 2 volunteers. "Keep an eye on her and Xiao Sheng." Understood. 2 volunteers were observed by Zhou Caixia, who seemed to be scrutinizing them closely, causing them to nod repeatedly in nervousness. After they exited, Zhou Caixia made her way directly to the living room, where Feng Chusheng, Xie Yiding, and Yao Chun were encircled by 7 or 8 individuals. Xie Yiding appeared pale as a ghost, though she had regained some awareness. Yao Chun suffered no serious injuries, aside from a swollen face from Zhou Caixia's slap. In stark contrast, Feng Chusheng bore no visible wounds. Yet he was the most anxious among them. The battery on his bracelet still indicated a mere 2 charge. The electrician from the same building had promised to create a temporary charger for him. Yet there had been no word since. Given the circumstances, even if the charger were to be completed, it was unlikely that anyone would dare deliver it to him. "Director Zhou, I share your sorrow regarding your brother's situation, but I must assert that it is truly unrelated to me. The entire affair was instigated by Xie Yiding and Su Chan. Regardless of the circumstances, Feng Chusheng needed to secure that charger at all costs." "Indeed," Yao Chun quickly chimed in. "Director Zhou, I assure you that I bear no responsibility in this matter, nor do these 2. Zhou Caixia, seated upright on the sofa, cast a cold gaze toward Feng Chusheng. "Do you take me for a fool? Let me make this clear. Your brother's predicament is inextricably linked to each of you. It would be wise for you to pray for his safety. Otherwise, none of you will escape unscathed, and you will all accompany him to the grave." Not far off, Xie Dong, pale and with dark circles under his eyes, displayed a countenance filled with frustration, Zhou Caixia's husband. He should have been her closest confidant, despite the absence of blood ties. However, after his injury, she had exhibited indifference toward him, even going so far as to suggest a divorce once the snow disaster concluded. Yet, when her cousin Zhou Sheng was injured, Zhou Caixia seemed to lose her sanity, not only pressuring Sun Sinan to treat Zhou Sheng, but also capturing 3 individuals involved in his injury to exact revenge. The disparity in treatment was glaring. Regardless of their familial connections, he clenched his fists and gently stroked the half-destroyed arm of his second brother, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Yet he refrained from taking any action and retreated to the kitchen. After the injury to his second brother, Xie Dong found himself devoid of any standing in the household. Zhou Caixia regarded him as if he were a mere obstacle to be overcome. And even their son, Xie Jinbao, hurled insults at him, declaring him unmanly. In the past, Xie Dong would never have tolerated such humiliation, but in the current situation, should Zhou Caixia cast him out, he would likely face death. Thus, he exerted every effort to prove his worth, striving to prevent Zhou Caixia from expelling him. Following Zhou Caixia's outburst, Xie Yiding and Yao Chun appeared to relax somewhat, as misfortune had yet to befall them. However, Feng Chusheng was in a different predicament. The countdown to his demise would not cease for any reason. Feng Chusheng turned his gaze and addressed Zhou Tsaixia. Director Zhou, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you privately. May I have a moment of your time? Speak plainly. What more is there to discuss at this juncture? Zhou Tsaixia replied coldly. Very well. Feng Chusheng straightened himself. Although my involvement in your brother's injury is minimal, we are indeed conspirators in this matter, and I bear some responsibility. To be forthright, I am prepared to offer 100 million as compensation for Ah Sheng's medical expenses, lost wages, and emotional distress, whatever it takes. 100 million, even for the wealthiest individual in Xia City. That was no trifling sum. However, Feng Chusheng had learned the true weight of money after his transactions with Su Chun. Zhou Tsaixhia's eyes widened in astonishment. Her primary aim amidst this calamity had been to amass wealth. With Zhou Sheng already injured, eliminating the 3 individuals, and Su Chun would do nothing to amend his condition. Seizing the opportunity to extract a substantial sum now would ensure that even if Zhou Sheng were left disabled, he could live out his days without want. Very well. Sun Weijing knocked on the door of Su Chun's residence. Uncle Sun, what brings you here? Su Chun inquired. Little Su, did you shoot Zhou Sheng and Xie Dong? Are you here to investigate me? No, no, no. I wish to request a favor. Chapter 52, A New Approach. Uncle Sun, you aren't asking me to help you save your daughter, are you? Su Chun questioned, somewhat surprised. Sun Weijing was aware of Su Chun's intelligence. In this situation, he needed to align himself with the right side. Zhou Tsaixia wielded official power, establishing herself as a formidable force, and with the current numbers on her side, she was not someone Sun Weijing could afford to provoke. Although Su Chun had remained sequestered at home, he had injured 2 of Zhou Tsaixhia's associates, which had left her powerless against him, proving he was not to be trifled with. Zhou Tsaixhia's intention was to have him deal with Su Chun. Yet he recognized the futility in attempting to confront Su Chun directly. His best option was to capitulate. Uncle Sun, Zhou Tsaixhia's forces are overwhelming. I am powerless to assist. Su Chun outright declined. Indeed, little Su. Uncle understands your predicament. In these times, distinguishing friend from foe is nearly impossible. However, I find myself with no other recourse. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Weijing continued. Little Su, amidst this snow disaster, I possess nothing that could sway you. Save for the beauty of Sinan herself. As he uttered this, Sun Weijing's face flushed with shame, as though he were burdened by immense guilt. I understand that a father should not resort to such means to promote his daughter. It is beneath me. Yet, I merely wish for her safety. Can you comprehend a father's heart? Uncle Sun, I empathize with your feelings, but I must prioritize my own safety above all else. That I am truly sorry. Su Chun maintained his refusal that a life of abundance, surrounded by beauty. That was Su Chun's vision for the next decade, yet hinged upon his survival. His acquaintance with Sun Weijing was minimal, and trust had yet to be established. Who could say whether Sun Weijing was merely playing a ruse to gain his confidence and lure him into opening the door? Even if he believed in Sun Weijing's character, the psychological transformations during such a global disaster were swift and unpredictable. Sun Weijing, feeling both helpless and unsurprised at Su Chun's decision, watched as Su Chun turned away. If the opportunity arises in the future, experiencing that beauty of Sun Sinan in a luxury vehicle would be quite enjoyable. It all depends on whether fate allows it. Zhou Tsaixia had reached an agreement with Feng Chusheng that he transferred 100 million to her account, and in return, Zhou Tsaixia promised to overlook the incident involving Zhou Sheng and would provide Feng Chusheng with essential supplies for survival, albeit at a cost. After reclaiming his phone and securing Zhou Tsaixhia's approval, Feng Chusheng sat on the sofa and dialed the electrician's number. Soon, the electrician arrived with a makeshift charger for Zhou Tsaixhia's home. Fortunately for Feng Chusheng, the charger he brought could indeed provide power to the bracelet. However, due to the charging protocol being unbreakable, the process was slow. Additionally, since the authorities had reduced the power supply to households, the charging speed was comparable to that experienced in Su Chun's bathroom. Nevertheless, the crucial aspect was that charging was now possible, preserving the use of his right hand. Witnessing Feng Chusheng's purchase of safety, Xie Yiding gritted her teeth and addressed Zhou Tsaixia. Director Zhou, I, too, can offer compensation for your brother. And how much do you possess? Zhou Tsaixia retorted dismissively. I in the past. Zhou Tsaixia monthly salary had barely reached 3,000 or 4,000, and with occasional bonuses and allowances, she managed around 4,500. Consequently, Xiaodong had held a prominent position in the household, earning 8,000 or 9,000, even exceeding 10,000 monthly. Now that she had acquired 100 million, Zhou Tsaixia suddenly found herself dismissive of those paltry hundreds of thousands. Xie Yiding replied, whatever Feng Chuxing offered you, I can match. Huh, you are quite humorous. Surely you heard that Feng Chuxing provided me with 100 million. If you can present me with an equal sum, then we can consider this matter settled. Director Zhou, do not heed her words. Upon hearing Xie Yiding propose a deal with Zhou Tsaixia, Feng Chuxing rushed over, exclaiming, that conniving woman stole her money from me. Once this matter concludes, I will sue her and demand that the state return my assets. Enough of your noise. Zhou Tsaixia shot Feng Chuxing a glare. Whose money it is matters not. As long as you, Xie Yiding, can transfer 100 million to me, we can consider your situation resolved. Very well. Xie Yiding promptly took out her phone and transferred the funds to Zhou Tsaixia. Upon witnessing an additional 100 million deposited into her bank account, Zhou Tsaixia was nearly driven to madness. How is it possible that money is so easily acquired nowadays? After a moment's contemplation, she shifted her gaze toward Yao Chun, still surrounded by the throng, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Yao Chun glanced at Feng Chuxing and then at Xie Yiding, quickly comprehending Zhou Tsaixia intent. Yet she could not possibly muster 100 million to Director Zhou. Your brother's injury is truly not related to me. As I mentioned previously, I am entitled to my own judgment. If you can produce an amount equivalent to theirs, we can conclude this matter. I cannot. Then I cannot be held responsible. Should anything happen to Xiao Sheng, you shall witness my wrath. After speaking, Zhou Tsaixia went inside to check on Zhou Sheng. Sun Sinan had already removed the arrow from Zhou Sheng and had performed a rudimentary bandaging using the medicine and gauze from Zhou Tsaixia's home. It appeared that there were indeed signs of improvement, and Zhou Sheng's breathing had become much more even. Only then did Zhou Tsaixia feel a sense of relief. The official weather cannon experiment had concluded, and it was still snowing outside, albeit the snowfall had significantly lessened compared to the previous days. From this vantage point, one could see that the snow had been compressed by the sudden rain, resulting in a lowered height but increased density. The thick ice crust looked remarkably sturdy. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhou Tsaixia, and she quickly called back Ding Qing and his team, who were digging tunnels to clear a path. She shared her thoughts with Ding Qing, who promptly slapped his forehead in frustration for not having thought of such a simple yet effective solution himself. In the past, heavy snowfall had primarily impeded people's movement due to the softness of the snow, making it nearly impossible to traverse the thick, fluffy surface. However, the icy surface was a different matter altogether. Since the ground was already sealed by ice and snow, why not utilize the ice layer, which was as high as a 4-story building, as a new ground? This approach would not only save time in clearing a path, but also significantly reduce the difficulty. Without delay, Zhou Tsaixia sent a message in the group chat to notify everyone. 18 to 1604 Zhou Tsaixia. Dear neighbors, thanks to the impact of the official weather cannon experiment, we can now avoid digging tunnels for travel. I hereby inform the owners on the 4th floor of each building that the community will requisition your homes as temporary passageways, allowing volunteers to venture out in search of supplies essential for our survival. Please cooperate actively with the volunteers to avoid unnecessary conflicts. As soon as this message was sent, someone quickly responded in the group chat. 18 to 0402. Director Zhou, may I ask if my house is used as a passageway? Where will we reside? Chapter 53. Requisition of houses. The various buildings in Central Asia Century City had different layouts, with the 4th floor generally housing 4 apartments. 18-1604 Zhou Tsaixia. After a meeting with our community staff, it has been decided that other neighbors will temporarily accommodate the residents of the 4th floor. We will requisition all apartments on the 4th floor. 18-0402. Director Zhou, I believe that if we are merely using one apartment as a passageway, it would suffice to requisition 1 unit from each building. My home is centrally located, with a window facing only one direction, which is less convenient than a corner unit. I suggest selecting from a corner unit instead. 06-0401. What nonsense are you spouting? Just take a look at the snow on the shaded side. It barely reaches 3 stories high. Of course, we should travel from the sunny side. Everyone feels the same way. Residents from the 4th floor began to argue, and no one wished to relinquish their homes for others' use. Meanwhile, onlookers from other floors joined the fray. 05-0304. Why are you all refusing? This is a noble act of kindness. What kind of character is this? 17-1302. Exactly. This concerns the survival of the entire community, and you are still hesitating? What a disgrace. 17-0403. 17-1302. You're truly self-righteous. Let's swap houses. I will live in yours, and you can offer yours to whomever you wish. 05-0403. 05-0304. I actually think the 3rd floor is better suited as the passageway. The ice layer there isn't much thinner than that on the 4th floor, but the slope would be much gentler. 05-0304. 05-0403. Who do you think you are? In this disaster response, we must all obey Director Zhou's orders. If she says the 4th floor is suitable, then it is suitable. Open the doors and welcome the community staff. Volunteer Xiao Zhang, 18-1604 Zhou Caixia. Director Zhou, the ice layer coverage varies across each building. In our case, the 3rd floor is indeed more appropriate as a passageway. Xiao Zhang, a volunteer from Building 5, spoke up, as the irregular layout of the community meant differing wind speeds in various areas, causing uneven snow accumulation. In fact, after the snow had hardened into ice, the ice layer in open areas was approximately 5 to 6 meters high. And in affluent neighborhoods, one could even see the rooftops of taller buildings. Conversely, due to the influence of airflow from the buildings, the ice layer beside taller structures was much thicker from the top floor down. There was generally only a thin layer. One could easily break it with a tool after opening a window. However, at a certain height, the ice layer adhered to the building walls began to thicken, starting at the 4th floor in some buildings, while in others, it only began to thicken at the 3rd floor, continuing until it connected with the average height. In some cases, it even began to thicken at the 6th floor. Thus, the situation indeed varied from building to building, but in Building 18, the 4th floor was more suitable as a passageway. Zhou Caixia pondered this and understood the nuances, then sent another message in the group chat. 18-1604 Zhou Caixia. 05-1301 Volunteer Xiao Zhang. Understood. Building 5 will requisition the 3rd floor as the passageway. Staff from other floors may also personally assess which floor would be suitable for a passageway and report back to me once determined. Upon hearing this, immediate dissent arose. 05-0304. What is going on? Did you not just say we would requisition the 4th floor? How can you go back on your word? 05-0304. 05-1301 Volunteer Xiao Zhang. What are you thinking? The ice layer on the 3rd floor is so thick it cannot be budged. Are you not increasing the volunteer's difficulty in traveling? 05-1301 Volunteer Xiao Zhang. I'm a volunteer myself. We will naturally consider what height is most convenient for travel. What you need to do now is to quickly tidy up your personal belongings and comply with the community's arrangements, temporarily relinquishing the use of your homes. 05-0304. Are those on the 3rd floor mute? Come out and say something. 05-0301. I just opened my window to try. It's impossible to budge. The ice is as hard as concrete. 05-0403. 05-0304. Did you not just claim this was a noble act of kindness? Now that good fortune has fallen upon you. Why are you refusing? 05-0304. Shut up. I can't stand your voice. Who do you think you are? 05-0403. I'm just an ordinary citizen, but I believe this is the time for us to unite against the disaster. We should all comply with the community staff's arrangements. 05-0304. You little rascal. Did you not just say they were going to requisition your house? 05-0403. Such decisions are made by the community staff that I was prepared to hand over my house for the volunteers to use. But they no longer require it, and I regret that. 05-0304. Go to hell. The group chat became increasingly lively, and within a second of stepping back, the messages surged to 99. Originally, only the residents of the 4th floor opposed the requisition. But now, with Zhou Tsaixua's words, residents from the 3rd to 7th floors began to join the opposition as well. Observing the flood of dissenting comments, Zhou Tsaixua remained composed, her expression betraying nothing. After a considerable time, she pulled a few individuals from the group into the volunteer chat and initiated a video conference, saying, "Listen to me, everyone. This is an extraordinary circumstance that TO swiftly address the material shortages faced by most residents. The organization needs to leverage your professional skills for some special tasks." The few individuals just pulled into the group were, in fact, locksmiths residing in the community. They often advertised their services by placing flyers on the security doors of various apartments and had interacted with Zhou Tsaixua before. "Director, please state your request directly." Someone immediately responded. "All right, I need you to conduct a live demonstration in the group, teaching all volunteers how to pick locks." What? Upon hearing this, some began to hesitate. "Director, our unique profession is officially registered. Teaching this skill publicly now could lead to potential issues in the future." At that moment, Sun Weijing arrived at Zhou Tsaixua's home. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by Zhou Tsaixua's playful smile. "Officer Sun is back, just in time. I need to discuss something with you." Sun Weijing initially thought Zhou Tsaixua might confront him about Su Chun, fearing trouble, but was taken aback by her unexpected demeanor. "Director, if you have something to say, please go ahead. Come sit." Sun Weijing approached Zhou Tsaixua, noticing she was in a video conference, and asked curiously, "What is going on?" "It's nothing much." Zhou Tsaixua relayed her previous discussion with the locksmiths to him. Then added, "Officer Sun, please register these gentlemen. Their actions henceforth will be solely for the smooth execution of disaster relief efforts, and they shall not bear any responsibility for any issues that arise." In that moment, Sun Weijing was too preoccupied to consider such matters, simply nodding in agreement. "All right, I understand." Reassured by Sun Weijing's affirmation, Zhou Tsaixua turned to the locksmiths. "This is Officer Sun from our district. You should all be familiar with him, that he has registered you, so you can proceed with confidence regarding future matters." Throughout the day, the group chat remained tumultuous, yet the volunteers had transformed into lock-picking masters. "Director, when do we start?" One volunteer inquired eagerly. "Yes, I can hardly wait to practice in real scenarios. Suddenly acquiring a new skill has left many in a state of excitement. Grant them a night to ponder. For you now have another significant task at hand. Accompany me to the 22nd floor." Chapter 54. Night Raid on Su Chun. Although Zhou Tsaixua had already resolved to resort to violent means for seizing property. Everything necessitates a process. It is not feasible to resolve matters through sheer brutality alone. However, she had another pressing matter to attend to this evening. Avenging her brother. In Zhou Tsaixua's estimation, Su Chun possessed little capability. He merely wielded a crossbow, which was hardly a nuclear weapon. She believed it would suffice to catch him off guard, incapacitate him in one fell swoop, and thereafter decide how to proceed. Furthermore, this would also help her establish authority within the community. It was now 00:25, and Zhou Tsaixua surmised that Su Chun had likely succumbed to slumber, thus prompting her choice of timing. Accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals, she ascended to the 22nd floor, flashlights in hand. Initially, she had intended to summon Ding Qing to join her. Ding Qing had considerable experience in matters of dark violence. Yet he deemed Su Chun too perilous to confront. If there were profits to be gained, he might risk it, but avenging Zhou Sheng was not worth his involvement in such treacherous waters. Consequently, Zhou Tsaixua was left to lead the group herself. Prior to their arrival, Su Chun had received a message from Sun Weijing, informing him not only of Zhou Tsaixua's impending arrival, but also that she had instructed a locksmith to train her subordinates in lock-picking skills. Although Su Chun was already aware of these developments, he decided to extend a favor to Sun Weijing out of respect for Dejita. Through the surveillance footage, Su Chun observed Zhou Tsaixua and her entourage standing at his door. The building housed a locksmith known for his expertise and complete set of tools. To ensure a smooth operation, Zhou Tsaixua had summoned him to open Su Chun's door. After all, during training, several locksmiths had mentioned that once a door is locked from the inside, the difficulty of unlocking it would significantly increase. The locksmith, Sun Jifu, was a middle-aged man in his 40s. At that moment, he squatted before Su Chun's door, scrutinizing the lock. Although Su Chun's door was fortified with military-grade anti-explosion features, it had been discreetly adorned to resemble an ordinary security door. After a thorough examination, Sun Jifu reported to Zhou Caixia, "It is merely a standard B-grade lock. It should take no more than 5 minutes. Please, do your utmost to avoid waking Su Chun," she responded. Understood. Sun Jifu retrieved a small piece of tinfoil and a seemingly unremarkable key that had developed a patina from extensive use that he wrapped the foil around the key, delicately inserted it into the lock, and gently twisted it. Yet the lock remained unyielding. Inside, Su Chun observed the locksmith's professional demeanor with interest, idly manipulating a remote control in his hand, his fingers swirling over a skull emblem. "I grant you a chance to play a bit longer." Outside, Sun Jifu withdrew the key, only to discover that it had not altered in the slightest. "This is impossible," he muttered to himself, examining the key closely. "What is it?" Zhou Caixia inquired, her brow furrowing. "There are no springs or locking pins inside," he replied. "What does that mean?" Zhou Caixia pressed. "Simply put, the lock is broken. Is it still possible to open it?" "Director Zhou, do not fret. I have other methods." With that, Sun Jifu produced a piece of hard chewing gum from his pocket and began to chew. Shortly thereafter, he took the now malleable gum and pressed it into the lock. Before long, the gum had hardened, yet when Sun Jifu attempted to unlock the door once more, it remained impervious. He extracted the hardened gum with a hook, only to find it still in a solid form, showing no signs of change. Discarding the gum, he inserted the hook into the lock, twisting and turning it in every direction, but to no avail. "This is absurd," Sun Jifu exclaimed, pulling the hook out and preparing to stow it away. However, he noticed something peculiar about the hook. Upon closer inspection, he realized it had been shortened. "What on earth?" Zhou Caixia asked. Her impatience growing. "My hook has broken." "You've blocked the lock?" Zhou Caixia questioned, her eyes widening in disbelief. No. Sun Jifu searched the lock with the remaining portion of the hook, finding no trace of the broken piece. "Director Zhou, this lock is unusual. It is certainly not up to national standards. I could care less about your national or European standards. I demand to know when you will be able to open this door." "Alas, I may have to resort to my trump card," Sun Jifu declared, retrieving a hammer, chisel, and a long, curved rod from his pocket. "What are those for?" Zhou Caixia inquired. "This is the ultimate method of unlocking. Should this fail, it would signify that the door is unopenable. I'm not concerned with your ultimate or basic methods. What matters is your attitude and efficiency. If you cannot open this door, then you are worthless." "Very well," Sun Jifu acquiesced, glancing at the upper central portion of the door where a device resembling a peephole was situated. He struck it with the pointed end of the hammer. Yet before the hammer could land, the device began to emit a series of warning red lights. "Warning! Warning! Warning!" The remote control in Su Chun's hand blared with alarms. "A violent entry has been detected. The defense system has activated. If this is a misunderstanding, please cancel within 0.3 seconds." Su Chun, having lived there long enough to be familiar with its many functions, did not bother to cancel. The individuals outside remained in a state of confusion as 2 columns suddenly extended from either side of the door, reaching half a meter in mere moments. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. Zhou Caixia felt a sharp pain in her chest and instinctively retreated a few steps. A rush of warm blood surged forth from a gash on her chest, soaking her clothing. The columns retracted. Onlookers were horrified to find a thin wire stretched between them, reflecting light and stained with fresh blood. What on earth? The average person would never anticipate encountering such a bizarre method of attack on a neighbor's security door. Even with knowledge of Su Chun's propensity for violence, this was beyond their expectations. They soon recognized a crucial detail that had been overlooked. Zhou Caixia, standing precisely where the columns could reach, had been injured, but what of the locksmith? Just then, blood erupted from the locksmith, who collapsed, severed in two, in an era where individuals struggled to even slaughter a chicken. Such a gruesome sight was unimaginable. Faces drained of color, they screamed in terror and retreated. Zhou Caixia, now coated in the blood that had spilled from her wound, stood frozen in place, while another noxious liquid began to flow from her lower half. Surveying the retreating figures, Zhou Caixia shouted furiously, "Damn it! Do you dare abandon me?" Seeking Death, Chapter 55, Totalitarianism Unlike the Crossbow. The lethal mechanism of the anti-explosion door, albeit brutal, was merely a surprise attack with limited range. Given sufficient psychological preparation, its intimidating power paled in comparison to that of a crossbow. Zhou Taixia's subordinates quickly reacted, rushing back to the door to assist the locksmith in escaping. Inside, Chun let out a cold laugh and returned to his slumber. The following morning, a neighbor emerged to dispose of trash and was immediately struck by the sight of two half-bodies lying at Chun's doorstep, the upper half frozen in the act of crawling toward the staircase. Alarmed, the neighbor retreated and messaged Zhou Taixia, "Director Zhou, can't you do something about this criminal next door? Just days ago, there were firecrackers and arrows injuring people, leaving the hallway a bloodbath. And now there's a murder. Two halves of a corpse lying at the entrance. I no longer dare to step outside." Upon receiving the message from the resident of Unit 2201, Zhou Taixia ground her teeth in anger. After returning home last night, she had endured a sleepless night. Her pain exacerbated despite having hemostatic medication at home and treatment from Sun Sinan. The pulsing ache rendered her incapable of rest. "Officer Sun," Zhou Taixia called out to Sun Weizhong, who stood silently nearby. "Chun has killed again, and I have been injured. You have nothing to say about this. I have already conducted the necessary investigation and spoken with Chun. However, under the current circumstances, I find myself without effective means to address the situation," Sun Weizhong replied. Having remained at Zhou Taixia's home since her return, he could not risk leaving his daughter alone there. Fortunately, Zhou Sheng's condition had improved by morning. Although he had yet to regain consciousness, his injuries had stabilized, bringing relief to both father and daughter. "Humph, you so-called public officials, enjoying lucrative salaries and lavish benefits, prove utterly ineffectual in critical moments, leaving the burden to us community workers." As Zhou Taixia uttered these words, her tone was markedly less filled with anger and instead imbued with a sense of pride and satisfaction. However, she inadvertently touched upon a sore spot, causing her to grimace in pain. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone and sent a private message to Chun. "Chun, your act of murder last night has been witnessed by the neighbors, who have reported it to me. I have documented every single detail, and once the disaster has passed, I will report the truth to the authorities. Prepare yourself for the consequences. Whatever." Chun, just awakened and enjoying breakfast, noticed Zhou Taixia's incessant messages and retorted, "I have no desire to argue with you, you shameless woman. But if you dare to harass me again, whether it's one or two, I'll send you straight to your demise," with that casual reply. He messaged the neighbor, "Zhou Taixia claims you reported me. If there's something to discuss, please speak directly with me." "Nothing, nothing, nothing," the neighbor hastily replied, insisting, "When did I report anything? That is simply not true. Don't listen to that idiot Zhou Taixia. We neighbors, we're on the same side. I thought as much. Neighbors, wouldn't you just come to me directly if there were an issue? I will relay your words to Zhou Taixia. This is damaging to our community relations." Saying this, Chun forwarded a screenshot of the neighbor's message from Unit 2201 to Zhou Taixia. "No, my friend, I was just speaking off the cuff. Please don't send that to Zhou Taixia, or she'll come after me." 2201 quickly tried to intervene, but Chun had already sent the chat screenshot. "I've already sent it, and no worries, if you're in the right. What is there to fear? It's Zhou Taixia's baseless accusations. Not to mention, did you really report me?" No. 2201 quickly denied, and then ceased further communication. Though injured, Zhou Taixia adhered to her principle of prioritizing monetary gain and proceeded to organize the work tasks methodically. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the staff began requisitioning suitable floors of buildings to serve as exit points. Naturally, requisitioning someone else's residence could not leave them homeless. Zhou Taixia instructed her subordinates to accommodate them in others' homes. However, even with such arrangements, very few were willing to voluntarily open their doors for community use in the entire Central Asia Century City, with 20 buildings, each requiring 4 households per floor. A total of 80 households were needed. Yet, by the end of the morning, only a handful of residents willingly offered their homes, while the majority steadfastly refused to open their doors. The community group, which had been quiet for a night, erupted with activity once more. 11-0401. What does this mean? Since it's requisitioning, shouldn't our opinions be considered? It's early morning, and you're banging on doors like at a funeral. How can anyone get any sleep? 0520303. Why must you requisition 4 households on an entire floor? If it's merely for an exit, wouldn't T1 suffice? 05-0304. Yesterday you said the 4th floor was needed. Today it's the 3rd. Are you all out of your minds? 12-0601. How is accommodation being arranged? As a young single woman, you expect me to share a place with a 50-year-old man. If something happens, who is accountable? 12-1204. 12-0601. Dear girl, don't assume the worst in people. Come stay with us. If anything occurs, your uncle will take responsibility. Though humans are inherently social creatures, modern individuals possess a strong territorial instinct, exhibiting considerable wariness towards unfamiliar environments and strangers. Most people are reluctant to cohabitate with others, even with neighbors they see regularly, in scenarios devoid of pre-existing relationships. Those eager to share living spaces often have ulterior motives. Young women naturally prefer not to reside with other males, while married families form their own tight-knit circles, desiring to safeguard their existing sense of security from outsiders. Single men might welcome the prospect of a young, attractive woman moving in, but aside from that, they too wish to maintain their tranquil lives without disturbances. Everyone in the group voiced their grievances, expressing their unwillingness to relinquish their homes and articulating their discontent with the requisition. They sought to quell Zhou Tsaixia's intentions through collective outrage. Yet, Zhou Tsaixia paid no heed to their complaints and directly issued a message in the work group. To all, from this moment forth, any resident who refuses to voluntarily surrender their homes will face forced entry. Those who can unlock doors will do so. Those who can't will have their doors breached. After sending the message, volunteers across the buildings commenced their actions. Chun observed these developments with keen interest. Although he was unaware of the content Zhou Tsaixia had shared in the small group, the reactions of his fellow residents led him to surmise some details. In this small collective of Central Asia's Century City, the seeds of tyranny were finally beginning to sprout. That he pondered briefly. If Zhou Tsaixia were allowed to easily break down doors, tyranny would swiftly take root. Yet, the time was not right for that, as Chun hoped to expedite the psychological shift among the residents, rather than allow a select few to swiftly establish dominance. Given the prevailing atmosphere among the residents, such actions would likely halt the psychological transition for the majority, leading them to willingly accept Zhou Tsaixia's rule. At that point, Su Chun might even find himself referring to Zhou Tsaixia as General Zhou. However, Su Chun had no intention of recognizing Zhou Tsaixia as such. He needed to create some trouble for her. He promptly shared the video of Zhou Tsaixia conducting a video meeting with her subordinates from the previous evening in the group chat. Chapter 56. Door bashing. When the residents saw the video, they fell silent, taken aback. None had anticipated that Zhou Tsaixia, empowered by official sanction, would resort to such extreme measures to seize their homes. Soon, Su Chun received a private message from Zhou Tsaixia. Su Chun, where did you acquire that video? Just a casual shot. Su Chun replied nonchalantly. Balderdash, this is my home. How could you have filmed it? Are you spying on me? What are you really after? Damn, why are you blathering so much? Do I need to explain my actions to you? Zhou Tsaixia shot back that I warn you. What you've done has severely disrupted our disaster response. Once this snowstorm passes, you will face serious consequences. Are you out of your mind? Haven't you already sentenced me to death? What more can you do? I'm not afraid. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tsaixia's face flushed crimson, and the wound on her chest, which had just begun to heal, bled anew, soaking through her clothing. Damn you, Su Chun. Once I have the chance, I will strip you bare and hang you outside to freeze to death. After tormenting Su Chun in her mind, Zhou Tsaixia began to contemplate how the video had leaked. She had yet to establish complete authority, and this video could significantly impact her forthcoming actions, necessitating a resolution to the internal issues. Yesterday, Ding Qing had been absent, leaving only Zhou Sheng, Xie Yiding, and Feng Chusheng, who were in critical condition, along with son Wei Zheng and his daughter Xie Dong, and Xie Jinbao, besides herself and a few subordinates. Zhou Tsaixia harbored her strongest suspicions towards son Wei Zheng, as he had only emerged from his home the previous day under duress, with them using son Sinan as leverage. However, The video had been recording since they initiated their meeting, and Sun Weizheng had only arrived midway through, which made him less likely to be the culprit. Sun Sinan had remained in the bedroom, treating Zhou Sheng's wounds, so she was also ruled out. Xie Dong was in no position to have done it either. He was incapacitated and dependent on Zhou Caixia for survival. The trio of Xie Yiding shared a grudge against Su Chun and were equally unlikely. Thus, the potential mole must be among her few volunteers. Though Zhou Caixia found it perplexing, she called forth her subordinates from this building and inquired who was watching Xiao Sheng and Sun Sinan in the bedroom last night. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of the purpose behind her question. After a moment, one person mustered the courage to step forward, saying, "Director Zhou, it was I. All right, you can step aside." Zhou Caixia motioned dismissively. The individual believed they were being reprimanded for a mistake at work and felt relieved when Zhou Caixia said that. The remaining 6 grew anxious. Zhou Caixia asked, "You all saw the video in the group, correct? Regardless of who it was, I hope you will come forward and admit your mistakes, that we are in dire need of cooperation at this moment. And I can overlook past transgressions." As the 6 exchanged innocent glances with one another, Zhou Caixia took a deep breath and said, "Fine. If no one admits to it, I don't want this to happen again. Or I will deal with all 6 of you." Zhou Caixia wished to unearth that individual, yet would undoubtedly squander considerable time and effort. Thus, she proposed binding them together, allowing for mutual supervision, thereby temporarily preventing any information from leaking out. Just as this matter was resolved, Ding Qing unexpectedly returned. "Director Zhou, several households on the 4th floor had long made preparations and have locked their doors from within. It will not be easy to gain entry." "Never mind," Ding Qing replied. "I initially intended to employ a more peaceful approach to open the door, but since they are unwilling, we shall resort to force." "Understood." A smile spread across Ding Qing's face, as if he had long anticipated this moment. The heating in their homes had been rendered ineffective, so Ding Qing instructed a few of his underlings to dismantle the iron radiator. It was filled to the brim with thick ice. Tying it with nylon ropes to wooden poles, they carried it toward the 4th floor. This time, Ding Qing did not permit Zhou Caixia to speak in the group chat. Instead, he procured a loudspeaker and stood in the corridor of the 4th floor, proclaiming, "Attention, 4th floor residents. I, under the orders of Director Zhou, am here to enforce a compulsory requisition of your residences. Open the door and let us in willingly, or it will not end well when we force our way in." No one opened the door. Ding Qing smiled slightly, pointing towards the door of Unit 0401 with a wave of his hand. 5 of his subordinates promptly charged the radiator against it. Bang! The so-called security door, as its name implies, could only deter thieves. Under the heavy impact of the radiator, a large dent appeared in the security door. The occupants of 0401 were a family of 3 at that moment. The husband, clutching a kitchen knife, anxiously stared at the deformed door, while the wife and daughter hid in the bedroom. Hearing the commotion outside, the mother and daughter felt their hearts racing. The woman hastily sent a message in the group chat, 18-0401. "Neighbors on the 4th floor, they are forcefully trying to break in. Please help." No one replied. Another loud bang resounded outside, this one noticeably weaker than the first. The security door was clearly on the verge of collapse. Point 18-0401. "We are all in this together. If they break into my home, do you think they will spare yours? I urge everyone to stand together. With our combined strength, we can surely drive those ruffians away." Bang! The sound of the door being struck echoed again, yet still, no one responded. Point 18-0401. "Are you all fools? Do you really think Zhou Caixia and Ding Qing will let you off, or that your security door is sturdier than mine? Come out and help." 18-0403. "Have you lost your mind? Can you not speak civilly?" 18-0401. "Are you alive? I thought you all had perished." Just as this message was sent, a loud crash was heard outside, followed by a man's hoarse shout. "I will fight you!" A scream pierced the air, and the woman instantly recognized it was not her husband's voice. She hurriedly assured her daughter and rushed outside. Upon opening the door, she found a man lying at the entrance, a gash across his face revealing bone. The husband, wielding the kitchen knife, was confronting several others. "Do not come any closer. Take one more step, and I will not hold back." "Husband!" The woman quickly grabbed a rolling pin from the side and rushed to stand beside him. The sudden turn of events caused the other assailants to feel a twinge of fear. They were also residents of the building, and a few days prior, when Zhou Caixia called for volunteers, they had come, thinking they might procure some food. While their recent arrogance had indeed provided a thrill unlike any other, the sight of bloodshed still unnerved them to that moment. The four were so intimidated by the couple that they dared not advance. Behind them, Ding Qing, a cigarette dangling from his lips, shook his head. Taking a deep drag, he flicked the remaining stub, which struck the husband squarely in the face. Then Ding Qing lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to the man's chest. "You worthless scum, did you think you could defy us?" Chapter 57. Smash and grab. Ding Qing's size 44 leather boot left an imprint on the man's chest. "Husband!" The woman, terrified, dropped the rolling pin and rushed to help him up. The man, bloodshot eyes glaring, coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, cursing Ding Qing. "Thief! Bandit!" Unfazed, Ding Qing lit a cigarette and pulled a red armband from his pocket, slipping it onto his arm. "That we operate under the authority of Director Zhou, and all our actions are to ensure your survival during this disaster." Adjusting the armband, Ding Qing took a forceful drag of his cigarette and declared, "We are requisitioning your residence now. You have the right to remain silent. But utter one more word, and I will break your legs." With Ding Qing at the forefront, his subordinates gained confidence and stepped forward to bolster his position. Realizing the futility of resistance, the man pondered for a moment before asking, "Where will you send us to live?" Ding Qing chuckled. "You have the audacity to ask such a question. You injure my brother, and I have yet to settle the score with you, yet you wish for US to arrange accommodation for you. Find it yourself, but we have no relatives in this building. Where do you expect us to go? I do not care to know, right? You will go find a place yourself. As for your wife, she will remain here to assist us in caring for the injured." "How dare you? You are not afraid of retribution for your actions. Do you not fear the authorities will judge your crimes once this disaster is over? What nonsense are you spouting?" Ding Qing scoffed. "Judgment will fall upon you as well. Refusing to cooperate with disaster relief and injuring others with a kitchen knife could easily land you 20 years. He then turned to the woman, reassuring her, "Rest assured, my brothers will take good care of your wife. It is far better than suffering outside." Seeing the man remain motionless, Ding Qing lost his patience, grabbing his collar and tossing him out of the apartment. "Husband!" The woman attempted to chase after him, but Ding Qing blocked her path. "It's freezing out there. What do you think you're doing? Stay here. We'll take good care of you. Get away. I want to find my husband." Ding Qing swung his hand, landing a slap that left half of the woman's face flushed. "I told you to remain here to care for my brother. Once he is well, I will certainly let you leave. That if you seek your husband, any man present could fill that role." Upon hearing this, Ding Qing's subordinates exchanged knowing glances, and the woman was struck with fear. However, outnumbered, she could not escape and hurried back to the bedroom, locking the door behind her. "Humph." Ding Qing cast a glance at his subordinates, who had their gazes fixed on the woman who had just retreated to her room, only averting their eyes once the door closed. "What are you staring at?" "Nothing, nothing," the men replied awkwardly, waving their hands. "Why hide it? We are all men here. I understand you." Having been exposed, the faces of his subordinates turned slightly awkward. Ding Qing shared a meaningful smile, instructing, "Bring the injured one into the bedroom, and do it quickly. If anything goes wrong, I will take the blame." As he spoke, Ding Qing flashed a knowing smile at his subordinates. 2 of the bolder ones immediately chuckled, eagerly carrying their bleeding comrade toward the bedroom. The wooden door offered no resistance, easily giving way to their forceful entry. "What are you doing? This is illegal. I will report you to Director Zhou. Get out of here." Inside the bedroom, cries for help from the woman mixed with the sound of a child crying. The 2 outside hesitated, glancing at each other. Afraid to enter, Ding Qing, seated on the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth, remained silent. Soon, the noise from inside the room diminished, and the 2 who had entered emerged with satisfied expressions. The other 2, still hesitant outside, weighed the risks of entering against their discomfort at not doing so. That moment, Ding Qing finally spoke, "Are you going in or not? If not, we'll get to work." Hearing this, the 2 mustered their courage and rushed into the bedroom. This time, the sounds of struggle and protest were almost non-existent, replaced by the faint sounds of crying. 20 minutes later, the 2 emerged, wearing satisfied smiles. and kept glancing at Ding Qing with goofy grins. Why the silly smiles? Ding Qing shot them a look before asking, "Do you have anything to say to me?" The group exchanged glances, and a skinny young man stepped forward. Bowing slightly, "Brother Qing, I will follow your lead from now on." "Me too," the others chimed in eagerly, pledging their allegiance. Seeing this, Ding Qing smiled. "Did Zhou Caixia receive some benefits from Feng Chuxing yesterday?" Ding Qing inquired with a smile. "After bringing them to Zhou Caixia's residence yesterday, I returned home and remain oblivious to the subsequent events. The only thing I am aware of is that the next day, Feng Chuxing and Xie Yiding enjoyed a certain degree of freedom at Zhou Caixia's place. If one were to assert that they did not provide Zhou Caixia with any benefits, I would find that utterly implausible. He had privately questioned the individuals before him, yet they all adamantly denied any such occurrences. It was evident that Zhou Caixia had silenced them. Hearing Ding Qing pose the same inquiry again, the gangly young man with a sharp face immediately responded, "Nothing escapes Brother Qing's keen eyes. Yesterday, Feng Chuxing and Xie Yiding bestowed upon Zhou Caixia 100 million. In the blink of an eye, Ding Qing's previously composed demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing the staggering figure. He seized the skinny man by the collar. His eyes fixed intently on him and gritted his teeth as he demanded, "How much?" 100 million. The skinny man stammered, visibly shaken. "Damn it, that filthy bitch pocketed 100 million and didn't he share a dime with me?" No, you've misunderstood." The skinny man quivered. "It's 50 million each. Zhou Caixia received a total of 200 million. Damn it." Ding Qing released the skinny man, finished his cigarette, and hurled it to the ground before crushing it underfoot. Go and crashed through the door of 0402. Several of his subordinates promptly lifted a radiator from the entrance to smash against the neighboring door. As he watched his underlings depart, Ding Qing muttered to himself with resentment, "Zhou Caixia, if you feast alone, don't blame me for raiding your pantry." After murmuring that, he picked up a fallen kitchen knife from the floor and entered the bedroom. "What are you doing?" The woman, fearing Ding Qing intended to eliminate witnesses, hurriedly shielded her already frightened daughter in her embrace. A cruel smile spread across Ding Qing's face as he grasped the blanket from the bed, wiping the blood from the knife while saying, "Take good care of my brother. I do not wish for today's events to leak out. Do you understand?" At this point, the woman, concerned only with preserving her and her daughter's lives, could think of nothing else. I understand." During the time Ding Qing threatened the woman, his subordinates had already forced open 0402. The occupants, an elderly couple, were unceremoniously expelled from their home, their belongings claimed without hesitation. The two elders stood at the threshold, cursing the intruders. "You black-hearted dogs! You are not human. You shall reap what you sow." Yet their lamentations fell on deaf ears. Before nightfall, every building had breached the suitable floors to serve as exit points. Zhou Caixia gazed at the isolated floor-to-ceiling windows of 0401 and commanded, "Smash it open." As the glass shattered, a gust of frigid wind accompanied by a few snowflakes rushed into the room. Zhou Caixia quickly tightened her down jacket and moved to the window to peer outside. "Everyone has relocated to the other 3 units on the 4th floor until the snow disaster abates. We shall reside here." Zhou Caixia ordered her subordinates to gather her family's belongings and supplies to the 4th floor, ensuring Zhou Sheng was also relocated there. After all, her residence was on the 16th floor. And with the main door on the 4th, practicality became a significant issue. The same applied to others. Once settled on the 4th floor, Zhou Caixia sent a message in the group chat. 18 to 1604 Zhou Caixia. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all neighbors across the buildings for their selfless contributions. Tomorrow, staff from each building will convene and proceed to our designated location in search of supplies to ensure everyone's survival. 4-1507. Thumbs up, 15-0901. Thank you, Director Zhou, and all staff for your hard work. 7-0802. With Director Zhou at the helm, I firmly believe we shall all weather this snow disaster safely. The group chat was filled with praises and flattery, yet no one spoke up for those who had been ousted from their homes. At that moment, a poignant message emerged in the chat. 18-0402. My spouse and I have lived for over 70 years, enduring numerous calamities and epidemics, at least 5 or 6 times, having witnessed so much. We have come to understand that the most terrifying aspect of life is not natural disasters, but human cruelty. Today, we are the ones cast out, but who will it be tomorrow? Though merely a string of text. Many perceived it as a heartfelt Sigh.16-1301. How pitiful for those elderly folks. Are the residents of your building devoid of compassion? Why not take them in? No one replied to him. Yet someone from the same building sent a message. 16-0403, 16-1301. Greetings, I'm also 65 years old and have been evicted. May I stay at your home for a few days? I can assist with cooking and cleaning. Similarly, no one responded. That night, unrest pervaded every building. Chun struggled to sleep late into the night, knowing that after this evening, many people's mindsets would undergo a significant transformation. Everyone was aware that some individuals had been cast out, yet no one offered them refuge. Zhou Caixia made a token effort to urge the community to welcome those who voluntarily relinquished their homes. But without coercive measures, few were inclined to intervene. Perhaps the remaining flicker of compassion within people was their only vestige of humanity. The temperature plummeted to a harrowing -52 degrees Celsius. Those sheltered within their homes needed to kindle a fire before bedtime. By the early hours, the flames extinguished, leaving only a meager warmth to sustain them until dawn. Meanwhile, the homeless wander the hallways, lacking any means of warmth, too fearful to sleep. How many could endure a night in such bitter cold? And what of the subsequent nights? On the rooftop of Building 18, an elderly couple, both well into their 70s, huddled together on the terrace, the frost preserving serene smiles upon their faces. Yet, those who chose to relinquish the struggle against nature were indeed few. If they could not withstand the natural calamity, how could they contend with their fellow beings? Desperation swiftly awakened the primal instincts lurking within the human soul. On the 12th floor, a shadow knocked on the door of Unit 4, then swiftly concealed itself in an unseen corner. Through the peephole, the shadow observed flickering lights within, yet no one answered the call. When the illumination faded, it became clear that no one would offer assistance. Thus, the shadow stealthily ascended to the 13th floor to repeat its actions. This time, fortune smiled upon it. Someone actually opened the door, peeking out as if searching for the knocker. Hiding in the shadows like a poised leopard, the figure sprang forth at the moment of opportunity, grasping the person's neck and forcing their way inside. The security door was pulled shut, and a fierce struggle ensued within. After an indeterminate amount of time, silence enveloped the space once more. The night fell into a profound stillness. No one knew what transpired behind that door, nor did anyone care. The following morning, those awakened by Zhou Caixia discovered several corpses in the corridor, the first casualties of this calamity. After a night had passed, whatever scant compassion remained within the hearts of the people evaporated. Zhou Caixia commanded each household to send one representative to assist with 0401. Outside, the snowfall had transformed into light flurries. Though it continued, the accumulation was minimal, unlikely to hinder movement in the immediate future. Once the large windows and icy barriers were shattered, the exterior resembled a grand slide. In the living room, Zhou Caixia and Ding Qing stood at the forefront, accompanied by an individual wielding a camera to document the event. Zhou Caixia, clad in particularly dignified attire, believed this to be a moment of genesis that warranted recording for future official reports. Certain it would earn accolades, she casually pointed to a portly man and commanded, "You, go ahead and slide down to test it." As I gazed out at the pristine, snow-covered world, the portly man wore an expression of utter reluctance. Didn't we agree that once the path was cleared, the community would send individuals out for supplies? Why must we venture out ourselves? There are only a handful of us in the community. How much can we possibly retrieve? Although the disaster response was organized by their community, it was a matter of life and death for all, and everyone needed to contribute. "All right, I'll do it." The corpulent man approached the window, his hands interlocked within the sleeves of his coat, never having emerged. Chun, at home, munched on a sandwich while sipping soy milk, engrossed in various surveillance videos from multiple angles. Lost in contemplation, Chun aspired to assemble a survival team for the impending apocalypse. However, the composition of its members necessitated meticulous selection. Firstly, a transformation in mindset befitting the apocalypse was essential, and currently, Most inhabitants of the building had only partially undergone this shift. Chun understood that he could not intervene in this process, as external influence could lead to incomplete or distorted changes. Secondly, it was imperative to preserve humanity. The transition to an apocalyptic mindset did not necessitate the obliteration of all human traits, as these two aspects were not inherently at odds. Chun's task was to identify individuals among the residents who embodied this balance, to serve as core members of the team. Although he could not directly interfere, he was capable of expediting this transition. An immediate concern arose. Thus far, the majority had not genuinely experienced the life and death crises wrought by disaster. Although many who were unaccustomed to rationing food found their supplies depleted, private transactions had spared them from hunger. While the exorbitant prices for essentials might cause them distress, they ultimately ensured their survival. Consequently, the transformation of their mentality would be sluggish. Take the aforementioned corpulent man. His reluctance stemmed primarily from his current state of satiety, that it was essential to instill a sense of urgency akin to the onset of an apocalypse, to make them face the reality of scarce provisions and uncertain tomorrows. Only then would they seek ways to survive. The most direct method to achieve this was to accelerate the depletion of resources while simultaneously causing a sudden decrease in the overall availability of supplies. At that moment, the corpulent man finally climbed onto the windowsill, persuaded by Zhou Tsaixia. Gazing down at the steep, icy slope several meters below, he gulped, still grappling with his psychological fortitude, when suddenly someone kicked him from behind. "Damn it, you slowpoke," Ding Qing scoffed. The hefty figure, clad in a black down jacket, hastily shoved the snow aside and slid down the icy surface. Suddenly, a woman's shrill cry pierced the air. "Ah, blood, blood!" Chapter 59. Justification. The snow on the ice was pushed aside by the corpulent man, creating a downward path, but soon others noticed something was amiss. People hurriedly peered outside. The ice surface was not entirely smooth. Certain areas were marred by inexplicable ice spikes, previously concealed beneath the snow. These hazards were now exposed and stained with the corpulent man's blood. His clothing had been torn apart, leaving his back smeared with crimson. As his body heat melted some of the snow, forming an icy shell against his skin, halting further bleeding. The biting cold and excruciating pain elicited anguished screams from the man, who finally extricated his precious hands from his sleeves and desperately attempted to crawl back up. However, as he reached the halfway point, his feet slipped and he slid down once more. This time, his front was also torn, exposing the down feathers within, providing no warmth whatsoever. Although the steep icy surface was riddled with spikes, some areas remained smooth. Climbing up from below proved exceedingly difficult. "Quick, find a rope," Zhou Tsaixia shouted to the crowd. "Rope? Rope? Who has any rope?" Panic swept through the crowd, as the unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. "Bed sheets. If we tie together bed sheets, they can serve as a rope." While the crowd scrambled to connect bed linens, the corpulent man slid down once more. This time he lay utterly still. Zhou Tsaixia sighed and turned to the nearby cameraman. "Did you capture all of that?" "Yes, I got a T.D. Oh, you want me to delete it?" the cameraman inquired. "Delete it? Why would I do that?" Zhou Tsaixia replied, perplexed. "This community worker risked everything to help us find supplies and ultimately perished in the process. Isn't that a testament to selfless sacrifice? I will certainly report this to the authorities and ensure he receives recognition and condolences. All right then." Taking heed of the corpulent man's fate, the residents devised a new plan. They could not find usable rope within the building, but by tying bed linens together and securing them to the window frame, they could lower themselves down safely. People from various buildings began to emerge outside. Thankfully, the wind had died down. Though it was still cold, the layers of cotton padding allowed them to endure for a time. Zhou Tsaixia joined the others outside, and despite the frigid air being enough to deter many, as a leader, she felt compelled to lead the charge. Dressed in 2 layers of mink coats and a simple cotton jacket, she clutched a megaphone, seeking an optimal angle for the cameraman to record her. "Comrades, residents, utilizing the method I proposed, we can finally venture outside in search of supplies that I believe that under the rightful guidance of the authorities and with the coordinated efforts of our community, we will surely overcome this snow disaster. Let us depart." A total of over a dozen individuals emerged from Building 18, with many others following suit from different buildings. From Su Chun's vantage point, he observed at least 100 people. They marched purposefully toward a designated area, armed with tools to begin breaking the ice. You all start transporting the supplies back. Once you've finished, I'll arrange for a collective retrieval, Su Chun declared, swaying a glass of red wine in his hand. Ding Qing remained behind, while Xie Yiding contacted Su Chun again. Although the cold was biting, within the sheltered concrete walls, they could burn their wooden furniture to survive. Yet, having experienced the comfort of Su Chun's home, Xie Yiding and her companions found the outside world utterly unbearable. Indeed, ignorance can sometimes be a form of happiness. Knowing yet being unable to attain is true suffering. Having once possessed something is the hardest to reconcile. A few days prior, Xie Yiding and her friends had been restricted from leaving by Zhou Saixia. Zhou Sheng had yet to awaken, and should anything happen to her, Yao Chun would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Xie Yiding and Feng Chusheng were confined primarily due to the money they carried. Zhou Saixia intended to leverage the resources at her disposal to convert their funds into her own, making it impossible for her to allow them freedom. With Zhou Saixia absent that day, Xie Yiding seized the opportunity to reach out to Su Chun. Chun, how have you been these past few days? Haha, Su Chun replied, finding it somewhat amusing. Isn't that a redundant question? In a world where few live more comfortably than I do, how could I complain? Indeed, Xie Yiding replied, then continued, aren't you curious about how I have fared? Not particularly. Chun, I feel so frustrated. I've suddenly become a weepy fool. That day, I merely wished to prevent you from making irreversible mistakes, to stop you from straying onto the path of crime. Your method of stopping my crime was to stab me to death? Chun, you must believe me. I never intended to harm you. I only sought to obtain the keys from you to sneak Feng Chusheng and Yao Chun out. I had assured them that if they were released, they would not hold you accountable in the future. It was just unfortunate timing that you awoke and misinterpreted my good intentions. Ha! Well, thank you very much, Chun. I've come to realize that if I like you, I must accept all that comes with you, that I am willing to share in everything with you. May I come find you now? Come find me? Su Chun replied with a cold laugh. You want to marry me? Transfer all my wealth and assets to your name, serve you for over a decade, and then unceremoniously cast me aside when I grow old, only to find a younger replacement. Is that your plan? Chun, did Xiao Chun say something to you? Don't believe her. She loves to spout nonsense. No. Su Chun interjected, I only believe what I see and hear. Xie Yiding, we have had 2 separate connections, both of which concluded due to your own actions. Now, aside from animosity, we have no further ties that I end this disaster. Pray you do not encounter me. Yao Chun had also reached out to Su Chun. Currently unencumbered and lacking resources, she saw no option but to cast aside her shame. She sent Su Chun several private photos, black stockings, bondage, cosplay, a veritable visual bombardment. Yet Su Chun did not respond to her. While he found some interest in Xie Yiding, Yao Chun was truly insufferable to behold. Feng Chusheng, however, had settled down, primarily haunted by the memories of his experiences in Su Chun's home, sending chills down his spine as Xie Yiding and Yao Chun sought to contact Su Chun for refuge. Feng Chusheng approached Ding Qing, who remained at home. Brother Qing. Feng Chusheng, Ding Qing queried, puzzled. What is it? Brother Qing, what if I told you that in our building resided a room maintained at a constant temperature of 23 degrees Celsius, stocked with various supplies, including a boiler and coal? Would you believe me? Chapter 60. Unattainable supplies. Upon hearing this, Ding Qing furrowed his brow, skeptically responding, you don't mean the residents of that Su Chun from 2202, do you? Precisely. Dear Qing, I believe that if you were to take action, capturing the Su family would be a trifling matter. I share this information with you solely in hopes that when the time comes, you will secure that place and allow me to reside there until the snow disaster concludes. That we can discuss this matter later, as I have some pressing issues to attend to in the next couple of days and cannot spare the time to deal with that arrogant little brat. However, it would be prudent not to inform Zhou Saixia that I understand. She is merely an ignorant woman who, relying on a modicum of authority granted by the officials, is currently flaunting her power. When it comes to actual matters, she will surely have to defer to you, Qing. Upon hearing this, Ding Qing beamed with satisfaction. Clapping Feng Chusheng on the shoulder, and remarked, "It is indeed the children of affluent families who are well-versed in the ways of the world. I assure you, in this snow disaster, staying with Chun guarantees your comfort until the very end." At that moment, Siet Dong approached, carrying a cup of hot water, placing on the coffee table, and said to Ding Qing, "Brother Qing, drink some water." Ding Qing, with a playful glint in his eye, replied, "Lao Xie, it seems life has not been kind to you of late." Upon hearing this, Siet Dong clenched his fists but refrained from responding, silently making his way to the kitchen. Remarkably patient, Ding Qing thought to himself, glancing at Xie Jinbao, who was drawing on the wall, and called out, "You little rascal, come here, you're the rascal." Xie Jinbao retorted, rushing over and kicking Ding Qing's leg, exclaiming, "If you insult me again, I'll tell my mom to have someone beat you up." Ding Qing scoffed derisively, pulling out a limited edition Ultraman card from his pocket, and asked, "Do you want this?" Seeing the card, Xie Jinbao's eyes lit up, reaching out to grab it, but Ding Qing deftly dodged, leaving Xie Jinbao's hand grasping at air. "Give it to me, and I'll have my mom trade you a bag of instant noodles. If you want it, you must do me a favor." "What favor?" Ding Qing's face broke into a mischievous grin as he whispered something in Xie Jinbao's ear. After finishing breakfast, Chun retrieved some fitness equipment from an alternate dimension and set it up in a room. Having rested for a while, Chun resolved to engage in some physical training that in his previous life. After the establishment of the Chasu Shuan army, he underwent rigorous training under a mercenary chief. While his skills were commendable, this reincarnated body seemed somewhat inadequate. At times, his instinctive movements would even cause muscle strain, akin to fitting a domestic car with an aircraft carrier's propulsion system. A mere press of the accelerator could snap the main shaft. Over the past few days, Chun prepared to venture out. Thus he aimed to restore his physical condition beforehand. Within a day, those who went out successfully unearthed a supply point, a cooperative store called the Northwest United Supply and Marketing Cooperative. A rather peculiar name for what was essentially a comprehensive supermarket. The supplies within were relatively balanced, encompassing grains, instant foods, and even some hygiene products. There was a considerable amount of fruits and vegetables. Though due to the frigid temperatures, they had frozen solid. Nevertheless, under the current circumstances, boiling the frozen produce rendered them edible. Zhou Caixia ordered everyone to pack the supplies into boxes for transport back to Building 18. However, due to the limited number of volunteers and the absence of transportation, only a small portion could be moved temporarily. "Director Zhou, please ensure there are enough supplies for Building 18. The rest we will take back." A woman in her 30s, also a volunteer, stated. The others who had come to assist in transporting the supplies looked on eagerly at Zhou Caixia, their motivation for braving the cold being these very supplies. Ultimately, Zhou Caixia, as the leader, held sway, and they awaited her directive. "I understand everyone wishes to expedite the distribution of supplies, but given the current situation, we must first categorize and account for them to ensure a fair allocation." Upon her pronouncement, the crowd exchanged glances, their gaze falling upon the leading volunteers from each building. Yet, no one spoke up. It was the same woman who had previously addressed Zhou Caixia, who stepped forward again, saying, "Director Zhou, everyone has been hard at work all day. The supplies are challenging to carry upstairs. Perhaps we could categorize them roughly and distribute them first? Otherwise, we will struggle to explain to others when we return." Zhou Caixia pondered the proposal, recognizing the need to maintain harmony with the volunteers, and conceded, "Each building may retain half of their supplies. The remainder can be taken back for distribution, but remember to collect payment. We still owe the store owner." Zhou Caixia emphasized the latter point, noting that settling with the store owner was secondary. The principal goal was to instill in the residents the habit of purchasing supplies, anticipating potential price increases in the future. The woman, originally intending for everyone to take their items back, found herself in conflict with Zhou Caixia's stipulation to leave half behind. Just as she prepared to argue further, a fellow volunteer gently tugged at her sleeve, compelling her to relent. She instructed her neighbors to leave behind half of the supplies and return to Building 16 with the other half. After dismissing the other volunteers, Zhou Caixia instructed Ding Qing to assist the remaining individuals in hauling all the supplies back using ropes. Although it was merely a fraction of what a small supermarket offered, it was still a substantial amount for the residents. As Zhou Caixia and the others returned inside, They immediately gathered around the fire to warm themselves. Zhou Caixia rubbed her hands together, grumbling, "This wretched weather is unbearable." Ding Qing gazed at the supplies they had brought back, a broad smile crossing his face. In a time of disaster, these provisions not only ensured survival, but also represented a tangible wealth. After warming up for a while, Zhou Caixia ordered the boxes containing supplies to be opened, personally dividing some into smaller portions. Each resident received one share, while volunteers received two. Director, we volunteers have been performing the same tasks. Shouldn't the supplies be divided equally? A voice emerged from the crowd, expressing discontent at the disparity between the volunteers' portions. Zhou Caixia shot a fierce glare at the speaker, retorting, "What were you doing while the volunteers were undertaking the initial work? Now that you feel slighted, where were you when they voluntarily signed up?" The individual fell silent, retreating into the crowd with a dejected demeanor. After dispatching the residents who had come to assist, Zhou Caixia sent out a message to the group. 18 to 1,604 Zhou Caixia. Everyone, the first batch of supplies has been transported back. Those without supplies at home may come to collect them tomorrow morning. However, since we must settle accounts with the store owner for the cost of the supplies, those wishing to receive provisions will need to pay a certain amount. 18-0702. Director Zhou, you are magnificent. Who would have thought you could bring back supplies in just one day? 18-1301. I have no issue paying, just save me some instant noodles for tomorrow morning. Upon learning that supplies were available, applause erupted, particularly from those who were nearly out of provisions, eager to come down and collect. Yet, Zhou Caixia, citing the need for organization and storage, turned them down. The following morning, Zhou Caixia and her team ventured out once more to seek additional supplies. However, rather than heading directly to the Northwest United Supply and Marketing Cooperative, they made their way to their second target location, the Wanjiakong Pharmacy. The task of selling supplies naturally fell to Ding Qing. Of course, he didn't start by selling at exorbitant prices. Rather, it was 2 to 3 times the usual rate. Nonetheless, only 5 or 6 households managed to purchase supplies before Ding Qing declared that they were sold out. What do you mean? Didn't we bring back so many boxes yesterday? How could they be gone before anyone had a chance to claim them? Chapter 61. 9 stars reflecting the sun. Did you follow along to get the supplies? Ding Qing shot back that it's freezing outside. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to procure these supplies? When the supplies were being sold, Ding Qing felt a pang of regret, particularly knowing that Zhou Caixia had already profited 200 million from this disaster, making him reluctant to sell at such low prices. I don't care how difficult it is for you. I saw from the window yesterday that the other buildings left half of their supplies behind. At least 70 boxes were moved into Building 18, and the amount they just purchased was at most 1 box. What about the rest? Damn it. I warn you to stop talking nonsense. On what grounds? Ding Qing was about to retort, but Feng Chusheng suddenly patted his shoulder and said, Brother Qing, let me handle this. Fine. Ding Qing, feeling somewhat guilty, was ready to argue but stepped aside as Feng Chusheng took charge. Listen to me. Feng Chusheng shouted, silencing the crowd. How many of you had someone go out to help gather supplies? The crowd exchanged glances, and it became evident that very few had. The total number of people who went out, including Zhou Caixia and the volunteers, barely exceeded 20. This meant that out of 70 households in the building, only a handful had sent someone to assist. Moreover, since Zhou Caixia had distributed supplies the night before, many opted not to come out to buy the overpriced items today. After posing his question, only 3 individuals stepped forward, stating, My husband went out, my mom helped, my son also went to get supplies. Feng Chusheng nodded and turned to Ding Qing, saying, Brother Qing, sell them something. Ding Qing, seeing only 3 individuals, handed out 3 small portions of supplies, stating, each one is 200 yuan, although the price is not insignificant. With 200 yuan, one can only procure supplies, typically worth less than 100 yuan. However, compared to their clandestine transactions, this is relatively affordable. After seeing off the 3 individuals, Feng Chusheng addressed the remaining crowd, exclaiming, What face do you have to make demands here? Others have sent people out into the harsh cold, nearly minus 50 degrees, to fetch supplies, while you simply reap the benefits. Why should that be the case? Yet, isn't it the community's responsibility to ensure our survival? And we aren't spending money for nothing. Feng Chusheng scoffed. Spending money merely settles accounts with the supermarket owner. Do you think that money will find its way into the community as coffers? He glared at the man and declared, "Listen closely. The supplies brought back must first ensure provisions for those who venture out to transport them. Moreover, the remaining supplies from other buildings must be recorded and returned accordingly. You think it all belongs to our building?" Following Feng Chuxing's stern remarks, the dozens of residents waiting to purchase supplies began to grasp the rationale behind his words. "But our household supplies have run out. We can't be left to starve." "Your supplies are depleted?" Feng Chuxing inquired. "Indeed," the man replied, locking eyes with Feng Chuxing. "All right, Qingge, send 2 people to his home to check. If it is indeed devoid of supplies, we may sell them some." Feng Chuxing turned to Ding Qing, who brightened up and exclaimed, "Exactly. If anyone is out of supplies, come here to register, and once the staff verifies, we'll sell some provisions to you." Upon hearing that Ding Qing would send people to inspect, most individuals hesitated. As the calamity progressed, the supplies among the residents began to level out, meaning those who had an abundance sold their goods at inflated prices to those in need. Thus, claiming that one had absolutely no supplies was implausible. It was simply that the community's prices were far lower than their private dealings, making any purchase at this time a profitable venture. Of the 40 to 50 households that came to buy supplies, only 5 registered with Ding Qing. Moreover, Ding Qing's team discovered hidden food stashed in wardrobes, range hoods, and even toilet tanks in 3 of the households. For such individuals, Ding Qing ordered their supplies to be confiscated and sold them a small portion at the price of 200 yuan. The provisions they bought back were less than half of what had been taken from them. Naturally, these individuals were discontented, posting condemnations of Ding Qing and the community in the group chat. 18 to 1302. What does this mean? Are we being robbed or pillaged? If you won't sell, then why take away our original supplies? 18-0601. Exactly. We barely had any stock to begin with. Is it wrong to wish to buy a little something for emergencies at a time like this? Other buildings echoed similar sentiments, and as complaints surfaced in the chat, a few joined in agreement. However, no one openly supported their grievances, nor did anyone oppose them. This moment, everyone was preoccupied with their own troubles, too engrossed to concern themselves with others' predicaments. Zhou Caixia, who was organizing the transport of medicine to the Wanjiakong pharmacy, noticed the messages and promptly replied in the group. 18 to 1604 Zhou Caixia. Let me reiterate. Although the community has disaster relief obligations, given the limited supplies, we can only distribute them based on labor contribution. Those who come to work will receive supplies. Those who do not, regardless of their reasons, must wait until others have received theirs. This is a matter of respecting the laborers. Chun, who was practicing martial arts in his room, paused as the messages played across the screen, setting aside other concerns. He had to admit that Zhou Caixia's words were indeed eloquent. Respect for laborers? Ha! The next day, Li Binglan contacted Su Chun to inform him that they had cleared a route to the soccer field in Jinglan community. However, the officials announced that due to a conflict with meteorological experiments, the distribution of emergency supplies had been postponed at a meteorological experiment. Su Chun furrowed his brow. The previous weather experiment had indeed accelerated precipitation. And even if nothing were done now, snowfall was expected to cease within a week. Was there any point to conducting meteorological experiments at this stage? I don't understand either, Li Binglan admitted, revealing her ignorance. Through their conversation, Su Chun discerned that Li Binglan was merely an ordinary person, perhaps from a well-off background, but entirely unconnected to the authorities. After hanging up, Su Chun observed Zhou Caixia and others preparing to set out and frowned. It was supposed to be the day for supply distribution. If there was a conflict, meteorological experiments would surely be underway today. The authorities had not gone silent yet, and if the experiments affected Xia City, communities would be notified to limit outings. Yet, looking at Zhou Caixia and her team, they seemed unperturbed. Su Chun's frown deepened. Suddenly, he felt a slight itch, and his vision blurred. The world around him quieted considerably. But in an instant, that sensation vanished, as Su Chun suddenly became aware of something. Looking up, he noticed the clouds seemed to have thinned, allowing faint glimpses of sunlight to pierce through. However, surrounding the light spot appeared to be other luminescence, not very distinct at first glance. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chun hastily retrieved the infrared imager to scan the sky. Soon, The screen displayed an astonishing image. A large red dot at the center clearly represented the heat emitted by the sun. Yet around it there was no gradient. At a certain threshold, it abruptly turned blue. The two colors were strikingly distinct. Within the blue region, 9 black dots were evenly distributed around the sun. What could this mean? Chapter 62, Zhou Saixia's live broadcast, the red color indicated the highest temperature. Even though the current temperature had plummeted to minus 52 degrees Celsius, the sun's light and warmth continued to strive to warm the earth. The blue color signified relatively low temperatures. Logically, such a phenomenon should not occur. Chun thought that even if certain inexplicable issues were arising, the temperature around the sun should gradually decrease, resulting in a smooth gradient. The absence of any buffer leading to such an abrupt color transition left Chun puzzled about its implications. Moreover, what were those 9 black dots in the blue region? Black indicated that the temperature there fell below the thermal imager's lower limit. This was a military-grade infrared imager with a vast detection range. Why were there 9 points, and why were they distributed so uniformly? What was going on? In his previous life, Chun had never witnessed such an astonishing scene. Or perhaps he was uncertain if it had occurred that way, as the sun had only emerged 2 years later in that timeline. He quickly used his phone to capture the image displayed on the imager. Just as he finished taking the photo, the cloud cover thickened, obscuring the sun's light entirely. Was this truly a meteorological experiment? Chun murmured in confusion, given that the celestial phenomenon was not very pronounced and did not last long. Alongside the fact that everyone was preoccupied with survival concerns, few noticed this occurrence. In the following days, Chun remained engrossed in this conundrum. Zhou Saixia had successfully transported all supplies back, filling the entire 4th floor with food and medicine. They had also been selling supplies externally. Yet, as in previous days, the amount sold remained insufficient compared to what they had retrieved. Residents began expressing dissatisfaction towards Zhou Saixia and her team, particularly from other buildings. Each time they transported supplies back, they were required to leave half in Building 18, receiving payment for the goods they took back, which all went to Zhou Saixia. However, with the supply points now depleted, Zhou Saixia showed no intention of distributing any. The volunteer leaders from other buildings, lacking official power, could only appease the residents' complaints and shift the pressure on his Zhou Saixia, faced with mounting pressure from the other 19 buildings. Zhou Saixia felt somewhat overwhelmed. However, it was also time to implement her plan, and she replied in the group, "Dear staff and residents, first and foremost, thank you for your support and assistance in our community's disaster relief efforts. The inventory has nearly concluded, and distribution will commence tomorrow." Her statement immediately garnered enthusiastic applause and cheers. However, Zhou Saixia continued, "Today marks my son Jin Bao's birthday, my brother Zhou Sheng's recovery from a severe injury, and the joyous occasion of my brother Zhou Sheng's wedding. For over half a month, we have all been shrouded in the shadows of disaster, and I would like to take this opportunity to host a grand celebration for my son and brother, using their joy to dispel the misfortune of the snow disaster, that I hope everyone can come and support us." Upon reading this message, Chun was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Sheng has recovered? A wedding? Who is he marrying? A birthday? What is all this? After a long pause, Chun suddenly realized something. Could this woman be looking to collect gifts? 16-0701. Director Zhou has worked tirelessly for us. I will definitely be there to support. 15-1302. I too will be present. In the group chat, many people expressed their commitment to supporting Zhou Saixia in person. However, it wasn't long before Zhou Saixia announced, due to the heavy snow and icy conditions, it is difficult for everyone to travel. Therefore, I will host a live stream at 7 p.m. tonight, and I hope everyone can show their support with likes. Upon reading this message, Chun was left speechless. It seemed to him that this was an unprecedented height in soliciting gifts. He promptly replied in the group, Chun 18-2202. Director Zhou, remember to enable the tipping feature. Zhou Saixia 18-1604. What do you mean by that? Chun, I merely wish to spread joy and dispel negativity. The tipping feature is provided by the platform. I don't frequently engage with such things, so I want to disable it. Whether to tip is entirely voluntary. And I would to impose such a request that Chun 18-2202. All right, You're so high-minded and exceptional. Xie Yiding and Yao Chun are with you, aren't they? They can help you disable it. Zhou Caixia fell silent, while other residents began to hurl insults at Su Chun, interspersed with flattery for Zhou Caixia. As she still held the resources, Su Chun chuckled to himself, sensing a good opportunity that evening. Why not take advantage of it and stretch his legs a bit? Su Chun retrieved a black cold-weather tactical suit from an alternate dimension, along with 2 Desert Eagles and an AK-521. Just as he readied his gear, he received a message from Xie Yiding. Su Chun, that useless Zhou Sheng has awakened, and Zhou Caixia is insisting that I marry him. Congratulations on your new marriage. Su Chun replied, but my heart is filled with thoughts of you. What should I do? Oh dear, you're about to get married, and yet you're still like this. You'd better hurry and extricate yourself, or the rabbit might start nibbling on Zhou Sheng's hair. Su Chun, please come my rescue. In this lifetime, I only wish to be your woman and not be sullied by another man. Sullied, you say? Zhou Caixia is now a billionaire. You two would make a powerful alliance. Moreover, you could bear Zhou Sheng a child, and when he ages, you can find a younger partner. Su Chun, I've already said this is nonsense from Xiao Chun. It is pointless for you to speak like that. Were your past affections for me all a facade? You scoundrel! I despise you. Su Chun casually replied with a single word and ceased to pay attention to Xie Yiding's messages. His phone buzzed incessantly with her notifications, but he ignored them, tossing the device aside to catch up on sleep. 2 hours slipped by swiftly, and Zhou Caixia's live stream commenced as scheduled, limited by low-power electricity. The network environment was subpar, resulting in a blurry streaming quality, yet few were genuinely inclined to watch Zhou Caixia's celebratory gathering. As Su Chun donned his equipment, he glanced at the stream. Zhou Caixia's large face stood out prominently. Cradling her son, Xie Jinbao, while Xie Dong, dressed in clean clothes, stood beside her. After all, they were not yet divorced, and Zhou Caixia was keen on maintaining her reputation. Zhou Sheng sat contentedly in a chair, holding Xie Yiding's hand, while she stood off to the side, her expression one of clear disdain. The number of viewers in the stream quickly surged to over 2,000, with many beginning to shower gifts. Thank you all for the congratulatory gifts for my brother's recovery and for my son's birthday wishes. Although we are in the midst of a disaster, I have witnessed the warmth of human connection within our community, which brings me great comfort. Now, let us invite young Xie Jinbao to blow out the candles and make a wish. As the camera pulled back, a crudely made cake sat on the table. After Xie Jinbao extinguished the candles, he closed his eyes and began to make a wish. Just as Su Chun was prepared to step out, he suddenly froze upon hearing Xie Jinbao's birthday wish. I wish for the disaster to end soon. That way, Mommy can happily live with Uncle Wong. Holy cow! Chapter 63. Chaos. Su Chun was astounded. Such a scandal had erupted live across the entire community, and Zhou Caixia must be on the verge of a breakdown. He paused at the door, intrigued by the unfolding events. The air in the entire community fell into a hushed silence. The expressions of Zhou Caixia and the others in the live stream froze in shock. And it was Zhou Caixia who first regained her composure, casting Xie Jinbao aside and shouting, "What did you just say?" Xie Jinbao appeared bewildered. Zhou Caixia usually doted on him and rarely raised her voice. Even when Xie Dong scolded him, she would always defend him without hesitation. But what was happening today? Zhou Caixia was equally perplexed. She had indeed been getting along well with a young man named Wang from the same building lately, knowing he was simply seeking supplies during these trying times. Yet, being young and handsome, she could only experience the joys of being a wealthy woman in such a disaster. However, she had kept this matter discreet, never revealing it to anyone around her, and their meetings were always under the cover of night when everyone else was asleep. To her shock, her son had discovered this secret and publicly announced it to the entire neighborhood. Xie Dong's eyes reddened. For a man, face was of utmost importance. Although he had been enduring hardships lately, only a few people were aware of his struggles that he had managed to swallow his grievances until now. But this was unbearable. He seized Zhou Caixia by the collar, glaring at her in fury. "Zhou Caixia, you shameless harlot, are you that eager to fill the void? Harlot, I'll fight you." The already tenuous relationship between the couple devolved into a physical altercation. But Xie Dong, still nursing injuries, was weak and weary. Zhou Caixia was similarly injured, and Xiedong was acutely aware of this, so he aimed his attacks at her wounds. Despite this, he found himself overpowered by Zhou Tsaixia, who pushed him back, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. In that instant, his hand brushed against a knife, a self-made, high-quality steel dagger. Without a moment's thought about where it had come from, Xiedong picked it up and, with the other hand forming a delicate gesture, shouted at Zhou Tsaixia, "Shameless! I'll kill you today." The candlelight flickered ominously against the sharp blade, casting a chilling glow. In full view of the audience, Xiedong thrust the knife into Zhou Tsaixia chest. Blood spattered everywhere, a scene that none had anticipated. Xie Yiting, still holding Zhou Sheng's hand, suddenly cried out, "Quick, turn off the live stream." Ding Qing swiftly reached for the phone that was broadcasting live. Addressing the camera, "We apologize. There's been a situation within our community, and we must end the live stream here." Having concluded the live broadcast, the stream abruptly ended, plunging the screens of all participants into darkness. They swiftly turned to their group chat, offering their condolences to Zhou Tsaixia, who had just been grievously injured. Chun coldly chuckled as he powered down his phone and hastened downstairs. Despite the external temperature plummeting to a chilling -52°C, Su Chun felt remarkably comfortable, thanks to the cold-resistant combat suit he donned. The suit, ordered from Jason, was entirely sealed, resembling a spacesuit more than anything. His head was encased in a thick, bulletproof glass sphere, seamlessly connected to the collar. This substantial garment not only insulated him from the frigid air, but also housed a compact heating device, capable of providing warmth for approximately 8 hours when fully charged, thus maintaining a stable internal temperature throughout that duration. In a mere 7 or 8 minutes, Su Chun descended from the 22nd to the 4th floor. Room 0401 served as an entrance, while the other 3 residences were occupied. However, due to Zhou Tsaixia celebrating her son's birthday and hosting her brother Zhou Sheng's wedding, most individuals congregated in 0404, which was where Zhou Tsaixia resided, and where the least amount of supplies were stored. The damaged security door had been modified by Zhou Tsaixia associates, utilizing a separate lock to secure it. Approaching the door of 0401, Su Chun waved his hand and summoned a peculiarly shaped ultrasonic detector from thin air. He pressed a button against the door lock, and the screen instantly displayed a black and white image, vividly illustrating the internal structure of the lock, including the arrangement of springs and the lengths of the brass pins. Subsequently, Su Chun produced a key blank and inserted it into a small hole on the detector. In less than half a minute, a key was formed effortlessly, allowing him to unlock the security door. Once inside, he waved his hand again, causing an entrance to another dimension to swirl around the floor like a black hole, consuming all in its path. The mountain of supplies within the room cascaded into the void. Following this, Su Chun repeated the process, emptying the supplies from the other 3 units as well. The resources, which had taken approximately 200 to 300 residents 4 days to transport, vanished into Su Chun's possession in less than 5 minutes as he departed. Su Chun shattered the large glass windows of rooms 4402 and 4403. Although 4404 contained some supplies, he refrained from taking them, as those resources would serve as the spark for an impending conflict within the community. Having completed this covert operation without a trace, Su Chun returned home. The live broadcast had concluded, and he accessed the surveillance footage. Presently, Zhou Tsaixia residence was thronged with individuals, many equipped with hand warmers, allowing Su Chun to easily observe various angles of the situation. The scene was chaotic. Zhou Tsaixia lay in a pool of blood, her chest rising and falling erratically, clearly still alive. Xie Jinbao sat nearby, weeping uncontrollably, clutching a limited edition Ultraman card that Ding Qing had just given him. Xiedong was bound to one side, his gaze vacant and expression stiff, seemingly devoid of hope. What surprised Su Chun the most was the lifeless body of Zhou Sheng. The knife Xiedong had used to stab Zhou Tsaixia lodged in his heart. His form collapsed to one side, while Xie Yiting knelt beside Zhou Sheng, sorrowfully wiping her tears. The occupants of the house exchanged glances, none daring to speak, uncertain of what to say. Ding Qing cleared his throat twice before calling out to Sun Sinan in the corner, urging, "Dr. Sun, please attend to Director Zhou's wounds, lest she succumb to the cold." Sun Sinan approached Zhou Tsaixia and began his examination. Observing this, Ding Qing addressed the others. Don't just stand there foolishly. Go about your business. We have work to do tomorrow. The oppressive atmosphere discouraged anyone from lingering. They feared that leaving at such a moment would be inappropriate. Upon hearing Ding Qing's words, they hastily fled, jostling against one another at the door. Is there still hope? After everyone had exited, Ding Qing crouched beside Zhou Caixia and inquired. The lung lobe has been pierced, and the liver has also sustained damage. Even if she can be saved. Under these conditions, it won't be for long. We must save her. Ding Qing's words carried a hint of urgency. Sun Sinan remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Just then, several of his subordinates, who had recently departed, rushed back in a flurry, breathlessly informing Ding Qing. Qing, something terrible has happened. What is all this commotion about? Ding Qing frowned, reprimanding them. After all this time, you still can't keep your composure. Speak. The supplies are gone. The simple forward declaration nearly sent Ding Qing into a frenzy. What? Say that again. Chapter 64. Theft. Ding Qing shoved aside his subordinate and darted out the door, upon witnessing the 3 empty houses. He stood frozen in disbelief. Where did they go? He seized his subordinate by the collar and demanded. Where did they go? Seeing Ding Qing's furious gaze, the subordinate trembled slightly. Quickly responding, Qing, the glass of 4,402 and 4403 has been shattered. It must have been done by people from the other buildings. Damn it. Have these scoundrels been spoiled? Ding Qing immediately pulled out his phone and typed a message in the group chat. Whoever took the supplies, return them. Otherwise, it won't end well when I find out. Point 16-1204. What do you mean? Someone stole your supplies. 14-0804. How is Director Zhou doing? At a time like this, someone steals supplies. Is there no humanity left? 7-0301. This late at night, it must be people from your building, right? What kind of character is that? No one from our building would steal supplies, seeing the irrelevant responses flooding the chat. Ding Qing's anger boiled over. He quickly recorded a video of the empty houses and sent it to the group, stating, the supplies we just retrieved have been stolen. The storage room's glass has been smashed. It must be the work of someone from another building. Those who don't want to die should return the supplies immediately. Additionally, if anyone has any leads, please provide them to me. There will be a substantial reward. The chat fell silent for 5 seconds before messages poured in like a flood. Point 15-0803. Our transported supplies have been stolen. How much was taken? 4-0501. Are you joking? How could this happen? Everyone battled against the frigid temperatures to bring back those supplies. And they just vanished. 8-1304. I said from the beginning that each building should take their own supplies. Zhou Caixia insisted on leaving half in building 18 for inventory. And now look, all the supplies are gone. 04-1204. Everyone, don't panic. There are so many supplies. Even if someone stole some, it can't be that much. Upon reading this message, many residents felt a sense of relief. However, it wasn't long before another response appeared. 18-0908. They're all gone. The 3 words struck the hearts of all residents like 3 explosive bombs. This individual was one of the volunteers, or rather, now one of Ding Qing's subordinates, standing right beside him. Ding Qing had regained his composure, realizing that the news of the stolen supplies should not be made known to everyone. Just as he contemplated how to explain the situation, he noticed the subordinate's message and erupted in fury. He turned and kicked the subordinate to the ground. What the hell were you thinking, sending that message? I'll retract it right now. The subordinate, startled by Ding Qing's anger, hurried to delete the message from the group. But it was too late. The theft of supplies was a grave matter, directly affecting whether the residents would receive their supplies the following day. The vast majority of the community was fixated on the group chat. In mere seconds, the message had been seen by more than half the residents. 11-0902. What does this mean? Are all the supplies we've transported over these days gone? 7-0501. Wasn't Zhou Caixia just saying this afternoon that she was still counting them? How could they vanish in just 5 or 6 hours? 6-0701. I remember those supplies amounted to at least 1,000 boxes. 7-0403. Not just that, I keep records daily. Food, medicine, and counting those frozen vegetables and fruits. A total of 2,431 boxes were left in Building 18.IT was emptied in 6 hours. Do you think I'm fooling you? Ding Qing also realized the gravity of the situation. Those supplies had nearly filled 3 apartments of over 100 square meters each, stacked to the ceiling. Moreover, Ding Qing knew that the thieves had not even had 6 hours to execute the theft. Before Zhou Caixia commenced her live broadcast, they had seen those supplies quietly piled up in the 3 units. Now, counting the time, it had barely been 3 hours. The notion of clearing out so many supplies in such a short time was utterly preposterous. "Get Sun Weijing here," Ding Qing instructed his subordinate. Soon, Sun Weijing arrived, following the subordinate into the empty living room of 0402. Upon witnessing the scene, he stood dumbfounded. He had assisted in transporting the supplies and understood better than Ding Qing how challenging it was to clear out all those resources in 3 hours. "Officer Sun, this is your area of expertise. You should step up." Sun Weijing was wielding a flashlight, surveying the room with keen eyes. Upon reaching the window, he leaned down and noticed shards of glass scattered across the icy surface, which piqued his curiosity. With a flicker of intent in his gaze, he turned to Ding Qing and remarked, "The darkness is too profound for me to discern any clues. Nevertheless, this situation is indeed peculiar. To have relocated such a considerable amount of supplies in such a short span, the number of thieves must be substantial. Humph. Regardless, you are the sole public servant responsible for maintaining order in our community. So this falls upon you. You have one day to uncover the identity of those who pilfered the supplies. I shall do my utmost." Upon returning to room 0404, Ding Qing immediately sought out Zhou Caixia. Zhou Caixia's bleeding had ceased, yet her complexion remained pale and frail. Fortunately, Xie Dong's blade had missed her heart. Otherwise, even if Sun Sinan were the reincarnation of Sun Simiao, her fate would have been sealed. Xie Jinbao appeared considerably aged, seated silently beside Zhou Caixia's bed, his Ultraman card crumpled in his hand. Upon seeing Ding Qing, his face contorted with rage. "ITSU. You are the reason my mother is in this state." Ding Qing let out a cold laugh. "The one who harmed your mother is not I, but you." And indeed, she herself, for her indiscretions, her age, she still sought the company of a younger man. "Oh, I forgot, you little brat without any hair wound, understand." As he spoke, Ding Qing seized Zhou Caixia's phone and handed it to Xie Jinbao. "You know your mother's phone password, don't you?" "What do you intend to do?" Xie Jinbao asked apprehensively. Smack! Ding Qing delivered a resounding slap, causing Xie Jinbao's face to swell. "Unlock it for me, or I shall ensure your other limbs share the same fate." Xie Jinbao's expression was one of utter dismay, tears welling in his eyes. Yet upon witnessing his mother unconscious on the bed, he swallowed his sorrow. 159357. He divulged the password to Ding Qing, then fell silent. Sitting to the side, Ding Qing entered the password, unlocking Zhou Caixia's phone and accessing the banking app, only to find it required an additional verification code. He once again handed the phone to Xie Jinbao. "What about this? I don't know." "Really?" Ding Qing seized Xie Jinbao by the collar, lifting him threateningly. "Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving me?" "I truly don't know," Xie Jinbao stammered, his anxiety palpable. "If I were to deceive you, I would be nothing but a worthless wretch." Ding Qing released him, turning to Sun Sinan. "Zhou Caixia must survive. If she perishes, so shall you." "Understood." Meanwhile, in the living room, Sun Weijing discreetly sent a message to Su Chun. "Xiao Su, the missing supplies are connected to you, aren't they?" Su Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sun Weijing would link him to the situation. "Uncle Sun, are you threatening me?" "And no, I merely noticed something amiss. I harbor no intention of threatening you. Please do not misunderstand." "Then why contact me?" Sun Weijing hesitated but pressed on. "Xiao Su, Uncle Sun seeks your assistance in saving Sinan. Zhou Caixia's fate hangs in the balance, and Ding Qing seems intent on usurping Zhou Caixia's position. And then, Ding Qing is not Zhou Caixia, while Zhou Caixia's intentions may be dubious. She still acknowledges her standing. Ding Qing, however, acts without inhibition. That bastard Feng Chusheng has been colluding with Ding Qing of late, and I fear for Sinan's safety. But that has little to do with me. If I choose not to assist you, will you inform Ding Qing of your findings?" "I shall not." Sun Weijing hesitated before adding, "Xiao Su, I can offer a piece of information in exchange, though I cannot ascertain its value to you." "Uncle Sun, you are not referring to the airdrop supplies, Are you already know? Originally scheduled for 2 days prior, it was postponed to tomorrow due to conflicts with meteorological experiments that I learned of this a week ago. Have you heard about the new policies from the Shiha City authorities? New policies from Shiha City? Chun furrowed his brow, unaware of any such developments that D.O. tell. Subsequently, Sun Weijing forwarded a confidential announcement, secret notice, after receiving airdrop supplies. All districts are to distribute them in the following order. Accompanied by a diagram, it illustrated that priority would be given to officials and community workers, followed by medical, research, and essential personnel. That Su Chun was momentarily speechless. It appeared that local authorities had recognized the severity of the disaster and prioritized the survival of those deemed useful. Uncle Sun, logically, both you and Sun Sinan should be in the priority supply category. Correct? In theory, yes, but actual execution depends on the community's discretion. With Zhou Taixia's fate uncertain, Ding Qing surely will not act accordingly. The supplies seized from nearby supermarkets have vanished, and he will undoubtedly exploit the airdrop provisions for profit. Xiao Su, that is inconsequential. I merely wish to convey that the heavy snow has enveloped the world, rendering many modern industrial devices inoperative. Relying solely on manpower is insufficient for managing this snow disaster. The authorities are likely to abandon snow disaster control. In a matter of days, the world will descend into chaos. You currently possess food and weapons. Perhaps you might attempt to secure these supplies to endure until the calamity subsides. Su Chun chuckled. Uncle Sun, you still underestimate the complexity of this disaster. What do you mean? Nothing. Su Chun refrained from elaborating. Yet, Sun Weijing seemed to have seized an opportunity and quickly replied, Xiao Su, consider this. The disaster will not conclude swiftly. You possess arms and provisions, but what if illness strikes? You might have medicine, but what about rare ailments? What if you sustain injuries? Ding Qing and his ilk will undoubtedly come knocking at your door. Even if you possess weapons to contend with Ding Qing, a single misstep could lead to injury, necessitating care and attention. Xiao Su, a household should ideally have a doctor and a woman. I am not exaggerating. Sinan's value is truly remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chun responded, I can save Sun Sinan, but not at present. When the need arises, I require your assistance with certain tasks. Agreed. In less than a second. Sun Weijing replied with a single word. Xiao Su, as long as you can help me rescue Sinan, even if it costs my life, I shall comply without hesitation. The following morning, the exit of Building 18 on the 4th floor was besieged by hundreds of people. Zhou Taixia, get out here, shouted a burly man. Come out, come out. After rising, Su Chun sipped his hot coffee, amusedly observing the throng assaulting Building 18 from below. They were layered like a multicolored ball pit. A sight both absurd and comical. Just days prior, those who ventured out to collect supplies had not been so numerous. Now, in the wake of a theft, the number of individuals demanding supplies had nearly tripled. Ding Qing had scarcely slept the previous night and now stood at the 4th floor exit, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Silence. What face do you have to demand supplies here? The thieves are within your building. Residents of Building 18 had already approached Ding Qing early on, and his explanation was that the supplies had been pilfered by individuals from other buildings. Upon hearing Ding Qing's assertion, they promptly positioned themselves at the shattered windows, shouting downwards. Indeed, it is clear that it was your building's occupants who stole the supplies and now demand them back. How brazen to accuse us! Others from different buildings quickly chimed in, rising to oppose. What nonsense are you spouting? One individual pointed to the glass shards scattered on the icy slope outside, addressing Ding Qing. Look at the glass. It's evident it was shattered from the inside out. It is clear that the people from Building 18 are guilty of self-theft, seeking to hoard the supplies for themselves. Ding Qing was not foolish. He had merely been blinded by rage over the missing supplies. With this reminder, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Even if glass was broken from the outside, some shards would remain outside. However, if boxes had slid across the ice, they would have displaced the glass to the side. It dawned on him that the thieves were indeed within their building, that he suddenly turned to the neighbors who had come to see him that morning, his gaze sharp. Those individuals wore expressions of confusion, appearing entirely innocent. Yet, Ding Qing understood that this was not the time for an investigation. Even if he claimed ignorance, they might not believe him. Everyone, please remain calm. Director Zhou and I have identified a new source of supplies. Today, as per Director Zhou's instructions, let us proceed to the supply point to retrieve the goods. Regarding the missing supplies from last night, I shall provide an explanation within 3 days. Upon hearing the news of supplies, the crowd finally quieted down. Are you serious? Of course I am. With so many of you following me, do you really think I would deceive you? Upon hearing this, the leaders of the various buildings began to reassure the residents of their respective blocks. Before long, a throng of 400 to 500 people followed Ding Qing as he departed. Meanwhile, Chun, already dressed in winter gear, stepped out 20 minutes after their departure. I could see this moment. Ding Qing and his group had already arrived at the football field of the Jinglan community. Accompanied by individuals from the Jinglan community and nearby neighborhoods, as they approached, a bespectacled, rotund man stepped forward to inquire, "Which community are you from?" "Central Asia's Century City," Ding Qing replied. "What kind of people reside in your community?" The stout man continued. "What kind?" "Just ordinary citizens from Huagua," Ding Qing answered. Upon hearing this, the man chuckled. "Oh, so you are all common folks. Then you'll have to wait at the back. Only after we select our supplies can you have yours." Chapter 66. You may leave. The stout man's words left the newly arrived residents of Central Asia Century City momentarily stunned. It didn't take long for someone to react. "Why should we? Just because you have a few more people." "Exactly. These supplies were officially allocated to us, so why do you get to go first? What if you take more than your share?" Listen to him. That fatso is clearly no good. If he tries to block us from taking supplies, let us just give him a taste of his own medicine. As the complaints echoed, the stout man's expression darkened. "Shut up. The supplies issued by the authorities must be distributed according to their directives. Who do you think you are? And who do you think you are?" One individual, pretending to step forward to confront him, was promptly stopped by Ding Qing. Frowning, Ding Qing assessed the stout man. He could tell he was not an ordinary individual. Without a position above that of a department head, one could not even approach this point. He raised his hand to quell the commotion and looked at the stout man. "Who are you? You want to know who I am?" The stout man scrutinized Ding Qing. "Isn't the director of the Central Asia Century City area a woman?" "Which one are you?" "Director Zhou is currently bedridden, and I've come in her stead to collect supplies." "That explains it." The stout man sneered at Ding Qing. "You might want to ask Zhou Caixia for the official announcement from our Xia city. Furthermore, keep your people in check. Don't think your numbers give you the right to act recklessly." When the stout man spoke with such conviction, Ding Qing felt a twinge of uncertainty. He glanced around. Counting their group, there were indeed 5 communities represented. The other 4 communities combined had fewer residents than those from Central Asia Century City. Where did this stout man get his confidence? Is it your weight? I am sorry, but Director Zhou only sent us to collect the supplies allocated to all communities. She didn't mention that we had to wait for you to select yours first. If you don't allow us to take our supplies shortly, I might. Just then, a dark, menacing handgun was suddenly pressed against Ding Qing's forehead. "What might you do?" Ding Qing was momentarily taken aback. His hand had already moved to his lower back, prepared to draw his own weapon, but he was outpaced. It seemed that upon noticing Ding Qing's movements, 2 others nearby drew their firearms, aiming them at him. "Put your hands on your head and crouch down." This scene was unexpected for Ding Qing, as well as for the residents of Central Asia Century City. In Huagua, even brandishing a kitchen knife in public could land one in a detention center for 15 days. The overwhelming majority of ordinary citizens had little familiarity with firearms. They would never have imagined that Ding Qing was armed, let alone that 3 weapons had now appeared in the hands of his adversaries. Ding Qing's breathing quickened as he addressed the stout man. "You have only 3 guns, while we have over 300 people. If it comes to a fight, it would be mutually destructive, and you wouldn't gain anything." "Ah!" Bang! The stout man covered his ear with one hand while raising his gun and firing a shot into the air. He bellowed at the residents of Central Asia Century City behind Ding Qing. "Everyone back up 3 meters." 300 to 400 people retreated in unison, with some of those at the front stumbling and falling to the ground in a frantic scramble. The stout man then pointed his gun back at Ding Qing. "Does having numbers matter? You might as well go back. In fact, even before you arrived, we had already allocated the supplies. You are bullying us." Ding Qing had initially intended to profit from these supplies. But now, unable to acquire them, and with previous supplies still unaccounted for, he felt an intense frustration. Oh, what if we are? If you're not satisfied, go report me to the authorities. But whether that would be effective is another matter. If there is blame to be placed, it lies solely with your Central Asia Century City for sharing a drop-off point with our 4 communities. He gestured toward the crowd behind him. Look at the caliber of residents from our 4 communities. They're all contributors to society. Now look at your community as common folk. What face do you have to come here and share supplies with us? Ding Qing's face was a picture of indignation, but the sight of those 3 firearms made him falter. Just then, a rumbling noise caught everyone's attention, as Chun's mode of transport was far more advanced than that of the other residents. While those going to collect supplies could only walk, Chun had procured a snow vehicle from Jason. Whether it was a snowmobile or an ice terrain vehicle, Chun had it all. However, he opted for the snowmobile for convenience. Is that a motorcycle? The stout man asked, frowning. Immediately, someone nearby responded, a motorcycle cannot navigate this slick ice. It must be a snowmobile. Such equipment exists. Send 2 people to investigate who it is and commandeer that snowmobile. At this moment, Chun was already in sight of the crowd at the Jinglong Community Football Field. However, the atmosphere seemed oddly tense as Chun retrieved a high-powered telescope from his spatial pocket and looked through it. Immediately spotting Ding Qing being threatened by 3 armed individuals, with the residents of Central Asia Century City standing a good 7 to 8 meters behind him. Damn, he has run into tough opponents. Chun pondered. Ding Qing was still of use. He couldn't afford for him to die, for Chun was uncertain if anyone else in Central Asia Century City could replace Ding Qing. He casually took out a crossbow and several triangular arrows, estimating the distance to be over 100 meters. Sniping would be a better option, but that might expose him to the authorities. Since the officials had not yet cut contact, and given their ability to airdrop supplies, they could also deploy airborne troops, which posed a significant risk. Thus, he opted for cold weapons instead. The crossbow that Chun acquired from Jason was a genuine military-grade weapon. With an effective shooting range of 180 meters, and, if used skillfully, its lethal range could exceed 200 meters, sufficient for the task at hand. Chun fitted the crossbow with a high-powered scope, closed his eyes to gauge the wind direction and speed, and then aimed at the stout man in the Jinglong Community Football Field, pulling the trigger without hesitation. After releasing the first arrow, he did not pause, immediately loading a second, then a third. After shooting the 3rd arrow, he loaded a 4th, continuing to aim. Given the circumstances, it was impossible to ascertain that only these 3 were holding firearms. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. The first arrow had yet to hit its mark when the 3rd was already fired. The crowd at the Jinglong Community Football Field was still focused on Chun, while the 2 individuals dispatched by the stout man were preparing to leave when they suddenly heard a peculiar whistling sound. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed past one man's ear, striking the stout man squarely in the left eye, piercing through completely. Due to the distance, the arrow lodged in the stout man's skull. Otherwise, it would have surely penetrated entirely. Before anyone could react, the other 2 arrows struck the other 2 armed individuals in quick succession. The abrupt turn of events seemed to freeze time for 2 seconds. Ding Qing was the first to react, quickly drawing his handgun and aiming it at the opposing crowd. Everyone back up. Hands on your heads. Chapter 67. A helping hand, though Ding Qing was equally bewildered by the unfolding events. He recognized that the 3 individuals who posed a threat to him had all collapsed. If he failed to seize this opportunity, it would truly be a disservice to this unexpected savior. Just as he raised his gun, a figure suddenly rolled out from the opposing crowd, swiftly picking up a handgun and aiming it at Ding Qing. By the time Ding Qing registered the situation, the 2 were already locked in a standoff. Glancing at Ding Qing's handgun, the person opposite him sneered, "So it's a black market piece that I thought I was facing a colleague. Lower your weapon and retreat into the crowd with your hands on your head. Don't be ridiculous. Everyone has guns. Do you think I'm a fool? Heh. Care to test my shooting skills? Go ahead." Ding Qing's eyes were bloodshot, and at such a moment, to sever his means of livelihood was akin to slaying his parents. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, but in the distance. Chun would not grant them the opportunity. The familiar sound of slicing wind resonated as this time. The gunman across from him was prepared. His head instinctively jerked back, seemingly attempting to evade a fatal strike. From the instant the sound was heard to the arrow reaching its target, the interval would not exceed 0.1 seconds, making it exceedingly challenging to react within such a brief time frame. This individual was evidently trained for such scenarios. The previous three had all met their demise with a shot to the head, some to the eyes, others to the temples. Yet this time he miscalculated Su Chun's target. The three-edged arrow struck the elbow of his gun-wielding right arm, the immense impact rendering him unable to react, and his arm was severed cleanly at the joint. A warm, severed limb, stained with crimson blood, dyed the icy surface. Most onlookers turned pale at this gruesome sight, some unable to suppress their nausea. However, Ding Qing appeared unfazed. Seeing that the man attempted to retrieve his weapon with the other hand, Ding Qing swiftly delivered a finishing shot to his head. He then gave a thumbs up to the distant Su Chun before aiming at all those across from him, casually firing and exploding the head of one of the foremost figures, declaring, "All of you, step back. Anyone who dares to advance another step shall not blame me for being merciless." And one anticipated that they would not take any action, yet Ding Qing would fire and kill. This audacious act indeed quelled the opposition. They all retreated, none daring to approach and retrieve their weapons. In truth, Ding Qing had gleaned from Zhou Caixiao's phone a confidential announcement issued by the official authorities of Xia City. This was the principal reason he dared to fire here. Had Zhou Caixia seen this news, she would likely execute the official orders from Xia City. Yet Ding Qing discerned an implicit message within this announcement. The authorities aim to ensure the survival of those deemed useful to them, primarily to facilitate the reconstruction of order post-disaster. This implied that the officials might temporarily abandon governance over the snow disaster, and the airdrop supplies were likely to be the only batch available. Thus, Ding Qing was willing to take risks. The sound of a motorcycle grew louder as Su Chun arrived at the football field of Jinglan Community, riding a snowmobile. Spotting Su Chun, clad in a pristine white cold-weather combat suit and a glass helmet, Ding Qing smiled. "Brother Su, what excellent marksmanship." Though Ding Qing did not know Su Chun personally, upon witnessing those three-edged arrows, he surmised Su Chun's identity. Before arriving, he had received word from several younger men left behind at home, stating that someone in a spacesuit had ventured out wielding a crossbow, hence they did not dare to impede. Such military-grade crossbows were rare in the country. Primarily due to strict regulations, these items could not be openly sold and could only be procured through clandestine channels or small group chats. Moreover, one should not underestimate the cost of crossbow, assuming it to be inexpensive merely because it is classified as a cold weapon. The effective range of Ding Qing's handgun was scarcely 30 meters. And even a powerful handgun like the Desert Eagle could barely reach 100 meters. A crossbow capable of severing a human arm from over 100 meters away would cost more than some common rifles. In a place like Zhongya Century City, there would not be many individuals with a disposable income to indulge in such weaponry, making the simultaneous appearance of two highly unlikely. Coupled with Su Chun's spacesuit-like attire, it was highly probable that this individual was indeed Su Chun. In reality, Ding Qing bore no deep-seated grudge against Su Chun. The latter had only injured Zhou Caixia's relatives, and their connection was tenuous at best. Therefore, encountering Su Chun in such circumstances felt particularly amicable to Ding Qing. "You flatter me," Su Chun replied without pretense, pulling over the snowmobile and swiftly launching a crossbow bolt, which struck an inconspicuous short man in the left eye. "Oh!" The bolt penetrated the small man's skull and pierced through the thigh of the individual behind him, unleashing a cacophony of screams from the crowd. Even Ding Qing felt a jolt of alarm. He had not anticipated Su Chun would suddenly resort to lethal force. Soon, a vacuum formed around the fallen small man. Upon closer inspection, Ding Qing noticed a handgun clutched in the fallen man's hand. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Damn it!" He raised his weapon and eliminated another person, then shouted across, "Does anyone else here possess a firearm? Hand them over!" Those at the front immediately pressed backward, but the throng behind was dense, causing a cascade that toppled many. Bang! Ding Qing fired again, randomly targeting someone at the front and exploding their head while declaring, "I do not wish to repeat myself for a third time." At that moment, a tall, striking young man, standing at around 1.8 meters, pointed to a woman in a black down jacket amidst the crowd, exclaiming, she has a gun. Ding Qing quickly aimed his firearm at the woman, sternly commanding, in 3 seconds, detach the magazine from your gun and throw it over here. The woman clenched her silver teeth, casting a fierce glare at the young man before complying with Ding Qing's demand and tossing the gun away. Is there anyone else? People glanced at one another, silence enveloping them. Ding Qing's nerves tightened. Having already encountered 2 unexpected situations, he was uncertain if there were additional armed individuals among them. Yet he hesitated to fire again. With bullets in the chamber, he could intimidate the several hundred before him, but should he exhaust his ammunition, those hundreds could swiftly trample him into pulp. At that moment, Chun unexpectedly cranked up the volume of his external speaker, pointing his crossbow at the crowd and announcing, "Everyone turn around and walk forward in unison. Leave this place. You will not take any supplies, and remember, do not look back. Those who do shall receive a bullet to the head." Just moments before Chun's arrival, these individuals had been brimming with arrogance, but now, with several lives lost, they had wilted. Nearly 300 people were thus intimidated into retreat by a single gun and a crossbow. Witnessing this, Ding Qing erupted into laughter. "Brother Su, I truly owe you one. Rest assured, once the supplies are secured, I will not neglect you, Brother Su." Ding Qing reached out to pat Chun on the shoulder, but Chun stepped back, evading the gesture, leaving Ding Qing's hand empty. Unperturbed, Ding Qing continued with a grin, "Once the supplies are secured, I will not forget your contributions." Chapter 68. The Mysterious Chun Xiaoyu. Chun smirked. Ding Qing's remarks were rather amusing. On the surface, he expressed goodwill. Yet in reality, he had inadvertently positioned himself as the dominant figure, declaring his authority. However, Chun was not currently inclined to claim these supplies. He cast a cold glance at Ding Qing and stated, "I have matters to attend to at Jinglan community. You all may return now." With that, Chun retrieved the arrows he had just shot and glanced at the handgun strewn on the ground. They were most likely not military personnel. Muttering a phrase, he mounted the snowmobile and set off towards the location provided by Li Binglan. Ding Qing squinted slightly as he watched Chun's departing figure, his grip tightening around the firearm in his hand. He hesitated several times to raise it, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. Chun was an enigma, equipped with a military crossbow, a snowmobile, and peculiar attire reminiscent of a spacesuit. Not to mention the considerable supplies, coal, and boilers that Feng Chuxing had mentioned. Everything seemed meticulously prepared for this frozen calamity. Ding Qing even harbored suspicions that Chun's outfit might possess ballistic resistance. If that were the case, even the standard-issue QSE-92G handguns on the ground would be incapable of inflicting harm upon him. However, should the adversary react and fire back with an arrow, it could prove fatal for Ding Qing. Thus, he refrained from making any rash moves at that moment. The roar of an aircraft engine reverberated through the sky, prompting the crowd to look up in unison as a military green cargo plane glided overhead. A drop door opened beneath the aircraft, and several large military green crates, flashing warning lights, streamed out. As they fell, parachutes deployed. The sight of those massive containers ignited excitement among the onlookers to date, while most households still had a modicum of supplies. The frozen conditions rendered the restoration of social order impossible in the near term. Consequently, anxiety had gripped the populace in recent days, and the best remedy for their distress appeared to be the bountiful supplies descending from the sky. Chun had already arrived at Li Binglan's residence. Through their conversation, he learned that most residents of Jinglan community were, in fact, ordinary individuals. However, there existed a distinction among ordinary people. Many inhabitants of Jinglan community belonged to the elite class, possessing higher social standings or advanced degrees. Public servants were scarce, as many could not afford to reside there. Those who would not choose to do so. Nearby, there were 2 exclusive communities where housing circulated solely within the circle of public officials, which constituted their ideal residences. These communities shared a commonality. They were low-rise, 6-story buildings. Much like Zhongya Century City, nearly all structures below the 3rd floor had been buried. Their means of egress mirrored this, as they requisitioned the lowest floors situated on the thin ice for access. However, the requisitioning process was likely more lenient than that of Zhongya Century City. peering through binoculars at the interior of the building. Su Chun dialed Li Binglin's number on his phone. "Hello?" Suddenly, a loud banging echoed through the receiver, followed by Li Binglin's terrified scream. "Sir, weren't you supposed to be out gathering supplies? We truly have nothing to eat. Please check elsewhere. Enough with the nonsense. If you have food, let me in to see for myself. Your refusal to open the door only betrays your unease." Su Chun inquired with a furrowed brow. "Su Chun, I may not be able to wait for you any longer. My door is about to give way." Upon hearing this, a pang of anxiety gripped Su Chun, although Li Binglin was of little use to him. Chun Xiaoyu absolutely could not perish in his previous life. Despite being adversaries, Su Chun bore no animosity towards Chun Xiaoyu. Their positions merely differed. Furthermore, he had gleaned valuable information from her, such as the phenomenon of time stagnation within the alternate space, which she had disclosed to him. Though it was likely that Chun Xiaoyu had joined the regular army through her connections with Chun Yufeng at the age of 20 during the 12th year of the Catastrophe era. She held a significant position within the regular military. Su Chun believed that while she could secure military rations through her connections, such a status was not merely a product of favoritism. Moreover, Chun Xiaoyu had been diligently gathering space-type ability users by the time of Su Chun's demise. She had already acquired 4 such individuals. Following the public revelation of space-type abilities, an unspoken rule emerged among ability users. Only one space-type user could exist within a single unit. With everyone's spaces being limitless, allowing others to share in one's status was simply unacceptable. Even in chance encounters, if one learned that the other was a space-type user, they would be eliminated without hesitation. This was a survival of the fittest. As smaller units were consumed by larger ones, space-type users would inevitably confront one another. Chun Xiaoyu could not have been oblivious to this reality, leading to the conclusion that she must possess knowledge that Su Chun lacked. Hence, within the ensuing order, Chun Xiaoyu's role was pivotal. While the previous incarnation of Chun Xiaoyu had navigated the Catastrophe era's 12th year without his assistance, the emergence of numerous unforeseen circumstances in this life rendered Su Chun unwilling to take chances. Li Binglin's residence was on the 5th floor. Through his binoculars, Su Chun observed 2 individuals guarding the entrance on the 3rd floor. They did not appear particularly menacing, yet they were not model citizens either. They seemed to be 2 ruffians, as evidenced by the knives resting on the windowsill. They were shivering uncontrollably, their hands tucked within their sleeves as they paced back and forth with evident reluctance. A smile crept across Su Chun's face as he swiftly released 2 triangular arrows from his crossbow, then stowed the weapon and twisted the throttle of the snowmobile to its maximum. The snowmobile shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, instantly capturing the attention of the 2 ruffians. "Who goes there?" One of the ruffians shouted. "Damn, does this guy think the throttle is the brake?" Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow pierced through his skull, and the other ruffian, still dazed, was swiftly dispatched by the second arrow. Su Chun drove the snowmobile forward, maintaining speed as he propelled himself upward. In midair, he retracted the snowmobile back into the alternate space and opened a portal in the wall opposite the living room on the 3rd floor, but a sturdy mattress tumbled out of the portal, and Su Chun landed upon it unscathed. Had he entered through conventional means, it would have taken at least 7 to 8 minutes, but he managed to breach the building in under half a minute. Upon exiting the residence, Su Chun noticed several neighbors peeking out from adjacent apartments. He retrieved 2 desert eagles from the alternate space and pointed them at them, declaring, "Anyone who wishes to live, get back inside." 3 security doors slammed shut in unison. Su Chun hurried up the stairs, and before reaching the 5th floor, he heard a series of violent banging sounds accompanied by furious shouts. "You filthy wench, open this door. I know there are no men in your home. Just you and a little girl. Don't make me break in. I'll deal with both of you." The stairwell structure differed from that of an elevator building, leaving little room in the corridor. Even if they attempted to use objects to break down the door, they lacked sufficient space to do so. Su Chun glimpsed a burly man in a fur coat wielding a large hammer, relentlessly assaulting the door, which had already begun to warp and would likely yield shortly. Positioned halfway up the 4th floor, Su Chun aimed both Desert Eagles at the man and commanded, "If you wish to keep your corpse intact, stop this at once." Chapter 69. The rebellious little devil, the burly man, engrossed in his door bashing, erupted with rage upon hearing the threat from behind. Who are you trying to frighten with those toy guns? If you've got the guts, fire a shot. What a joke. The man scrutinized Su Chun more closely, finding him unfamiliar, clearly not a resident of the building. Who are you? Bang! A bullet struck him squarely in the forehead as Su Chun smirked and quipped. I'm your father, who's been dragging this on endlessly, with so many demands. After dispatching the burly man, Su Chun approached and kicked his lifeless body down the stairs before knocking on Li Binglan's door. There was no response. Glancing down, he noted that the lock was nearly destroyed as Su Chun took 2 steps back and forcefully kicked the door open. As the door swung wide, he was greeted by the sight of 2 figures, one large and one small, rushing towards him, brandishing cold steel. The knife held above was clearly unprofessional, with a blade that was misaligned. Even if it managed to strike Su Chun, it would hardly inflict significant harm. However, the fruit knife wielded below was far more sinister, aimed directly at him with a precise angle that, as Su Chun swiftly maneuvered, securely grasping both slender wrists. Sister Lan, Xiaoyu, isn't this a bit unreasonable? Upon realizing it was Su Chun, Li Binglan gasped in surprise, dropping the knife and throwing herself into his embrace. You scared me to death. Su Chun raised his hands in surrender, stifling a cough as he thought, Chun Yufeng, your wife just jumped into my arms. Even if I were to betray you, you can't pin the blame on me. With a mental note to absolve himself, Su Chun comforted Li Binglan. It's all right now. How are you both? Are you hurt? While he spoke, his thoughts drifted elsewhere, noting that through the thick layers of clothing, the sensation felt somewhat lacking. Glancing down, he spotted a little light bulb. Without hesitation, Su Chun delivered a sharp flick to Chun Xiaoyu's forehead. Ah, that was immensely satisfying. The little girl had nearly caused him to squander his second chance at life. Su Chun exerted considerable effort in that moment, causing Chun Xiaoyu to wince in pain. Clutching her little head as tears welled in her eyes, Li Binglan, recovering from her earlier panic, hastily wriggled free from Su Chun's embrace and exclaimed, Thank you, Xiao Su, for saving us once again. Not at all. Su Chun replied, playfully pinching Chun Xiaoyu's still round little face. I can't help but adore this child. Given the chance, I would gladly become her godfather. Ouch! 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 Chun Xiaoyu, sensing the mischievousness in Su Chun's grip and words, retaliated by kicking his calf and scolding. Let go, you rascal! Xiaoyu! Before Su Chun could respond, Li Binglan shot her a stern look and reprimanded. How can you speak to your Uncle Su like that? He.S. bullying me. Chun Xiaoyu protested, both hurt and aggrieved. How's he bullied you? Uncle Su took great risks to rescue us. What harm is there in a mere pinch to your cheek? Just imagine if that scoundrel had barged into our home. At this juncture, Li Binglan suddenly recalled the burly man who had attempted to break down the door. Looking down, she spotted the gory wound on his forehead. Her already pale face turned even more ashen. Xiao Su, did you kill him? Nothing to worry about. Su Chun quickly ushered Li Binglan and Chun Xiaoyu into the room, saying, Time is of the essence. Just grab a change of clothes and wear whatever you have on. Leave the supplies behind that will travel light. Concerned for Chun Xiaoyu's safety in such a precarious environment, Su Chun resolved to take them to his home. However, he knew that eventually, Chun Xiaoyu must join the regular army. While he could save her now, he intended to avoid influencing her future path. Xiao Su, you sit down first. I'll tidy up. All right. Su Chun settled onto the sofa. Li Binglan shot Chun Xiaoyu a warning glare and whispered fiercely. If you dare to disrespect your Uncle Su again, I'll break your legs. Humph. Chun Xiaoyu, aware that her mother was merely trying to frighten her, pouted and fell silent. The living room now held only Su Chun and Chun Xiaoyu. He kicked her lightly on the backside and inquired, Little imp, where's your father? Dead. Whoa. Although Su Chun understood that her words were laced with resentment, he was nonetheless taken aback that a 12-year-old girl could utter such a statement. It left him momentarily speechless. Chun Xiaoyu shuffled a couple of steps away, creating distance between them. Indeed, you are Chun Xiaoyu, so full of personality from such a young age. I like that. You old pervert. Su Chun was momentarily stunned. The Chun Xiaoyu he remembered was always gracious, articulate, and exuded warmth. He never expected her to be so rebellious in her youth. Chun Xiaoyu, do you grasp the situation for the foreseeable future? You will be living with me if you offend me like this. Do you not fear a difficult life ahead? Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting, you old pervert. Child, must you always refer to me as old pervert? Am I really that old? Teach. Chun Xiaoyu crossed her arms and turned away, refusing to look at Su Chun like tea that moment. Li Binglan emerged from the bedroom, carrying a backpack. She hadn't tea-packed much, merely gathering the remaining supplies from their home. Xiaoyu, who are you cutting? Am I allowed to cut myself? Li Binglan shot Chun Xiaoyu an angry glare before sheepishly addressing Su Chun. Xiao Su, I apologize. I've been busy with work and have neglected to discipline Xiao Yu. It's truly inexcusable. Not a problem. Su Chun reassured her as he pulled Chun Xiaoyu into his embrace, tousling her hair. Children should have a bit of personality. It's good for them to stand up for themselves. We've been getting along quite well. As he spoke, he glanced down at Chun Xiaoyu, whose hair was now a tousled mess, and asked, I send tea that right, Xiaoyu? Yes, Mom. We get along splendidly. Uncle Su just suggested I call him Daddy. Su Chun burst out laughing, astonished by the girl's candidness. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Ahem. That's not true. Let us get moving. Su Chun cleared his throat, offering no further explanation as he pulled Chun Xiaoyu to her feet and headed for the door. Watching Su Chun's retreating figure, a flicker of hesitation crossed Li Binglan's face, but she quickly steeled her resolve and followed in his footsteps. As they stepped outside, they found Su Chun and Chun Xiaoyu standing at the entrance, seemingly frozen. What is the matter? Li Binglan followed their gaze downward, to the fourth floor and a half. Several individuals, both men and women of various ages, surrounded the corpse of the burly man, wielding an array of knives as they began to carve into his lifeless body. An elderly woman, her face a mass of wrinkles and missing teeth, stood amidst the younger crowd, exuding an unexpected ferocity. Before long, she triumphantly held up a leg, grinning widely with her toothless smile. Hunched over, she prepared to leave, but suddenly noticed Su Chun and the others, halting in her tracks. The other individuals engaged in the grisly task also turned to regard Su Chun and his companions with a peculiar gaze. Su Chun felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Their eyes bore no semblance of recognition for fellow beings, but rather a predatory hunger akin to that of a meal. It was evident that in the wake of calamity, different groups evolved at varying rates. Li Binglan opened her backpack, retrieving a few packets of food, ready to toss them down, but Su Chun restrained her hand. What are you doing? Giving them some food to send them on their way, Li Binglan replied. How much food do you have to satiate them? Su Chun promptly produced 2 handguns, offering one to Chun Xiaoyu. Little imp, are you game to play with this? In Chapter 70, Food? Hunter, what is there to fear? Chun Xiaoyu snatched the compact APX from Su Chun's hand. How do I use it? With a slight smile. Su Chun observed that some individuals were inherently suited for survival in this apocalyptic world. He racked the slide on his Desert Eagle, aiming at the eager individuals below, and fired 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 bullets struck their targets squarely in the head. The remaining 2 individuals quickly realized Su Chun was not to be trifled with and bolted down the stairs, as Su Chun, however, would not grant them the luxury of escape. He fired 2 shots, both hitting their thighs. Turning to Chun Xiaoyu, he noticed her face had grown somewhat pale. Are you scared? Not scared. The young girl replied defiantly. Then go take care of those 2. Chun Xiaoyu, following Su Chun's instructions, racked the slide and prepared to descend at that moment. However, Li Binglan seized Chun Xiaoyu's arm, her voice stern. Chun Xiaoyu, your courage is growing bolder. Return the gun to Uncle Su. Though rebellious, Chun Xiaoyu was still hesitant to openly defy Li Binglan, reluctantly returning the gun to Su Chun. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chun unexpectedly slapped Li Binglan across the face, his voice low and serious. In this disaster, can you truly protect her? For how long? A month? 2 months? Do you genuinely believe this calamity will end within a year or 2? Look at those people. They've already begun to consume one another. In such dire circumstances, do you think you can remain unscathed? Taken aback by the sudden slap, Li Binglan felt a bit dazed. In truth, Su Chun was not genuinely furious. He merely wished to convey to Li Binglan who held authority. Otherwise, she would incessantly interfere when he attempted to guide Chun Xiaoyu. After all, she was Chun Xiaoyu's mother, that it was essential to eradicate Li Binglan's complacent mindset from the outset and ensure she acknowledged Su Chun's absolute authority. He returned the APX to Chun Xiaoyu, gazing intently into her bright, youthful eyes. "Oh, you wish to be food or a hunter?" Chun Xiaoyu accepted the handgun and descended. The two injured individuals had already crawled to the fourth floor. Standing at the half floor, she gripped the gun tightly, aiming it at the two below. Torn between pulling the trigger and being paralyzed by fear, Li Binglan gently grasped Su Chun's arm, her voice soft but pleading. "But she is still a child." Su Chun shot her a sidelong glance. "Yet she comprehends everything. Different eras and regions have distinct ways of survival. If you believe she is merely a child and therefore strip her of her right to grow, one day she may become someone else's meal, and you will bear full responsibility." Li Binglan wished to counter Su Chun's argument, but found no suitable retort, opting instead to remain silent. Bang, bang, bang. The compact APX could only hold 6 rounds. And Chun Xiaoyu expended all of them without a single fatal hit. As Su Chun approached her, observing the two still writhing and struggling in agony, and playfully flicked her forehead, teasing, "You wasted 6 of my bullets. And not one found its mark, you little wastrel." With that, he raised his Desert Eagle and fired 2 more shots, both landing squarely in the heads of their targets. Then turned to Chun Xiaoyu and said, "This is how a gun is used. Your gun is bigger than mine. If I use yours, I de-shoot the bullets into the sky." Su Chun interrupted Chun Xiaoyu's words and extended a hand towards her, exclaiming, "Hand it over." Chun Xiaoyu looked at the miniature apps in her hand with some reluctance, her eyes darting as she retorted, "Did you not say you would give it to me?" She added, "Stop trying to pull tricks on me. During the apocalypse, you—" Su Chun halted mid-sentence, recalling that during the apocalypse, Chun Xiaoyu had been far more formidable than he'd at a loss for words. He simply snatched the handgun back and said, "I am merely letting you play with it. Don't overreach. You still haven't answered my previous question." Although Su Chun trusted that Chun Xiaoyu would not harm him, his past experiences had taught him caution, and so he reclaimed the handgun. Chun Xiaoyu pouted. Li Binglan reached the 4th floor and stood beside Chun Xiaoyu, her expression complex as she regarded her daughter. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Chun Xiaoyu glanced at Li Binglan and then addressed Su Chun. "I don't want to become food." After tilting her head in thought, she continued, "But I also don't wish to be a hunter." Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, choosing not to say anything further as he stepped downstairs. Chun Xiaoyu and Li Binglan hurried to follow. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Su Chun, seizing the moment when Chun Xiaoyu and Li Binglan lagged behind, retrieved the snowmobile from his spatial pocket and placed it on the windowsill of the living room at the 3rd floor exit. Just as Chun Xiaoyu and Li Binglan arrived, before they could mount the vehicle, they heard a faint rustling of footsteps behind them. He promptly drew 2 Desert Eagles, pointing them at the source of the sound, and demanded, "Come out. Don't shoot. We mean no harm." Several gaunt individuals entered, hands raised. "What are you doing?" "They are residents of this building," Li Binglan quickly clarified. "Yes, we reside in this building." "Then why are you following me?" Su Chun did not relax his guard. "Are you a soldier?" One bold resident stepped forward to inquire. "No." "Then why do you have a gun? What concern is it of yours?" Su Chun immediately grasped their intentions. "Don't expect anyone to come to your rescue. If you wish to survive, go and find your own way out. If you choose not to leave, then wait here to die. Now, vanish from my sight." The individuals exchanged glances, their eyes shifting towards Li Binglan. She appeared to want to speak, but upon receiving a cold glare from Su Chun, she swallowed her words. Bang, bang. Su Chun fired 2 shots at their feet, commanding, "Those who wish to live, leave." Terrified by his readiness to shoot, the group scrambled away in panic. Su Chun glanced back at Li Binglan, stating, "I am not a benevolent person. My motives for saving you and Xiaoyu are self-serving. You have no right to demand my assistance for others, understand?" Li Binglan averted her gaze from Su Chun. "Get on." Su Chun mounted the snowmobile, with Li Binglan seated behind him and Chun Xiaoyu in front. Nestled in his embrace, soon as they were aboard, Chun Xiaoyu complained, "You get to wear a helmet and stay warm while I'm up front in the cold wind. How perverse. Say one more word, and I'll find a rope to tie you up and drag you along behind, so you can truly experience what perversion feels like." Chun Xiaoyu pouted and fell silent. With a push of his feet, the snowmobile glided swiftly down the icy surface from the third floor, speeding away from Jinglan community. Ding Qing and his companions had already set off, hauling all the supplies back on their return journey. 8 large, 2-meter cubic boxes, wrapped in military green waterproof fabric, were being transported. Given the limited manpower, they took turns working, resulting in a slow pace that in the frigid weather, they began to struggle against the cold. Just then, the roar of a snowmobile caused them to stop in their tracks, turning to gaze at Su Chun in admiration. Chingu, since that person has a snowmobile, he should help us transport the supplies. Can you call him over? Chapter 71. Intimidation. Ding Qing shot him a cold glare and smacked the back of his head, saying, "Why are you so full of nonsense? Get back to work." The individual reluctantly returned to the line, pushing the boxes. Ding Qing watched as Su Chun sped towards Building 18 of the Central Asia Century City, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. After nearly 2 hours, Ding Qing and his group finally arrived at the foot of Building 18.2. People are coming out to catch their breath. Once at the bottom, Ding Qing hollered up, "For this trip, only I, Ding Qing, have come from Building 18. All the other brothers have stayed behind." After all, there were numerous pressing matters at home. Zhou Caixia needed to supervise, the sole doctor, Sun Sinan, had to keep watch, and there were 2 financiers to consider. Upon hearing Ding Qing's call, a younger brother poked his head out from above. "Call some people down and send down 2 ropes to haul the boxes up." "All right, Qingge," the 2 younger brothers, seeing the massive boxes, instantly displayed excitement as they rushed to fetch ropes. However, upon hearing this, residents from other buildings began to murmur among themselves, directing their gazes towards their respective leaders. I could see that moment. A woman in her 30s stepped forward and said, "Dingge, since we are back in the community, let us divide the contents of the boxes here." Indeed, the supplies we brought back from the supermarket were varied. But the official airdrop supplies should all be emergency provisions, so there is no need for classification. We might as well divide them here, thus saving the trouble of transporting them up only to bring them back down. Other building leaders nodded in agreement. Ding Qing furrowed his brow that he was not Zhou Caixia, while Zhou Caixia had to consider her position and the need to distribute some of the supplies to the residents. Ding Qing felt no such obligation, that he intended to keep all the supplies, not even planning to share the waterproof fabric with them. We have a total of 20 buildings and 8 large boxes here. How do you propose we divide them? Our staff will organize the supplies and distribute them evenly. Then let everyone come and collect them. Just then, a burly man emerged from the crowd, pointing at Ding Qing and shouting, "Are you joking? The supplies were lost in your Building 18 last time, and now that we've finally retrieved new supplies, you still want them to be stored in your Building 18? I refuse to agree." Ding Qing stared coldly at him, and after a long pause, he addressed the densely packed crowd. "Who else disagrees?" People exchanged glances, and soon a few brave souls stepped forward. "That's right. The supplies lost from the nearby supermarket were in your Building 18. I believe all the supplies should be stored in our other buildings, and when you find the lost supplies, we can return the supplies from Building 18 to you." "Absolutely," Ding Qing sneered, calling out to the crowd. "Is there anyone else?" Silence fell. In truth, everyone hoped the supplies would be stored in their own buildings. Yet at that moment, they lacked the courage to voice it. "Very well," Ding Qing nodded, his gaze turning fierce as he fixed it on the few who had just spoken out. "You want the supplies, do you? Dream on." With that, he raised the QSE-92G he had just retrieved and without hesitation, fired several shots. The individuals who had stepped forward fell to the ground in disbelief, blood staining the icy surface. The crowd of 300 to 400 recoiled in unison, not expecting Ding Qing to turn on the residents of his own community, instilling fear among them, especially those at the front. If Ding Qing shot again, their chances of being targeted would be exponentially higher than those at the back. People scrambled to retreat. Ding Qing sneered, pulling out another handgun from his pocket as he muttered, "It seems that having numbers truly amounts to nothing. Listen carefully, everyone. These individuals obstructed disaster relief efforts and have been dealt with accordingly. Supplies can be provided to you, but not at this moment. Now, all of you return and wait. When the supplies are ready, I will notify you in the group." Su Chun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor, swirling the red wine in his glass as he observed the scene below. From his vantage point, he could witness an even more striking display. Ding Qing appeared as a solitary figure, while the 300 to 400 people stood before him, as if a single spit from each could drown him. Yet, despite this stark imbalance, Ding Qing wielded just a handgun with a full magazine of 12 bullets. Yet he managed to intimidate the entire crowd into retreat. History has a way of repeating itself. The few who dared to challenge Ding Qing's authority were left bleeding, their lives sacrificed for something that the rest abandoned. Such occurrences perpetually unfold across this land in various forms. Meanwhile, official news continues to clarify that. Thus far, no one has died due to the disaster. Why don't they resist? Chun Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled. Even if they don't have guns, couldn't they just beat that person to death?